By the mandate of heaven, the Empress decrees on the Dongfang continent a millennial curse remains unbroken. For the prosperity of the empire, adult men are to choose a day for marriage. In the Yingyue Empire, the current empress has reigned for over 3 centuries. This matrimonial edict has been in effect for 300 years. Every year on the 9th day of the 9th month, the local city lord presides over the grand marriage ceremony. Every unmarried man who reaches the age of 18 that year must choose a wife on this day, after which he is bestowed the title of first-class baron, elevating him from a commoner to nobility. Upon attaining nobility, one not only is exempt from various taxes, but also receives an annual stipend of 10 gold coins. Of those without a residence may even obtain a two-hall courtyard. Nonetheless, the enthusiasm for marriage among men remains low. Had it not been for this edict, many would have shunned matrimony, and even with it, many would prefer to become outlaws rather than marry. It is all because a millennium ago, the world's sole 100-level powerhouse, the Dark Emperor, led an invasion from the Xi continent, although the united might of the Dongfang continent's strong warriors ultimately vanquished him. Yet in that victory, the Dongfang continent lost 90% of its formidable warriors. Simultaneously, before his demise, the Dark Emperor unleashed a forbidden curse that only a 100-level powerhouse could invoke. From that moment on, every man born on the Dongfang continent was cursed. Their cultivation became arduous, and their lives diminished to less than 30% of what they ought to be, with an average lifespan of under 30 years. To eke out a few more years of life without expending their vital essence, many men refrained from marriage, leading to a precipitous decline in the population of the Dongfang continent. Now the Dongfang continent is sustained predominantly by women, with men comprising less than 30%. Consequently, men's sole remaining purpose is procreation. Although the burden of earning a livelihood falls upon women, the scarcity of men has not diminished, but rather elevated their status both within the family and in society. No woman would dare to defy her man's wishes aside from their fleeting lives. This is unequivocally a man's domain. Mingyue City, situated in the southern reaches of the Yingyue Empire, is one of its peripheral cities. Though established merely 2 decades ago, its permanent population exceeds 300. Upon the city lord's tower, over 100 freshly adult men from Mingyue City are seated in neat row, their eyes fixed on the combatants below in the arena. Annually, tens of thousands of women aged 16 to 30 vie with one another, fighting tooth and nail for one of the 500 coveted spots. Even after being selected, there is no guarantee that a woman will capture the attention of the men on the tower and be chosen as a wife, yet their perseverance remains undaunted. Some persist for more than a decade in hopes that fate will finally smile upon them. Fortunately, to ensure fairness, the arena is divided into several categories: talent, domestic skills, and combat prowess. Furthermore, each category is subdivided by age groups, one for ages 16 to 21, for 21 to 25, and one for 26 to 30. Across more than a dozen arenas below, every eligible woman showcases her unique talents in pursuit of one of the 500 selections, while above scores of bachelor men search for the woman of their dreams. These newly adult men, numbering over 100, belong to the jurisdiction of Mingyue City. All unmarried males who turned 18 between September 10th of last year and September 9th of this year. Admittedly, although the total number of adult men in Mingyue City is limited beyond this group of over 100, there are others. These eligible young men hail from commoner families. The wealthy and influential families, however, had long arranged marriages for their children even before reaching adulthood, which was permissible so long as the city lord's office was informed. Can I really just lie down like this? Yet even if I choose to lie down, I doubt my body will remain that way for long. Wu Di, with pallid and feeble limbs, leaned on his seat as he watched the women below scrambling wildly for a coveted spot, sighing inwardly. 3 days ago, he transmigrated into this body, which indeed is named Wu Di, though bearing the compound surname Huaxia, his full name being Huaxia Wu Di, a name he harbored no aversion to, rather he greatly cherished it. Over the span of 3 days, he gradually grasped the fundamental nature of this world where men are required to do nothing yet enjoy myriad privileges. One might say that food appears at one's beck and call, and clothing is readily provided. One may marry as many women as desired, for the more wives a man has, the wealthier he becomes, as women not only earn the family's livelihood, but also handle all domestic chores. While the support provided by one wife starkly contrasts with that of several, it hinges on the man possessing a robust constitution. Alas, ever since the Dongfang continent was cursed a millennium ago, the physical condition of all men has been woefully poor. And this very body was in an abysmal state, to the extent that it had perished 3 days ago. Only after his transmigration did it regain a spark of life, a spark that, however, was all too fleeting. Wu Di reckoned that in this condition he might die once more in a few months, yet he resolved to savor life during the days he had left. But the women below, all of them are stout and vigorous, akin to genetically engineered oxen, simply do not suit my palate. Hua Xiao Wu Di gazed upon the women in the arena as robust as oxen and found no spark of interest in his heart. In this world, women generally possess a sturdy build with an average height of 2 meters. Any woman below 2 meters is deemed petite. Moreover, the majority are warriors, their muscles well developed, especially their pectorals. Many have arms as thick as his thighs and hands as large as platters, dwarfing even Wu Di's rear. Such women are utterly not to Wu Di's liking. Though there are slender petite women, they constitute merely 20% and are not favored by the majority. In this world, might is paramount. Among warriors of the same rank, those with a robust physique invariably outclass their petite counterparts, for only powerful women can better perform tasks, hunt monstrous beasts, and protect feeble men. Thus, for the past millennia, robust women have become the norm, while petite women have been undervalued, except perhaps by the formidable magicians. Yet magicians are scant in number, and their cultivation is exceptionally resource-draining. They are relatively vulnerable in the early stages, with income unable to match their expenses, making it unaffordable for ordinary families. Consequently, only a few magicians partake in the selection process, and most of the petite female warriors are outmatched by their robust counterparts. Hence, it is invariably the latter who are chosen. After 5 rounds of qualifying contests, 500 women remained on the arena floor, though ultimately only 123 would become someone's wife. This time there were only 123 eligible men on stage, although there are no restrictions on the number of wives a man may take. With a minimum of 1 men in this world are disinclined to marry more than necessary. Since its founding, Mingyue City has witnessed 20 rounds of wife selection, yet not one man has chosen to take more than one, fulfilling merely the duty of procreation. Thus, it is now customary for 1 man to have 1 wife. And there are actually 4 petite types. Though 500 people stood below, encircling these 4 women in the center, the surrounding women were taller and more robust. Wu Di merely cast a glance, and from the gap, he noticed these 4. 2 magicians, 2 warriors. It appears I must choose from among these 4. Among the other over 400 women, Wu Di found no appeal. Only these 4 petite women suited his palate. Although ostensibly delicate, they stand taller than 1.90 meters, noticeably exceeding his meager 1.85-meter physique. Though a slight pressure might be felt compared to women reaching around 2.34 meters, it is negligible. Moreover, even if not fully visible, one can surmise that each boasts legs roughly 1.2 meters long. However, there are only 4 such petite women, and since his body is merely 3 days past his 18th birthday, while the other 122 are older, he finds himself the last to be chosen for marriage. If those preceding 122 men select the 4 petite women, he will be forced to choose from the hulking ones, a prospect that fills him with dread. The mere thought of sharing a bed with these bulky women made Wu Di shudder. Merely imagining their sinewy, muscular forms suggested a texture inferior even to his own. At that moment, Wu Di instinctively grasped his chest, exclaiming, "No way. In the crowd of onlookers, I'll choose one of the petite ones. I must never marry these hulking figures." After testing his own touch, Wu Di resolved that although the stage offered only 4 petite women, there were plenty off stage. After all, among every 10 women, 2 or 3 might be petite, though most had either been eliminated or lacked the courage to participate. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host is selecting a wife. The multiple wives and offspring reward system is now activated. At that moment, an ethereal system prompt resonated in Wu Di's mind. How could it be that the invading army truly wields a golden finger? Wu Di's eyes widened in astonished delight. With the system's arrival, perhaps he was no longer destined to wait for his doom. System, what are your capabilities? No longer distracted by the women on stage, Wu Di quickly inquired about the system's functions in his mind. This system is primarily designed to prompt the host to wed and beget offspring. With every marriage and birth, rewards are granted. The more you wed and beget, the greater the rewards. Is that all it does? Nothing more. Wu Di felt that the system was rather shallow. In his state, marrying was not an issue, but bearing children would likely be impossible given his frail body. The host can also view personal data through the system. Oh, then let me check my current stats. Though it seemed a bit shallow, it was better than nothing. Host Hua Xiao Wu Di, age 18, height 185 cm, wives concubines 0, chi blood 60, magic 10, spirit 150, lifespan 27 days. Xiao, is it truly just 27 days left of life? Upon seeing his stats, Wu Di felt a chill run through him. He had expected at least a few months of life, yet it turned out to be less than 1. System, can marriage rewards extend my lifespan? Each marriage adds 1 year to your life, with the first marriage granting triple the bonus. Phew, that's a relief. Initially, Wu Di had only asked half-heartedly, but he was pleasantly surprised that it indeed granted lifespan. With the system in place, the lifespan issue was no longer a worry. Although each marriage only granted 1 extra year, marrying annually could indefinitely extend his life. System, show me the attributes of that young man beside me. Wu Di glanced at the fellow who was craning his neck in search of his ideal partner. Sorry, the system can only display the host's attributes and those of his wives and offspring. For additional features, please marry more. Future upgrades will unlock further functions. Oh, it can be upgraded. That's encouraging. Though the system's current functionality was limited, the prospect of an upgrade was still appealing. By the way, system, how many wives are needed to upgrade? Since an upgrade was possible, he set a modest goal. 10 wives and no fewer than 3 children are required. The system's emotionless voice echoed once more. Very well, it appears that an upgrade remains a distant prospect, at least a year away. In this world, marrying is exceedingly easy. No house, no car, nor dowry is required. If you fancy someone and she is not already married, she will gladly wed you and remain unwaveringly devoted. However, bearing children demands time and physical strength. Even if one chooses passivity, the 10-month gestation is inevitable. Thus, a system upgrade remains at least a year away. Yet with the lifespan concern alleviated, his focus naturally turned to selecting a wife. Wakeo, why are there only 3 left? In the brief interval of engaging with the system, some 40 or 50 men had already made their selections. Among the 4 women he coveted, one had already been taken. It turns out she is a 27th level magician. No wonder she was chosen. Wu Di carefully checked to see who had claimed her. Previously hidden behind a bulky figure, her features were now clearly revealed. She was quite attractive, meriting an 8 out of 10. And her figure was exquisitely statuesque, with curves accentuated by the subtle reveal of long legs under her magical robe that stirred an irresistible urge to caress. Oh, what a pity! Her physique and beauty, which would have been goddess level in times past, belonged to a 27th level magician. If only she reached level 30 to learn group attack skills, what a loss. Wu Di felt deep regret. A 27th level magician, if only she advanced 3 more levels to unlock group attack skills, could potentially generate gains rivaling 2 or 3 warriors of the same rank. This perhaps explained why petite women were less favored despite still being chosen. Likely that man had noticed that very trait. Forget it, there are still 3 left. I'll just see which one to choose. Now that one had been taken, Wu Di no longer agonized. After all, with 3 remaining, as long as one was reserved for him later, it would suffice. At that moment, the candidate women below were slowly moving in a circle around the platform at roughly 1-meter intervals, facilitating careful observation by the men above. Each woman bore an identification number along with details of age, occupation, and level. To choose one, simply stating the number would suffice. At that moment, one among the remaining 3 approached directly beneath Wu Di. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and clad in standard armor, she exuded a gallant poise. Moreover, her figure and appearance surpassed even that of the earlier magician, designated as number 9527, age 30. She was a warrior at level 30. This one is excellent. Her beauty and figure score at least a 9 out of 10, and judging by her armor from the Minjayu City garrison, she must be a battle-hardened warrior. I hope no one else selects her. It is known that in the early stages, warriors advance more readily than magicians. Among the remaining 400-plus candidates, nearly 100 warriors are above level 30. Wu Di noticed a warrior standing at 4 meters tall at level 36. However, that was not to his taste. For him, it was not the level that mattered, but the overall impression, and this level 36 candidate was quickly chosen. Soon a second woman arrived beneath Wu Di, clad in tight leather armor that struggled to contain her ample curves. Below the waist, her flat, fair abdomen revealed 8 well-defined abs exposed to the air. With a waist delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand, paired with her long legs standing at around 1 meter and 12 centimeters, she was undeniably alluring, a true gem among gems. This one is also a warrior, though she appears much younger. While she may be a bit shorter than the last, she stands around 1 meter and 95 centimeters tall, and her figure is equally impressive, if not more so. ID 10088, age 22, profession warrior, level 21. Though her level is a bit low, she is undoubtedly a treasure. In my past life, women like her were unimaginable without a price tag of several 100,000. I want this one too. What to do? At level 21, surely no one will choose her, right? Wu Di was now very worried, fearing that the person before him might choose her. After all, he had already lost one to selection, and if this one were to be taken as well, it would truly break his heart. Why does this body have to be so young? After seeing the 2 exceptional women as the last one remaining, Wu Di felt as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at his heart. Just as Wu Di lamented his youthful appearance, the last petite woman appeared before his eyes. Standing at around 1 meter and 95 centimeters with delicate features and a figure that could rival a utility pole adorned with large lights, she wore a flowing emerald green mage robe, exuding an ethereal charm. ID 996, age 19, profession, mage level 18. She is actually a mage. Though her level is a bit low, she is young, vibrant, and easy to train. Moreover, her mage gear looks quite valuable, undoubtedly a rich beauty. This woman must come from an extraordinary background. She is perfect for a man with dental issues. Not only is she wealthy, but she is also very capable, ensuring that both she and her children will never go hungry. How could I not want her? Woody found it difficult to choose among the three women. Although their levels and values could not compare to the first one who had been selected in terms of figure and appearance, they far surpassed her. All three were exceptional beauties, each more than 9 points out of 10. It was painful to consider giving up even one, let alone two. This was truly a tough decision. Wait, why do I have to choose? I could take them all. Suddenly Wu Di's eyes lit up. Although it had always been assumed that they would select only one wife, that was primarily due to the physical concerns of men in this world. Worried about the excessive loss of essence impacting their lifespan, but now he had a system, he no longer needed to worry about his lifespan. Moreover, every time he married, he could extend his life by 1 year. So why not choose them all? Furthermore, the empire had regulations that men must marry 3 women before the age of 25 and must have at least 1 child or risk losing their nobility. The more wives he had, the more children he could bear, and the state even offered rewards. Thus, he could marry all 3 at once. Wu Di felt a surge of excitement, but soon worry returned. Although he decided to marry all 3, it depended on the fact that no one else wanted them. Damn it, that last one. Looking ahead at the 50 or 60 people still unchosen, Wu Di felt anxious. Though half of them had already made their choices, only one petite mage had been selected. However, he could not guarantee that the remaining individuals did not share his preferences. Even if they didn't all choose, losing one would still be heartbreaking. Buddha, please bless me, do not let anyone choose these 3. Wu Di, who had never prayed to Buddha in his life, could only clutch at straws now. Meanwhile, the women below were praying to be chosen. Choose me, you must choose me. The women hoping to be married off were motivated mostly by the exorbitant taxation issues. Once a woman comes of age, she is required to pay a household tax, which increases yearly from the age of 16 to 30. As long as she is unmarried, she must pay the tax. After 30, the tax no longer increases, but it has already reached the maximum, requiring 1 gold coin every year. 1 gold, 100 silver, 1,000 copper. The exchange rate between gold and silver is 1,100, while that between silver and copper is 1,1000. An ordinary person earns only 4 to 5 silver coins a month, and if a woman does not marry by 30, she would be unable to pay the tax. However, in this world, women have certain abilities and various ways to earn money, yet overall their income after tax barely covers their living expenses. Moreover, they need to cultivate, purchase skill books, weapons, equipment, and potions, so to avoid taxes, they must find someone to marry. Of course, women with strong abilities and good financial conditions are exceptions, but such individuals are indeed rare. Take for instance the woman Wu Di had his eyes on. ID 9527. Her tax had already increased to 1 gold coin, while she, as a centurion of the city defense army, earned only 20 silver coins a month. After a year after paying the tax, she would be left with just over 1 gold coin. Although her living costs were covered, she still had some necessary expenses, and the money left was merely a drop in the bucket when it came to buying a level 30 skill book. The skill book for the level 30 skill Berserk Charge costs 5 gold coins. She would need to save for 10 years. Although she could take on some tasks to earn extra money during her rest days, it was insufficient. After deducting some necessary expenses, she would still need 3 to 5 years to save up for a skill book. If she weren't short on funds, she wouldn't only be at level 30 now. Thus, she must marry. Once married, she would be exempt from taxes, and by taking on tasks, she could buy skill books within a year, while also often purchasing monster flesh to quickly increase her cultivation level. This is my last year. I must be chosen, or I'll never rise again. Tuoba Lingxiang strode with her head held high, praying in her heart. ID 9527 was Tuoba Lingxiang. She had been participating in selections since she was 16, and this was her 14th attempt. She had failed to pass the initial rounds in the first 4 tries, but for the last 10 years, she had been eliminated every year. This year was her last chance. If no one chose her again, she would truly fade into obscurity. Without financial support, she could forget about reaching level 50 in her lifetime. She was currently only at level 30. Upon reaching level 30, she could extend her lifespan once. Theoretically, she could live to 300 years, and she was only 30 now. Though she had 270 years of lifespan left, the further she progressed, whether in learning skills or leveling up, it required an enormous financial investment. Without substantial financial backing, advancing further would be incredibly difficult. She had reached level 32 years ago, but due to lack of funds, she hadn't learned any skills, and her level hardly increased. Therefore, she must marry. Unfortunately, even the desire to marry was exceedingly difficult. Yu Dahai selecting wife 952. At that moment, the voice of the announcer above made Tuoba Lingxiang feel both nervous and excited. Ah, is it finally coming? Am I finally going to be chosen? Tuoba Lingxiang looked up at the city tower with hopeful and excited eyes, eager to see what her future husband, who would change her fate, looked like. Wokeo, no, that's my wife. On the city tower, upon hearing that number, Wu Di felt as if his insides were twisted together, his heart aching, as if it would bleed. Realizing that the treasure he had almost grasped was about to slip away, he cried out desperately. There were only 4 that he was interested in, and after one had been taken away earlier, he had felt heartache for a long while. Now losing another one was a matter of life and death. As the announcer announced the last number, Wu Di and Tuoba Lingxiang's world fell silent. Yes, I am number 9521. As soon as the announcer's voice fell, a burly level 33 warrior excitedly walked down from the stage. However, Tuoba Lingxiang, who had been excited, felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, and she was instantly dumbfounded. The dreams that had just ignited in her heart shattered into pieces. It seems that no one really wants a woman like me. Tuoba Lingxiang instantly felt like she had lost her soul, her spirit completely drained. Come on, why are you standing there like an idiot? As Tuoba Lingxiang was pushed from behind, she began to move like a soulless zombie, though she no longer held any hope. Wu Di on the city tower had a different mindset. Phew, that was close. Thank you, all the deities, for your protection. Wu Di let out a long breath, his hands trembling with excitement, feeling as if a great treasure had been regained, his mood greatly uplifted. 9527 100 88 996. You are all mine, definitely all mine. Looking at the 3 women below, Wu Di had already considered them as his possessions. Although he wasn't chosen this time, it still wasn't safe. There were still about 30 to 40 people in front of him, and his designated wife could be chosen by someone else at any moment. Thinking of this, Wu Di's previously excited mood began to tighten. Damn, this is really tormenting. Zuoqiu Mingda selecting wife number 852. Zhao Wei selecting wife number 912. Taishu Lizzie selecting wife number 1023. Every time the announcer said a number starting with 1 or 9, Wu Di's heart would tremble, filled with anxiety. Fortunately, it was all a false alarm. As the number of those not chosen grew fewer, when it was the 10th person in front of Wu Di, the announcer's words again made it hard for Wu Di to breathe. Dong Guiyushi selecting wife number 1008. Wokeo, it can't be, it's almost my turn, my goddess, please don't be my goddess. Wu Di curled up, clutching his chest. No, I must stop him, that's my wife. Wait. As Wu Di spoke, the announcer's next number abruptly cut off his words. Phew, thank goodness, it's not number 1008. My heart can't take it anymore. If this continues, I might explode before it even gets to me. Wu Di decided he couldn't just sit idly by, it was too tormenting. With only a few people left, he prepared to take action. Although he couldn't choose in advance, he could prevent others from selecting the 3 he wanted. Bro, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Seeing Wu Di in pain, the nearby young man asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing, just sat too long and my butt hurts. Wu Di waved his hand, not planning to chat further. He wanted to go to the front and stop others from selecting his wife. Bro, have you made your selection? I've already chosen, am going for that level 996 mage. Which one are you picking? Hearing this, Wu Di had just stood up, but sat back down again. Damn, he was about to go watch, and nearly got his house stolen by the guy next to him. Bro, no way, you actually chose that level 18 mage. Are you feeling alright? Wu Di said as he pressed his hand against the young man's forehead, pondering how to convince him to change his choice. Bro, I'm not sick. Oh, I know there are plenty of level 30 and above warriors who are good, but this one is younger, and a mage, and her height matches mine quite well. I think number 996 is perfect for me. Perfect for you. Bullsh, she's my wife, only suitable for me, and only matches with me. Bro, while what you said is true, selecting a wife isn't that simple. Think about it, why are mages rare? Isn't it because they burn money? Meditation requires spirit stones, which cost money, learning skills, and buying skill books costs money. Buying equipment costs money, practicing skills also requires buying magic potions, and there are various magic scrolls, etc. Which of these doesn't require a large amount of money? And she's only level 18, she can't start earning until she reaches level 30. There's a gap of 12 levels. Without hundreds or thousands of gold coins, she can't even reach level 30. The young man was momentarily hesitant after Wu Di's explanation. Seeing him hesitate, Wu Di knew his words were having an effect and quickly seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Moreover, even when she reaches level 30, she'll need to buy level 30 area attack skills to earn money, and a skill book for a level 30 mage costs at least dozens of gold coins. Even if she learns the skills, she will need to practice, which requires a large quantity of magic potions. A bottle of low-level magic potion costs dozens of silver coins, while a bottle of intermediate magic potion at level 30 costs 1 gold coin. Practicing for a day requires at least 2 bottles or more. Our Baron title only provides 10 gold coins a year, and the annual salary is only enough for her to practice for a few days. Although being a mage is good, we can't afford it, unless it's like that level 27 mage who only needs to be supported at level 3 and can earn money with an investment of 1 to 200 gold coins. But supporting a low-level mage like this is a bottomless pit. We can't afford it. If it were me, I would choose a warrior. A level 30-something warrior can earn money once married. Plus, with our barren salary, life would definitely be like that of an immortal, much more comfortable than marrying a mage. Bro, you truly woke me from my dream. I'm glad I met you today, otherwise marrying a mage would likely make life worse than it is now. I am Bachin One, being grateful for your guidance, brother. But I don't know your name. How should I address you? Bachin, bro, you're being too polite. Hua Xiao Wu Di pays his respects. Having successfully persuaded the other person, Wu Di finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Xiao, bro, what do you think of that warrior number 9527? Damn, is this kid trying to go against me? Bachin, bro, although you are a few days older than me, your perspective is not as good as mine. Oh, please enlighten me, Hua Xiao, bro. Look, she's 30 years old, which means no one chose her in the past 10 years. Everyone doesn't want her, and she has just reached level 30. She probably hasn't even practiced any level 30 skills. Marrying a woman like this will not help you earn money at all. Moreover, she is wearing standard armor indicating she is a soldier. She needs to be on duty every day, which means she won't have time to accompany you, nor can she protect you. Marrying a woman like this not only won't help you earn money, but you'll also have to spend money to help her buy skills, support her training, and additionally hire someone to protect you, which is yet another expense. I stand corrected. Truly humbled, brother Huaxia. Perhaps you could choose one for me. Bei Chun Wenbing felt utterly lost. Wu Di exhaled deeply in silent relief. Fortunately, he had inherited the memories of this body and spent 3 days absorbing knowledge about this world. Otherwise, today's misstep would have cost him dearly. My sincere thanks, brother Huaxia. I believe no. 58 is an excellent choice, Wu Di said, pointing toward a statuesque female warrior below. Oh, is there any particular reasoning behind that? Bei Chun Wenbing glanced down. She seemed no different from the others. She is 28 years old, yet already a level 32 warrior, a testament either to extraordinary innate talent or privileged upbringing. And having reached level 32, she has undoubtedly mastered her level 30 skill set. Such a woman once wed would immediately contribute to your prosperity. And does she not radiate strength and unwavering security? With her at your side, your safety would be assured beyond doubt. Brother Huaxia, your discernment is truly exceptional. Today I owe you everything. I'll follow your counsel and select no. 58. Naturally, my judgment is impeccable. With that thought, Wu Di cast his gaze once more upon the 3 women below. Thankfully, all still present. Without exception, those who had preceded him had chosen warriors ranked level 30 or above. Moreover, aside from Bei Chun Wenbing, only one man remained before Wu Di. If that final man refrained from selecting any of these 3, they would all become Wu Di's wives. As expected, that last man also chose a burly level 32 warrior, and Bei Chun Wenbing, following Wu Di's advice, selected no. 58. Wu Di silently thanked fortune for having secured Bei Chun Wenbing's choice first. Wu Di of Huaxia, you are the final candidate. Proceed with your selection, announced the herald, addressing Wu Di directly. At that moment, over 300 women remaining below gazed up at Wu Di, their last desperate hope, especially Tuobo Lingxiang. Though earlier crushed into despondency, she now pinned her fragile hope solely upon Wu Di. Others might fail this round, but still hold prospects in future selections. But she was in her final year. Wu Di was her last chance in life. Choose me. Choose me. Should you select me, I vow to obey your every command for the rest of my days. My life, my very soul, belongs to you, Tuobo Lingxiang. Her voice was soft, yet brimming with raw sincerity. I shall marry all 3 no. 9527 no. 10088 and no. 996. Wu Di rose and declared it to the herald beside him. What did you say? The herald, a formidable woman in her 30s, had heard clearly, yet disbelief lingered in her tone. I said I shall marry all 3 no. 9527 no. 10088 and no. 996. Wu Di repeated firmly. You intend to take 3 wives at once. Is such a thing prohibited? I must consult His Excellency the City Lord. I've never encountered such a case in Moonlight City's history. Though the Empire encouraged polygamy, precedent was non-existent here. She needed formal approval. Wait here. With that, the herald strode swiftly toward the city lord seated on the dais. Shangguan Mingyue, a level 69 warrior, appeared scarcely 20, despite being 60, thanks to her 500-year lifespan. In truth, she was still a young woman. Have all selections concluded? Shangguan Mingyue asked as the herald approached. Your Excellency, the final candidate, declares his intent to wed 3 wives. Uncertain whether this is permissible, I seek your Excellency's directive. Oh, he wishes to take 3. Shangguan Mingyue raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Of this 100-strong cohort, most would likely refuse marriage entirely without imperial decree and noble titles as incentives. Many men preferred banditry to matrimony, yet here stood one volunteering for 3 brides. Indeed, all petite in stature. The herald added this with a subtle glance toward Shangguan Mingyue, whose own frame was notably slender. The empire actively encourages multiple marriages. His choice is not only lawful, it is patriotic, a contribution to national prosperity. Were every man to emulate him, our empire would flourish beyond measure. Approve it, lavishly reward him, and broadcast his deed far and wide. And make no mistake, should he wish for more than 3, let him take as many as he desires. This servant takes his leave. Go. As the herald departed, Shangguan Mingyue's thoughts drifted to a long-buried humiliation. She herself had participated in 14 consecutive brides election ceremonies, yet each year fate denied her a suitor. No man wished for a petite wife like her. After turning 30, she ventured to the frontier wastelands to reclaim land, labored 30 years to achieve her current station, yet the sting of rejection remained an unhealed wound. What astonishing fortune those 3 possess, to encounter such a man. Why in all my years did I never meet someone like Wu Di of Huaxia? Wu Di of Huaxia selects brides no. 95-27 no. 10088 and no. 996. As the herald's proclamation echoed, silence fell, then erupted into thunderous murmurs across the square. Did I mishear? Did he just name 3 numbers? Indeed, whom exactly did he choose? Surely not 3. Can this truly be happening? Who selects 3 at once? In Moonlight City's past 2 decades, not a single man has ever taken 3. Not even Silver Moon Empire has seen a double selection, let alone 3. Meanwhile, the 3 fortunate women sprinted toward the city tower, faces alight with exhilaration. Tuoba Lingxiang wept openly as she ran, hands pressed to her mouth. She was wanted. No longer the woman no one desired. After 14 years of waiting, just as hope flickered its final ember, this miracle arrived. Years of suppressed sorrow surged forth, replaced entirely by rapture and radiant joy. From this instant onward, her destiny was irrevocably rewritten. Impossible. All 3 are weaklings. Yet he chooses 3 weaklings over us. Is Wu Di of Huaxia blind? To pick 3 feeble ones. Outrageous. He'd rather wed weaklings than us. Does he seek to humiliate us? What do we lack that those 3 possess? Truly his eyes have failed him. Humph. Wu Di of Huaxia, may our paths cross again. As Wu Di claimed Tuoba Lingxiang and her companions, the rejected women seethed, vowing vengeance against all 4. From the city tower, Bei Chun Wenbing watched the 3 women rush to Wu Di's side, and realized with quiet fury that Wu Di had outmaneuvered him. The woman meant for him was now Wu Di's. Yet another notion stirred within him, sparked by Wu Di's audacious triple marriage. Humph, you barely clinging to life, daring to wed 3. You court death. When you fall, they shall all be mine. Let them fatten your coffers. For now, I'll let you raise them for me. Bei Chun Wenbing resolved to claim Wu Di's 3 wives as concubines upon his demise, enriching himself with their earnings, reaping the ultimate benefit. That thought lifted his spirits considerably. Smiling, he casually draped an arm around the woman Wu Di had selected for him. Wu Di gazed at the 3 women before him, discovering that they were even more beautiful up close than from afar. His heart raced with excitement. These 3 women now belonged to him, and all the previous hardships had not been in vain. What are your names, my lovely wives? Now that the 3 were his wives, he could no longer refer to them by numbers. Husband, I am Tuoba Lingxiang. Thank you for choosing me. From now on, my life belongs to you. Tuoba Lingxiang's eyes glistened with tears, yet they were filled with loyalty and hope. Husband, I am Linghu Shaoqian. Thank you for your choice. Although my strength is not as great as Sister Lingxiang's, I will wholeheartedly take care of you and obey your every command. Linghu Shaoqian was indeed number 10088. With her petite stature and being only a level 22 warrior, she had not held much hope for being chosen, yet here she was. This surprise came so suddenly. Along with the joy, she resolved to repay her husband with all her heart, no matter the means. Husband, I am Nangong Wani. Thank you for noticing me. Here are the property deeds for Baibauj from Mingyue City and Fanqing City, which are my dowry. Please accept them graciously. Nangong Wani handed 2 property deeds to Wu Di. This was also her purpose for participating in the selection. She had only a mother and a younger sister. Due to the barren title not being able to be passed on, many had their eyes on her family's assets since her father's death. Although her mother supported them, without a title, it was challenging to protect their wealth from those with titles. If not for her mother's strong abilities, they would have long been consumed by others. However, over the years, despite her mother's efforts, there was neither time nor energy for cultivation, and her progress in rank was slow. With more and more people coveting her family's wealth, they decided that without finding a man for support, even with her mother, it would be hard to keep their assets safe. Thus, they agreed that she would enter the selection. Initially, she only intended to give it a try, never expecting to actually be chosen. Although they had to part with their family wealth at least, she had her husband, which was still theirs. Is Bai Baoj your family's? Wu Di exclaimed in surprise. He had known Nangong Wani was somewhat wealthy, but did not expect Bai Baoj to belong to her family. Though Wu Di had only been in this world for 3 days, he was aware of Bai Baoj. Bai Baoj had a wide range of items from medicinal materials and beast materials to skill books and magical equipment, including various potions and magical scrolls. Now it belongs to you, husband. Additionally, my mother is preparing 1,000 gold coins as my dowry, which will be sent to our home this afternoon. Nangong Wanyi's words were astounding. Such a dowry was indeed lavish. Tuoba Lingxiang and Linghu Shaoqian were utterly shocked. Coming from ordinary families, they could only barely make ends meet and had never seen 1,000 gold coins in their lives. They felt a sense of inferiority rise within them, thinking they were unworthy of Wu Di. However, giving up was not an option. They could only be divorced, but not abandon their husband. Even if they could abandon him, they would not want to. They could only vow in their hearts to compensate Wu Di well in the future. Wu Di, on the other hand, was astonished. In addition to the shop, there was also the 1,000 gold coins in dowry, which meant he could live a relaxed life. He had only a silver coin and a few copper coins which his aunt had given him 2 days earlier. In this world, he had only one relative left, his unmarried aunt. Over the years, it was his aunt who raised him. Yet she was only in her early 30s, a petite level 26 warrior, barely able to support him. Then I shall accept it. From now on, you 3 must live in harmony, and your status will be determined by age. Wu Di did not allow Nangong Wanyi's generous dowry to elevate her status, but ranked them by age instead. However, ranking did not matter to Wu Di. He treated them all equally. The 3 women had no objections, especially Tuoba Lingxiang and Linghu Shaoqian. They had thought that with Nangong Wanyi's significant dowry, Wu Di would make her the primary wife, but were surprised to find it was by age. The 2 women began to look at Wu Di with newfound respect. Nangong Wani also had no objections. The status did not matter, and ranking by age was fair, especially since Tuoba Lingxiang was the strongest and a soldier fitting to be the primary wife. The 3 women began to refer to each other as sisters. At that moment, the officiant approached with a large red silk, ready to proceed with the wedding ceremony. A red silk ribbon adorned with a large red flower was held by the couple, with Wu Di holding 3 ends while the 3 women each held 1. Next, the city lord of Mingyue personally officiated the wedding ceremony and issued the marriage certificates. The ceremony was straightforward. First, they offered sacrifices to the heavens, then bowed to the city lord, and finally, the couple exchanged vows to complete the ceremony. After the marriage certificates were issued, the final step was to confer titles. The title belonged to Mingyue City, and the benefits would be distributed from Mingyue City. Although it was not an imperial title, it was still recognized by the empire. The only difference was their allegiance. As long as the city lord of Mingyue did not betray the nation and the city was not occupied by others, this title would always be recognized by the empire. System, I have married. Where is my reward? After receiving the marriage certificate, Wu Di immediately asked the system for his reward. The host has not yet completed the marriage task, thus the reward cannot be issued. What nonsense! I have the marriage certificate. How is the task not complete? The host has only completed half of the task. Both parties must willingly agree to become a couple and perform the marital duties before this system will deem the task completed. Although both the host and the other party are willing to become a couple, now the final marital act is still required, so the task is not yet considered complete. Damn it, system, you're such a trickster. With this explanation, Wu Di had originally thought he could pull in more women to extend his lifespan, but it turned out the system was quite cunning and wouldn't allow him to exploit loopholes. Not only did both parties need to be willing, but they also had to engage in the act itself for it to count. The thought of exploiting loopholes was impossible. He could only obediently go back to his duties. Although he could not claim his reward yet, Wu Di was not anxious. He would likely complete the task and receive his reward by tonight. The conferment ceremony was also quite simple, with tokens already prepared. Soon it was Wu Di's turn, but when he approached Shangwan Minjiu, he distinctly felt her gaze upon him was unusual. Wu Di merely glanced at Shangwan Mingyue and was instantly captivated. It was inevitable. He had fallen in love at first sight once more. Although Shangwan Mingyue seemed old enough to be his grandmother at 500 years old, she appeared to be in her 20s. Standing at 195 meters tall, her unique aura exuded a perfect goddess image which Wu Di, having lived 2 lives, simply could not resist. She hadn't heard the word beauty in many years, having once exerted every effort to marry only to find that no one was willing to wed her. Over the years, despite her hard work establishing her current foundation, she held the title of City Lord, ruling over both Mingyue City and Xingxing City, and was also a first-class earl in the empire. Yet the label of a useless woman clung to her, and although she pretended to be indifferent over the years, it remained a painful reminder in her heart. The City Lord is breathtakingly beautiful, with a captivating charm. Every smile and movement moves the heart, as she is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Wu Di did not exaggerate in the slightest. The three women around Tuoba Lingxiang were indeed exquisite, all extraordinary beauties, yet they still paled in comparison to Shangguan Mingyue. Shangguan Mingyue belonged to the pinnacle of beauty, a goddess among women, with her figure, looks, and aura, all exceeding 95 points. In her past life, any man would have been unable to resist such a woman. "You little rascal, you really know how to make people happy." Shangguan Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. When had she heard such compliments? If it weren't for Wu Di's sincere gaze and the fact that he had married 3 women like her, she would have never believed it. "So why didn't someone like you appear back then?" "City Lord, I am not a little rascal." Wu Di immediately countered, insisting he could do anything, and one could not say he was small. In fact, he was much larger than in his past life. "Moreover, I am not simply flattering the City Lord. I speak the truth. If the City Lord does not believe me, I am willing to take the City Lord as my wife." Wu Di suddenly recalled that Shangguan Mingyue had also never been married, and given the scarcity of petite women in this world, such exquisite ones were even more rare. The system encouraged him to marry multiple wives to prolong his life, and he certainly could not let a woman as extraordinary as Shangguan Mingyue slip away. "Oh, since you speak the truth, could you tell this City Lord why you did not choose any of the strong women, but instead opted for the weak ones, and even chose 3 at once?" On the surface, Shangguan Mingyue remained calm, but inside her emotions surged. This little rascal actually declared he wanted to marry her. For so many years, she had dreamed of someone saying they wished to wed her. Unfortunately, in reality, there had been none, and today someone actually said they wanted to marry her. If it had been 30 years ago, she would have agreed without hesitation, but now she was conflicted. "If the City Lord truly wants to know, I can only tell you." After saying this, Wu Di looked toward the 4 burly guards beside Shangguan Mingyue. "Then come tell me closer. You 4 step back." Shangguan Mingyue invited Wu Di closer, dismissing the guards. She was genuinely curious as to why Wu Di only chose petite women. Wu Di stepped up the stairs, arriving beside Shangguan Mingyue. Inhaling the captivating fragrance of the woman and leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Because I am only interested in petite women like the City Lord. Those robust women simply do not appeal to me, hence I only choose someone like the City Lord. By the way, City Lord, not only are you as beautiful as a celestial being, but you also smell like a peony. Why don't you marry me?" Although Wu Di's voice wasn't loud, it was soft and sincere, filled with praise and flirtation, making Shangguan Mingyue, the City Lord, feel delighted and even somewhat restless. For someone who had always been looked down upon and despised to be recognized and praised for the first time in decades, such overt admiration truly left her at a loss. What a little rascal. No wonder you can't let anyone hear such brazen words. But why am I not angry, and yet? All right, I understand. As for your proposal, I will consider it. Here is your baron's token. Take it and go receive your fief. Because you married 3 wives at once, breaking ground for Mingyue City, I will also reward you with an additional 20 gold coins and a 3-entry courtyard." Unnoticed, Shangguan Mingyue tightly crossed her legs, sending Wu Di away. If he continued talking, she feared she might lose control. To be honest, she really wanted to agree to Wu Di. He was the first man in her life to whisper sweet nothings and express a desire to marry her. Unfortunately, seeing Wu Di's frail body, she felt conflicted. It wasn't that she despised Wu Di's weak health. Men in the Eastern continent generally had poor constitutions. She believed someone with Wu Di's health would likely struggle to endure even a few years of marriage. And having married 3, if she were to agree, it would endanger his life. In the end, she would be left a widow, earning a reputation as a man-killer. Wu Di was only 18 years old, in the prime of his youth, and he spoke such praises and recognition of her. She did not want to shorten his lifespan. Disagreeing is fine. Sooner or later you will agree. "City Lord, I do not want gold coins or a courtyard. I want territory." Wu Di did not leave. After marrying Nangong Wani, he lacked neither gold nor a house. He looked down on the few dozen gold coins and courtyard. If it weren't for the system, he would have been content to lay low and spend the rest of his life. But now that he had the system, he needed to fight for it. Otherwise, how could he live up to the identity of a fine man from Huaxia? "Are you sure you want territory? You must know that the vacant lord positions are quite perilous in poor territories, often besieged by bandits and beasts. I think you would be safer in the city. Having a title allows one to choose their territory, but Mingyue City is located on the border of the Silver Moon Empire, with the north facing the endless savage forest, frequently attacked by beasts and bandits running rampant. To the west lies the vast ocean, also needing to guard against island nations and pirate raids, while to the east is the Ziyun Empire. Although it is part of the Eastern Continent Alliance, there are often minor conflicts. The south leads to the interior of the empire's plains, which is the safest, but there are no vacant lord positions in such safe areas. Thus, over the years, no baron has been willing to risk becoming a lord. Mingyue City and Xingxing City have over 300 territories with more than 100 lord positions vacant. Other lords are held by female nobles with military achievements. There are only a few dozen baron lords, all located in the safer southern regions, and these barons come from wealthy and influential families. Shangguan Mingyue was utterly unwilling for Wu Di to take risks. Although she had not agreed to marry him, her fondness for him was undeniable. My mind is made up, and I hope the city lord will support me. Wu Di clasped his hands in respect. "So do you really want to go?" Shangguan Mingyue sighed. Had it been someone else, she wouldn't have bothered to persuade. "Please, city lord, support me." Wu Di was unaffected, insisting that even the city lord could not sway his decision. "Go get the map, so Lord Wu Di can choose a territory." Seeing that she couldn't dissuade him, Shangguan Mingyue had no choice but to have someone bring the map. "Thank you, city lord, for your support." Seeing that it was settled, Wu Di quickly expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank me, this is your right. However, with the dangers in the territory, I doubt your 3 wives can ensure your safety. Your wife's armor indicates she is a captain in the city guard. Since you intend to go to the territory, she can no longer serve in the city guard. Tomorrow let your wife select 10 subordinates. They will become your people. However, whether anyone is willing to join depends on your wife's charm. Also, as a lord, you will no longer receive your annual nobility stipend. All expenses for your subordinates will be your responsibility, including the annual taxes for the territory. So being a lord is not an easy task. You still have time to change your mind. Rest assured, my lord, I understand everything. If there were no challenges, I wouldn't want to go." "You?" Shangguan Mingyue was also infuriated. Despite her good intentions, Wu Di was completely unresponsive. "My lord, don't worry, I will take good care of everything. Not only will I manage the territory well, but I will also build a city as a wedding gift for you. At that time, you will have 3 cities under your command, and you can be promoted to a county lord." Wu Di certainly understood that Shangguan Mingyue meant well. In truth, he also wished to live a peaceful life. However, this world respects power. It is not a safe place. If one does not develop and strengthen oneself in advance, there will be no room for resistance when danger arrives. He wanted to marry Shangguan Mingyue, which was good, but the most important thing was to strengthen himself. Currently, he was neither a warrior nor a mage. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person who wants to grow must develop their own power and possess their own armed forces. Thus, becoming a lord was his only choice. "You?" This "you" was the same in tone as the previous one, but its meaning was entirely opposite. The previous "you" was frustrated, while this "you" was filled with emotion. "So he risked his life to become a lord, to build a city as a wedding gift for me, to help me be promoted to a county lord." Villages, towns, territories, cities, counties, states, kingdoms, and empires are divided into 9 levels. 3 villages can build a town. More than 3 towns can be called a territory. Likewise, more than 3 cities can be termed a county. Of course, it is not just about meeting the quantity requirements. In the territory of Mingyue City, many towns govern over 10 villages. A territory typically has several towns. Shangguan Mingyue's territory comprises over 300 lands, but there are only 2 cities, Mingyue City and Fanqing City. To build a city, one must not only have land, but also substantial financial resources, a population, and an army. Otherwise, Shangguan Mingyue would have already become a county lord. Shangguan Mingyue did not believe Wu Di could achieve this. Not to mention Wu Di's lifespan issues. Her 2 cities had developed for 10 years, and now could not support a new city. Money is one problem, but the main issue is the population. Her 2 cities, including the surrounding territories, have a total population of just over 3 million. A territory may have only a few thousand people at most, with more populous areas reaching only 20,000, making it a sparsely populated region. Without population growth, a city cannot be built unless many territories are abandoned to relocate the population into the city. However, if territories are abandoned, food resources will become even scarcer. Currently, the food in her jurisdiction can barely sustain them, and they occasionally have to purchase food from other states and counties. In years of disaster, some may starve. Thus, it is entirely impossible for Wu Di to build a city within 10 years, especially considering his physical condition, which does not allow for such a long lifespan. Therefore, Shangguan Mingyue did not have high hopes for Wu Di. Nevertheless, she was genuinely touched by his intentions. Over the years, aside from her sister, she had finally met a man willing to share her burdens. "My lord, the map you requested has arrived. Choose for yourself. The areas marked with circles are already governed by lords. You can only select one of the unmarked territories as your own. However, I advise you not to choose the outer ones. The outer territories not only have fewer populations, but are also very dangerous. In my opinion, the Falcon territory is quite good. It is only one territory away from Mingyue City. If danger arises, returning to the city will not be far. Shangguan Mingyue took the map from the guard and handed it directly to Wu Di. Although she said he could choose for himself, she could not help but suggest he select a territory closest to Mingyue City. Wu Di did not respond, but opened the map to examine it. The map only depicted the regions governed by Mingyue City and some surrounding cities and territories. It was not a map of the Silver Moon Empire, but it was sufficient. Through the map, Wu Di understood the position of Mingyue City. To the south was Aima City, southeast was Gaoshan City, and southwest was Linhai City. To the east was Fanqing City, and east of Fanqing City was the border wasteland of the Ziyun Empire. To the west, aside from a few territories, was the turbulent ocean. To the north lay the perilous wilderness forest. Most of the territories without lords were located in the west and north, with a few in the northeast. Finally, Wu Di settled on a territory near the wilderness forest called Furong Territory, which would later be known as Wu Di Territory. My lord, I choose Furong Territory. Having made his decision, Wu Di did not look further, but directly handed the map back to Shangguan Mingyue. You are insane. Furong Territory is not only barren, but also the most dangerous territory. Not only are mountain bandits rampant, but if magical beasts come down from the mountains, Furong Territory will be the first to suffer. The previous Lord Ma Furong was a capable general under me, a level 40 warrior with hundreds of elite soldiers, yet he only managed to hold out for 7 years before losing his life there. No, you need to choose another one. You are going to your death, and I do not agree. Shangguan Mingyue vehemently refused. My lord, trust me, I will not die. I still want to come back and marry you. I will not die before I marry you. Wu Di's interest in that place stemmed not only from its mountains and waters, but also its mines. Despite the dangers of the wilderness forest, it offers endless wealth, and it can expand infinitely in the future. As for the dangers and barrenness, he believed he could solve them. With the knowledge and experience from 2 lifetimes, if he could not succeed, it would be an embarrassment to the traveler he is. You? Fine. From now on, Furong Territory will be called Wu Di Territory. Remember, if you encounter overwhelming danger, return with your family. I will keep that courtyard as your reward. Thank you for your support, my lord. Although he expressed gratitude to the lord in his heart, he thought, just wait, I will not let you off easily. By the decree of the lord, the selection ceremony for brides in Mingyue City has concluded successfully. We wish the newlyweds a safe journey home. Upon seeing Shangguan Mingyue's signal, the announcer promptly declared the ceremony a success. Wu Di also took his 3 wives home. Sure, I'll go to the storeroom and select 2 300-year-old ginseng roots along with some nourishing herbs to send to Huaxiao Wu Di. Just return to her boudoir, Shangguan Mingyue instructed her personal maid. Yes, my lord, but under what pretext shall we send it? Just say it is a gift from this lord to congratulate him on his wedding. The 300-year-old ginseng was the most precious herb in her collection. If not for Wu Di's frail appearance, she would have been reluctant to part with it. Despite being the lord of 2 cities and a countess, Shangguan Mingyue's territory is barren, with most of the annual taxes paid to the empire, leaving little for herself to maintain the army and develop the land. By the end of the year, the remaining amount is meager, even less than that of some commercial families, so apart from power, she cannot help Wu Di much. Miss, the carriage and dowry are ready. As Wu Di emerged from the city lord's mansion with the 3 women, a girl in a green dress rushed over to Nangong Weiner. Green clothes greets the son-in-law. She then bowed to Wu Di. Husband, this is my maid Green Clothes. She has been with me since childhood. Although she is a maid, we are like sisters, and I hope you will cherish her. Nangong Weiner further introduced Green Clothes to Wu Di. Green Clothes, you have worked hard taking care of Weiner these years. We have decided to settle in the territory. Do you still wish to follow us? Looking at Green Clothes before him, Wu Di decided to give her a heads up. Green Clothes is relatively young, appearing to be around 17 or 18, petite, standing about 1 meter 9 tall with big eyes and a slightly chubby face, fitting the cute type. Son-in-law, wherever the miss goes, I will go, even to the wild forest. I will never leave the miss. Good, very good, but our territory is indeed adjacent to the wild forest. Wu Di was quite satisfied with Green Clothes' resolute answer. Mainly having a petite maid like her with good looks is definitely a plus. Rest assured, son-in-law. Although my level is not high, I am an 18th level warrior full of loyalty and courage. Green Clothes said, patting her not small chest. I believe you. Now let's go home. Wu Di could hardly wait to return home for their wedding night. Son-in-law, miss, the 2 ladies, please get on the carriage. Green Clothes stepped aside and pointed at the double-horse carriage behind her. Only then did Wu Di notice a luxurious carriage accompanied by a double-horse cart loaded with several wooden boxes and many pieces of cloth, with 8 burly guards standing beside the carriage. It seems this is Nangong Weiner's dowry. What a generous gift. Wu Di estimated that the wooden boxes were filled with gold coins, as Nangong Weiner had previously mentioned a dowry of 1,000 gold coins. No bride price, no house, no car, no 3 gold items. Everything is provided by the bride's side. Of course, such a large dowry can only be afforded by a wealthy woman like Nan Gong Weiner. Green Clothes had accompanied Nan Gong Weiner for the selection and had been watching from the sidelines. Upon seeing her mistress selected, she hurried back home to share the good news. Upon learning this, Nan Gong Weiner's mother was also overjoyed and quickly instructed Green Clothes to bring the prepared dowry and family guards to come over. After the 4 of them got into the carriage, Green Clothes asked Wu Di for the address and personally took on the role of the coachman. Wu Di's home is not large, consisting of a courtyard, a main room, a main house, 2 side rooms, a kitchen, and a firewood house. At this moment, the entire courtyard was filled with a festive atmosphere. The doors, windows, and beams were adorned with auspicious characters and red silk, while the 8 immortals table in the center of the hall was laden with a sumptuous feast. A charming woman was gazing out at the entrance of the courtyard. She was Wang Qilan, Wu Di's aunt, and his only relative in this life. Wang Qilan is a 26th level warrior, but due to her petite stature, just reaching 2 meters in height, despite her good looks, her strength is mediocre, and she has never been able to marry. Now at the age of 32, she has lost her eligibility for selection and can only rely on Wu Di at her family home. By now, Xiao Di should be back soon, and I wonder what kind of daughter-in-law he has chosen for me. Today marks the most important day in Wu Di's life, and also the most significant day for Wang Qilan. Over the years, she has hardly rested, spending her time hunting or on the way to hunt. Today, as Wu Di gets married, she is busy at home, and after today their family will have 1 more person, which is also good news for her. Not only will there be 1 more person to earn a living, but with Wu Di's title, there will be 10 gold coins a year as a noble salary, which will significantly improve their living conditions. With money, she can buy monster flesh and blood to nourish Wu Di's body, perhaps allowing him to become a warrior himself, gaining vitality and strength, living a few more years. Just then 2 carriages stopped at the door, catching Wang Qilan's attention. Why is the emblem on this carriage from Baibao Pavilion, and what brings it to my doorstep? Wang Qilan was quite familiar with the emblem of Baibao Pavilion. They sold the monster flesh materials they hunted there and bought potions and weapons from Baibao Pavilion. As Wang Qilan pondered this, the carriage curtain lifted and Wu Di appeared, leading the 3 women out. Xiao Di. Upon seeing Wu Di, Wang Qilan immediately rushed over. Aunt. Wu Di smiled warmly at Wang Qilan, who had treated him better than anyone else. Having heard of the term supporting brothers, this aunt is undoubtedly a supporting nephew. Wu Di's every request would be met with all her effort, otherwise she would have been a warrior above level 30 by now. Oh, it's good that you're back. Who are they? Wang Qilan helped Wu Di down, afraid he might fall. Seeing Wu Di accompanied by 3 women, she could roughly guess their identities, but couldn't help but ask. They are all my chosen wives, this is. Wu Di began to introduce the 3 women to Wang Qilan. Hello, aunt. The 3 women greeted in unison. Ah, good. Come in. Wang Qilan was also very happy in her heart. Although she did not understand why Wu Di suddenly married 3 women, especially of such petite stature, as long as Wu Di liked them, she would too. Aunt, you have worked hard. Seeing the table full of sumptuous dishes, Wu Di felt deeply moved. His aunt had raised him alone for 10 years, being completely obedient to his predecessor, working day and night to earn money, spending almost all of it on him except for the taxes she paid. 3 days ago, his predecessor fell ill and exhausted all savings, and this feast was likely exchanged for the monster hunting spoils of these past days. This predecessor was indeed fortunate, but died young. However, I will take good care of you, aunt. What's the hardship? It's just a table of dishes. If you want to eat, aunt will cook for you every day. You all sit first, he'll go get more bowls and chopsticks. Wu Di thought that he would only bring 1 wife back, so the bowls and chopsticks prepared earlier would definitely be insufficient, but thankfully there was enough food. And he'll go get them. Wu Di quickly stopped Wang Qilan. They'll handle it, your health has just improved. What if you bump yourself? Just sit down. Wang Qilan insisted, pressing Wu Di into a seat, and hurried to the kitchen. Ladies, please sit down as well. From now on, this will be your home. All I ask is that you love each other as husband and wives with no other rules. After saying this, she looked at Green Clothes standing aside and said, Green Clothes, you 2 come and eat with us. Young master, this won't do. I am but a maid bound to serve you, and madam. Lu Yi hastily waved her hands. You and Wan Yi are as close as sisters, and you came with her dowry, so you're family now. Besides, I hold authority in this household. Please sit and join us for the meal. Lu Yi, your young master has spoken. Why hesitate? Come sit down at once. Nan Gong Wan Yi urged, seeing Lu Yi still standing frozen. Thank you, young master. Lu Yi quickly took a seat across from Wu Di, her admiration for him deepening with each passing moment. Just then, Aunt Wang entered carrying bowls and chopsticks for all, distributed them, and seated herself beside them. Xiao Di, from now on you are the head of this household. Everything rests in your hands. After dinner, proceed promptly to the bridal chamber. Let the Huaxia family flourish swiftly with heirs. At Aunt Wang's bold words, all three women instantly flushed crimson. Though they had steeled themselves inwardly, hearing such matters spoken aloud left them flustered and bashful. Rest assured, Aunt, I vow the Huaxia family shall thrive and multiply abundantly. Good then. With Ling Xiang and the others now attending you, I may finally hunt in peace to earn our fortune. Tomorrow I depart for the savage wilderness forest. This expedition may take several days. Yet our home lacks sufficient rooms. Tomorrow you must clear out my chamber for your use. Once I return with earnings, we shall sell this house and purchase a larger estate. Otherwise, there will be no space left when children arrive. Wang Qiulan had not anticipated Wu Di would wed 3 wives at once. Their modest residence, with only 3 side chambers, left her no choice but to surrender her own room. She resolved, too, that this hunt must yield enough coin to secure a new home. Otherwise, their dwelling truly would prove insufficient. And there's no need to change houses. I've accepted appointment as lord of my fiefdom. I'll remain here no more than 1 or 2 nights. Tomorrow we prepare supplies, the day after we journey there together. And spare yourself the hunt tomorrow. We lack for nothing. Wani brought a dowry of 1,000 gold coins, and even the Baibao pavilion itself, into our household. We shall all relocate to the fiefdom together the day after tomorrow. Ah, you mean to become a lord? Wang Qiulan gasped, momentarily forgetting the gold and the pavilion. The peril of assuming lordship rivaled that of hunting in the wilds. Yet having made his decision, Wu Di commanded her unwavering support, even at the cost of her life. Very well, I shall speak with the team captain at once and withdraw from the squad. Wang Qiulan's hunting party had endured for years, forged by profound trust and seamless coordination. Finding such a reliable team was exceedingly rare, especially for someone slight and often overlooked like her. Still, for Wu Di's sake, she withdrew without hesitation. Just as the meal drew to a close, Yang Shirua entered, cradling an ornate gift box. Is this the residence of Baron Huaxia Wu Di? I am Wu Di of the Huaxia clan. May I ask who you are, elder sister? Wu Di rose immediately. I am Shirua, personal attendant to the city lord. His Excellency sends congratulations upon your nuptials and entrusts me to deliver this token of goodwill, wishing Lord Wu Di abundant joy in marriage and many prosperous heirs. His Excellency's kindness overwhelms me. I'm utterly honored. Please, elder sister Shirua, be seated. I dare not linger. I must return to report to His Excellency. Though curious about a man who cherished delicate women like them, Yang Shirua chose not to disturb their meal. Lu, the ever-perceptive, stepped forward and accepted the gift box. Elder sister Shirua, thank you for your trouble. Please convey my deepest gratitude to His Excellency and tell him Wu Di of the Huaxia clan shall never disappoint him. I shall deliver your words faithfully. Shirua takes her leave. Elder sister Shirua, allow me to escort you out. Wu Di hurried after her. Lord Wu Di, no need to see me off. Safeguard yourself upon reaching your fiefdom. Farewell. With those words, Yang Shirua departed without glancing back. Xiao Di, why has even the city lord sent envoys bearing gifts? Wang Qiulan asked, bewildered. Perhaps because I married 3 wives at once. His Excellency now regards me with newfound respect. Wu Di replied, omitting how he'd kindled affection in Shangguan Mingyue. My dear city lord, you shall not escape my grasp, huh? After the meal, Wang Qiulan and Lu Yi cleared the table, while Wu Di led his 3 wives into the master chamber. Ling Xiang, let your husband assist you in removing your armor. Wu Di reached toward Tuoba Ling Xiang's armor. How could I allow my husband to serve me? Rest easy. I'll manage myself. Tuoba Ling Xiang instinctively recoiled. Should word spread that Wu Di helped her disrobe armor, she'd face scorn and censure. Indeed, husband. How could we permit you to attend to us? It is our sacred duty to serve you. Ling Hu Xiaoqian chimed in supportfully. Sisters unarm each other first. I shall begin by helping husband disrobe. Nan Gongwani declared, already loosening Wu Di's robes. What a wondrous world this is. Wu Di murmured, awestruck. What did you say, husband? I said, it is my greatest fortune to have wed you all. Husband speaks falsely. Our fortune lies solely in being chosen by you. Nan Gongwan replied softly, continuing to undress him. Truly, husband, women like us, so frail and unremarkable, might never have found husbands were it not for you. Ling Hu Xiaoqian added warmly. Husband, I am 30 years old. Had long resigned myself to spinsterhood, believing no one would ever want me. Never did I dream you would choose me in the end. Tears welled in Tuoba Ling Xiang's eyes. What merit have I accumulated across lifetimes to deserve this? Should any threaten you, they must first trample over my corpse. Enough, enough. Those who rejected you were blind. Others did desire you. But I employed certain means to ensure you became mine, lest you wed another. Husband, you tease us again. All 3 women cried in unison, clearly unconvinced. I speak no falsehood. Before me stood Bei Chun Wenbing. He intended to claim you all. I nearly panicked. Only through extraordinary effort did I dissuade him. In the end, I even selected for him a hulking brute, one who'd likely crush him beneath his weight in bed. Ha ha. Wu Di chuckled, though he knew how narrowly he'd averted losing all three beauties. Ha ha, husband, you're incorrigible, but we don't believe you. Who else but you would want us? Haha, believe it or not, you are mine now. Come, let your husband cherish you fully. With that, Wu Di lunged playfully toward the three. Ah, husband, no, they cried, scattering in mock flight. Ha, you cannot escape your husband's grasp. Wu Di's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, indeed, the true identity is never revealed. Especially the 2-meter-tall Toba Ling Xiang with her fair and long legs exuding immense allure, the only flaws being 2 knife wounds and an arrow wound on her back and shoulder. As for Ling Hu Xiaoqian, although she was slightly shorter than Tuaba Ling Xiang, standing at 1.96 meters, her figure was undeniably devilish. Then there was Nan Gong Wani, the youngest, who, despite being a mage and appearing somewhat fragile, had a perfectly proportioned body, exquisite to the utmost degree. I did this out of necessity for survival. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the mission of marrying a wife. Critical reward, 3 years of lifespan, x3. First marriage reward, class Awakening, x3. Awaken class Warrior, health points, 500. Awaken class Mage, mana, 500. Please select a magic attribute. Awaken class Summoner, mental strength, 500. Wife rewards have been fully distributed. Please choose a magic attribute within an hour or the system will randomly select one. Wow, I hit the jackpot this time. The rewards have tripled. Previously, the system stated that each wife grants 1 year of lifespan, so the first marriage reward being tripled means 3 years, totaling 9 years for 3 wives. I've also awakened the classes of Warrior, Mage, and Summoner. With the trifecta, my abilities will soar. Wu Di felt a surge of excitement and ambition. The Summoner class is rarer than the Mage class, not because it requires more resources to cultivate, but because it demands the training of mental strength, which is the hardest to develop. Summoners do not require strong health support, nor a natural affinity for magic attributes. As long as one's mental strength is formidable, even an ordinary person can cultivate it. Many petite women, including men, aspire to become summoners, yet few can even begin their training, as summoners are scarce, while their equipment and skills are quite inexpensive. But which magic attribute should I choose as a mage? Wu Di found himself in a dilemma. In this world, there are 11 magic attributes for mages, namely gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, space, light, and darkness. Wu Di immediately dismissed the darkness attribute, as the men of the eastern continent are cursed due to a forbidden curse cast by the only level 100 dark mage from the western continent at the time of their death. The light attribute primarily focuses on healing and support, while the 5 elements attribute is more common, offering a comprehensive range of magic skills centered on offense and defense. The ice attribute emphasizes attack and support, possessing built-in slow effects, while the wind attribute leans more towards support with weaker attack and defense, but higher agility. The thunder attribute focuses on offense, featuring paralysis effects, but lacks defensive skills. The space attribute has fewer offensive means, with only 1 space-cutting skill available before level 70, which can only be learned at level 30. However, space mages can create storage artifacts, teleportation scrolls, and set up teleportation arrays. They can also learn teleportation skills at level 20, making them hard to kill, thus showcasing their incredible abilities to earn money and escape. Moreover, at levels 70 and 90, they possess 2 powerful area attack skills that are truly extraordinary, yet space mages are quite rare, and powerful space mages are even scarcer. The highest-ranking space mage in the entire Silver Moon Empire only reaches level 75. Yet, just the level 70 Space Rift skill forces mages and warriors below level 90 to avoid its sharp edge. If he could only choose one class, Wu Di would select Thunder or Ice. However, now that he possesses 3 classes, he has the attack capabilities of a warrior and can summon combat partners lacking neither offense nor defense. Thus, he chose the space attribute, as earning money is one aspect, but more importantly, it's about survival. The space class not only allows him to teleport, but also enables him to create teleportation scrolls. Not only can he protect himself, but he can also provide an escape option for those around him. Although the number of attack skills is few, each one is exceptionally powerful. At this moment, Wu Di distinctly felt his body had become significantly stronger, and he appeared more spirited, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Host: Huaxia Wu Di. Age 18 years. Height 188 centimeters. Wives: 3. Warrior level 5, no skills. Mage level 5, no skills. Summoner level 6, no skills. Health 560. Mana 510. Mental 650. Lifespan 9 years and 27 days. While this is a significant upgrade, Wu Di noticed that all 3 attributes had increased by 500, and even his height had grown by 3 centimeters. So it turns out that mental strength corresponds to the summoner class. I originally had a mental strength of 150, likely due to my reincarnation. It seems that even without the awakening system, I had a chance to become a summoner. Now I can finally cultivate, but I currently have no skills. It seems I need to buy some skill books tomorrow. By the way, I should be able to check on Ling Xiang and the others now, right? Wu Di concentrated, and the information about the 3 women appeared before his eyes. Wife Tuaba Ling Xiang. Age 30. Height 2 meters. Loyalty 100 max value. Class Warrior. Level 30. Health 3060. Mana 300. Mental 90. Skills Basic Swordsmanship, Assassination Swordsmanship, Block, Dodge, Shield Strike, Serpent Step, Half Moon Slash, Cross Slash, Charge, Blazing Slash. Lifespan 266. 9 years. Wife Ling Hu Xiaoqing. Age 22. Height 1. 96 meters. Loyalty 100 max value. Class Warrior. Level 20. Health 2080. Mana 200. Mental 60. Skills Basic Swordsmanship, Assassination Swordsmanship, Block, Dodge, Shield Strike, Serpent Step, Half Moon Slash, Cross Slash, Jump Slash. Lifespan 72. 5 years. Wife Ningong Wani. Age 19. Height 1. 95 meters. Loyalty 98. Class Wood Mage. Level 18. Health 180. Mana 1800. Mental 36. Skills Wood Spike, Attack, Wood Leaf Healing. Lifespan 76 years. It seems that mages are genuinely weak in the early stages. Not only do they have low health, but they also have fewer skills. In the early stages, warriors appear to be more advantageous, but Xiaoqing, despite being level 20, has only learned a few skills. Ling Xiang has learned most of her skills before level 20, but none of the skills for level 30, so it seems I need to buy her a few skill books tomorrow as well. Wu Di was aware that his 2 women were somewhat impoverished, especially Toba Ling Xiang, who, although a level 30 warrior, had no level 30 skills and could not fully unleash her power. Husband, why do I feel that your health has suddenly become so powerful? Tuaba Ling Xiang, just awakening from her reverie, noticed Wu Di's change in aura. Because you are all lucky charms for your husband, he can now cultivate. Oh really? Husband, can you really cultivate now? The 3 women immediately sat up in surprise, grabbing Wu Di's arms and gazing at him with anticipation. Since the eastern continent was cursed, it has become exceedingly difficult for men to cultivate, though otherwise they would not have such short lifespans. Over the past millennium, only those men with profound fortunes have been able to cultivate. Although the power of the curse still lingers, as long as one reaches level 30 in cultivation, they can extend their lifespan by 100 years. While this is only a third of a woman's lifespan, it would still allow for a normal human lifespan. If their husbands are able to cultivate, then, as long as Wu Di breaks through to level 30, they can be together for 100 years. Of course it's true, and he directly reached level 5. This is all thanks to your efforts. Oh, that's wonderful. At this moment, the 3 women could already sense the changes in Wu Di's body. Although they didn't know why he suddenly could cultivate after being intimate, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Then husband, what about? Ling Hu Xiaoqing also spoke up, realizing that if he could cultivate, they must support him wholeheartedly. Absolutely, this time I will definitely reclaim my honor. Wu Di felt that his vitality and energy had increased many times compared to before, and he believed his strength would surely rise significantly. After discovering that the congratulatory gift sent by the city lord's manor consisted of nourishing herbs, Wang Qiulan immediately grabbed an old hen to stew, preparing to nourish Wu Di's body later that evening. Green clothes, you'll take the tub over first, and when the water boils you can bring it over. After doing all this, Wang Qiulan estimated that Wu Di should be done soon, preparing for him to take a bath and then drink chicken soup. When Wang Qiulan arrived at Wu Di's door with the bathtub and a change of clothes, her hand froze as she knocked. Is he still not done cultivating? How can such a frail body cultivate for so long? Although Wang Qiulan had never seen a pig run, she had seen pigs before. It should be done soon, I'll wait a bit. Wang Qiulan gently set the tub down at the door and waited. However, she quickly realized that this was a wrong decision. Wanting to leave, she found her body as if it were frozen, unable to move an inch. It was not until green clothes came over with the bathing water that she regained her ability to move, barely suppressing her racing heartbeat as she approached green clothes, who was about to come closer. Green clothes, please take the water back for now. Your husband and his companions probably don't need it just yet. It would be bad if it cools down. After saying this, Wang Qiulan quickly dashed into the kitchen, thankful that the dusk had arrived so green clothes noticed nothing amiss. Hearing Wang Qiulan's words, green clothes pondered for a moment, carrying the water bucket back. After finishing his cultivation, Wu Di lay contentedly on the bed, feeling the changes in his body. Compared to his previous cultivation time, his progress had nearly tripled. Although he had not yet reached the combat power of his past life, he was now barely sufficient as growth is a process, and Wu Di believed that his strength would continue to increase significantly. Ding Host has cultivated 3 times Vitality, 10 a Magic 10, Spirit 10. Please continue to work hard. Indeed, I can really cultivate now, and it is much easier than for others. The system truly is commendable. In his heart, Huaxiao Wudi couldn't help but give the system a 5-star review, as it not only solved his cultivation issues, but also increased his lifespan. Although his lifespan was still very short, there would be plenty of opportunities to improve in the future. Moreover, as long as he broke through to level 30, even with the curse extending his lifespan by 100 years would not be a problem. Due to the curse's ability, it belongs to the rules of this century, and this system cannot eliminate it, so the host cannot cultivate normally. The bond of husband and wife is the only way for the host to increase their strength. Understood. A harmonious family leads to prosperity, right? Wu Di finally grasped the meaning of this golden saying after living 2 lives. Although he could not cultivate normally, this method of cultivation was even more interesting for Wu Di, as if it were tailor-made for him. If I had known I could cultivate this way, I wouldn't have risked becoming a lord in the territory. However, now that the territory had been chosen, there was no need to regret it. Although the territory was dangerous, it was also an opportunity. To quickly enhance one's cultivation, a warrior must constantly absorb the energy from the flesh of magical beasts, and the flesh must be of a higher level than their own. Tuoba, Lingxiang, Linghu, Xiaoqian, and her aunt all needed powerful magical beast flesh to enhance their strength, so they could only improve their abilities better by going to the territory. As for the danger, it was not uncontrollable. After all, Wu Di's territory had tens of thousands of citizens living there. If those citizens could survive, it made no sense for him, a transmigrated lord, not to be able to. Moreover, while the city appeared safe, it could not develop its own power, and obtaining magical beast flesh was relatively difficult. Now that the last world war had passed for a millennium, the eastern continent was much weaker than before. Would the western continent merely curse the eastern continent for a millennium without taking further action? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Once war breaks out again between the eastern and western continents, where would he go? Even if he possessed 100-level power at that time, what then? Didn't the Dark King from 1,000 years ago also perish from being besieged by the eastern continent? In the event of a great war like 1,000 years ago, it would not be something one person could influence. And even if he became powerful, what about those around him? Who would protect them? Therefore, he must go to the territory, develop his own power, and cultivate those important to him. Prepare for the worst while enjoying the present. Although going to the territory was also dangerous, the dangers were visible and could be avoided or resolved in advance. However, the threat from the western continent was like a sword hanging over his head, ready to drop at any moment. Although he was a transmigrator as a part of the eastern continent, he could not stand idly by. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Wait a minute, system, didn't I cultivate 3 times before? Did you absorb all that? According to your calculations, shouldn't I have 6 times the experience? Host, anything under 5 minutes doesn't count. You sly one, that is in the past, don't mention it again, and just pretend I never asked. Wu Di felt embarrassed, realizing that not gaining experience for less than 5 minutes of cultivation was unfortunate, but thankfully, he was no longer a novice. Husband, have you suddenly become so strong because you can cultivate now? Tuoba Lingxiang asked, taking a breath. Although it was her first time cultivating like this, she was the strongest among the 3 women, and with just a brief rest, she could recover, which was one of the advantages of her strength. Rest assured, my husband will only grow stronger in the future. You are already strong enough, look. After giving Wu Di a 5-star rating, Tuoba Lingxiang pointed teasingly at the other 2 women. Wu Di looked at everything before him, feeling a sense of pride rise within him. Although he was much stronger in his past life, his opponents were even more formidable. He had never experienced such a sense of achievement before. No wonder so many people enjoy the thrill of youthful romance. In his previous life, he had several girlfriends, yet he never encountered such youthful romance. Perhaps this life was a way to settle the regrets of his past. Lingxiang, after you resign from the barracks tomorrow, will you have to turn in your armor and weapons as well? Wu Di suddenly thought that if Tuoba Lingxiang had to turn in her armor, he would have to help her acquire a new set. After all, Tuoba Lingxiang was the strongest fighter in their household, and with her aunt and Xiaoqian both wearing leather armor, it was necessary to provide them with iron armor now that he had the funds. Yes, husband, my armor and weapons are standard issue, and they'll have to be turned in after I resign. Once she leaves the military camp, anything bearing the military's mark must be returned, as it is the rule. Although Wu Di's territory belonged to Mingyue City, the soldiers of Wu Di's territory were not under the direct jurisdiction of Mingyue City. They only belonged to Wu Di's territory, so her original preparations would not allow her to take them. Wu Di had considered this, which is why he asked. Then turn them in tomorrow. We will get you a new set, and you can resign from the barracks, choose your guards while 1E and I go to the treasure pavilion to buy some supplies. Alright. Tuoba Lingxiang had no objections to Wu Di's arrangements. From the moment Wu Di chose her, she vowed not to resist or contradict any of his wishes. Husband, what about me? At this moment, Ling Hu Xiaoqian had recovered quite a bit and looked towards Wu Di asking, tomorrow your task is to go with your aunt to buy food, buy as much as you can. Although Wu Di didn't know much about the specifics of the territory aside from the wealthy regions in the rear, the surrounding areas were very barren. Moreover, food has always been scarce in Mingyue City, so procuring food is of utmost importance. They must buy a batch of food to take with them. Yes, husband. After receiving Wu Di's task, Ling Hu Xiaoqian felt very pleased. She had always wanted to repay Wu Di's kindness, but her strength was inferior to Tuoba Lingxiang, and her financial resources were not as good as Nangong, making her feel like the weakest among the three. Thus, even when she felt exhausted to the point of nearly fainting, she still cooperated with Wu Di's cultivation with all her might. Little enemy, the hot water is ready. Would you like to take a bath? At that moment, Wang Xiaolan, who had returned hurriedly, asked upon hearing the voices in the room. Auntie, just a moment, I'll open the door now. Having just sweated a lot, it would have been a simple rinse in his past life, but now having such a caring aunt is truly wonderful. Husband, let me go. Tuoba Lingxiang quickly stood up. As women of Wu Di, how could they let him do the work? No need, I'll go instead. Wu Di quickly refused. He hurriedly put on his pants and outer robe, rushing out of the bedroom to open the door to the main room. Wu Di's room is a suite with the living room in the middle, the main bedroom on the left, and an additional room on the right. Auntie, thank you for your hard work. From now on, let them handle these things. Wu Di felt a bit embarrassed to have Wang Xiaolan serve him, deciding that he must find a few maidservants after they reached their territory. What? These things were always done by Auntie before, and now that you have a wife, do you find Auntie an eyesore? Wang Xiaolan shot Wu Di a glare, preparing to carry the bathtub and water inside. How could that be, Auntie? You are my dearest aunt, how could I find you bothersome? I'm just worried that you are working too hard and feel sorry for you. Wu Di said this and prepared to help Auntie carry the water bucket. At least you have some conscience. Over the years, Auntie hasn't spoiled you for nothing. But don't move, how can a big man like you do this kind of work? Besides, you are now the head of the family, so this work is not for you. Wang Xiaolan easily dodged Wu Di's outstretched hand and walked into the room. In the eyes of women in the Eastern continent, men only need to be responsible for the big picture and for continuing the lineage, all other matters are left to the women. Auntie, I can cultivate now. I just want to test my strength. Wu Di was eager to share this good news with his aunt to make her happy. Really? You're not joking with Auntie, are you? But looking at you, you do seem more spirited than before. Hearing Wu Di's words, Auntie quickly put down the bathtub and water, carefully examining Wu Di. It's true, and I'm already at level 5. As he spoke, Wu Di flexed his muscles, even though he didn't really have any. That's wonderful, simply wonderful. Wang Xiaolan, feeling the vitality within Wu Di's body, was extremely excited. She had depended on Wu Di for 10 years. 10 years ago, her half-sister entrusted Wu Di to her, but over the years, despite her careful care, she knew Wu Di's body, it was likely he wouldn't even make it to 20. But now Wu Di could cultivate, which meant his physical condition would improve. Even if it didn't extend his lifespan, as long as he didn't lose years in the short term, he could live a few more years. If he was lucky enough to break through to level 30 before turning 30, that could add nearly 100 years to his life. This was undoubtedly the greatest surprise for both her and Wu Di. Auntie, why are you crying? Seeing Wang Xiaolan shed tears of joy, Wu Di felt both moved and pained. Auntie is just happy. Auntie is so happy. You can cultivate now. Even if it costs my life, I will ensure you break through to level 30 before you turn 30. Auntie, don't worry. We will help husband break through to level 30 as soon as possible. At that moment, Tuoba Lingxiang and the others also came over. Auntie, you should rest. You've been busy all day. We'll take care of husband. After saying this, Tuoba Lingxiang picked up the wooden tub and water and went inside. Ling Hu Xiaoqian also quickly walked to the door to carry in another bucket of water, while Nangong Weiner's hands held the clothes laid out for changing at the door. All right, little enemy is in your hands. There's still water in the kitchen. I'll have Leviu bring it over. He'll go check on the chicken soup first. Wang Xiaolan, seeing that the three girls had taken care of everything, no longer stayed and headed straight to the kitchen. Husband, let us serve you for your bath. Wu Di, having lived 2 lives, was truly experiencing what it meant to enjoy like an emperor. The next morning, Wu Di opened his eyes and the system's delightful prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has cultivated 3 times vitality, 10, a magic 10, spirit 10. To survive, please continue to work hard. Wu Di felt that if he continued to cultivate like this, he would likely reach level 6 by tomorrow. His vitality had already reached 580, and based on the comparison with the 3 girls' attributes, he would become a level 6 warrior once he hit 600. However, among the 3 warrior professions, Wu Di's level could only rank 2nd, The first was the summoner. Now that his spiritual power had reached 670 points, he was already at level 6, and just needed 30 more points to reach level 7. His magic value was the lowest, only at 520 points. However, Wu Di had the levels in 3 professions, but no skills. He needed to learn some skills today. Wainer, you are awake. At this moment, Wu Di noticed Nangong Wainer's affectionate eyes staring at him without blinking. Husband, are you awake? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Nangong Wainer propped her head on one hand, looking at Wu Di, having already woken up, but not daring to move to let him sleep a bit more. I can't sleep any longer. Today is the only day we have to prepare before we set off for the territory tomorrow. Then we will help husband get dressed. Seeing Wu Di getting up, Nangong Wainer quickly stood to assist. What about Lingxiang and the others? Sister Lingxiang and Sister Xiaoqian went out to get busy before dawn. Wu Di then remembered that he had assigned tasks to Tuoba Lingxiang and Linghu Xiaoqian yesterday. Little enemy, although you can cultivate now, you still need to take care of your health and not overwork yourself. They'll go bring you some chicken soup. Seeing Wu Di come out, Wang Qiulan, who had been waiting at the door for a while, couldn't help but remind him. Last night, she had brought chicken soup over only to make a wasted trip. It wasn't until late at night that Wang Qiulan took the chicken soup back to the kitchen. Now the chicken soup had boiled down to chicken broth. However, she supported Wu Di's wishes even if she was a bit worried about his health. After Wang Qiulan left, Levayu, who had been waiting to serve, stepped forward with a basin of water, saying, "Young master, the servant is here to help you wash up." After breakfast, Wu Di and the others went their separate ways. Tuoba Lingxiang went to the military camp, while Annie and Linghu Xiaoqian went to buy grain. He, on the other hand, sat in a carriage with Nangong Wainer, heading straight for the Baibao Pavilion. Levayu continued to act as the coachman. The Baibao Pavilion was only a street away from the Lord's mansion, located in the most bustling area of Minghua City. At the Baibao Pavilion, people came and went, and business was booming, practically raking in gold daily. However, a golden hen without a backer was always prone to attracting unwanted attention. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests entered the Baibao Pavilion. 8 burly women charged into the hall like fierce demons, taking down several guards without a word. Instantly, the dozen or so customers in the hall rushed to escape, and although a few shop assistants glared angrily, they dared not move. "Madam, it's bad. Nangong Yin and the others are here again." Shangguan Qing'er rushed up to the 3rd floor, speaking to Murong Lingshan, who was checking the accounts. "Are they coming again?" Murong Lingshan frowned slightly, closing the account book and slowly rising. Murong Lingshan was very troubled by Nangong Yin and Li Feifei. It was due to their pressure that she had no choice but to let her daughter participate in the wife selection ceremony to seek protection. Although she succeeded, the only 2 Baibao pavilions she owned now belonged to her yet obesing son-in-law, which seemed better than having them taken away by these 2. However, the shop she had painstakingly managed for decades was now beyond her control. She could only rely on luck, hoping her son-in-law would treat her and her daughter well. "Madam, this time they brought 6 subordinates with them. It seems they must have heard that Wan Yi was chosen and came to forcefully seize it. They just didn't expect that I had already given the deed to Wan Yi as a dowry yesterday. Let's go down and take a look. Although Baibao Pavilion no longer belongs to me, I cannot allow them to cause a scene." With that, Murong Lingshan led the way downstairs. "Oh, big sister, second sister-in-law, why are you so angry today?" As soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs, Murong Lingshan put on a smile and spoke first. Indeed, Nangong Yin was Murong Lingshan's sister-in-law, the biological aunt of Nangong. Wan Yi, while Li Feifei was the legitimate wife of her second brother, making her the aunt of Nangong Wan Yi. Murong Lingshan Baibao Pavilion is the property of the Nangong family. I advise you to hand over the deed and property immediately, or don't blame me for being ungrateful. Nangong Yin wasted no time and got straight to the point. Murong Lingshan, you and your daughter have already moved out of the Nangong family. Baibao Pavilion belongs to the Nangong family, and you must hand it over today. Li Feifei also spoke up. Do you 2 sisters have no shame? Not to mention that Baibao Pavilion was built by me. You were already married off when I entered the Nangong family, and are no longer one of us. Even so, every time you asked to borrow money knowing full well you wouldn't repay it, I never refused you. Over the years, you have borrowed no less than 500 gold coins from me under the pretense of borrowing money. Even if I left the Nangong family, I still did not make you repay it out of former affection, yet now you are coveting my Baibao Pavilion because you think you are strong. You are truly my dear elder sister and second sister-in-law. After your brother passed away for the past 10 years, I have been supporting you and the old lady, as well as your younger sister. I have spent no less than 100 gold coins on you each year. Now that the old lady is gone, I even gave you the large courtyard of the Nangong family and opened an iron shop for your daughter, giving you 300 gold coins. Yet you are still not satisfied, still thinking about my Baibao Pavilion. Has your conscience been fed to the dogs? The more Murong Lingshan spoke, the angrier she became, realizing she had raised a group of ingrates. Morong Lingshan Baibao Pavilion is my third brother's property. What's wrong with me taking a little? Now that my third brother is gone, and you have left the Nangong family, what's wrong with me reclaiming the shop? Nangong Yin appeared to take it for granted, and Murong Lingshan's words did not awaken her in the slightest. Murong Lingshan Baibao Pavilion has always been the property of the Nangong family. Hand it over now, and out of consideration for our past relationship, we can give you 100 gold coins. If you still refuse to comply, don't blame us for being rude. Li Feifei drew her long sword threatening. Li Feifei was not prepared to drag this out any longer. Although Baibao Pavilion had guards, the people they brought today were all level 35 warriors, more than enough to deal with the guards of Baibao Pavilion. She herself was a level 43 warrior, and in this confined space, she had a chance to deal with Murong Lingshan, a level 39 mage, especially since Nangong Yin had already reached level 48. They had to seize Baibao Pavilion today, though otherwise once her newly recruited son-in-law provided support, they would have to wait until he died to obtain Baibao Pavilion. Then you can start. Even if you kill me today, you won't get Baibao Pavilion. Murong Lingshan looked at the two calmly. Murong Lingshan, don't think that just because we are in the city we won't dare to kill you. The person behind us is the city lord, and he must be treated with respect. Oh, who dares to boast in my shop, showing no regard for me and the city lord? Wu Di had just arrived at the door when he heard someone boasting. Not waiting for the person to finish, he spoke up. In regard to the predicament of Baibao Pavilion, Nangong Wan Yi had already informed him on the way. Although he was unsure of who these people were, he had a rough idea of their identities. I greet you, my Lord Baron. Although the staff of Baibao Pavilion had never seen Wu Di, they recognized the Baron's attire, which only a Baron could wear, a symbol of nobility, and hurriedly bowed. No need for formalities. Mother, are you all right? Nangong Wan Yi rushed in front of Murong Lingshan, expressing her concern. She felt a bit scared. Had she not come with Wu Di today, her mother would have suffered. Seeing Wu Di arrive together with her daughter, Murong Lingshan immediately recognized Wu Di's identity. Mother is fine. This is Baron Wu Di from Huaxiao. I have met you, my Lord Baron. Even though he was her son-in-law, she had to show respect to a baron who was nobility. She used to be a baroness, but after her husband died, the baron title was automatically revoked, and she was no longer a baroness, just a widow. There's no need for formalities, mother-in-law. I apologize for arriving late and causing you fright. Seeing Murong Lingshan, if it weren't for Nangong Wan Yi calling her mother, he would have thought she was Nangong Wan Yi's sister. However, despite her youth and beauty, he still had to call her mother-in-law. Although this world values men over women, parents of the legitimate wife still deserved respect. As for the parents of concubines he may marry in the future, they would not need to be addressed as such. At the same time, Nangong Yin and Li Feifei sensed something was off. Although they had overwhelming power over the other party, they knew that facing Wu Di, a man of noble status, today's matter was doomed to fail. Although he was merely a baron, he was still a noble, and the empire placed great importance on titles. Killing a noble was tantamount to treason, leading to nationwide pursuit and execution of 3 generations. Moreover, insulting a noble was akin to insulting the nation, which was also punishable by death. Thus, the moment Wu Di appeared, they knew they had no chance. It seems you hold some grievances against me, Baron. Not only do you fail to pay your respects upon meeting me, but you also dare to injure my guard. It appears you are tired of living. My Lord Baron, forgive us. We were merely stunned by your noble demeanor and forgot to pay our respects. As for the injury to your guard, we truly do not understand. Facing Wu Di's reprimand, Nangong Yin understood that a wise person does not suffer a loss in front of them. She hurriedly apologized, genuinely puzzled by Wu Di's accusation of injuring his guard. The treasure pavilion has long been given to me as a dowry by Wan Yi, and now it is my property. You dare to cause a ruckus in my treasure pavilion, driving away my guests and injuring my guard. You truly have some audacity. Watching the 2 towering figures before him, Wu Di felt no fear, for they were in the city, merely a street away from the city lord's mansion. Outside the city, he would not be foolish enough to reason with them. What? What do you mean the treasure pavilion was given to you? This is impossible, Li Feifei said in disbelief. They had toiled and tried everything to acquire it, yet now it seemed to have been directly given away. My Lord Baron, we were unaware that the treasure pavilion was already your property, otherwise, even with 1,000 times the courage, we wouldn't dare offend you. Here is 100 gold coins, consider it compensation for the losses to the treasure pavilion. We hope the Baron can forgive our unintentional mistake. While requesting Wu Di's forgiveness, Nangong Yin subtly pulled at Li Feifei to imply something. Oh, my Lord Baron, forgive us. We were merely joking with my sister-in-law, unaware that she had already gifted the shop to you. I am willing to offer 100 gold coins as an apology and hope for your forgiveness. Though Li Feifei was extremely reluctant, she had no choice but to cough up 100 gold coins as compensation, otherwise merely offending the Baron was something they could not bear. Considering you are Wan Yi's aunt and sister-in-law, I shall not hold this against you this time. However, should you offend me again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Having just learned their identities from Nangongwan, Wu Di was not truly letting them off for her sake. Although he was a baron, he lacked the strength to confront them directly. Now he relied solely on the deterrent of his baron status, choosing to let things go for the moment. If he pushed them too hard, and they retaliated ferociously, he would suffer greatly. I dare not disturb your business, my lord baron. We shall take our leave. Get lost. After Green Clothes collected the gold coins from the two, Wu Di rudely ushered them out. Meanwhile, Murong Lingshan, who had been watching the scene unfold, raised her opinion of Wu Di a few notches, quietly putting away the 3 scrolls she had been holding in her spatial ring. He is unlike ordinary men, weak and arrogant. He is poised and restrained. It seems Wan Yi's luck surpasses mine as a mother. Just moments ago, Murong Lingshan feared that Wu Di, being a newcomer, would recklessly confront them. If that happened, even if she saved Wu Di and Nangongwan, the treasure pavilion would surely be ruined. Sister, not only did we fail to acquire the treasure pavilion, but we also lost 200 gold coins. Are we just going to let this slide? Li Fei, leaving the treasure pavilion, said begrudgingly. This matter will definitely not end here. Isn't he planning to become a lord? Those unclaimed territories are fraught with danger. We need only wait for him to perish. The treasure pavilion will still belong to us. You should send someone to inquire about which territory he chooses and keep watch. As soon as he dies, we will take back the treasure pavilion. All right, sister, I will get someone to inquire right away. With Nangongyan's words, Li Fei felt much better. Thank you, my lord baron, for rescuing me. Please come upstairs. Though he is my son-in-law, Murong Lingshan still expressed her gratitude with respect. My dear mother-in-law, there are no outsiders here. You need not call me my lord baron. Just call me Wu Di. Wu Di was indeed a bit unaccustomed to Murong Lingshan's respectful manner towards him. He hoped that his relationship with Murong Lingshan would be maintained through emotional ties rather than rank. However, in this world, social rank surpasses emotional connections. According to the rules, she must now refer to his daughter as my lady baroness. That won't do, but's the rule. Although my lord baron is Wan Yi's husband, he is also a baron of the empire. Disrespecting the baron is a disrespect to the empire. My lord baron, you have come for the handover right. I have prepared the accounts for your review. After leading Wu Di and the others to the 3rd floor, Murong Lingshan spoke directly. My lord baron, lady baroness, please take a seat. I will bring the accounts right away. Murong Lingshan showed no discomfort at the change in how she addressed her daughter and naturally attended to the two. My dear mother-in-law, you misunderstand. I have come merely to purchase some equipment, skill books, and magical scrolls. As for the treasure pavilion, it remains yours. I cannot accept it. Though the treasure pavilion earns gold by the day, he could not be greedy. If he truly took it, given that he learned Murong Lingshan had been compelled into this, allowing Nangongwan to run for office with the pavilion as her dowry, that would be excessive greed. Now that she had not only gained Nangongwan but also a dowry of 1,000 gold coins, if he then took the treasure pavilion, it would indeed be insatiable greed, especially since the other party was not a stranger. Husband, this. Nangongwan did not expect Wu Di to forego the treasure pavilion, which was generating wealth, especially since he had not mentioned this matter to her when he arrived. My lord baron, this treasure pavilion is Wan Yi's dowry. How can it be returned? Murong Lingshan gazed at the deeds on the table, feeling somewhat confused herself. She had thought to use the treasure pavilion as a dowry to prevent it from being taken by outsiders, thus losing her years of effort, but she never anticipated that he would not want it back. Surely my dear mother-in-law knows that I have chosen a territory. Tomorrow I shall take Wan Yi and the others to the territory, leaving no time or energy to manage city affairs. Moreover, I am not suited for business. Rather than allow the treasure pavilion to decline in my hands, it is better to return it to you, as it has been your hard work for many years. Of course, externally the treasure pavilion will still be regarded as mine, which will also alleviate some unnecessary troubles for you. This is not acceptable. The treasure pavilion has already been given to my lord baron. How can it be taken back? Seeing that Wu Di's words were sincere and not a facade, Murong Lingshan, though reluctant to part with the treasure pavilion, understood that once it was given away, it could not be taken back. Then how about this? Consider the treasure pavilion a gift from your son-in-law to you, as thanks for raising such a virtuous and good wife. As he spoke, Wu Di did not forget to take the hand of the currently blissful Nangongwan. Murong Lingshan said, since the baron himself has spoken, thus the Baibao pavilion shall remain under this humble woman's management. However, from now on, I will supply the baron's territory each year with at least 1,000 gold coins worth of equipment and provisions. Murong Lingshan contemplated for a moment and offered Wu Di the choice. If the baron accepts my proposal, then I will accept your gift in return. Wu Di had already investigated the 2 Baibao pavilions in Minghua City and Fanqing City, each only netted roughly 1 to 1,500 gold coins annually. Considering his territory's need for vast amounts of gear and supplies, he could not refuse such terms. It would enable him to develop rapidly, and the Baibao Pavilion could once again fall back into Murong Lingshan's hands. This son-in-law agrees, Wu Di replied. But I have one condition in private, mother-in-law. Please do not call me Baron. Call me Wu Di or simply son-in-law. Murong Lingshan answered, very well. Son-in-law's wish it is. She had not expected Wu Di to care for her daughter so tenderly. Her favor toward him rose nearly to its peak. Wani is truly fortunate. Not only was she chosen by the son-in-law at once, but he dotes on her so. More importantly, he seems to have a particular weakness for petite women. 1 in 10,000 indeed. Indeed, if he prefers petite women and treats me this well, could it be? Murong Lingshan suddenly realized that she herself was small and secretly glanced at Wu Di. Seeing Wu Di gazing with affectionate eyes at her daughter, she instantly exhaled in relief, though a faint trace of disappointment lingered. I suppose I was overthinking. Wu Di then wrote out a procurement list and handed it to Murong Lingshan, who instructed Shangwan Qing'er to prepare the goods. At the same time, he drew 3 scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them to Wu Di. Baron, son-in-law, these are 3 beginner teleportation scrolls. The territory is fraught with danger. If you encounter peril, open a scroll at once. They will randomly teleport you to a location 100 li away, but the destination is not fixed. Whether it will be a safe place cannot be guaranteed. Do not use them unless in absolute desperation. Wu Di was already familiar with teleportation scrolls. Though these were basic and did not send one very far, they could save a life at a critical moment. They were effectively an additional lease on life. Oh, and despite their novice designation, only a level 50 spatial mage could craft them, which made them scarce and valuable. Such scrolls seldom appeared outside auctions where starting bids often exceeded 100 gold coins. The 3 scrolls together would not be worth less than 1,000 gold coins. Wu Di could not refuse such life-saving items. Although he himself was a spatial mage, he still had a long path ahead before he could produce teleportation scrolls. Then I thank you, mother-in-law. Wu Di accepted them and tucked them into his chest. Murong Lingshan protested. If you wish to call me mother-in-law, I shall not object, but please drop the honorific Darren. I am no grand lady to be addressed so formally. Very well. From now on I shall call you mother-in-law, and you must stop referring to yourself as this humble woman. We are one family henceforth. Do not be bound by such rigid formalities. All right, I will heed the son-in-law. After leaving the Baibao Pavilion, Wu Di returned home with Nangong Wani and Louis. Aside from the skill books and a piece of leather armor, the remaining goods would arrive in the afternoon. This time, Wu Di purchased 50 sets of common iron armor suitable for warriors below level 30. These were intended for the future guards of his territory. He also bought 10 sets of leather armor for those above level 30, crafted from the hides of level 40 and above magic beasts, lightweight, yet offering superior defense compared to ordinary iron armor. The piece he himself wore was made from the hide of a level 50 magic beast, the one-horned rhinoceros. It was not only comfortable and light, but exceptionally protective. Ordinary swords rarely harmed it, and beasts below level 30 could scarcely breach its defense. Of course, its resistance to concussive blunt trauma and immense impacts was noticeably weaker, but overall, it was the finest leather armor in the Baibao Pavilion, priced at 300 gold coins. The value of this single cuirass exceeded that of the other 60 pieces combined. Besides armor, he purchased hundreds of weapons, shields, bows, and arrows. He also bought 5 sets of mage robes and matching wands along with health and mana potions. The total came to 1,000 gold coins, covering the entire year's allotment Murong Lingshan had requested in a single purchase. As for skill books, Wu Di bought dozens. In this world, there were 2 varieties: originals that could be used repeatedly and never faded, and magic imprinted copies produced with time-limited potions. From the moment one opened such a book, the script would remain legible for only 6 months. After that, it became a blank volume, its value gone. Most skill books on the market were the latter. An original copy, even for the most basic skill, cost hundreds of gold coins and rarely came up for sale. All the books Wu Di purchased were without exception imprinted copies. He acquired over 20 warrior skill books for levels under 40, while for mages, he only bought spatial system skills below level 40. He also bought wood element skill books between level 20 and 40 for Nangong Wani, and procured summoner skills up to level 40 for himself. Skill books above level 40, even imprinted copies, were prohibitively expensive. He could not use them yet, and saw no reason to hoard them. He would purchase them later when his level rose. Back home, Tuoba Lingxiang and the younger aunts had still not returned. Wu Di had Louis prepare the meal while he began to study skills for his 3 professions. Spatial skill books were exceedingly rare. Within the first 10 levels, there was only a single skill to learn: space opening, and after learning it, one had to reach level 10 and then study spatial crafting before it could be used. At that point, one could make storage bags. A 10 cubic capacity storage bag could fetch 10 gold coins. a reliably profitable craft. A baron's annual stipend was only 10 gold coins, and storage bags were perennially in demand. The Baibao Pavilion had none in stock, but Nangong Wani happened to own one. Wu Di chose not to learn space opening for now. He preferred to wait until level 10 and study it together with spatial crafting. For the time being, he focused on warrior and summoner skills. Within the first 10 levels, there were many basic warrior skills. Wu Di selected basic swordsmanship, basic spearmanship, assassination arts, shield block for use with a shield, and a leap skill. These skills were easy to grasp, but mastering them demanded endless practice. In just 3 hours, Wu Di had learned the fundamentals of all 5 disciplines. Now a true warrior in name, after the meal Wu Di prepared to practice his summoner skills when Tuoba Lingxiang returned with 6 women. These 6 women are all petite, the tallest being 2 meters, and the shortest at least 1 meter 85. Wu Di gazed at their pairs of beautiful legs, noting that none were below 1 meter 10. Moreover, their looks are stunning, all scoring above 85. To sum it up in one word: elegant, tall, statuesque, and curvaceous. Well, Lingxiang truly understands me. Wu Di, looking at the 6 women before him, felt a surge of excitement. Although they did not match the beauty of his 3 wives in his past life, they would have been breathtaking enough to cause accidents. Wait a minute, didn't Lingxiang go to the barracks to select guards? Why does it feel like she's picking models instead? At that moment, Wu Di remembered the task assigned to Tuoba Lingxiang. Husband Lingxiang has failed in her duty. Please punish me. At that moment, Tuoba Lingxiang knelt before Wu Di, lifting the prepared whip high. First, explain how this happened. Although Wu Di's heart trembled at the sight of the whip, he knew that if punishment were to occur, it would have to be in the privacy of their room. Wu Di could only suppress the stirring in his heart, wondering why Tuoba Lingxiang was tasked to select 10 guards, but only returned with 6 beauties. Husband, everything was going smoothly at first. However, when the guards heard they were to leave the city guard to serve you in the territory, they all refused. Only Tingting and Jingjing along with the 6 were willing to follow Lingxiang back, failing to complete your task. Please punish me. Tuoba Lingxiang once again lifted the whip in her hands. Madam, please rise. First, tell me in detail about your experience at the military camp. As for punishment, we can discuss that later tonight. Wu Di helped Tuoba Lingxiang up as he was not in a hurry regarding the punishment. Husband, it's like this. Through Tuoba Lingxiang's recount, Wu Di understood why only 6 women returned, and it was indeed not her fault. Although Tuoba Lingxiang held the position of captain and had the power to intimidate those beneath her due to her stature, her subordinates still looked down on her. Now that Tuoba Lingxiang had shed her official identity and was no longer their captain, they naturally were unwilling to follow her, especially as it meant abandoning the city guard for the dangers of the territory. In the end, only the 6 weak women, including Shan Tingting and Shu Jingjing, were willing to follow her back. They were her closest sisters, absolutely trustworthy. To be honest, Wu Di understood this well. The identity of a territorial guard was inferior to that of a city guard, and the dangers of the territory far surpassed that of the main city. No one wanted to lower their status and abandon a stable job for a dangerous one. Just like barons, there are few who would willingly become lords. Most lords are unmarried or widowed ladies, and the likes of him are truly exceptions. As for the 6 women, Wu Di also understood that while most were influenced by their feelings towards Tuoba Lingxiang, they also had no other choice. Their stature made them targets for exclusion. With Tuoba Lingxiang gone, their futures would undoubtedly be bleak without her protection, hence they had no choice but to follow. In fact, there was another reason that Wu Di had not considered. Since yesterday, when he chose 3 weak women as his wives, it was like granting absolute affirmation to the group of weak women. The weak women who heard this news became Wu Di's little fans, and even those who hadn't become fans felt an increase in their fondness for him. Even the powerful Shangguan Mingyue as the city lord developed a fondness for Wu Di, which is why when Shan Tingting and the 6 learned they would serve him, they accepted without a second thought. Well, this is not your fault. Since they are unwilling to come, we shall not force it. But husband, we must go to the territory tomorrow. The territory is fraught with danger, and with just the few of us, it may be impossible to ensure your safety. Tuoba Lingxiang was very worried about Wu Di's safety. After all, apart from her, a level 30 warrior, the others were not even level 30. If they encountered powerful mountain bandits, they would be unable to protect Wu Di. My lord, I have an idea, though I'm not sure if I should mention it. At this point, having listened to Tuoba Lingxiang, Shu Jingjing stepped forward. Jingjing, what idea do you have? Quickly tell it to my husband. Tuoba Lingxiang grabbed Shu Jingjing's hand as if she were drowning and had grabbed a lifeline. Shu Jingjing smiled at Tuoba Lingxiang, then looked at Wu Di without speaking. Although she usually obeyed Tuoba Lingxiang, here she knew that Wu Di was the true master. Speak up. If you have a good plan, feel free to share. If it's a good one, there will be rewards. If not, you won't be blamed. Actually, if we don't demand those big burly guards, it would be quite easy to recruit guards like us. However, given the short time, we might struggle to satisfy the Lord's expectations in terms of numbers. Seeing Wu Di nod, Shu Jingjing spoke candidly. Indeed, didn't we have many sisters in the city guard who were sidelined by those big, burly ones? If we can find them, they would definitely be willing to serve my husband. Tuoba Lingxiang was also flustered. Prompted by Shu Jingjing, she suddenly thought of the sisters who had been sidelined in the military camp. If they could find these women, the guard issue could be resolved. This is feasible. As long as you are loyal, this lord has no restrictions on stature. For Wu Di, petite weak women were more appealing. Although they might not possess the strength of their burly counterparts, he preferred the delicate form. My lord, I know the whereabouts of a few sisters. I can go and bring them back. Shan Tingting also stepped forward. My lord, we also know the whereabouts of some sisters. My lord, I also know. The 6 women stepped forward one after another, expressing their ability to find people. All right, there's still time this afternoon. Go find people and return to say goodbye to your families. Gather here tomorrow morning at Shin time. No matter how many people you find, we will set off for the territory. Yes, my lord. Wait, take 10 gold coins each. For those willing to come, give them a gold coin as settling in money. You all too. Seeing the 6 women turn to leave, Wu Di quickly called them back. The emperor does not lack hungry soldiers. If he wants them to serve him, he cannot just make promises, especially since they have to pay taxes on top of their living expenses, leaving them with little surplus at the end of the year. 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to their annual salary. With this money, they can better arrange their home affairs and follow him to the territory with peace of mind. As for whether they would run off with the gold coins, Wu Di was not worried at all. If all went well, he intended to train these 6 women well. This was also a preliminary test. If 60 gold coins could reveal the character of these 6, it would be a bargain for him. The 6 individuals received the gold coins. Their admiration for Wu Di significantly increased. They never expected Wu Di to be so generous and trusting towards them, and after years of feeling overlooked, they were deeply moved. Husband, do you really trust them this much? To employ someone is to trust them. If you doubt them, do not hire them. If they are willing to come, I am willing to use them. Moreover, they were all brought back by my wife. Even if I do not trust them, I trust my wife's judgment. Husband, meeting you is truly the luckiest thing in Ling Xiang's life. Tuoba Ling Xiang threw herself into Wu Di's embrace, feeling a surge of emotion and happiness. Then tonight you will be on top. Husband, you are so bad. A 30-year-old woman acting like a little girl, feeling shy. Watching the shy Tuoba Ling Xiang run away, Wu Di muttered to himself. The 2 skills in his hand, symbol crafting and summoning art, were the summoner skills he could learn at present, and symbol crafting was an essential skill for any summoner. Summoners do not rely on vital energy or magical power to cast their skills. They rely on mental strength and various talismans. Only after learning symbol crafting can one produce various talismans. The creation of each talisman cannot be separated from symbol crafting. Of course, you can also purchase talismans, but that consumes a lot of resources, and it is very hard to keep up with one's needs. Thus, symbol crafting is a skill that every summoner must learn, while summoning art is the symbol of a summoner's identity and their greatest reliance. There are many types of summoners, such as dark summoners who summon dark creatures, undead summoners who summon undead beings, and angel summoners who summon angels. Beast summoners summon magical beasts, and this type of summoner is the most common. There are also puppet summoners, alien race summoners, etc. However, no matter what type of summoner it is, they cannot summon infinitely. To summon one's own summoned creature requires not only summoning talismans, but also strong mental strength. A summoner can learn summoning skills at level 5, and the strength of the summoned creature depends on the summoner's mental strength. Generally, the level of a basic summoned creature will not exceed that of the summoner by much, and before level 31 can only summon one summoned creature. Only when the current summoned creature dies can one summon again. However, summoned creatures can also grow and level up. Even a basic summoned creature can accompany you for a lifetime as long as it does not die in battle, and after reaching level 31 can summon another creature. Later at levels 50 and 71 can increase the number of summoned beasts, and after level 71 can possess 4 summoned beasts. If all summoned beasts reach level 70, they will be invincible among their ranks. However, the type of summoner is not something the summoner can decide. It depends on what type the first summoned creature is, which determines the summoner's type. In order to enhance his own strength, Wu Di did not first learn symbol crafting, but instead took over 30 summoning talismans from the treasure pavilion. He was unsure whether these talismans would succeed in summoning. After all, the first summoning requires proficiency, but the treasure pavilion only had over 30 summoning talismans, and they had been stored for many years. There are too few summoners, making collection and sale equally difficult. If these over 30 talismans still could not successfully summon, he would have to obediently learn symbol crafting first. After spending an hour confirming he had learned summoning art, Wu Di held a summoning talisman in his hand and nervously began to chant the spell. Angel, it must be an angel. While chanting the spell, Wu Di hoped to become an angel summoner, as even low-level angels possess far superior combat power compared to other summoned creatures of the same level. Angel summoned creatures are the only type of summoned creature that can cultivate both battle and magic. They can attack from afar and defend up close, making them the dream summoned creature for all summoners. As Wu Dis' incantation echoed, the talisman in his hand began to burn, and he shot it towards the ground ahead, where a hexagram magic formation appeared. However, this magic formation appeared dim, and many parts were not connected, indicating that this summoning was a failure. Again, seeing this, Wu Di took out another talisman and began to chant the spell again. The same operation produced the same hexagram formation, which looked no different from the last time. Again. Only 3 left. Looking at the 3 remaining talismans in his hand, Wu Dis' earlier excitement had long been extinguished. If these 3 do not succeed, he would have to wait until he learned symbol crafting to make summoning talismans before attempting to summon again. Come forth, my summoned creature. As Wu Di summoned once more, the hexagram formation before him shone brightly, each symbol clearly visible, flashing and rotating. Come out quickly, no matter what you are, just come out. Now Wu Di no longer clung to the idea of summoning an angel. After all, angel summoned creatures are extremely difficult to appear. In the Eastern continent, they had only appeared twice in thousands of years. Now he just hoped that it would not be a dark summoned creature, as dark summoned creatures are not only ugly, but also very smelly. He did not want such a thing accompanying him for life. No way, another failure. Watching the talisman burn out, the magic formation disappeared, and the ground was left empty. Wu Di knew he had failed again. Only 2 times left. I refuse to believe this. As the magic formation formed again, a large shadow appeared in the center of it, a phenomenon he had never encountered before, which made Wu Di excited. Looking at the outline of the shadow, it seemed to be a magical beast. Even if the level was not high, just by its size one could tell it was a combat type. However, before the figure could fully emerge, the talisman burned out, the magic formation's glow dissipated, and the ground returned to calm. Almost there, just a little bit more. Wu Di stomped his feet in frustration, but fortunately he was alone in the yard. Last talisman, no wonder summoners are so rare. I'm already level 7, and I still can't summon after over 30 attempts. Wu Di's mindset was beginning to crumble. Come on, this is the last time. If it doesn't work, then so be it. After all, it was the last time, so Wu Di felt indifferent. At worst, he would wait until he made the talismans himself to summon. When this magic formation lit up, 2 humanoid skeletons quickly appeared in the center, and at the same time, 2 connections inexplicably formed in Wu Di's mind. What the heck, it's a skeleton. Seeing the 2 skeletal frames before him, Wu Di was stunned. The appearance of the skeletons also indicated that he had become an undead summoner. Wu Di was most worried about becoming a dark summoner, and becoming an undead summoner was the second least desirable outcome. Although undead creatures are not as ugly and smelly as dark creatures, they are either skeletons or ghosts. While they may not stink, they are not exactly beautiful either. Moreover, facing skeletons or ghosts all day long, it would be good enough if he wasn't scared. How could he be expected to like it? No way. Why do I find these 2 skeletons increasingly appealing? Am I going to the other side? Thinking of this, Wu Di couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The 2 skeleton guards were both under 2 meters tall, and Wu Di hadn't expected that. He preferred petite women. Even the summoned skeletons were of the petite type. One skeleton held a bone shield and a short sword, while the other wielded a bone bow and carried a quiver of bone arrows on its back, containing a dozen or so bone arrows. The 2 skeletons stood side by side, their hollow eyes gazing at Wu Di as if waiting for his command. So they are sword and shield skeletons and a skeleton archer. Wu Di was quite surprised. Although summoners are rare, he still knew the basic information about them. The initial standard configuration for a necromancer is usually a single-axe skeleton, which not only has weak attack power, but also moves and attacks slowly. However, it has a 30% damage reduction and immunity to magical and arrow damage. Though he didn't know their movement and attack speeds, the sword and shield skeletons looked more advanced than a single-axe skeleton. As for the skeleton archer, Wu Di had not heard of any necromancer summoning one. Obviously, a ranged archer is rarer than an offensive sword and shield skeleton. Looking at it this way, although I am a necromancer, I am indeed a special case. This is just the beginning, and I already have both ranged and close combat. Wu Di had accepted his identity as a necromancer, and he found himself increasingly fond of the 2 skeleton guards before him. Wait a minute, isn't it true that a summoner can only summon 1 creature before level 30? Why do I have 2? At this moment, Wu Di recalled this rule that had not been broken for thousands of years. System, can you come out and explain this? This system is only responsible for marriage and children. Anything else is beyond this system's control. Alright. Faced with such an unfeeling system, Wu Di felt utterly helpless. Could it be because I am a traveler and my soul has merged with this body? This question was destined to have no answer, and Wu Di was not prepared to delve deeper into it. After all, it was a good thing for him. Husband, what is this? Nangong Wainer approached, and asked Wu Di, who was studying the skeletons. These are the skeleton guards summoned by me. A husband, weren't you a warrior? How did you become a summoner? Nangong Weiner asked in confusion. Previously, when Wu Di mentioned he could cultivate, they all clearly felt his vitality had increased, so they assumed he was a warrior, and Wu Di had not explained it to the three women. This is naturally thanks to the three of you. Because of us three, eh? Yes, now I am not only a warrior, but also a mage and a summoner. Wu Di did not intend to hide it from the three women. Their loyalty was already maxed out, and there was no need for secrecy. Moreover, it would be hard to hide it since they lived together every day, so he might as well be open about it. No wonder you wanted to buy the summoner and mage skill books. Oh, does this mean your magical attribute is spatial? Nangong Weiner immediately guessed Wu Di's magical attribute from the skill books he had purchased. You're quite clever, but don't tell outsiders. From now on, I will be a summoner in front of others. Wu Di lightly pinched Nangong Weiner's nose, deciding to walk around as a summoner from now on. The other two professions could easily be hidden as long as he didn't use their skills in front of others, but the summoned creatures couldn't be concealed. Although the summoned creatures are absolutely loyal to the summoner, their only flaw is that they cannot stray too far from the summoner. Wu Di was currently level 6, and his skeleton guards could only be 60 meters away from him at most. This means that his skeleton guards can only move or fight within a 60-meter radius. Once they exceed this range, they will lose control. Husband, I understand this, but isn't it true that a summoner can only summon one creature before level 30? Why can you summon two? Have you already reached level 30? I only have a summoner level of 7. They are only at level 10, not very strong. I don't know why I can summon two at once. Husband, we can look into this later, but for now it's best to hide one of the skeleton guards. If other summoners find out, they might be more interested in this matter, and that would put you in danger. You have a point, we indeed cannot let others discover it. But how should we hide it? Wu Di was momentarily at a loss, as there were no magical beast bags in this world. Husband, actually, if we let one of them wear leather armor, it wouldn't be noticed as a skeleton guard. Right? As long as we make them wear armor and helmets concealing their skeletal features, no one will know. Wu Di slapped his thigh. He knew such a simple solution, but it hadn't occurred to him right away. Then it's perfect that the skeleton archer is ranged. Hiding it would be just right. Soon Wu Di made a decision. Husband, the meal is ready. Hasn't Auntie and the others returned yet? At this moment, Tuoba Lingxiang also came out. Husband, this is. Wu Di had to explain again, and Tuoba Lingxiang was also quite surprised, but she didn't understand why Wu Di could summon two skeletons. It's getting dark. I wonder if Auntie and the others have encountered any trouble. At this moment, Wu Di looked at the sky and frowned. There shouldn't be any major incidents in the city. They might have been delayed by other matters. Why don't we go look for them? Tuoba Lingxiang, being the oldest and previously a city guard, was not too anxious about it. Then let's go. After Wu Di said this, he headed for the door, and the two women followed. However, as soon as the three of them stepped outside, they encountered two women coming toward them. Husband, Xiao Di, why are you two out? Auntie Xiaoqian, it's good that you are back. Wu Di felt relieved upon seeing the two women and the two carriages behind them. Xiao Di, were you planning to look for us? We saw it was getting dark and that you hadn't returned, so we planned to come out and check. Xiao Di, in the future when we go to the territory, you mustn't do this again. From now on, no matter whether we return or not, you can only wait for us at the Lord's mansion. You must not leave. You are the Lord and the head of the household. It doesn't matter if anything happens to any of us, but you cannot have anything happen to you, understand? Wang Qiulan said to Wu Di earnestly. Husband, Auntie is right. From now on, let us handle outside matters. You just need to make decisions at home. No matter what, you must not take risks. Tuoba Lingxiang also agreed with Wang Qiulan's opinion. Yes, my lord. Now you have us. Entrust us with any task. Though our strength is modest, we shall devote our very lives to fulfilling your will. My lord, Annie and the two elder sisters speak truly. Henceforth, all matters shall be handled by us. And as a noble, you must never again place yourself in peril. Nangong Wani too gently took Wu Di's arm as she spoke. Listen to yourselves. What manner of talk is this? I merely stepped out to fetch someone, yet you escalate it into high treason. Must I, a grown man, cower behind a gaggle of women? How then shall I ever stand tall, both in spirit and in stature? Though I now bear noble rank and have awakened cultivation, it seems my freedom is already slipping away. That dream of slaying monsters, ascending in power, and embarking on perilous journeys, how unlikely it now appears. Wu Di sighed inwardly. This world he'd transmigrated into was far less idyllic than imagined. True autonomy would require first pacifying the formidable women before him. Auntie, you've been out all day. You must be famished. Let us dine first. Wu Di hastily steered the conversation elsewhere. Agreement. Impossible. Not in this life. Not ever. Yet refusal pained him deeply. Each woman cherished his safety above her own. Such devotion defied rejection. Only at the dinner table did Wu Di grasp why Auntie and the others had returned so late this year. The Silver Moon Empire suffered a devastating drought, and grain shortages were especially severe in the northern provinces, including Moonlight City. Now over 80% of Moonlight City's grain must be imported from the south. Though the imperial government fixed official prices, transport over vast distances and treacherous terrain had doubled market costs. More critical than price, however, was rationing. Common households could purchase only 1 gene per visit, and hoarding beyond 10 gene carried the death penalty upon discovery. Barons and baronesses' households enjoyed higher quotas, but even they were forbidden from stockpiling more than 100 gene. Fortunately, Wu Di held a fiefdom. As its sovereign lord, he exercised absolute authority over all internal affairs, unbound by the city magistrate's edicts. Beyond levying taxes, the lord ruled his domain as monarch. Provided he possessed the means, he could amass grain without limit, though grain merchants within Moonlight City remained strictly bound by municipal regulations. Even wielding Wu Di's lordly seal, Wang Qiulan and Ling Huqing'er were permitted only 100 gene per grain shop, forcing them to visit all 20 shops across Moonlight City to procure 2,000 gene. Auntie, you've labored tirelessly. Though 1 ton may seem modest, it suffices for now. Once settled in the fief, we shall devise further solutions. Xiao Di, while purchasing grain today, we also gathered intelligence. Most of your vassals survive on wild herbs and tree bark. Without sufficient grain, many will starve. Upon reaching the fief, we'll certainly need to recruit guards, but this grain will barely sustain us for 1 or 2 months. Someone must remain here in the city to acquire more. Wang Qiulan longed to stay and oversee grain procurement, but her concern for Wu Di's safety compelled her to remain at his side, shielding him personally. Auntie, there's no need. Grain is scarce even here in Moonlight City. Relying solely on purchases to feed an entire fief is utterly impractical, and we lack the funds. Let me first inspect the fief myself before deciding. Though I chose a destitute holding, I refuse to believe it incapable of sustaining its people. Wu Di's liquid assets now totaled fewer than 1,000 gold coins. With roughly 10,000 vassals, this sum could cover grain for several months, but not indefinitely. Yet he dared not expend it all on grain. Fortifying the fief, recruiting guards, all demanded immense expenditure. Moreover, he understood the ancient truth: a single measure of rice breeds gratitude, a full peck breeds resentment. Indeed, when selecting this fief, he'd weighed precisely these challenges. Its proximity to the savage wilderness allowed organized hunting parties. Our river ran through it, enabling fishing expeditions. To the east lay a desolate expanse of black stone. Wu Di suspected open-pit coal deposits. Confirmation, however, awaited first-hand inspection. 30 li north of the fief, deep within the savage wilderness, lay a salt mine. Dangerous and difficult to access, yet not insurmountable. It was precisely these resources that had drawn him to this fief. Should the coal prove viable, and the salt mine rendered operational, grain scarcity would vanish entirely. Very well, Auntie shall abide by your judgment. By the way, Ling Xiang, you went to the military camp to recruit guards. Where are they? Wang Qiulan suddenly recalled the matter and turned toward Tuoba Ling Xiang. Auntie, the journey ahead is arduous, and we must escort vast quantities of grain and supplies. Fearing insufficient guards, I dispatched them to recruit reinforcements. They'll assemble here tomorrow morning. Wu Di swiftly interceded to spare Tuoba Ling Xiang embarrassment. Auntie, you're right. 10 guards would indeed be inadequate. I too worried over their numbers and planned to hire a mercenary company for escort tomorrow. Since you've already made arrangements, Auntie rests easy, her eyes shining with quiet pride. She sensed Wu Di had matured profoundly since his recent grave illness, no longer the boy he once was. Over dinner, Wu Di revealed his triple profession: cultivation to Auntie and Ling Huqiang, eliciting both astonishment and elation. 99% of men across the eastern continent cannot cultivate. Yet Wu Di not only cultivates, but masters 3 distinct paths simultaneously. None understood how, yet none cared. Their joy needed no explanation. Xiao Di, green garment, and I will clear the table. Do rest now. Nightlife here was non-existent. After dinner, sleep was the only refuge. Then thank you both, Auntie and green garment, for your tireless efforts. Wu Di accepted graciously, yet resolved inwardly. Once established in the fief, he would hire numerous maidservants to relieve Auntie and green garment of their burdens. Little brother, Auntie feels no fatigue, but you must travel tomorrow. Rest well tonight. Do not overexert yourself. Wu Di stumbled mid-turn, only saved by Tuoba Ling Xiang's and Ling Huqiang's swift reflexes. My lord, are you unharmed? Nan Gongwani, who led the way, spun around anxiously. Nothing, merely tripped on the threshold. This child, so careless. A soft sigh escaped her when might I join the young master and mistress in their games. Watching their silhouettes fade into the dusk, green garment's heart swelled with yearning. As a dowry maid, she held every right to partake in those intimate pastimes. She simply awaited her moment. Back in the chamber, Nangong Wani withdrew a luminous pearl from her storage pouch and placed it atop the lamp, flooding the room with light as steady and bright as a 40-watt LED. Truly, she is a little wealthy lady possessing such fine treasures. The night pearl is not rare in the Silver Moon Empire, yet it is not something an ordinary family can afford. A pearl of this size and brightness like that of Nangong Wainer would cost at least several dozen gold coins. Wainer, I didn't expect you to have such a wonderful treasure. Both Xiaoqian and I will surely benefit from it. Tuo by Lingxiang said enviously. Indeed, my sister and I are both utterly poor. We never thought we would have the chance to use something so exquisite. Please, sisters, don't say that. I can only offer these mundane items. Both of you possess immense strength, and the responsibility of protecting our husband falls upon you too. My own strength is weak, and I'm not skilled in combat. In the future, both of you will have to rely on my husband. All right, you three, stop being so sentimental. We are all family, and your contributions to our husband are significant. Each one of you is indispensable. Since we have the lamp, we don't need to rush to rest. You two should cultivate all the skills from these skill books that you haven't yet practiced. Wu Di pointed at the skill books on the desk addressing Tuo by Lingxiang and the other woman. Linghu Xiaoqing has reached level 26 and can now practice all skill books below level 30. Previously, due to the inability to afford skill books, there were a few skills she hadn't learned, and now she naturally needs to catch up. Tuo by Lingxiang also has several skills below level 30 that she hasn't practiced, and she hasn't practiced any skills at level 30 either. Now she can finally learn Savage Charge and Storm Assault. Wainer, take out the talismans and other items I left here. I need to practice talisman crafting. Wu Di was also not planning to be idle and began learning talisman crafting. Currently his level is low and the skeleton warrior is his only means of defense. He has run out of summoning talismans, and if his two skeleton warriors were to be killed, he would have no means left to fight. All right, husband. Nangong Wainer breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out everything Wu Di requested. Previously, when Wu Di asked the two sisters to practice skills, she was worried about facing her husband's onslaught alone, as she was still in pain from last night's injuries. Although her leaf technique is a healing skill, it can only heal external injuries, and this internal injury cannot be treated. As a mage, her physical recovery ability is not as strong as that of her two sisters, so she dared not face Wu Di alone. However, Nangong Wainer's relief did not last long. Wu Di is exceptionally talented in talisman crafting. After just a dozen failures, he successfully created a summoning talisman. After making 20 summoning talismans, Wu Di decided to stop. With his experience in successful summoning, as long as no one interrupts him during the summoning process, failures are unlikely. Thus, these 20 summoning talismans will allow him to summon a dozen times. There is no need to draw too many at once, especially since the long legs of the three women keep swaying before him, making it hard for him to resist. However, since the two women are still practicing the Vanguard Knight for tonight, will have to be Nangong Wainer, who is a mage. Husband, why have you stopped drawing? Seeing Wu Di stop, Nangong Wainer felt a bad premonition, like a lamb trembling in the corner of a pen facing the big bad wolf. I'm tired of drawing talismans. I want to draw something else. Wu Di chuckled, stretching his arms and heading straight for Nangong Wainer. What do you want to draw, husband? At Nangong Wainer's exclamation, Master Wu Di began his creative journey. Master Wu Di's style is unique, often spontaneous. In no time, a beautiful painting appeared before him. Looking at his masterpiece, Wu Di couldn't help but feel emotional, wishing to immerse himself within the canvas. Such a beautiful artwork naturally deserves applause, a tribute to the masterpiece and encouragement for the creator. The applause continued until Tuo by Lingxiang and Linghu Xiaoqing turned off the lights, at which point it gradually subsided. In the early morning. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Which rooster is making such a racket so early in the morning? Wu Di opened his eyes, complaining to the creature that disturbed his sweet dreams. The host practiced with his wife 6 times last night, gaining 20 vitality, 20 magic power, and 20 spirit. As Wu Di opened his eyes, the system notification echoed in his mind. Host Huaxiao Wu Di, age 18 years. Height 188 cm. Wives 3. Warrior level 6, basic swordsmanship, basic spear technique, assassination, sword technique, shield defense, jumping. Mage level 5, no skills. Summoner level 6, talisman, crafting, summoning art. Vitality 600. Magic power 550. Spirit 690. Lifespan 9 years and 25 days. Finally, it looks like I'm making progress, but leveling up is quite taxing. It seems I need to replenish my energy more often. Wu Di calculated that at this rate, he would need over 116 more sessions to reach level 10 across the board. By current standards, it will take at least 20 days to reach level 10. Although it seems slow, it is still much faster than the average person. Tuo by Lingxiang has a decent cultivation speed and took 16 years to reach level 30. His aunt took 18 years to reach level 26. Although part of the reason was that she was held back by his previous self, it appears that his cultivation speed is significantly faster. Husband, did we wake you up? Upon seeing Wu Di wake up, Tuo by Lingxiang asked. It has nothing to do with you. Get up, once we get to the territory, we shouldn't keep roosters around the Lord's manor. Well, I won't argue with a rooster anyway, as I won't be sleeping here anymore. Then we will assist our husband in changing clothes. Meanwhile, in Wu Di's front yard, Shan Tingting and others along with dozens of newly recruited guards stood neatly lined up waiting for Wu Di's appearance. A total of 66 people, all over 1.8 meters tall, but under 2 meters weak women, with the lowest level being 20, were all retired female warriors. Each of these individuals exudes a fierce aura and are undoubtedly elite warriors, yet they have been gathered by Shan Tingting and her 5 companions to become Wu Di's personal guards. Greetings, Lord. As soon as Wu Di appeared, the synchronized and resounding voices nearly shook out the earwax that had been there for 2 months. What? Why are there so many people? Looking at the crowd filling the yard, Wu Di was deeply surprised. He had given 6 people 60 gold coins yesterday, thinking that bringing in 20 or 30 people would be good, but the number exceeded his expectations. My lord, due to time constraints, we only recruited 60 people. Many sisters are either part of mercenary teams or on missions outside and have not returned. However, we have left them messages, and if they return and are interested, they will come to the territory on their own. As for the 60 behind, if my lord is not satisfied, we can let them leave. Dan Tingting, at level 28, possessed the strongest abilities and naturally became the leader of the guards. Wu Di remained composed on the surface, but inwardly he was bursting with excitement, nearly blinded by the sight of long, perfectly aligned legs. It's a pity there are no stockings. Wu Di lamented internally. As his gaze moved upward, despite the differences in attire and skin tone, the faintly visible abs and lines were firm and athletic, exuding a hint of wildness. No ABLCD. There shouldn't be any fakes in this world, right? I'll have to check closely next time. Wow, with your height, you really have a lowly face. This one is nice too, very authoritative. Wow, this one is quite alluring. I'm starting to lose control. Hey, why does this one resemble a female star from my past life? Oh, this one is so mature, but I like it too. This one is very cool. But why does it remind me of my homeroom teacher whom I fantasized about for years in college? Looking at the goddess-level guards, Wu Di couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seems that Dan Tingting and her companions understand me well, as each one is exceptional, with looks above 8 out of 10, and their figures are even more impressive, none below 9. They definitely deserve some extra rewards now. I need to promote and increase their pay. Why does it seem like I'm selecting guards rather than holding a beauty pageant? Well, Dan Tingting, Shu Jingjing, you 6 have done well this time, and you will be rewarded after we reach the territory. Thank you, my lord. The 6 were excited as they thanked Wu Di for his satisfaction and the promise of a reward. My lord, will they all be staying? Dan Tingting asked tentatively. Of course, each one is very excellent, and naturally they will stay. You 6 will be in charge now, and each of you will select 10 individuals as your subordinates. You will appoint your own captains. After selecting, go to the cart to collect your weapons and equipment. We depart in 15 minutes. Yes, my lord. Shouty, now that we have this batch of guards reaching the territory safely shouldn't be a problem. However, you gave them 60 gold coins yesterday, and now there are 66 people returning. It's certain that 6 of them haven't received their settlement funds. Although they haven't mentioned it, you can't ignore it, and you definitely can't leave hidden dangers for the future. Auntie is right. Oh, I overlooked this. If these 6 are dissatisfied, it could indeed lead to problems. They'll have Dan Tingting handle it later. My lord, we are ready to set off at any time. Just 10 minutes later, Dan Tingting reported back. Very well, then let's depart. With a wave of his hand, Wu Di signaled, and the grand convoy began to move. There were 8 horse-drawn carts in total, with the first 2 being passenger carts, while the remaining 6 were loaded with food and supplies. Only 2 war horses were present belonging to Tuoba Lingxiang and Aunt Wang Cholan, as they preferred to ride in front rather than on the cart. Dan Tingting and the other 66 guarded the sides of the convoy, with the first 2 carts led by Dan Tingting and Shu Jingjing, while the remaining 6 were escorted by the other 4 guards. Dan Tingting, there are still 6 of you who haven't received your settlement funds. Which ones are missing them? Let them go to the Lord's mansion to collect them when we reach the territory. Looking at Dan Tingting driving ahead, Wu Di spoke, worried he might forget this matter once they got busy at the territory. My lord, actually, you don't need to give us anything. None of us have family, so we don't need settlement funds. Besides, you already made us captains as soon as you arrived, and we are very satisfied. So are you saying that you 6 captains didn't claim your settlement funds? We feel fortunate just to be able to follow you, my lord. We don't need any settlement funds. As long as you can provide us with food and a safe place, we will be content. What a wonderful world this is. As long as there is food and shelter, countless exceptional women are willing to serve you. Wu Di had once thought of going back, but now he felt this world was quite good. In his past life, he had been brainwashed by the poisonous broth of capitalism where many women had high expectations but low abilities, earning little and spending a lot. It was natural for them to expect him to work like a beast. If you expect something from me, that means you don't love me. If you have no car, no house, and no savings, then don't disturb me. To marry a wife, one must exhaust the efforts of several generations, even to the point of injury and sacrifice. After bringing her home, one must still watch their expression. If they are dissatisfied with one word, it's off to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Those who harmed them became their biological parents, while the men who fought hard for them, bled and sweated for them, became the targets of criticism and disdain. Women love to dream, and someone has created one beautiful dream after another, making many awakened women unwilling to wake up because reality is too cruel compared to dreams. How wonderful, truly a beautiful world. You deserve to experience it. Wu Di gazed at Dan Tingting driving, flanked by his two wives, and the women guards beside him, deeply falling in love with this world. Though dangerous, one can grasp their own fate. Dan Tingting, rest assured, as long as I, Wu Di, have food, you will never go hungry. Of course, I won't shortchange you on what you deserve either. When we arrive at the territory, your rewards will be given alongside your settlement funds. During breaks, you can also learn from the skill books on the cart. Once a skill book is opened, it can only exist for 6 months. The more people learn, the more he profits. Naturally, he won't hide it. The more who learn, the more he earns. Yes, my lord. Seeing Wu Di's insistence, Dan Tingting said no more. She had seen the skill books on the cart and didn't expect they could learn as well. Although they were all at level 20, many of the skills at level 10 hadn't been fully learned. As lower-tier warriors, they generally only selected a few skills. This was due to many people sharing one skill book, otherwise there would be even fewer skills learned. Now that there was free learning, they naturally wouldn't refuse. In the Lord's mansion, Shangwan Mingyue was handling administrative affairs in her study when her maid Yang Shiru entered. The only ones who could enter the study without knocking were Yang Shiru and her sister Shangwan Fanqing. My lord, a quarter of an hour ago, Baron Wu Di from Huaxia's convoy has left the city. They set off today, huh? I wonder if it's confidence or recklessness. Yesterday, Tooba Lingxiang only recruited 6 guards in the military camp. She knows that Wu Di didn't fill 10 guards, yet he set off today. My lord, Baron Wu Di of Huaxia yesterday used those 6 guards to recruit another 60 individuals, all former sisters, who had been marginalized and retired. Including the Baron himself along with his wife, maid, and aunt, there are a total of 73 people, including skeleton archers, and there is also a skeleton shield bearer in the team, which confirms the presence of a necromancer. Yang Shiru reported the number of personnel in Wu Di's caravan, unaware that Wu Di is the necromancer. She regarded the tightly wrapped skeleton Bao as the necromancer. I didn't expect him to recruit a guard team and a necromancer in such a short time. It seems he has some ability. I hope he can bring me surprises. Shangwan Mingyue was quite surprised, but didn't take it too seriously. Although Wu Di struck a chord in her heart, making her feel favorably towards him. However, a man who cannot escape a curse catching her attention is already quite remarkable. She didn't want to invest too much emotion, as she feared it would hurt her in the end. In another mansion, Li Feifei also entered Nangong Yan's room. As soon as Li Feifei came in, Nangong Yan eagerly asked, "Have you found out everything?" "I found out. That kid coincidentally chose the Furong territory. It's truly self-destructive. Haha, it seems heaven is helping me. Their magical beasts are rampant, we won't even need to lift a finger. That kid will undoubtedly perish within a few months, and then the Baobao Pavilion will still be ours." Nangong Yan laughed heartily, not expecting Wu Di to choose such a self-destructive place. Even if the magical beasts don't kill him, we can contact the big boss of Black Demon Mountain to take care of him. Li Feifei maliciously agreed. There's no rush for this matter. We can't play this card unless it's absolutely necessary. If the news leaks, there will be no place for us in the Silver Moon Empire. Let's wait for 3 months. If he doesn't die in 3 months, then it won't be too late for us to take action. Nangong Yan didn't want to live a life on the run, especially since their foundation is in the Silver Moon Empire. If the matter were to be exposed, the consequences would be beyond their bearing. Then let him live a little longer. When they go to the territory, we will send someone to keep an eye on them. Once he is dead, we will immediately seize the Baobao Pavilion. Li Feifei still didn't know that Wu Di had already set out. Previously, they had gone to investigate Wu Di's chosen territory, only now remembering to send someone to tail him. Little D, we have entered the Eagle territory. Should we take a break? After several hours of marching, Wang Qilan worried that Wu Di would not be able to endure sitting for too long and turned to ask him in the carriage. Then let's find a shady tree and rest for a while. Wu Di had never left Mingyue City before, and now that he was out, it was also a good opportunity to see if the outside world matched his imagination. After getting off the carriage, Wu Di felt as if he were in his past life on a rural path far from the city. In the distance, fields of crops and curling smoke rose up, while nearby fragrant grasses carpeted the ground, and the winding road brought a sense of serenity. What was unique was that the air in this world was fresh with a very high oxygen content and towering trees were as common as hair on a cow with trees of a meter in diameter visible everywhere. The giant trees before Wu Di required at least 3 people to barely encircle, and such giant trees were numerous, numbering at least dozens, and this was merely in the human territory. One could only imagine the scenery of the untamed forests and the regions untouched by humans. Wu Di felt a longing coupled with a sense of reverence for nature. After a brief rest, Wu Di couldn't wait to set off again. The journey was quite comfortable, and aside from encountering a few travelers and merchant caravans, there were no dangers. Little D ahead is Xiying Town. Why don't we rest there tonight? Wang Qiulan, who had been following the mercenary group on missions for years, was quite familiar with the area around Mingyue City. At their pace, they would pass through the town today and camp in the wilderness. Although they had often camped in the wilderness before for Wu Di's safety, she suggested spending the night in the town. No, Aunt. It's still early. We need to hurry to the territory. We'll pass straight through Xiying Town without stopping. Wu Di knew that camping in the wild carried dangers, but if he wasn't willing to face this little danger, he wouldn't have chosen to become a lord. Danger often accompanies opportunity. Moreover, this was still within the Eagle territory, which not only had the lord's management, but also bordered Mingyue City's territory. The risk factor was not high, and there was no need to delay their journey by half a day. All right then. Wang Qiulan had no choice but to follow Wu Di's arrangements and led the team forward. Xiying Town has a population of over 2,000 with only one main street and 2 side streets. The streets were bustling with people and lined with shops looking very prosperous. Upon seeing the grand caravan, the pedestrians on the street knew that a noble had arrived and quickly stepped aside, not daring to block the way, watching as the caravan passed. So it's just like this. Looking at the majority of the buildings made of dirt, and Wu Di felt a bit disappointed. Although the town appeared prosperous, the buildings were chaotic and lacked aesthetic appeal, a stark contrast to Mingyue City. The streets were filled with women and old ladies, and men were hardly seen, and even there were not many young boys. Wu Di guessed this should be a common phenomenon. After all, once men marry and acquire titles, who would still live in a small town? Just relying on an annual salary of 10 gold coins is sufficient for a life without worries. 99% of the men in the eastern continent are in the cities. This is an inevitable trend and also a form of protection for men. The boys in the town are likely those whose fathers died, losing their economic source, exhausting their family fortunes, and are brought up by their mothers to make a living in the town. Once they reach adulthood and marry, they will return to the city. The caravan did not stop until it was 20 miles out of the town. As the sky darkened, Wu Di ordered to set up camp. A bonfire was lit, and after eating some dry food and jerky, 6 cargo trucks surrounded the 2 cargo carts in the center, while 6 tents were pitched around them, with 2 teams of guards taking turns to keep watch. Wu Di shared a carriage with his 3 wives. The carriage measured 2.4 meters by 3.6 meters. Although it was not as spacious as a room, it was just enough for 4 people to lie down. Husband, what do you want to do? Yes, husband, this is the wild, surrounded by people. Let's not do it tonight. Husband, how about we hold off for a few days? Once we reach the territory, you can do as you please. The 3 women, surprised and shy at Wu Di's lack of discretion, suggested. What's wrong with that? Don't you all find this atmosphere and place very stimulating? As a time traveler, Wu Di didn't care about such things. After all, they were all adults and understood each other. Moreover, if he wanted to enhance his strength, he couldn't waste any opportunity. During the journey, Shen Tingting was also on the carriage with 10 guards on either side. To maintain the image of the Lord, he had to endure. But now, apart from his own skeleton by the cart, there was only his aunt and the green-clad carriage, surrounded by a circle of cargo carts, and the guards' tents were 20 meters away from them. As for his aunt and the green-clad girl, they had already eavesdropped before, so it didn't matter if they heard a few more times. In the end, the 3 women only offered a token resistance. They dared not truly refuse Wu Di. No matter if he was inside or outside the cart, they could only comply. The cart moved of its own accord, creaking with a sound of squeak squeak. This little D is truly something, just like a stallion. Back then, my brother-in-law was not like this at all. He would avoid my sister as if she were a plague. This little D seems to have no regard for his life at all. Is this matter really more important than life? What could make him so enthusiastic? No, tomorrow I must have a serious talk with him. Aunt Wang Qiulan leaned against the cart, murmuring to herself. Their carts were only 2 meters apart, and the soundproofing was virtually non-existent. The more Wang Qiulan listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. Besides worrying about Wu Di's health, her own body was also exhibiting unexpected responses. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed, but thankfully the inside of the cart was dark, and the green-clad girl curled up on the other side couldn't see her condition, which eased her mind a little. Meanwhile, the green-clad girl curled up on the side was already blushing, her legs tightly pressed together, gritting her teeth in fear of Wang Qiulan discovering her state. It wasn't until the tormenting sounds gradually faded late at night that the two of them still found it hard to fall asleep. In the morning, when the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees and fell on the cart, Wu Di stretched lazily, feeling invigorated. His condition was improving day by day. He still the familiar formula, the familiar taste. Hearing the system notification, Wu Di couldn't help but chuckle. Last night, as usual, his 3 dimensions each increased by 20 points. With a vitality of 620, magic power of 570, and spirit of 710, he had already reached level 7 as a summoner. After jumping out of the cart, Dan Tingting and the other guards had already tidied up, and 6 cargo carts were arranged neatly, with several guards feeding the horses. "My lord, did you sleep well last night?" Dan Tingting approached and inquired, followed by a group of guards carrying a basin of water and steaming food. "Knowing that my lord went out without bringing any maidservants, I took the liberty to make this decision. Please punish me for my overstepping." "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, then I'll trouble you." Wu Di smiled and patted Dan Tingting's arm. Without waiting for Dan Tingting to speak, the guards behind began to help Wu Di wash up and tidy himself. Although he felt somewhat unaccustomed, he knew he had to get used to it, so he let them serve him. "Have the 3 ladies not woken up yet?" Seeing that Wu Di had no airs of nobility and was quite approachable, Dan Tingting mustered her courage to ask. "They should have woken up and will be out soon." Wu Di took the roasted rabbit leg that Dan Tingting handed over and glanced back at his carriage. The 3 women would help him change clothes first before dressing themselves, so he had to wait a bit. "By the way, how come there's roasted rabbit to eat?" Wu Di remembered that he had only prepared dry rations and jerky and hadn't had time to prepare fresh meat. During the night watch, 2 wild rabbits entered the camp. "We plan to save one for lunch and roast it for my lord and the ladies." "You all are very thoughtful." Wu Di didn't want to make a fuss. Although wild rabbits in this world were much larger than those in his past life, they were still not enough to feed dozens of people, so he had to accept this goodwill. "The taste is good. If we encounter any wild beasts today, don't let them go, and everyone can have meat then." As long as it didn't affect their journey, Wu Di didn't mind enjoying some good food. As soon as Wu Di finished speaking, Tuoba Lingxiang and the 3 women got off the cart one after another. "Greetings to the 3 ladies. No need for such formalities." Miss Young Master, I overslept. Please punish me." At this moment, the green-clad girl jumped down from the cart, looking flustered as she rushed to kneel in front of Wu Di. As the handmaid of Nangong Wani, it was her responsibility to serve her mistress in getting up and washing. Although they had a sisterly bond at home, her identity could not be overstepped. "Green clothes, why did you wake up so late? You never overslept when we were at home." Although Nangong Wani would not hold it against green clothes, Wu Di was the one in charge now. Moreover, in front of these guards, if there were no clear rewards and punishments, how would anyone be convinced in the future? So although she felt heartache, she did not plead for green clothes. Green clothes had her own troubles. She had listened all night and barely fell asleep just before dawn, leading to her oversleeping. "All right, get up. I know it's your first time sleeping outdoors, and you didn't rest well last night. But Dan Tingting and the others have taken care of everything, so I'll punish you to help them wash clothes for the day." Wu Di looked at green clothes' dark circles and instantly understood the reason for her oversleeping. He did not blame her, but with so many subordinates watching, he could not let it go unaddressed. "My lord, these tasks are all voluntarily done by us. How can we let the young lady wash our clothes? Please retract your order." As soon as Dan Tingting and the others heard this, they panicked. Although Green Clothes was a maid, she was a handmaid meant to accompany Nangong Wani, who would surely become the Lord's woman in the future. They dared not let Green Clothes wash their clothes. Wu Di, upon hearing this, smiled, secretly knowing that Dan Tingting and the others would refuse, but he maintained a calm demeanor. "Since you ladies are unwilling, Green Clothes must be punished for her mistake. How about this? Let her give up a month's salary to treat you all to a good meal when we reach the territory, which can be considered compensation for you 2 rabbits." "This, my lord." "All right, it's settled. Pack up and extinguish the fire. We are preparing to set off." Wu Di waved his hand, biting into the rabbit leg as he turned to walk towards the cart. "And why are you also just?" As Wu Di turned around, he happened to run into Wang Qilan getting off the cart. Instinctively he asked, but looking at his somewhat haggard aunt, he suddenly thought of something. Originally calm, Wang Qilan felt anger boiling within her as she saw Wu Di approach. She scolded him. "I've told you to take good care of your body. You keep going on endlessly." After speaking, she couldn't help but sneakily pinch Wu Di's waist. "Hiss." Wu Di inhaled sharply, not expecting the commotion last night to anger his aunt like this. In his memory, his aunt had never scolded him loudly. Today, she actually pinched him. "You know it hurts. You don't cherish your body. Do you know how much it pains me, Aunt?" Wang Qilan said, tears welling in her eyes. She was truly worried that if Wu Di continued like this, his health would quickly deteriorate. That was why she couldn't help but pinch him, but after doing so, she regretted and felt heartache. "And I know you care about me, but I know my own body. You can rest assured, I'm fine." Wu Di, seeing that his aunt was about to cry, felt a stirring in his heart. In this world, his aunt was the person who loved him the most without exception. Little D, Aunt is also worried about you. Just now Aunt pinched you but must have hurt, right? Promise me don't do this in the future. Even if you can't help it, can't you do it a little less? As she spoke, Wang Qiulan felt somewhat embarrassed. Although she called him Aunt, she was still a woman herself. Aunt, this won't affect my body, and it can elevate my level. Wu Di didn't want his beloved aunt to worry, so he decided to come clean. You can now deceive your aunt. You weren't like this before. Wang Qiulan clearly didn't believe it, and said sadly, Aunt, how could I bear to deceive you? You know that we men are cursed and cannot cultivate, but after I marry I can cultivate. Why do you think that is? Why? Does this have anything to do with your marriage? Then why can't your father cultivate after marrying? Many men in the East continent have married, but none of them can cultivate. Even though you can now, does it relate to marriage? As for why, I don't know. Wu Di could be open with his aunt about many things, but he couldn't explain the system. It wasn't disbelief, but rather an inability to explain. However, every time I get intimate with them, my strength increases. Last night my summoner also broke through to level 7. If I keep this up, I can reach level 30 in all 3 professions within 5 months. Really? But your vitality has indeed increased a lot these past few days. It should have reached level 6, right? Wang Qiulan, though somewhat skeptical, noticed Wu Di's vitality growth. Yes, with my current speed, I can level up 1 level in just 5 days for all 3 professions. If I reduce the frequency, it will take longer. If that's the case, and it doesn't harm your body, then your aunt won't interfere. Wang Qiulan was successfully persuaded by Wu Di. Don't worry, aunt. Alright, they're all waiting, I'll go freshen up first, and then we'll set off. Aunt, seeing you looking haggard makes me feel pained. Don't eavesdrop in the future, he. After saying this, Wu Di laughed and ran off. This naughty boy is now teasing his aunt. Does he think his aunt wants to hear that? No, even though Xiao Di says it won't harm his body, I still need to find a way to supplement him. I heard that those whips work. Well, I must hunt a few magical beasts in a few days. Wang Qiulan already had plans in mind. Perhaps this very thought would earn her the title of the magical whip hunter. The journey was very smooth. As they moved away from Mingyue City, the number of vehicles and pedestrians on the road significantly decreased. At this point, Wu Di's convoy had already entered the territory of Meihua Ridge. The Lord of Meihua Ridge is Beitang Meihua, a level 45 magician lord who once made significant contributions alongside Shangwan Mingyue. Now she guards Meihua Ridge as the first line of defense for the north side of Mingyue City. Moreover, Beitang Meihua is also a viscount fully capable of choosing a better territory or staying close to the city lord. However, the northern gate is extremely important, which is why Shangwan Mingyue had no choice but to send her here along with several other lords in their 40s to form a defensive line at the north of Mingyue City. The territory chosen by Wu Di is directly in front of Meihua Ridge. As long as they cross Meihua Ridge, they will reach Wu Di's territory. In the future, Wu Di Ridge will become the first line of defense in the north. Speed up the convoy. Let's settle down in Meihua Town tonight. Looking at the sky and the map, Wu Di decided to visit Meihua Town tonight. Meihua Ridge has a total of 5 small towns, and Meihua Town is where the Lord's Mansion is located, serving as the military and political center of Meihua Ridge, about 120 miles from Mingyue City. In the Lord's Mansion of Meihua Town, a stunning woman clad in a light blue magic robe wrapped around her alluring figure, with long gray-white hair cascading down her shoulders and bright eyes fixated on the scroll her slender fair fingers had unfurled. After so many years, finally an interesting character has appeared. Instead of choosing a powerful warrior, he chooses women like us who are not favored as his wives. Interesting. You should be arriving soon, but I wonder if someone like you would be interested in someone like me. After saying this, she playfully twirled a strand of hair near her ear, exuding charm. The woman was Beitang Meihua, the Lord of Meihua Ridge. Although she was 50 years old as a level 45 magician, she possessed a lifespan of 300 years and still looked like a 20-year-old girl. However, Beitang Meihua had once promised herself to someone when she became a viscount at the age of 30. A 30-year-old man took a liking to her and made her a concubine. Of course, that man was also attracted to her viscount status. However, after she spent 3 months in his residence, he passed away. Later, she was sent by the Lord of Mingyue City to be the Lord here. My lord, the convoy of the invincible Lord from Huaxia has arrived. At that moment, a guard walked in to report. Yes, let the convoy of Lord Wu Di from Huaxia rest at the post station. After arranging everything, please invite Lord Wu Di to the Lord's Mansion. I will host a welcome banquet for him. Although they were both lords, her level and status were higher than Wu Dis, so she did not go out to greet him, but waited in the Lord's Mansion. I really miss the taste of a man. Whether I can say goodbye to you in the future depends on tonight. After saying this, she glanced at her 5 long jade-like fingers before getting up to make arrangements. Indeed, a lord's town is different. Arriving at Meihua Town, Wu Di sighed. In the past 2 days, they had passed through 4 towns, but they were all similar to the initial Ziying Town, and some were even worse. However, Meihua Town finally resembled a real town. The sawtooth city wall stood 10 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide. Not only did it have arrow towers every 20 or 30 meters standing 20 meters above the ground, but also heavy crossbows covered by rain cloths every 100 meters. These could block ground beasts and also shoot down flying beasts. There were guards patrolling on the arrow towers and city walls resembling a heavily fortified military town. Although the buildings on the streets of the town were all made of rammed earth, they were well organized and looked very comfortable, bustling with people and vehicles. The clothing of the residents indicated that their happiness index was much higher than in the previous towns, and soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets from time to time. In the center of the town stood a stone castle towering 20 meters high, significantly taller than the surrounding buildings, making it particularly eye-catching. This is the Lord's mansion. Wu Di looked at the distant castle and turned to Wang Qiulan, saying, "Aunt, let's find an inn to settle down first, then I'll visit the Lord of Meihua Ridge. Since we are here at Meihua Ridge, I must gather information. After all, Meihua Ridge borders my territory, and they should know it well. Moreover, we will be neighbors in the future, so there will be plenty of opportunities to interact, especially since she is a viscount. Out of courtesy and reason, I should pay her a visit." But what about the convoy of the invincible lord from Huaxia? Just as Wang Qiulan was about to look for an inn, a group of guards approached and asked, "This is the invincible lord from Huaxia." Ant stepped aside and gestured. "We have met the great lord from Huaxia." The few of them hurriedly bowed to Wu Di. "No need for formalities. Who are you?" "We are the personal guards of Lord North Tang Meihua. Lord Meihua has learned that the lord of the manor is passing through Meihua Town and has specifically sent us to escort him to the post station for rest." "Oh, that is truly troublesome for Lord Meihua. Please, this way, my lord. Are you satisfied with this place, my lord?" After leading Wu Di and the others to the post station, the female guard said to Wu Di, "Very good, thank you for your trouble. The post station is right next to the Lord's manor and is a 3-story building. The environment is quite nice, and Wu Di and the others are very satisfied, especially since they don't have to spend any money. As long as the Lord is satisfied, our Lord Meihua has said that the Lord of the manor has had a tiring journey and a banquet has been prepared at the manor to welcome him. We hope the Lord will grant us the honor." The guard's attitude is very humble. This is something other female nobles or lords cannot enjoy. The reason is that Wu Di is a male lord and is a distinguished guest personally hosted by North Tang Meihua. To have the Lord Meihua host a banquet for me, I am truly honored. I was just planning to pay a visit to Lord Meihua, so please wait a moment while I change my clothes. Wu Di did not expect that North Tang Meihua not only arranged for someone to receive them, but also prepared a banquet for him, which left him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he had to attend. Since it was his first visit as a guest, and he was meeting his superior, Wu Di naturally could not arrive empty-handed. However, as someone who had just obtained his title a few days ago, he lacked good gifts. "I can't possibly ask Wani for something, can I?" Wu Di instinctively thought of Nangong Wani. Although her storage bag is not large, finding 1 or 2 gifts should not be difficult. However, although he does rely on others, he cannot keep doing so without it affecting his health. "By the way, didn't the city lord send me some supplements last time? A ginseng will do just fine." Wu Di suddenly remembered that Shangwan Mingwei had sent him 3 ginsengs. He had only consumed 1 ginseng root, leaving 2 untouched, so giving 1 away would not be a big deal. "Can't you all rest well at the post station? I will visit the Lord's manor." After changing into his clothes and holding a box containing the ginseng, Wu Di followed the personal guard of North Tang Meihua out, accompanied by 2 skeletal sentinels. There was no other choice. Although the post station was close to the Lord's manor, it was still over 70 meters away, and he had to enter the Lord's manor. Thus, he could only bring the skeletal sentinels along. "My lord, are you a summoner?" One of the guards, seeing Wu Di accompanied by skeletal sentinels, asked incredulously. Summoners are already rarer than mages, and to see one in the presence of a cursed man is hard for them to believe. "Indeed, I am fortunate to be a necromancer summoner," Wu Di replied calmly. He had prepared to use the identity of a summoner to conceal his roles as a warrior and mage. "Wow, I actually met a legendary male summoner. Oh my, I remember that the last male summoner in our empire appeared 500 years ago, but after entering the wild forest 300 years ago, he never showed up again." Yes, it is said that this summoner was a jungle summoner and was almost at the same level as Wu Di in the jungle. At that time, he had already reached level 66 when he entered the wild forest, but unfortunately, he never came out again. Indeed, many believe that he was the first person in our empire to break the curse. Unfortunately, he too could not escape that damned curse. "Alright, you all should stop discussing this and not keep Lord Meihua waiting." The leading guard, seeing his subordinates endlessly gossiping, could not help but intervene. "My lord, please." The others were only briefly shocked. Although very few men can cultivate, they do exist. However, as long as one does not break through to level 30, one's fate remains unchanged. Even if one breaks through level 30, it merely adds a few decades to one's lifespan, making them no different from ordinary people. With such a short lifespan, it is nearly impossible to break through level 50. Without reaching level 50, no matter how strong one's abilities, after 100 years, all efforts will come to naught. They are all warriors above level 30, possessing a lifespan of 300 years. With their talents, as long as they do not die on the battlefield, breaking through level 50 within the remaining lifespan is a certainty. Naturally, they will not be hindered by Wu Di's identity as a summoner. Upon entering the castle, Wu Di discovered that it is also a 3-story building with a Chinese architectural style. However, the floors are relatively high. In the center of the castle is a huge courtyard comparable to a villa from his past life. The outer walls of the castle are 10 meters high. As Wu Di observed, he walked alongside the captain of the guards on the bluestone floor toward the interior of the castle. Lord Wu Di, Lord Meihua, is inside. You may enter by yourself. The captain of the guards brought Wu Di to the entrance of a room on the second floor of the castle and gestured for him to enter. You all wait for me here. After saying this to the skeletal archers, Wu Di took the gift box from their hands. In reality, controlling the skeletal sentinels only requires mental power. The reason he said this was for the captain of the guards to hear, as the skeletal archers are fully armed sentinels. As for danger, Wu Di was not concerned. They are all nobles with no grudges against him. Even if there was danger, the 2 level 10 skeletal sentinels would merely serve as decorations. Upon pushing open the door, Wu Di discovered that this was not the dining room he had imagined. Instead, it resembled the living room of a presidential suite, filled with various delicacies on the dining table, and a double candle holder was placed in the center. However, Wu Di did not examine those details closely, as he was captivated by the enchanting woman in palace attire before him. Perfect, mature, charming, and graceful, she truly exudes a myriad of charms. A multitude of words sprang to Wu Di's mind. The woman's figure and beauty rivaled that of his 3 wives. Moreover, the mature allure she exuded was something his 3 wives lacked. Compared to her, they seemed much more innocent. She appeared to have just bathed, evoking in Wu Di the image of ripe peaches on a tree after a gentle rain. Fragrant and juicy, she made one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. However, after 9 years of compulsory education, Wu Di's rationality ultimately triumphed over his desires. These are someone else's peaches. It is unethical to steal them without the owner's consent. I am Wu Di from Huaxia. I have come to meet Lord North Tang. As a newcomer, I offer this small token of respect. I hope Lord Meihua will accept it. Why be so polite, little brother from Huaxia? You've been staring at me for quite a while. Don't you think I look good? North Tang. Meihua approached Wu Di, a fragrant breeze following her. One hand picked up the gift Wu Di offered and placed it on the table without even looking at it. The other hand took Wu Di's hand and placed it on her waist, smiling at him. Where am I and where is this place? Despite having lived 2 lives, Wu Di was stunned by North Tang Meihua's actions. Have I encountered a fairy? Have I become Tang's son? Where are you, Yukong? What's wrong, little brother from Huaxia? Are you dissatisfied with your sister's beauty? Beitang Meihua leaned closer, presenting her ample bosom to Wu Di, whispering softly by his ear. I've never heard someone speak like this. You could just say it without getting so close and blowing air afterward. Do you not know how ticklish that is? Of course, Wu Di could only express these thoughts in his heart. Viscount. He began, only to be interrupted immediately by Beitang Meihua. Call me sister. Sister, you are as beautiful as a flower, and when little brother first saw you, he was astonished, offending you momentarily. I hope you can forgive me. Although Beitang Meihua acted this way, Wu Di couldn't understand her intentions, unsure if she was teasing him or being serious. Regardless, he thought it best to apologize first. So who is more beautiful, my sister or your 3 wives? Beitang Meihua lifted Wu Di's chin with her slender fingers, her red lips parting. She looked at Wu Di with a teasing gaze. Well, they are all elegant and refined, but you are as stunning as a flower, making it hard to distinguish who is more beautiful in my brother's eyes. In an unclear situation, Wu Di could only navigate cautiously, but indeed it was hard to tell. You are quite silver-tongued, but your answer pleases me. Come sit down quickly, or the food will get cold. Although Beitang Meihua had immediately taken a liking to this small man, she did not appreciate a heartless man. Despite her territory being filled with women and young boys over the years as a viscount, it was not difficult for her to take a man as a concubine, but in this world men often took wives and concubines for profit. Especially for petite types like her, they were less favored, often worried that their offspring would also be petite, and were rarely willing to have children. Even though Wu Di was wary of her, he did not claim his wives were inferior to her. If it were any other lord, they would not only say their wives were prettier behind their backs, but even in front of them. After sitting Wu Di in a chair, Beitang Meihua casually picked up Wu Di's gift, not because she cared for it, but out of curiosity about what he would present as a meeting gift. Of course, this was also the first time in many years she had received a gift from a man. Wow, my dear little brother, you truly surprised me, bringing out a 300-year-old ginseng as a gift. Beitang Meihua did not expect Wu Di to give her such a valuable gift. After all, it was already surprising for a man to give a woman a gift, especially one of such significance. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Beitang Meihua couldn't help but wonder to herself. However, her fondness for Wu Di increased rapidly. He was young and handsome, appearing vibrant and full of life, generous in his actions and pleasant in speech. Unable to resist comparing him to her ex-husband, she found Wu Di superior in every way. He was the man she had always dreamed of, and her gaze towards him brightened slightly. Forgive me for laughing, little brother. It was only 3 days ago that I was still a commoner. This is the best gift I could offer. Seeing Beitang Meihua glance at it, and then put it down, Wu Di assumed she was dissatisfied and explained, "Little brother, this gift is too precious for me to accept. You should take it back." Hearing Wu Di say this, Beitang Meihua felt flattered and surprised. While 300-year-old ginseng was rare, it was not particularly significant to her. Yet for Wu Di, who had just become a noble, it was undoubtedly a treasure. For him to give her such a treasure made her feel a level of importance and respect she had never experienced before, and this sense of regard stemmed from the charming young man before her. "Come try the dishes from my lord's manor and see if they suit your taste." Beitang Meihua personally fed Wu Di a piece of abalone drenched in sauce. "How is it? Is the abalone that sister fed you delicious?" Beitang Meihua looked at Wu Di eagerly. Seeing her expression, it didn't seem like she was dissatisfied with the gift, and she was so warm towards me. Could it be that she wants to eat me? Wu Di immediately thought of the image of the white-boned spirit wanting to eat Tang Seng's flesh. "It's delicious, tender and juicy," he instinctively replied. "It's delicious. I'll make sure to eat more later. Come try the specialty from my place." Beitang Meihua smiled with satisfaction as she poured a cup of wine for Wu Di from the jug on the table. "Come taste it. This is the flower wine that I personally brewed. Only a few jars can be produced each month, and aside from you, I can hardly bear to let anyone else drink it." "Sister, you are making it hard for me to bear." Wu Di truly couldn't handle it. Although the 3 women had also been attentive to him these past few days, it was still a bit uncomfortable since they were his wives. But Beitang Meihua being so close and feeding him abalone put him in a rather passive position. Although he enjoyed being passive, he couldn't just remain completely still. "What? Little brother is still shy? Didn't your 3 sisters ever feed you like this?" "Well, not really." Wu Di recalled his 3 wives would sometimes just feed him buns at most. He then have another one. No, sister, I prefer to eat by myself. You should sit down and eat as well. It's a bit uncomfortable with you watching me like this." "All right, since little brother prefers to do it himself, I'll let you be." With that, Beitang Meihua set down her chopsticks and returned to sit across from Wu Di. "Sister, the reason I came this time is to visit you, and I also want to inquire about the current situation of Wu Huaxia Ridge. I hope you can enlighten me. Since you insist on calling me sister, I have no choice but to act like a brother. Having such a powerful sorceress as a sister so close to my territory is definitely advantageous for me. Little brother, since you've called me sister, to be honest, I truly do not want you to take on this lordship." At this point, Beitang Meihua changed her previously frivolous demeanor. "Let me put it this way, I am a level 45 wind-type sorceress with 100 elite warriors above level 30 under my command, along with 1,500 warriors between level 10 and 30 plus 5 towns with 500 militiamen. However, I can barely protect the territory of Meihua Ridge, while your territory lacks resources and farmers compared to mine, and it is right next to the wild forest. Not to mention the magical beasts that often come from the wild forest. Just the 3 bandit groups in your territory are not something you can handle, especially the Black Demon Mountain to the northwest, which even I must be cautious about. The leader of Black Demon Mountain is already over level 40 with 300 to 400 bandits under him. Not only are they powerful, but they also control the town of Haitu in your territory. Besides Black Demon Mountain, there is also Bullhead Mountain and Waterway Village. Waterway Village is the weakest, located in the northeast of your territory, with a leader only in their 20s and less than 100 followers. Yet they are quite troublesome. After each raid, they retreat to their village, and when faced with strong enemies, they immediately flee into the wild forest by boat like a pesky rat. Then there is Bullhead Mountain on the western border of your territory with over 200 people. Their leader is a level 35 warrior, often raiding your towns, and the Nine Peaks territory to the west, making it a very dangerous existence. So the danger level in your territory is at least 10 times higher than here. I advise you to either return to the city and ask the Lord to resign from the lordship, or stay here with me." After Beitang Meihua finished speaking, she looked at Wu Di with a slight frown, waiting for his decision. "Sister, I am naturally aware of the dangers of the territory. Since I chose this land in the first place, I will not abandon it just because of danger. I can only appreciate your good intentions, dear sister." To be honest, although Wu Di knew that the territory was extremely dangerous, he did not expect that such a small territory would have 3 groups of mountain bandits, especially the strength of the Black Magic Mountain was so formidable, which he had not anticipated. It can be said that this is a hellish start, but this hellish mode is his own choice. In fact, he could have chosen to lie flat, but with a system and being a transmigrator, how could he bring shame to the countless other transmigrators? Brother, don't rush to refuse. I truly do not want you to take this risk, and you don't need to take this risk. Although Huaxiao Ridge is also the territory of the Empire, the first line of defense to the north is my Meihua Ridge. Whether it is the mountain bandits or the beast-tide, Huaxiao Ridge cannot withstand them. Even if you are unwilling to give up your identity as a lord, you can temporarily stay here with me. At least I can ensure your safety here. Moreover, your territory has a population of less than 10,000 and is extremely barren. The annual tax revenue is less than 100 gold. There is no need for you to take the risk personally in the territory. If you want to develop the territory, you can send someone to manage it. Previously, I sent people to collect taxes from your territory, and you only need to stay here with peace of mind. Listen to your sister. As a grown man, there is really no need for you to take this risk. Let us women handle it. You can choose any room in my lord's mansion. What do you think? Not at all. He was a transmigrator, and whether staying in Mingwei City or Meihua Ridge was not what he wanted. Although it was comfortable, it did not belong to him. As a transmigrator, it felt like being a son-in-law far away in a foreign land. No matter how good life was, it wasn't his. Although Huaxiao Ridge still belonged to Mingwei City and the Silver Moon Empire, he only needed to pay the annual tax. No one cared about him. He could use Huaxiao Ridge as the foundation in this world to develop his own power. In this chaotic world where martial power prevails and races compete, lying flat may feel good for a moment, but it puts his fate in the hands of others. Although the start is difficult, he can control his own fate. Therefore, no one can stop his desire to develop his own power, even if it costs him his life. At least he can say he tried. You? Beitang Meihua was also furious. After saying this, the other party still did not appreciate it and insisted on going to seek death. She truly did not know what else to say. Sister, don't be angry. I know you are doing this for my own good, but I have my reasons for needing to go. What reason? As a man, instead of staying home to reproduce and thrive, you insist on running to a dangerous territory to be a lord. If you really have something you want to do, I can help you. Sister, may I ask why you are being so good to me, considering we met by chance? Wu Di was somewhat amused and helpless by her words, which left him with no temper. Isn't it simple? You are a man and I am a woman. Isn't it our duty to protect men? Beitang Meihua felt a bit nervous at this question from Wu Di. It was not shyness, but rather the fear of being rejected by Wu Di if she spoke her true feelings. Moreover, these matters are things that we women should do. What business do you have meddling? Is that really the case? After Wu Di finished speaking, he stared intently at the alluring figure before him, and he had some guesses. Although his role had not fully transitioned, yet he could still make some educated guesses. Sister, do you have feelings for me and want to be with me? Feeling shy under Wu Di's gaze, Beitang Meihua steeled herself. So that's what it is. Sister, you should have said so earlier, but even if you become my woman, it won't stop me from being this lord. With the answer he sought in his heart, Wu Di finally relaxed. Originally, Beitang Meihua had been overly enthusiastic and thought she was going to demand something extreme from him. It turned out she was just tempted by his body, which was much easier to handle. Brother, does this mean you agree? With such a stunning woman like my sister taking the initiative, how could I bear to refuse a... But sister promised someone else over a decade ago. Do you mind? Beitang Meihua was now extremely anxious. She did not want to tell Wu Di this, but was worried he would find out later and abandon her again. After much deliberation, she decided to speak up. Even if Wu Di minded, at least it could earn her some goodwill. As long as you listen to your sister in the future, this won't be a problem. What is this? In his previous life, he had 4 girlfriends, all of whom were second-hand or third-hand. What does second-hand even count for? Really? Brother, are you being serious? You aren't just trying to make me happy, are you? At this moment, Beitang Meihua was more nervous than encountering a level 70 monster. My dear sister, if words won't convince you, then I can only express it through actions. Looking at the enchanting figure before him, Wu Di felt that even the most delicious delicacies seemed bland. He wiped his mouth and walked to Beitang Meihua's side. Under her expectant gaze, he picked her up in a princess carry and entered the pink rippling inner chamber. This reminded Wu Di of a concert he attended in his previous life. The applause erupted. The screams erupted. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, with applause and cheers alternating, and when the performance ended, it left a mess behind. Do you believe it now? I believe it just a little. Looks like that's not enough. Let's do it again. Do you believe it now? In the early morning, Wu Di collapsed onto the bed, exhausted and hungry, realizing he had been careless, but he still refused to admit defeat. Actually, when brother picked up sister, she already believed it. Beitang Meihua, drenched in sweat, covered her mouth and giggled, resembling a fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. Indeed, I am still too inexperienced. Brother, you are the strongest and most resilient man I have ever seen. From now on, you are my man. Beitang Meihua leaned against Wu Di's strong chest with great satisfaction. However, last night's experience made Wu Di understand what a woman truly was: a real woman. What does sparring mean? It means a fair fight, unlike when he was with the three women, where he completely overwhelmed them. Beidang Meihua had both defensive and offensive capabilities, and her counterattacks even surpassed his, making it difficult for him to cope. Congratulations, host, for completing the one-wife task. Reward: 1 year of lifespan increase. You sparred with your wife 7 times. Reward: vitality 20, magic power 30, spirit 20. Please continue to strive for excellence and reach new heights. System: you really have no idea what it's like to be in pain. I am lying down and already in pain. It's impossible to reach new heights again. As the rewards arrived, Wu Di felt a renewed sense of spirit and strength. Now his mage level had also reached level 6. Age 18 years. Height 189 centimeters. Wives and concubines 3. Warrior level 6, with skills in basic swordsmanship, basic spear techniques, assassination, swordsmanship, shield defense, jumping. Mage level 6, no skills. Summoner level 7, with skills in talisman crafting and summoning. Vitality 640. Magic power 600. Spirit 730. Lifespan 10 years and 23 days. Not bad indeed. Only through hard work can one improve. Not only has my strength increased, but I've also grown an additional centimeter, and my lifespan has extended by a year. Quite impressive. Looking at my panel, Wu Di felt quite satisfied. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Wait, system, does this mean that if I just change partners without any formalities, I can increase my lifespan? Wu Di recalled that he hadn't received rewards when marrying the 3 women before, and only after sleeping with the 3 did the rewards arrive. Now it was the same after being with Beidang Meihua. To the host, as long as you sincerely wish to marry the other party and they sincerely wish to marry you under a mutual agreement, the marriage task can be completed to receive rewards. If either party is unwilling, the task cannot be completed. Alright, I understand. Regardless of the ceremony or witness, as long as both parties are willing to marry, completing the final step would count as fulfilling the task. Wife: Beidang Meihua. Age 50. Height 1.99 meters. Loyalty 100. Occupation: wind mage. Level 45. Vitality 450. Magic power 4500. Spirit 135. Skills: wind blade technique, attack, wind light technique, support, wind shield technique, defense, windstorm area attack, wind magic, wolf attack. Now this is what a mage truly looks like. After seeing Beidang Meihua's skills, Wu Di sighed in admiration. This was a genuine mage. A mage can only unleash their true power after reaching level 30. The area attack skill at level 30 not only has a wide attack range, but also great lethality. Even though wind mages are more support-oriented and control-oriented, their offensive skills are still formidable. Although she is only level 45, it is likely that even a dozen of the level 30 Tuoba Lingxiang would not be a match for Beidang Meihua. If it weren't for the magic power limits, facing any warriors below level 50 would be like serving food. However, Wu Di did not expect Beidang Meihua's loyalty to be at 100. Is it that women are easier to please in this era, simply falling in line after one night? Outside the Lord's mansion in the early morning, Beidang Meihua held Wu Di's arm reluctantly. If not for wanting to be an obedient woman, she would have kept Wu Di locked inside the Lord's mansion. Little brother, if you insist on going to the territory, I will let you be, but let my personal guards follow you. Why do you refuse? Though our relationship has progressed, Beidang Meihua still habitually calls Wu Di little brother. Meihua Ridge isn't very safe. You need someone to protect you. Besides, I have the random teleportation scroll you gave me, so there won't be any danger. Although Beidang Meihua's personal guards are much stronger than his own, using others isn't convenient. Moreover, they are all big guys, which makes him a bit uncomfortable. Furthermore, her guards are all petite. If he were to add a team of big guys, it could cause unnecessary trouble, like the difference between the maternal family and the legitimate line. Alright, then take this hunting hawk with you. If you encounter any unsolvable problems, send me a message. If you find yourself in danger, you must retreat. Losing the territory doesn't matter. As long as you are safe, we can reclaim it in the future. Seeing Wu Di's resolute attitude, Beidang Meihua had no choice but to have one of her subordinates bring over a hawk for messaging. Wu Di did not refuse, and after the skeleton warrior took it, he stepped out of the Lord's mansion under Beidang Meihua's reluctant gaze. The skeleton archer not only carried the ginseng brought from yesterday, but also had a random teleportation scroll, which was the only scroll Beidang Meihua had for her safety, and she had given it to Wu Di. Along with the 3 scrolls given by Murong Lingshan and one of Nangong Wan Yi's, Wu Di now possessed 5 random teleportation scrolls, just enough for him, the 3 women, and his aunt to each have 1. Little Di, husband, you've finally returned. Wu Di hadn't even reached the inn's entrance when the 4 women waiting at the door rushed towards him. If not for the Lord's mansion sending someone last night to inform them that Wu Di had spent the night there, the 4 women would have likely come looking for him. Husband, why did you spend the night at the Lord's mansion? Was Lord Meihua kind to you? Did she give you any trouble? As the eldest, Tuoba Lingxiang grabbed Wu Di's arm with concern. Lord Meihua is very nice, quite welcoming. I was treated generously several times, which is why I returned now. Wu Di didn't intend to hide it from the three women, but on the street with people all around, he feared that mentioning Bei Tang Meihua would negatively affect her reputation, so he planned to tell the three women tonight instead. However, Wu Di was overthinking it. Such matters were something Bei Tang Meihua would flaunt in this world. If others knew, they would only feel envy and jealousy. That's good. We've all prepared. Oh, when do you think we should set off? Let's leave now. Wu Di decided not to delay any further and immediately climbed into the carriage. Husband, you smell so nice. After the three women entered the carriage, they caught a whiff of Wu Di's fragrance. Hee, it's the fragrance of plum blossoms. Wu Di chuckled. Oh, after spending a passionate night with Bei Tang Meihua, how could he not smell good? What kind of plum blossoms have this scent? Nangong Wan, he asked, sensing something was off. Of course it's Bei Tang Meihua. A husband, could it be? The three women exclaimed in unison. Correct. I found you all a good sister. With that said, Wu Di had no more secrets to hide. Husband, you must have had a rough night, right? As the three women worried about Wu Di's lack of sleep, they realized just how sought after their husband was. In just one night, he had found them a sister. Fortunately, their husband only liked their petite type, which eased their worries a great deal. Not only did I not sleep well, I didn't sleep at all. She is even more formidable than the three of you. My waist and back are sore right now. Then husband, quickly lie down and let us give you a massage. The three women, completely unconcerned that they were inferior to Bei Tang Meihua, began to tenderly attend to Wu Di as soon as they heard he was unwell. So comfortable. Why do I feel that the wives in this world are more akin to secretaries from my past life? They are capable when there is work, capable when there isn't. In short, they can do everything. What a pity for my brothers back in the Chao camp. If only they could all cross over. Lingxiang, I need to take a nap. Awake me when we reach the border of Meihua Ridge. At this moment, Wu Di was enjoying the service of the three women when sleepiness suddenly hit him. My town is the frontier town of Meihua Ridge. It is only 5 li away from the Huaxia Ridge territory. Wu Di and his party took nearly 4 hours to travel from Meihua town to my town. Husband, wake up. We have arrived at Muye town, and your territory is just ahead. My town is one of the 2 major towns in Meihua Ridge. If Meihua Ridge serves as the first line of defense north of Mingyue City, then my town is the first line of defense for Meihua Ridge. Muye town stretches like a long serpent along the northern border of Meihua Ridge. Among the 1,500 soldiers stationed in Meihua Ridge, 600 are deployed in my town, along with 100 militia, accounting for 1/3 of the entire Meihua Ridge's military strength. Despite being called a town, it feels more like a larger village to Wu Di. The wooden walls are incomplete, with the south side empty, while the east and west sides each have 500 meters of wall, with a focus on the north. The northern city wall mirrors the wall of Meihua town, with one side facing the mountains and the other adjacent to water. In front of it lies a 10-meter wide trench that can hold off a beast tide for a moment, giving the townsfolk enough time to escape. But what about Lord Wu Di's convoy? Indeed, this is the Lord's token. Wang Xiaolan, who temporarily took on the role of the guard captain, presented Wu Di's token to the commanding officer. I am Bai Yong, the commander of the My Town garrison, and I have met with Lord Wu Di. By the order of the Lord Marquis, I present this Chuan Yun arrow to you. If you encounter danger within 20 miles of my town, simply shoot the Chuan Yun arrow, and I will immediately send troops to assist you. Bai Yong finished speaking and directly handed the Chuan Yun arrow to Wang Xiaolan. Lord Marquis is very considerate, then I will trouble Captain Bai. Wu Di did not refuse, for if he did, Bei Tang Meihua would probably follow him to his territory. Nowadays, not only are women becoming more robust, but their names are also becoming increasingly masculine. You all are normal. What lovely names and beautiful women you are. Wu Di, embracing the three women, couldn't help but sigh. This robust commander named Bai Yong and the former captain of Bei Tang Meihua's personal guard named Wen Sheng both had male names, but were of the female sex. What a handsome and strong man. It's a pity he doesn't like robust women like us, and he still dares to risk becoming a lord. What a strange person. Watching Wu Di's convoy depart, Bai Yong felt a tinge of regret. Commander, what is this baron doing? Instead of staying in the city, he insists on coming here to create trouble. We are already short-handed, and now we have to rescue him if he encounters danger. I don't know what the lord is thinking. Shut up. Nobility matters are not for us to worry about. We just need to obey orders. Although Bai Yong scolded his subordinate, he had different thoughts in his heart. You don't understand the power of men. Perhaps our lord has already become someone else's woman. But if I could also gain the favor of Lord Wu Di, I would be willing to do anything for him. Of course, Bai Yong's thoughts were unknown to Wu Di, who was now entering the territory of Huaxia Ridge. My lord, we have entered the territory of Huaxia Ridge, but there are still 20 miles to reach Demu town. We should arrive by noon. Shan Tingting spoke from the carriage. Have we entered the area of Dumu Town? As she spoke, Wu Di pulled back the curtain and leaned out. The name Dumu Town comes from a unique poisonous plant found there. This plant has very thick roots, and both its leaves and stems contain a deadly toxin. In fact, more than 80% of the plants in Dumu Town are this poisonous wood, which is why it is called Dumu Town. When Wu Di first received this information, he thought of cassava. If it really is cassava, then it would solve the food problem in his territory, and even the food issues of Minghua City and the Starry City would be resolved. However, cassava belongs to the Euphorbiaceae family and generally grows in tropical regions. Nevertheless, cassava is exceptionally resilient, surviving drought and cold, able to thrive even in barren soil, making it a highly adaptable plant. This really is cassava. Seeing the 2 to 3 meter high stems lining the road so similar in shape and color to the cassava from his past life, Wu Di hurriedly jumped out of the carriage. Husband, my lord, what are you doing? Seeing Wu Di rush out, Shan Tingting quickly stopped the carriage. Quick, have someone dig up these roots. Wu Di had already jumped down to a cassava plant by the roadside, attempting to pull it out, but failing. You two dig up this poisonous root. Shan Tingting addressed the 2 guards. My lord, although this poisonous root is tender and juicy, it is highly toxic. Just look at it, but don't get too close. Shan Tingting did not understand why Wu Di was interested in this poisonous root, but she could not disobey his orders. Little Di, why do you want them to dig up the poisonous root? This thing is the tumor of Dumu Town, and it can't be cut or dug out completely. It's only useful as firewood. The fact that it can't be cut or dug out is a good thing. If it really is what I think it is, then it would be a treasure for our territory. Over 10 years ago, when this area was first cultivated, everyone thought they could eat these roots when they dug them up, just like radishes. As a result, over 100 people died from poisoning in one incident. Now, even if someone is starving, no one dares to eat this. The stems are only used as firewood for villagers, and to build fences, they have no other use. Annie, do you know this area well? Wu Di did not continue discussing the poisonous wood, as they would find out whether it was truly poisonous or a treasure once it was dug up. Although I have tasks in the barbaric forest every year, I don't always travel this way. However, I have passed through here over a dozen times in recent years. Then, Auntie, do you have acquaintances in Dumu Town? I really don't. We generally just pass through on our missions and often avoid towns and villages. Although I am familiar with the terrain and environment here, I haven't interacted much with the people. My lord, we have dug up the poisonous roots. Although the stems are not large, there are many roots below, estimated to weigh over 100 pounds. At that moment, 2 guards brought over the dug-up poisonous roots. While this yield is really high, this is only a small one, and the root system is so large. Wu Di squatted down, looking at the tree roots as thick as his arms, and he was already certain it was cassava. Bring me a knife. Although he was already almost certain, Wu Di still wanted to confirm it further for reassurance. My lord, what do you intend to do? Let us handle it. Shan Tingting did not understand Wu Di's intentions, but guessed he wanted to cut the poisonous root, so, as his guards, they naturally had to help. All right, you cut this root and peel off the skin. Wu Di did not refuse. This was something he didn't need to do himself. Shan Tingting took action herself, swiftly cutting off a root and peeling the skin off before handing it to Wu Di, saying, My lord, don't be fooled by how this poisonous root looks like a radish. It can kill a cow, so be careful not to get too close. Haha, truly a blessing from the heavens. It is indeed cassava, it is indeed cassava. Wu Di, recognizing the familiar root and scent, was already completely certain that it was cassava. Although cassava has a relatively simple nutritional profile and is toxic, it can serve as food when there is a shortage, as its ample starch content can definitely fill the belly. In his past life, cassava was the staple food for 800 million people worldwide. Not only can cassava be turned into starch, but it can also be made into cassava flour, and the pearls in bubble tea can be made from it, as well as alcohol, making it a treasure in this world. Cassava. The women were filled with 1,000 questions upon hearing Wu Di's words. Haha, from now on, this place will be the main food production area of our Huaxiao Ridge. Wu Di joyfully opened his arms, wanting to embrace the endless fields of cassava. Before, he was worried about food supply, but now he was sitting atop a mountain of grain. Although cassava was poison to the people of this world, to him, it was entirely food, a treasure. With this cassava, not only could he solve the problem of food supply for the territory, but he could also recruit a large number of guards and create an industry to increase income for the territory. Xiao Di, this poisonous root is toxic, you really can't eat it. Although Wang Qiulan did not want to contradict Wu Di as his elder, she felt the need to remind him. And I know the entire cassava plant is toxic, but it is also full of treasure. Of course, one must know how to remove the toxins. For those who do not know how to remove the toxicity of cassava, it is indeed a toxic root. Xiao Di, are you saying that the toxins from this root can be removed? That's right. Although removing the toxins from cassava is rather complicated, it is quite simple. It won't help to explain it to you now. Just take this cassava with you, and when we reach Poisonwood Town, I will teach you how to remove the toxicity. Most of the toxins in cassava are in the skin. As long as the skin is removed and it is soaked in water before being boiled, it can be eaten. The soaking time depends on the size of the cassava and the number of times the water is changed. How can this toxic root really be eaten? Wang Xiaolan was still very skeptical. And don't worry, you will find out tomorrow if it can be eaten. Alright, then I will listen to you and take this toxic root along. Wang Xiaolan instructed someone to place the cassava in the back of the cart and began moving towards Poisonwood Town again. Wu Di, feeling great about the cassava, started making advances towards his 3 wives in the cart. Hey, who goes there? Just as the convoy was nearing Poisonwood Town, a loud shout startled Wu Di, who was about to launch an attack, nearly dropping his weapon. Which bastard dares to scare me? If there are any consequences, I won't let you off. Wu Di, filled with anger, put away his tools, and the 3 women helped tidy up the scene. Fortunately, we just started, otherwise the consequences would be severe. We must be more vigilant in the wild in the future. Who are you disturbing the Lord's carriage? What crime do you deserve? Before Wang Xiaolan could speak, Shan Tingting, who was driving the carriage, began to scold. As the person closest to Wu Di, although the sounds from the carriage were faint, Shan Tingting could guess that her lord was in a good mood, and this was surely a mood killer. Lord, what kind of lord would come to our poison forest? I see you are the bandits from Waterwave Camp. The leading burly woman with about 20 men behind her blocked the road fiercely. Humph! Dare to block the way of the Lord. You are seeking death. One of the guards beside Wang Xiaolan said, raising his long sword and activating a charge skill. In the blink of an eye, the guard charged in front of the burly woman and unleashed a jump/skill, aiming for her head. Come on. Block smash. The burly woman raised her double hammers, one to block and one to smash, not only stopping the guard's jump slash, but also knocking him back 5 or 6 meters. Wu Di, who had exited the carriage, happened to witness this scene. He remembered that his guard was at level 25, yet he was at a disadvantage after just one exchange. However, in terms of physical strength, the petite woman was certainly no match for the burly woman, which was why the petite ones were often overlooked. The guard, seasoned from countless battles, knew he could not outmatch his opponent in strength, so he adopted a guerrilla tactic, using his agility instead. My lord, this woman has a vitality level of only 24. Although Xiao Mei is 1 level higher, the disparity in physique makes our strength much weaker at the same tier. Unless Xiao Mei can quickly find the opponent's flaw, she is likely to lose. Tingting, are you saying that you are weaker than the burly woman by 1 or 2 levels? The opponent is at level 24, while they are at level 25, and they still cannot win. That is quite a gap. My lord, generally we are only about 1 level below this group of big brutes, but those big brutes are not as agile as us. We still have a chance to win. But this big brute is not only strong, but also surprisingly agile, likely equivalent to our level 26 strength. At this moment, Xiao Mei was still entangled with her opponent, but mostly on the defensive, much like a leopard facing a brown bear, likely to be defeated soon. The opponent stood at a towering 2 meters, wielding a pair of hammers with both offensive and defensive capabilities, moving with impressive agility. Despite some breathlessness, her over 300 pounds of body was surprisingly nimble. Oh, this big brute looks quite striking. Wu Di observed closely and found this big brute different from others who were merely bulk. Although Wu Di felt that she was quite large, her proportions were exceptionally well-defined and looked very fit and proportionate, with delicate features akin to an enlarged version of a fitness coach. What am I thinking? Just looking at her physique is absolutely impressive. I don't have the strength to take on such a challenge. I absolutely cannot take it on. Wu Di shook off the thoughts that had just emerged in his mind, simultaneously warning himself. Stop! Just as Xiao Mei was pushed back by the opponent's hammer strike and was about to step forward again, Wu Di loudly called for a halt. He could see that these people did not seem like bandits. Although they were blocking their path, they were likely his own subjects. Yes, my lord. Xiao Mei and the guard who was about to step forward to help quickly retreated to the side, shielding Wu Di behind them. A man? How could there be a man? Could it be? Situ Yanan was stunned upon seeing Wu Di. Suddenly a terrifying term came to mind: noble. She had inadvertently collided with a noble's convoy. Presumptuous. This is Lord Baron Invincible of Huaxia. The Furong territory has been renamed Huaxia Ridge. Lord Invincible of Huaxia is the Lord of Huaxia Ridge. Shouldn't you bow to the Lord? This Poisonwood Town Militia Captain Civilian Situ Yanan greets the Lord. Situ Yanan quickly knelt down on one knee to pay her respects. I greet the Lord. Seeing Situ Yanan bow, the militia behind her also knelt down. My lord, I have offended you. Please punish me. They did not know it was you before them and did not act. It was all my own decision. I beseech you to spare them. Though it is my first time meeting a noble, I understand the consequences of offending one. Situ Yanan thought, unwilling to let her sisters suffer punishment and wished to bear the blame herself. Everyone rise. Ignorance is no crime. You are all militia of Dumu Town and thus subjects of this lord. I shall forgive you this time. Thank you, my lord. Your name is Situ Yanin, correct? Yes, my lord. Have your people lead the way to Dumu town. Come closer, for I have some questions for you. Having said that, Wu Di returned to the carriage. My lord, do you wish to understand the current situation in Dumu town? Situ Yanin approached the carriage and inquired. Indeed, please describe the current state of Dumu town. Certainly, my lord. In Dumu town. Situ Yanin, though still unclear about why a lord would visit them, especially a man, recounted all the information Wu Di wished to know. Wu Di learned from Situ Yanin that Dumu town had a population of just over 3,000 with no other villages beneath it. The entire Huaxiao Ridge was now in this state, having only towns without villages. Whether facing mountain bandits or magical beasts or enduring the harsh living conditions, the villages could not withstand external invasions. They had no choice but to huddle together in the town for warmth. Currently, Dumu town had only two roads, one leading to Meihua Ridge, which was the road they were on, and another leading to the Wild Forest in Xia Town. The militia numbered only 60, divided into two groups guarding the entrance to the town. The road here was relatively safe, so only 20 were stationed, while the other entrance was guarded by 40. Over the years, the town had barely cultivated 5,000 to 6,000 acres of farmland, but due to the barren land, the yield was low. Even in a good year, they could only scrape by, and in a year like this, many would likely starve in a month or two. To stockpile food for the winter, many townsfolk had already ventured into the wild forest to hunt magical beasts. Among the entire Dumu town, only 60 militia had reached level 20. The other villagers were only at various lower levels, and entering the wild forest, even at its edge, meant confronting numerous level 20 beasts, and even some at level 30. Most of these people had little chance of returning. Captain Sidu, have many people from the town gone to the wild forest? Wu Di felt pained. These were his subjects. With so few subjects to begin with, losing each one was a heavy blow. The first batch of 100 has just left, and a second batch will depart tomorrow. Can the first batch be brought back? Wu Di felt anguish. 100 people, that was a third of the entire small town. My lord, we are only a day's journey from the wild forest, and they have already been gone for 2 days. They must be deep within the forest now. It is impossible to catch up, and even if we did, it would be futile. Lacking food, they can only survive for a month at most. Though the wild forest is dangerous, it offers a glimmer of hope for survival, and that is their only hope. Nonsense. Who says there is no food? Dumu town is filled with food that you could not finish in several lifetimes. Wu Di was also enraged, but he quickly calmed down. After all, others did not know that cassava is edible. If he were not a time traveler and not subjected to 9 years of compulsory education, he too would not know that cassava is edible. My lord, you cannot be referring to the cassava roots, right? We would rather starve than eat those. The agony of poisoning is far worse than starving. I hope that after tomorrow you will still hold this belief. Wu Di was too lazy to explain. The toxicity of cassava was deeply rooted in their minds. No matter how much he explained, it was not as convincing as real experience. My lord, Dumu town is just ahead. Situ Yanin pointed to the small town in front. Ah, we have finally arrived. The view is truly splendid. We had been traveling through the cassava jungle flanked by cassava branches, and it felt oppressive, almost blinding me. Surrounding thousands of acres of farmland protected Dumu town at its center. Many villagers were searching through the barren fields for grains that had fallen during harvest. The town had no walls, only a fence made of cassava branches, which was insignificant compared to the defenses of the towns in Meihua Ridge. Upon seeing Wu Di's convoy enter, all the busy villagers paused their work and gathered around the convoy, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. The town had only one long street with a road in the middle and houses on either side, with farmland stretching behind the houses. By the time Wu Di and his convoy reached the town, the sides of the street were already crowded with people. Captain Situ, who is this? A woman familiar with Situ Yanin asked. Everyone step aside. Inside the carriage is our newly arrived Lord Baron Wu Di of Huaxia. Do not block the way of our lord. Heavens, did I hear that correctly? It's actually our lord. We have a lord now. Yes, and he is a baron. Is our city lord sending us a man to be our lord? A man as a lord, can that really work? Don't speak recklessly, the town head is coming. Town head Zhongli Chuanxiu has met the noble Baron Wu Di of Huaxia. I did not know of your arrival and failed to welcome you properly. Oh, I hope for your forgiveness. An elderly woman with white hair supported by a cane hurried over with a group of followers to pay her respects. There is no need for such formalities, town head Zhongli. I will trouble you with managing Dumu town from now on. Wu Di personally jumped down from the carriage and helped Zhongli Chuanxiu to her feet. Not to mention treating her with respect, just seeing her age at least over 200 years reminded Wu Di of his kind grandmother in his past life. Your lordship's kindness is overwhelming. In my remaining years, I shall certainly assist you in managing Dumu town. Zhongli Chuanxiu quickly stated. Although she was the town head, she was not a noble. as the Lord Wu Di had the authority to decide all matters within his territory. One could say Huaxiao Ridge was his private garden, and replacing her as town head was merely a matter of words. Wu Di's statement that she would continue as town head confirmed her position, and naturally, she had to express her willingness to obey Wu Di. From now on, she would be his subordinate. Very well, I have a task for you now. Organize the villagers to dig up the cassava roots and bring them all to the town. My lord, are you planning to clear land? Right now, food is scarce in the town, and if they're not even full, how can we expect them to have the strength to clear land? Situ Chuanxiu said with some difficulty. She had always advocated for land clearing, and the current farmland in Dumu town was all thanks to her efforts, but now they could hardly fill their stomachs. How could they have the strength to clear land? You need not worry about other issues. I will handle the food problem. You just need to have someone transport the toxic roots back. Now, aside from him knowing that cassava is edible, even his most pampered aunt likely wouldn't believe it, and they only indulge him because of his status. Situ Yanan, take me to find a well, and I will show you how to eat this cassava. In Dumu town, there are no rivers, and the entire town relies on a few dozen wells for survival. To remove the toxins from cassava water is essential. My lord, there is a well ahead, but it serves as the water source for over 30 households nearby. Preposterous. Everything within the territory belongs to the Lord. Oh, don't think that just because it's a well your lives aren't also in the Lord's hands. Previously, Xiaomei, who had fought with Situ Yanan, scolded. Rest assured, I will only take well water. I won't pollute the source. Although Wu Di disliked bullying others with power, Xiaomei was standing in his shoes, so he could not blame her, and had to explain to Situ Yanan. My lord, I have already arranged for someone to dig up the toxic roots. If you have any other orders, just instruct me. At this moment, Zhong Li Chuanxiu hurried over. Zhong Li, town head, you truly are as vigorous as ever. My lord, although I may seem old, I am only 260 years old. While I cannot exert all my strength at level 35, living another 20 or 30 years is no problem. All right, then I trouble you, town head Zhong Li, to prepare some wooden sheds and buckets. The more the better. Fill the basins with well water, then take the toxic roots I brought back, peel them, slice them, and soak them in the water. Although everyone was puzzled, they began to act according to Wu Di's arrangements. Wu Di also guided them until the cassava he brought back was sliced and placed in 2 wooden basins, at which point they stopped to look at him. Little brother, can we eat it like this? Not yet. Town head Zhong Li, have someone set up a stove and bring over a large pot. Cooking it thoroughly is the most crucial step. Soak it, cook it, and then soak it again for safety. Soon a stove was set up beside the well. Wu Di had the water changed for the sliced cassava and instructed Zhong Li Chuanxiu to change the water every hour. Not long after, the team that went to dig up the cassava returned with 1 to 2 tons of it. Wu Di arranged for them to process it according to the previous steps. By the time this batch of cassava was processed, it was nearly dark. Initially, he planned to cook a little to test for toxins, but to be safe, he decided to soak it overnight and cook it the next day. Generally, cassava needs to be soaked for 2 to 3 days and then cooked to be edible. Although slicing it allows toxins to dissolve in water more easily, soaking it longer is safer. That night, Zhong Li Chuanxiu arranged for Wu Di to rest at her home. The Zhong Li family was one of the first to move to Dumu town and had developed into the largest family in the town over more than a decade. The family had nearly 20 members. Although there were no men, there was a granddaughter studying at the imperial capital's magic academy. However, the academy had rules. No one could graduate without reaching level 30 and was not allowed to return home. In the morning, Wu Di arrived at the well, which had guards on duty. Every hour, someone changed the water for the cassava. Last night, the 3 professions had increased by another 20 points. Good morning, my lord. Did you sleep well last night? Zhong Li Chuanxiu had already arrived. Although she still had doubts about the edibility of the toxic roots, if they truly were edible, it would solve their biggest problem. Very well, town head Zhong Li. Next, put the cassava that soaked the longest yesterday into the pot to cook, then take it out and soak it in clean water for half an hour before eating. Husband, can this really be eaten? After the 3 women came over, they still couldn't help but ask. Doubting your husband. It seems like I need to increase the punishment tonight. Husband, we. The 3 women looked like startled rabbits. All right, soon you will find out. An hour later, Wu Di took out a few slices of cassava from the clean water, and judging by their color and smell, they should be edible. Even if there were still some toxins left, it wouldn't be a big problem. A husband spit it out quickly. Xiao Di, what are you doing? Are you trying to throw your life away? Spit it out. My lord. Seeing Wu Di put the toxic root in his mouth, everyone panicked. Wu Di was their backbone. If he poisoned himself, what would they do? Is the lord truly confident, or is he out of his mind? Zhong Li Chuanxiu beside him was also stunned by Wu Di's actions. I've already swallowed it. There's no spitting it out now. The taste is quite good, just like you all. Very powdery and tender. Wu Di saw the women wanting to help him clean his mouth and quickly swallowed the cassava. Did you really eat it? The women shed tears upon seeing Wu Di actually eat it. I did. The taste is really quite good. Compared to the coarse grains he had eaten in his previous life, cassava tasted even better. Then we will eat too. If we die together with our husband. The three women, regardless of whether it was poisonous or not, saw Wu Di eat and immediately scooped up some cassava to stuff into their mouths. Soon after, Dan Tingting, Shu Jingjing, and the other guards followed suit. They had already committed their lives to the Lord when they came here. Since Wu Di had eaten it, what was there for them to fear? Wu Di was deeply moved by this. Although he was sure there were no toxins, the women were unaware. Their unwavering loyalty following him to the end made Wu Di feel their devotion. Wu Di did not stop them and seized the opportunity to eat a few more slices himself. When he tried to take more again, he found the plates were already empty. The over 100 pounds of cassava they brought back yesterday after peeling still yielded 70 to 80 pounds of flesh, which had been devoured by dozens of them. It's all gone. But to be honest, although this thing is toxic, it does taste quite good. I seem to have eaten quite a bit. Why am I not feeling anything now? I don't feel anything either. Does your stomach hurt? Are you dizzy? Do you want to vomit? Hey, it's too soon. To confirm whether we're poisoned or not, we need to wait an hour to know. I hope the Lord's method can indeed remove the toxins otherwise. Son, Zhong Li Chuanxiu could only pray that Wu Di's method worked. Otherwise, a noble dying in her town would likely spell disaster for the Zhongli family. She never expected that Wu Di as a noble would personally test for toxins. She had originally wanted to find a few elderly women in the town who had little time left to test the toxins, but now it was too late. She could only pray that Wu Di's method really worked. Don't just stand there, it's time to change the water. Don't dawdle, keep doing what you need to do. Wu Di was the calmest among them. Seeing the world quiet down, he had to give orders again. My lord, does this method truly work? Town Mayor Zhongli, rest assured. Do you think this lord would act without reason? I give you an order from today onward. Demu Town shall be renamed Mushu Town. Beginning tomorrow, Mushu Town will organize labor in shifts. The tasks of digging up the cassava, transporting it, peeling, slicing, soaking, cooking, drying, and storing must each be assigned to dedicated personnel. Aside from meeting its own needs, Mushu Town must produce at least 5,000 jin of cassava slices each day, then dry and store them. For the next 3 months, Mushu Town's sole task will be this. With Mushu Town's manpower, producing 100,000 jin of slices in a day would not be impossible. The real problem is the water supply. Relying on a dozen or so wells extracting an extra 5,000 jin daily is already the limit. If you can truly purge the cassava of its toxins, my lord, then not just 5,000, but even 50,000 jin. Mushu Town could handle it. Zhongli Chuanxiu pledged. No need to rush. Mushu Town's water is limited. Large-scale production over time will strain the wells. After a while, we will transport the cassava to Xiaohe Town and use the river to process the toxins. Much quicker and more convenient. In Wu Di's mind, a plan had already formed. Tens of thousands of mu of cassava in Mushu Town could not be profitably processed using only the town's 3,000 people and well water. He intended not only to turn the worthless cassava into treasure, but to plant it relentlessly, making Mushu Town his granary. Xiaohe Town, connected to Mushu Town and lacking entrenched industry, could be a perfect partner. My lord, this cassava is our town's livelihood. Taking it to Xiaohe Town for processing seems inappropriate. Zhongli Chuanxiu protested, reluctant. If the cassava was inedible before, it was worthless. If it were turned into treasure, how could she bear to share it with Xiaohe Town? Town Mayor Zhongli, your vision is too narrow. Even if Mushu Town could process all the cassava, your dozen wells limit daily output. Moreover, over time, the toxic water used to soak cassava will seep into the ground and ruin the wells. Then you will not only be unable to process cassava, you will even lose your daily water supply. At that point, Mushu Town would have no choice but to relocate. Using well water to treat cassava is not a long-term solution. Also, while we harvest cassava, we must keep planting it, but we cannot live off past efforts. So many tasks cannot be accomplished by Mushu Town alone. My lord's admonition is just. I will cooperate fully with your plans and manage Mushu Town well. By noon, Wu Di had another pot of soaked cassava boiled. Though some remained wary, many townsfolk were willing to try. By evening, none of those who had first tasted the cassava suffered the slightest discomfort. Mushu Town erupted. The townspeople ran about with joyous shouts, eager to spread the news. Many gathered around the bonfire to sing and dance, offering their cherished food and wine in an impromptu celebration. Our new lord is a marvel. Indeed, in a single day, he has removed the poison from the root. What poison? The Lord said, it is cassava. From now on, our town shall be called Mushu Town. Our Lord is truly formidable. I never imagined a man could be so capable. I wish I could bear a child by our Lord. Me too. I'm almost 40 and have never known a man's touch. 40 is nothing. I'm 60 and wonder if the Lord would ever notice me. Don't be foolish. I heard the Lord prefers gentle women. A strong women like us have no chance. I don't believe that. Who doesn't like a strong woman? How I had someone secretly sketch the Lord's portrait today, and I even clipped the healthier grown nail I kept. Ugh, he'll go wash and clip mine too. Wu Di did not know of the women's gossip. By then Zhongli Chuanxiu had invited him to her home. Unlike the previous night, the evening meal was lavish. Zhongli Chuanxiu even brought forth a 20-year-old vintage wine and called a few of her juniors to join the company. Town Mayor Zhongli, this feast is far more sumptuous than last night's, Wu Di observed with a playful look. My lord must not laugh. Because of prior grain shortages we had grown accustomed to frugality. I'll forgive our poor hospitality. Today the Lord has displayed his power and solved our food problem, so we need no longer be so sparing. First, this is to apologize to the Lord. Second, to thank the Lord for teaching us how to remove the cassava's toxicity. And third, to celebrate our domain being led by such a wise and mighty Lord. With the Lord at the helm, our lives will surely improve and our strength will grow. Town Mayor Zhongli, your words are artfully spoken. But I am not petty. Even if you fed me porridge every day, I would have no complaint. There are a few points you must heed. First, although I have taught you how to detoxify the cassava, the method must not be disclosed. Future detox operations must be carried out separately and entrusted only to those we trust. When you go to Xiaoa Town to detoxify cassava, use people from Mushu Town to assist. Finished cassava products must be strictly inspected for residual toxins, and any that are not cleanly detoxified must not be stored. Second, the yields of recently reclaimed farmland have been poor. From now on, they should be planted with cassava. Aside from household gardens, all other fields and borders will be sown with cassava. I will teach the planting methods tomorrow. Third, erect gates at the town's 2 entrances and post guards daily. Outsiders shall not enter. Increase the militia to 300. Soon I will select 100 to serve as the domain's guards. Fourth, ensure the quality and quantity of the daily cassava output. Any issues with these 4 points? My lord, to be honest, under previous circumstances these demands would have been impossible. But now that the food problem is solved, none of these are insurmountable. I promise the Lord we will not disappoint you. Good. If Town Mayor Zhongli can accomplish these things, this Lord guarantees that within 3 years the Zhongli family will rise to noble status. On behalf of the Zhongli family, I thank you for your cultivation of us. Zhongli Chuanxiu felt a surge of emotion. Had someone else spoken, so she might not have believed it. For a woman to ascend into the nobility is exceedingly difficult. 3 years is almost nothing. Some families take generations. Yet in Wu Di, she saw a sliver of hope, however slight, it was hope nonetheless. Children, let us raise our cups together and toast the Lord. My lord, we toast to you. My lord, you are truly strong. My lord, your chest is so sturdy. My lord, you. Wow, that's big. Wacha, where are you touching? Is this how you toast? The 4 women from the Sidhu family became increasingly bold, and Wu Di had no choice but to activate his evasive mode. My lord, am old and can't handle much alcohol, so I will take my leave now. Situ Chuanxiu hurriedly stood up to excuse herself as she saw her juniors launching their assault. Come, my lord, let's drink. Come, my lord, have a grape. Come. Half an hour later, Wu Di stumbled into his room, finally, letting out a sigh of relief. Is this a toast to me, or are you trying to tempt me? Fortunately, I, your lord, am a man of integrity, and I have a wife. I absolutely cannot stray outside. At this moment, Wu Di completely forgot about spending the night at the Meihua Ridge Lord's mansion. The petite and attractive women were weak in alcohol tolerance, but in front of such robust women, he naturally felt like a man of integrity. As soon as Wu Di entered the door, 3 of his wives rushed to greet him, helping him undress and bathe, with the 3 working together in a flurry. Hey, who says a home flower is not as fragrant as a wild flower? My home flower's wine is more fragrant than wild flowers. You can just be jealous. Eldest sister, you lost. Tonight you must help me and the second sister relieve the pressure. That's right, eldest sister, you can't go back on your word. Oh, it seems you all have been playing some new tricks behind my back. As Wu Di lay in the bathtub, he heard Nangong Wani and Linghu Xiaoqian's words and couldn't help but look at Tuoba Lingxiang. Husband, the 2 younger sisters are bullying me and you are not intervening. Tuoba Lingxiang did not answer the 2 women's questions, but instead began to act cute toward Wu Di. Hiss, Lingxiang, you can even act cute now. Wu Di felt an unusual enjoyment. Tuoba Lingxiang had always been the eldest sister, maintaining that image, yet she was acting cute today. Husband, we didn't bully the eldest sister. I and the 3rd sister bet with the eldest sister that you would definitely return to accompany us tonight, while the eldest sister bet that you would go out looking for sisters, just like the night before. The bet was that whoever lost would help share the burden of the husband tonight. Since you returned, the eldest sister naturally lost, so we did not bully her. What Xiaoqian said is true, a bet must be honored. As the eldest sister, you must lead by example and set a good example for your younger sisters. Husband, I heard that Mayor Zhongli found 4 petite clan members to accompany you. Didn't you notice? 4 petite clan members. Lingxiang, who told you that? Wu Di was quite surprised to look at Tuoba Lingxiang, but his gaze caught the suppressed smiles of Ling Hu Xiaoqian and Nangong Wani, and he immediately understood that Tuoba Lingxiang had been tricked. The second sister and third sister said so. Haha, no wonder you lost. However, your loss is not unjust. As the eldest sister, you were indeed fooled by your two younger sisters, so you should be punished. How did you two little girls trick me? Tuoba Lingxiang immediately reacted. He, eldest sister, this is not our fault. As soon as we said Mayor Zhongli called 4 petite women to accompany the husband for dinner, you immediately said that the husband would not come back tonight. We said the husband would definitely return, and then you bet with us, so you can't blame me and the second sister. Alright, it's a shame that the eldest sister trusted you two so much. I didn't expect you two to have dug a pit for me from the very beginning. Tuoba Lingxiang understood now. Although she had jumped into the pit herself, it was her two sisters who had dug it beforehand. Okay, the matter is clear, but a loss is a loss. Let me in for my husband. After Wu Di understood the whole story, he looked quite fair and directly pulled Tuoba Lingxiang into the bathtub. You have sparred with your wives 7 times, reward 20 health, 20 magic, 30 spirit. Please continue to work hard and achieve new heights. Another beautiful day. It's just that this time the increase went to spirit and I can't find a pattern. Last night, Tuoba Lingxiang had endured one more, and Wu Di originally thought it would enhance magic, but it went to spirit instead. Host Huaxia Wu Di. Age 18 years. Height 189 cm. Wives 4. Warrior level 6. Basic swordsmanship, basic spear technique, assassination sword technique, shield defense, jumping. Mage level 6, no skills. Summoner level 7. Talisman crafting, summoning. Health 680. Magic 640. Spirit 780. Lifespan 10 years and 21 days. Still a bit slow. Hey, get up. After teaching them how to plant cassava, we will set off for Zaiki Town. He still didn't even have a fixed residence. Although Cassava Town was his property, it was not his home. Building a lord's mansion in Cassava Town is unrealistic. It has no resources other than cassava, making it an undesirable landing place. His ideal location is Zaiki Town. Zaiki Town is close to the wild forest, rich in timber resources, and has plenty of magical beasts with thousands of acres of farmland and a small river ensuring a good water source. However, all this is just from the map. He will need to investigate on site. My lord, won't you stay a few more days? On the way to Zaiki Town, Zhongli Chuanxiu couldn't help but plead. No, please take care of the matters in Cassava Town, and once I settle in Zaiki Town, I will send someone to inform you. After Wu Di finished speaking, he climbed into the carriage. Farewell, my lord. Yanin, the matters of recruiting guards and militia in Cassava Town will be entrusted to you. Perform well to win the favor of the lord. After Wu Di left, Zhongli Chuanxiu patted Situ Yanin on the shoulder. Mayor, after today's militia recruitment, I want to take a group to hunt magical beasts tomorrow. Without the flesh and blood of magical beasts, it's very difficult to improve my strength just by eating cassava. Well, now that the food issue is resolved, we can do what we couldn't do before. You arrange these matters, and let Xiongyong assist you. Great-grandma, isn't he just a barren lord? Men don't live long. Do we really need to support him with all our might? After returning to the Zhongli family, a junior following, Zhongli Chuanxiu couldn't help but say, Xiao Jun, no matter how long the other party lives, he is still our lord, and he has solved our food problem just 2 days after arriving, at least saving hundreds of lives in our town. Moreover, the abundance of food has liberated our entire town, and the benefits he brings us go beyond just food. This lord is very young. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, living for 10 years is not a problem. So no matter what, we must fully support him. Only if he is well can we be better. Starting tomorrow, you all must keep a close eye on the cassava harvesting and detoxification process. Leave no room for carelessness. Sir, circle around this ridge, and ahead lies Xiao Town. Are we finally there? Wu Di drew aside the carriage curtain, and before him rose a mountain over 100 meters high. Not bad. Mountains and water, it truly seems suited for settlement. Wu Di felt pleased with the surroundings. Barring misfortune, this would become his future lordly residence. In truth, Furong Town once had a lord's manor. After the town was overrun by demonic beasts, and the Furong lord fell in battle, the whole settlement fell into ruin. Thus, Wu Di could only choose the northeastern Xiaohe town of his domain and rebuild his manor there. Shouty, bad news. Sounds of fighting from the direction of Xiaohe town. There must be a battle. I have already sent men to scout. While Wu Di was admiring the landscape, Wang Qiulan approached with a grave expression. It is not yet winter, so this is unlikely a demonic beast raid. It is probably bandits from one of 3 strongholds. If it is either of the other 2, it will be manageable. With our current strength, coupled with the town militia, we can take them. If, however, they are bandits from Haimo Mountain, without fortifications, we cannot hold them. Wu Di soon concluded it was a bandit assault. Among the 3 bandit factions in his territory, only Haimo Mountain posed an unbeatable threat. As long as it was not them, he was confident they could be dealt with. In any case, Wu Di could not simply turn back. He issued the command, "All units quicken your pace." If his forces fled before the enemy had even seen them, he might as well forfeit his title as lord. "Report, my lord. Xiaohe town is being attacked by over 100 bandits. They have already pushed into the town." As Wu Di neared the ridge and prepared to skirt the mountain, the scouting party returned with the report. Only a little over 100. Could it be the Shueibwa camp bandits? Shueibwa numbered around 100 and were the nearest bandit force to Xiaohe town. Encountering them here would not be surprising. But Wu Di knew Shueibwa's ways, cautious raiders who robbed travelers rather than mounting wholesale village attacks. They did not slaughter when there was no resistance. Why would they assault a town now? Has hunger driven them to desperation? "Leave a few to guard the carriage, the rest follow me to strike the enemy." Wu Di could not indulge his doubts any longer. Clearing the bandits was the pressing concern. "Xiaodi, you cannot go." Wang Qiulan, Tuoba Lingxiang, and Linghu Shaoqian cried in unison, attempting to stop him. "Yes, my lord, it's only a little over 100 bandits. They'll take troops and handle it." Dan Tingting also protested, volunteering to lead the assault. This was not bravado on Dan Tingting's part. Though outnumbered, they were elite survivors who had clawed their way out of death itself. They were superbly equipped, armor on every one of them with bows and crossbows for ranged support. Even against several foes of similar rank, they were far from helpless. "Very well. I'll watch from the rear. All troops charge." Wu Di yielded. If he pressed the issue further, Zai town might not hold until help arrived. "Wani Lui, you protect my husband." Tuoba Lingxiang and Linghu Shaoqian had donned their armor the moment they heard of the attack. With a brief word, they followed the guard unit into Xiaohe town. Wu Di had wanted to forbid them, but he did not. He understood the place of women in this world. If his women were to grow, they needed to be forged by battle. Moreover, most of his subordinates were women, letting them fight, while his own wives cowered behind them, would be poor optics even if no words were spoken. Besides, their leather armor was of the finest make. Opponents 10 or 20 levels lower stood no chance of piercing their defense. Even if they were overwhelmed, they possessed teleportation scrolls to save their lives. "Come, Wani Lui, follow at my heels. We will charge in as well." Seeing his people storm into the town, Wu Di called to the two women and with his two skeletons plunged toward the fight. He did not wish to be a mere bystander. As a summoner, his skeletons had been raised for several days. The opportunities to test them could not be squandered. Besides, his summons needed experience to level. He himself was clad in the sole top-tier leather armor he had procured from Baibao Pavilion. Warriors below level 30 could not break through his defenses. He meant only to skirmish from the rear. If he were struck down, so be it. "Oh, my husband, how can you do this?" Nangong Wani cried, stamping and chasing after him. "Miss, do not worry. There are barely 100 bandits, and we are right behind. Nothing will happen to you," Louis said, keeping close to Wu Di with an eager face. Li Nangong Wani's maid and sworn protector had spent much of her time within the town and had never truly faced combat despite nearing level 20. With such a chance before her, she naturally supported Wu Di wholeheartedly. Nangong Wani was anxious yet exhilarated. She was a mage with only 2 usable skills, one of which was healing. She could only wield divine spell, and it lacked lethal force, capable merely of restraining enemies. Her heart thrummed with tension. At this moment, the fighting at Xiaohe Town's center had reached a white heat. Though the town counted over 2,000 souls, most were low-level ordinary townsfolk, barely a few levels militia in their teens, numbering only dozens, and merely 8 above level 20. They wore no armor, and their weapons were a motley of battered implements, whereas the attackers were fighters of level 10+, with far superior arms. What was worse, the enemy had 30 warriors above level 20, far beyond what they could withstand. From the outset, their magistrate and militia captain had been slain. Without command, the townsfolk were utterly one-sided. Though they outnumbered the bandits, they could not stem the slaughter. "Sisters, the town mayor and captain have fallen. They are finished. Kill them all. Tonight our boss will personally reward you for this." The bandit leaders cried, urging slaughter. "Yes, kill. Today's glory is mine. Let's see who can take the most lives." The bandits clamored, their voices crude with bloodlust. Then they shouted battle cries and unleashed their techniques: charge, half-moon slash, cross slash, flame slash. Witness my berserker fury. Instantly, the bandits fought as if injected with adrenaline, casting skills like there was no cost, and charging into Xiaohe Town. These were men above level 20, and each of their techniques could claim a life. "Neighbors, our captain is gone, and the magistrate is dead. These beasts seek to burn our homes and take our lives. Today we fight them to the end." A villager cried. "Fight on, avenge the captain and magistrate. Kill. If we must die, well, drag a few with us." The townspeople answered, throwing themselves into desperate resistance. Though the small town of Xiaohe had lost its command, not a single person fled. This was their home. Without a homeland and food, escaping was merely a path to death. There was no retreat for them. However, despite the bravery of the townspeople, the disparity in strength could not be overcome by mere valor. Although they significantly suppressed the morale of the bandits, many still fell victim to the bandits' blades. As the townsfolk watched their friends and neighbors fall one by one, a deep sorrow engulfed their hearts. Yet the hatred they felt overshadowed their fear, and they charged forward against the bandits. At that moment, Wang Qiulan arrived with her guard, witnessing the bandits taking down one townsman after another amidst a sea of corpses, her rage igniting within her. "Sisters, let us slay these beasts together. Kill." The guards, including Shan Tingting, rushed towards the bandits with fury in their eyes. Charge. Half Moon Slash. Wang Qiulan and her companions executed a charge skill, breaking through to the rear of the bandits and delivering another Half Moon Slash at those slaughtering the townspeople. Instantly, a dozen bandits fell as their escape route was cut off. Savage Charge. Flame Slash. Tuoba Lingxiang, the strongest among them, executed a savage charge, crashing into a level 27 bandit and then unleashed a flame slash, swiftly eliminating him. Townsfolk, reinforcements have arrived. Hold on. Tuoba Lingxiang turned back to face the bandits, shouting encouragement to the townspeople. With Tuoba Lingxiang, a level 30 blocking the bandits' assault, the pressure on the townspeople was greatly alleviated. Moreover, the bandits were caught off guard, thrown into disarray. "Ah, the reinforcements are here. Everyone kill them. Avenge our town leader. Ah, you beasts, return my mother's life. Ah, sister, our reinforcements have arrived. Slay them to avenge our kin, to avenge our town leader." Townsfolk, do not panic. As long as we hold our ground, we can eliminate them and avenge our lost kin. Tuoba Lingxiang felt tremendous pressure. Although she was level 30, blocking the attacks of dozens was overwhelming. She could do little more than hold the line and reduce the casualties among the townsfolk. As long as they held, these bandits would eventually be eradicated. Their current goal was defense, and she aimed to prevent the townsfolk from recklessly charging. Damn it, how could there be reinforcements? How could Xiaohe Town have reinforcements? Could they be sent by the Lord of Meihua Ridge? A woman on a hillside gazed down at the battle in Xiaohe Town, her frustration boiling over. Signal to retreat. Although we couldn't take Xiaohe Town, we have still achieved our objective. The woman turned to her two subordinates. "Sister Butterfly, our people are surrounded. If we retreat now, not many will get away. Do I need you to tell me that? Retreating now can minimize our losses. If we don't retreat, we will all perish here." Hua Huidai replied angrily. She understood the difficulty of retreating, but these were her subordinates. If they all died, she would be left alone. "Damn Beitang Meihua, you are meddling too much. Only we high-ranking members knew about this operation. How could reinforcements arrive so quickly? Did they just happen to show up?" "I will remember this grudge, Hua Huidai. Once my big sister unifies the Furong territory, I will make you pay it back double." "Hurry, hurry. Sister Hua has ordered our retreat. Sisters, follow me to slay our way out." Upon hearing the retreat signal, the surrounded bandits breathed a sigh of relief and quickly organized their retreat. However, it was not easy for those surrounded to retreat, and as they attempted to escape, the formation fell into chaos, resulting in 10 bandits being cut down by Shan Tingting and others. "What the hell, are they really retreating? I haven't even gotten a chance to fight." Wu Di, who had just arrived, was unwilling to let the bandits escape. "Kill them. Don't let them escape. Number 1, pursue them. Number 2, fire arrows." Wu Di shouted and immediately commanded his skeletons to attack. "Sisters, follow me and kill." Although the women were startled by Wu Di's arrival, they had no choice but to obey his orders and fight fiercely. Although Tuoba Lingxiang was powerful, she was still unable to hold off the assault alone. Eventually, the townspeople were forced to create an opening, allowing over 30 bandits to escape. "Chase! Switch to crossbows and shoot them down," Tuoba Lingxiang shouted. Previously, it was difficult to use crossbows due to the melee between the bandits and townspeople, but now that the bandits were fleeing, it was the perfect time for archery. Swish, swish, swish. Several waves of arrows took the lives of over a dozen bandits, yet about 20 managed to escape. "Sai, I only got one with number 2. Wu Di was clearly dissatisfied with his results. "Little Di, why are you here? It's so dangerous." "Husband, are you injured?" Ling Hu Xiaoqian rushed over with concern. "Husband, we let 1 or 2 dozen escape." At that moment, Tuoba Lingxiang also came running, covered in blood. "It's fine as long as you are safe. What about our casualties?" "Sir, there were only 2 lightly injured guards, but the casualties in Xiaohe Town were severe. They are currently being tallied, and both the town leader and the militia captain have been killed. The militia team is left with only 10 members, all of whom are injured." At this point, Shan Tingting also came over to report on the battle. Yuan, the town leader, has passed. Please accept my condolences. Infina, please have someone help me carry my mother's body home." Lu Yuan suppressed her grief and said to her friend beside her. Then Yuan, "My mother is gone. A big shot has come to our town, and they helped us drive away the bandits. I must host them in place of my mother." Lu Yuan, "It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed sirs. Thank you for your assistance in driving away the bandits. I represent all the townsfolk of Xiaohe in expressing our gratitude for your life-saving grace. Please rise, it is we who have come too late. Otherwise Xiaohe town would not have suffered such great losses. Although Wu Di did not like the large size of the woman, he still helped Lu Yuanyuan up. May I ask who the esteemed lord is, eh? Lu Yuanyuan was filled with confusion. How could men come to a place like this? This is Lord Wu Di, the newly appointed lord of Furong territory. Before Wu Di could speak, Shan Tingting introduced him. Ah, lord. Indeed, from now on Furong territory will be renamed Huaxiao Ridge, and Baron Wu Di of Huaxiao will be your lord. Ah, Lu Yuanyuan greets Lord Wu Di. No need for formalities. Oh, where is your town leader? Wu Di waved his hand. When the bandits broke in, my mother personally led the militia to resist them, but unfortunately, they were no match and perished. So you are the town leader's daughter. Then Xiaohe town will be led by you from now on. Wu Di did not expect the town leader of Xiaohe to personally lead the fight and die. My lord, this is not a place for discussion. Please follow me. No hurry, I will take a look around nearby. You first calm the townsfolk and handle your mother's affairs, and come find me once you are done. What a splendid place. The view is expansive, stretching for miles without obstruction. Ahead lies Xiaohe town, facing northeast with rugged green mountains to the left and a small river encircling to the right, creating a picturesque scene. Standing atop the back mountain of Xiaohe town, Wu Di was very pleased. After leaving Xiaohe town, he brought 5 women and 2 teams of guards to this mountaintop. This peak is the highest point, allowing a view of the geographical surroundings of Xiaohe town for miles. It was only upon reaching the summit that Wu Di realized this mountain resembled a phoenix's claw widely spread. The mountaintop is over 100 meters high. The entire mountain is very steep, with a slope reaching 80 to 90 degrees. There are only 3 directions to ascend the mountain. 3 ridges resembling phoenix claws stretch like bridges to the summit. The 2 side ridges are approximately 700 to 800 meters long with a slope of around 30 to 40 degrees. The central ridge facing Xiaohe town is slightly shorter at about 500 meters, but has a slope of 45 degrees. This is the path that Wu Di and his party took to ascend. Such a place is undoubtedly a strategic treasure, easy to defend, yet hard to attack. As long as they hold these 3 paths, unless faced with flying beasts, this mountaintop is absolutely the safest location. Moreover, just 30 miles behind this Phoenix Claw Mountain is Cassava Town. Regardless of where trouble arises, as long as smoke signals rise, help can be summoned. Dan Tingting Shu Jingjing, send someone to clear the mountaintop, but leave this large tree for me. Wu Di instructed the 2 women, pointing to a tree that required 2 people to embrace. A tree this large could only be considered a small tree here, but it is the largest on the mountaintop, growing in the central crevice of the rocks, which is quite rare. Wu Di planned to build the Lord's Manor here, and this large tree happened to be situated in the backyard of his manor. Both its position and symbolic significance warranted its preservation. Shouty, the location is indeed excellent, but there is a fatal flaw, the water source issue. If we are besieged, losing our water supply. And where in the world is there such a perfect situation? The water source is indeed a problem, but it's not insurmountable. Wu Di had certainly considered this issue, but compared to the defensible terrain, the water source problem was easily solvable. How do we solve it? This mountaintop is so large that besides building the Lord's Manor, we can completely excavate 2 massive reservoirs capable of supplying 10,000 people for 2 months. As long as we fill these reservoirs, even if all the townsfolk of Wu Di's territory are trapped here, they can last for 2 months, and if it rains during those 2 months, the sustenance can last even longer. Moreover, our greatest enemy is the beast tide, so being besieged for a long time is unrealistic unless the Ziyun Empire goes to war with our Silver Moon Empire. Furthermore, I plan to build defensive walls on these 3 paths, setting up checkpoints every 1 to 200 meters. With 3 checkpoints on each path, even if we go to war with the Ziyun Empire, they would need to send a large number of level 50 warriors to reach the mountaintop. Looks like Anne is being overly cautious. Husband, what about food? You silly girl, just as water can be stored, food can certainly be stored too. Wu Di gently tapped the head of Nangong Wainer. But this mountaintop is so small. After building the Lord's Manor and the reservoirs, will there be space left for food storage? Though this question came from Nangong Wainer, the other women also looked at Wu Di. There may not be space on the mountaintop, but there is plenty of space below the mountain. Wu Di smiled and pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Below the mountain, Xiaohe town. Greenclad also interjected. What I'm referring to is not Xiaohe town, but what lies beneath us. Beneath us? The 5 women immediately looked puzzled. Whether building the Lord's Manor, the defensive walls, or the checkpoints all require a large amount of stone. Transporting it from down the mountain is time-consuming and labor-intensive, but we can extract materials directly from this mountain. This not only saves manpower and time for transportation, but also allows us to hollow out the central part of the mountain. This way it saves time and effort while creating more space for us to store food and strategic supplies. A hollowing out the mountain won't that cause the mountain to collapse. Of course we can't hollow it out completely. You don't need to worry about that. I will arrange everything when the time comes. In his past life, while Wu Di wasn't a professional in civil engineering, he had some knowledge of it. Although he couldn't maximize the use of this mountain, creating some storage and living space was certainly feasible. Husband, it's getting late. The wind is strong here. Let's go down. Tuoba Lingxiang glanced at the sky and suggested, why go down? Xiao Town has just experienced a great battle. We shouldn't disturb them. Let them bring the tents up. We will camp on the mountaintop today. The scent of blood in Xiao Town was too strong, and the townsfolk were in a heavy mood. Although Lu Yuan would arrange hospitality, he didn't want to trouble them. Moreover, the scenery here is enchanting. Eating barbecue and camping with his aunt and women is quite delightful. Even if the wind is a bit strong, it's all fragrant winds. At night the sky was filled with stars, and the bonfire blazed brightly. The food beside the fire sizzled with golden oil. Surrounded by beauties, Wu Di was entranced by the gentle breeze carrying the aroma of food and the fragrance of women. Food and color are the nature of man. This is truly a place to cultivate one's spirit and relax. So fragrant. Husband, I'm hungry. Don't worry, food will be ready soon. Wu Di sprinkled his specially prepared barbecue seasoning onto the food. Although many ingredients were missing, it significantly enhanced the flavor compared to just using salt. It's a pity I couldn't find chili pepper. Wu Di felt a bit regretful of barbecuing without chili is like having cola without ice. However, after adding the barbecue seasoning, the taste elevated several notches. For this body's taste buds, it was exquisite cuisine, and not only was Wu Di enjoying it immensely, but the other women were also savoring it with greasy mouths. Under the glow of the firelight, the shiny, juicy red lips of the women made Wu Di unable to resist the impulse to take a bite. Wait, that's my aunt. How could I have such feelings? I'm becoming more and more despicable. This won't do. I must forget it. Just get drunk. Wu Di shook his head and quickly diverted his gaze. My lord, the newly appointed mayor of Xiao Town, Lu Yuan, requests an audience. At that moment, Shan Tingting, who was on duty, approached to report. Why is she here? Let her come in. Xiao Town has just faced mountain bandits, and Lu Yuan has lost her mother. Wu Di did not wish to disturb her, but did not expect her to seek him out. I have seen the Lord allowing you to camp in the wilderness and forage for food is my negligence. I have cleared the town and prepared a simple feast to welcome you, and I'm here to invite you down the mountain. Seeing Wu Di enjoying the roasted meat, Lu Yuan felt a tinge of guilt in her heart. Mayor Lu, there's no need for a banquet. I've already eaten. We won't disturb you tonight. Just take care of the matters in the town. Everyone has worked hard today. Although we dealt with dozens of bandits, tomorrow I will lead a team to destroy the Waterwave stronghold and avenge the old mayor and the townspeople. My lord, the wind is strong at night here, and it's easy to catch a chill. Moreover, it's close to the wild forest where flying magical beasts occasionally appear. You should descend the mountain with your subordinates. It's no trouble. I've grown accustomed to camping in the wild, and this place will eventually serve as my lord's estate. A mere flying magical beast is nothing to fear. You should go handle the matters at hand. After the recent battle, the village still needs your guidance. Actually, the townspeople have been used to such scenes over the years. Although the losses this time are greater than before, by tomorrow they will have returned to normal. As for the guards and carriage left in the town, I have already arranged everything. You need not worry, I will take my leave now. Go ahead. By the way, send 2 guides to the Waterwave stronghold for me tomorrow. After Wu Di finished speaking, he waved his hand. He originally planned to first eliminate the weakest Waterwave stronghold. The Waterwave stronghold suffered heavy losses today, and due to unfamiliar terrain, they did not pursue. However, tomorrow he must completely eradicate this menace. My lord, there's something I'm unsure if I should mention. Lu Yuan was preparing to descend the mountain, but hesitated after hearing Wu Di's words. Just speak your mind. My lord, today's bandits should not be from the Waterwave stronghold. Oh, what makes you say that? Wu Di looked at Lu Yuan with confusion. In his territory, there were only 3 bandit forces, and the Waterwave stronghold was the closest. Based on both numbers and strength, they matched perfectly. How could they not be the Waterwave bandits? Could a new bandit force have emerged in the territory? The bandits from the Waterwave stronghold have never raided villages or towns, let alone kill townspeople. They only rob passing merchants or mercenary teams hunting magical beasts in the mountains. Moreover, they only rob for riches. As long as one does not resist, they won't harm anyone. When faced with strong foes, they retreat to the wild forest, and they have another characteristic. What characteristic? That is, they are all petite women, just like your subordinates, my lord. However, today's attackers, while roughly matching their strength, differ greatly in stature. Oh, is that so? Are all the bandits from the Waterwave stronghold petite women? Wu Di was surprised, not expecting there was a weak women's organization here. Yes, my lord. The water wave stronghold only recruits petite women. They have about 100 members, all of whom are petite. If that's the case, then today's bandits are not from the water wave stronghold. Could a new bandit force have emerged nearby? Wu Di said with some worry. Having 3 bandit forces in his territory was already enough trouble. If another one emerged, especially one whose background was unknown, it would be even more difficult to handle. That won't happen. Our Huaxiao Ridge is only this large. Sustaining 3 bandit forces is already the limit. It cannot possibly be a new force. Or could it be the bandits from Haimo Mountain and Nyoto Mountain? The bandits from Nyoto Mountain are also impossible. The straight-line distance to Nyoto Mountain is at least 50 miles, and since the destruction of Furong Town, there hasn't been a direct road to Nyoto Mountain. The bandits from Nyoto Mountain would have to take a detour through Haishi Town, which is far away and controlled by Haimo Mountain. Therefore, they cannot be from Nyoto Mountain. Then if that's the case, today's attackers must be from Haimo Mountain. However, Haishi Town is also quite a distance from here, isn't it? Yes, although the distance is somewhat far, if they don't carry supplies, a level 10 or higher warrior can make a round trip in a day. Moreover, I've heard that Haimo Mountain is making significant movements recently. What significant movements? Is it controlling Xiaoa Town? Yes, but not entirely. I've heard that the head of Haimo Mountain, the Black Widow, has broken through to level 45 and wants to control the remaining 3 small towns dominating our Wu Di territory. Wow, it seems the Black Widow has considerable ambitions. If this news is true, then today's attackers must be from Haimo Mountain. Haimo Mountain is the largest force in Wu Di's territory. Even the northern Tang Meihua has to be cautious. Wu Di did not want to confront Haimo Mountain so soon, but he did not expect to clash with them already. Does Haimo Mountain have any other level 40 warriors besides the Black Widow? Since they were already in conflict, Wu Di could only learn more about the strength of Haimo Mountain. Although he had some understanding before, it was not comprehensive, especially regarding their overall strength, which he had limited knowledge of. Now it was just right to take advantage of Lu Yuanyuan's understanding of Haimo Mountain to learn more. There's only the Black Widow at level 40, but she has 3 capable subordinates, all around level 35 in strength. The 3 are the Poison Scorpion, the Giant Hornet, and the Flower Butterfly. The Poison Scorpion is ruthless and vicious. Those who fall into her hands wish they were dead. The Giant Hornet is irritable and attacks anyone she dislikes. But the most troublesome is the Flower Butterfly. This person is full of tricks and acts in various ways, making it hard to guard against. Moreover, each of the 3 has a level 30 subordinate. Besides those few high-ranking members, they have recently recruited 200 people from Haishi Town, bringing the total number of bandits to 600, and more than 100 of them are level 20 or higher warriors. Although we eliminated dozens of them today, there are only about 10 above level 20, and they can easily replenish those at lower levels. So aside from those 10 or so level 20 fighters, the actual losses today aren't significant. Alright, I understand. You can go back to your work. Prepare people to take me to the Water Wave Stronghold tomorrow. Although today's bandits were not from the Water Wave Stronghold, the bandits there still need to be dealt with. On my lord, are you still going? Lu Yuanyuan didn't expect Wu Di still wanted to go to the Water Wave Stronghold. Go and make arrangements. Of course I will go, but Wu Di has changed his mind. Since the Water Wave Stronghold has not harmed his territory's people and consists of petite bandits, he now needs strength. If he could recruit the Water Wave Stronghold, his strength would increase significantly, making it much easier to deal with Haimo Mountain. Seeing Wu Di's insistence, Lu Yuanyuan could only turn to take her leave, as there were many matters waiting for her to handle down the mountain. Xiao Di, since they are not from the Water Wave Stronghold, their strength remains intact. They rely on the fortress for defense. Even if we can annihilate them, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. I think we should consider this carefully. Auntie, please don't worry. Perhaps tomorrow we'll seize Shueibua Fort without shedding a single drop of blood. Oh, what's your plan? Well, you'll find out tomorrow. Wu Di, of course, couldn't reveal his strategy of using charm to win over the enemy. Failure would be mortifying. Yet drawing upon his deep understanding of this world, he knew full well that when it came to men and women, persuasion often required far more than words. Fine then, I won't press you. It's been a long day, miles traveled, a fierce battle fought. Everyone's exhausted. Let's retire early tonight. Inside a tent beside a towering tree, Wang Xiulan lay staring blankly at the canvas ceiling, her delicate hands clamped tightly over her ears. Yet still the haunting sound seeped through like an inescapable curse. Sigh, truly forgetful. I should have moved the tent farther away last night. Looks like another sleepless night awaits me. Must have owed him something in a past life. Back then she and her elder sister had slept just one wall apart. Yet never once had they heard such sounds. Worse still, the noise held a strange hypnotic power. The harder one tried not to listen, the more unbearable it became. Meanwhile, on the other side of the same tent, the green-robed woman fared no better. Her skin crawled as though swarmed by 10,000 ants. When will it finally be my turn? Bitterness welled within her heart. Listening brought agony. Refusing to listen only stirred unbearable longing. Elsewhere atop Shueibwa Fort's ramparts, guards marched vigilantly with torches aloft. In the grand hall at the fort's center, the chieftain, Shueibwa Fort's formidable leader, sat listening intently to her subordinates' report. So the imperial troops from Xiaohe town have arrived and repelled the invaders. How many soldiers came? And who commands them? Shui Mengdai asked gravely, her gaze fixed upon the reporting officer. I dared not approach too closely. Their armor and crossbows were top tier. Still, their numbers were modest, barely 70 or 80. In a single clash, they shattered the invaders' formation utterly. Judging by their prowess, all were ranked above level 20. Did you spot any warriors above level 30? I saw only one who employed the savage charge technique. Whether others surpassed level 30 remains unknown to me. Very well, you may rest now. Shui Mengdai frowned deeply. Chief, shall we retreat into the wildwood forest? That is not your concern. Yes, my apologies, I withdraw immediately. Fewer than 100 soldiers, yet their strength rivals ours. Are they truly imperial troops? Or perhaps a major mercenary company? Why have they come here? And should we flee yet? Doubts crowded Shui Mengdia's mind. Though they lived as bandits, they preyed only on the weak, never challenging rival factions, especially not official forces, which they scrupulously avoided. Yet avoidance offered no sanctuary. Cloaked in the guise of outlaws, they sought no conflict, but others sought them for eradication. Let us wait and observe. If these truly are imperial troops, dispatching so few would make no strategic sense for a full-scale suppression. And if they're not official forces, they'd have little reason to provoke us. In the end, Shui Mengdai chose patience. Retreat into the wildwood forest was premature, and should they abandon the fort, the enemy might raze it entirely, making reconstruction arduous indeed. Meanwhile, at Hei-Mo Mountain, Hua Hudi returned to Hei-Mo Fort with her remaining 20-odd followers. Third sister, why do you look so battered? Indeed, third sister, ever the master strategist. Yet even Xiaohe town reduced you to this state. I say we march straight there and crush them. No sooner had Hua Hudi arrived than Du Xiezi and Zhu Mafeng learned of her defeat. Those sisters by blood, their clashing temperaments bred mutual disdain, and this rare misfortune presented the perfect opening for barbed banter. It was mere ill fortune, younger sister, stumbling upon imperial troops by sheer accident. Had fate smiled, Xiaohe town would already be ours. Hua Hudi refused to yield, not when chance alone had betrayed her. Moreover, though luck faltered, our objective stands achieved. Xiaohe town will soon plead with Meihua Ridge for military aid against bandits. Hudi, word reaches me you suffered grave losses. Pray, what transpired? At that moment, He Guifu strode in with several attendants and demanded directly. Greetings, elder sister. Du Xiezi and the others hastily bowed. Please sit, and let Hudi recount the events in full. Elder sister, it unfolded thus. So these imperial troops merely happened upon Xiaohe town during routine patrol rather than arriving in response to leaked intelligence. He Guifu furrowed her brow after hearing Hua Hudi's account. Unlikely. Had word truly escaped, they'd have struck the moment we launched our assault, not sent such a modest force. Otherwise, none of my people would have escaped alive. And had their arrival been premeditated, surely their militia captain and town magistrate would not have fallen so easily into our hands. This appears genuinely unforeseen. Fortunately, losses were light, but henceforth exercise greater caution. Starting tomorrow, assign scouts to monitor both Xiaohe town and Shueibwa Fort. Should our scheme succeed, Meihua Ridge's troops will strike Shueibwa Fort first. Once both sides bleed each other dry, we move in. Yes, elder sister. Hudi, you'll replenish your ranks in Haishi town tomorrow. Understood. All dismissed. Attend to your duties. Beitang Meihua. Our contest begins anew. With her current strength, He Guifu could effortlessly subdue the remaining 3 towns of Huaxiao Ridge. Yet Meihua Ridge remained the greatest obstacle to full dominion. Thus, before seizing Huaxiao Ridge outright, she must first erode Meihua Ridge's fighting strength. A direct assault would be suicidal. Instead, she would nibble away, slow, relentless, and precise. Huaxiao Ridge itself would serve as the battlefield for this attrition, but luring Meihua Ridge's soldiers into Huaxiao Ridge proved difficult. So she devised a trap. Once Meihua Ridge's troops entered Huaxiao Ridge to suppress bandits, she would whittle them down piece by piece. Repeat the cycle a few times, and Meihua Ridge would soon be too overwhelmed to defend itself. Then all of Huaxiao Ridge would fall under her banner. Thereafter, consolidating the bandit forces of Nyoto Mountain and Shueibwa Fort, and erecting a fortress along the road linking them to Meihua Ridge, would render even Mingyue City's legions powerless to intervene. Yet their meticulous scheme overlooked one crucial truth: the former Furong territory had already welcomed a new sovereign, and was now reborn as Huaxiao Ridge. The night passed without incident. No flying beasts descended, no calamity befell. Only at dawn did the eerie resonance beneath the great tree fade, allowing the weary travelers at last to slip into slumber. At dawn, Wu Di awoke from his embrace of warmth and comfort. Though indulgent, he never neglected duty, and his cultivation advanced. Without fail, his warrior rank ascended to level 7, while his summoner rank rose to level 8. Hail, Lord of the Territory! As Wu Di descended, the mountain townsfolk bowed reverently. His identity as ruler of Xiaohe Town was now known to all. Though yesterday had brought bandit raids upon Xiaohe Town, by dawn the settlement resumed its rhythm. Life pulsed onward. Many bore sorrow upon their faces, yet more carried the quiet, unyielding weight of endurance. In another world, human lives truly hold little value. There are no rituals for the deceased, and upon death one is directly prepared for burial. The next day, the living must once again toil for their livelihoods. They simply cannot stop. Stopping means hunger, and hunger means death. Especially as death has become a norm, even sadness has turned into a luxury. I must change all of this, I must. Wu Di had just entered the town when Lu Yuanyuan arrived with her people. Everything is fine. Didn't I only ask you to find 1 or 2 guides? Why did you bring so many people? Wu Di looked at the dozens of people Lu Yuanyuan brought along. My lord, I have gathered the remaining militia and recruited 50 new militia members above level 10, totaling 60. We will assist you in attacking Shui Bozhai. Who said I want to attack Shui Bozhai? Just find someone to take us there. You don't need to concern yourself with Shui Bozhai's matters. My lord, although Shui Bozhai is the weakest among the 3 mountain bandit forces with the guards under your command, capturing Shui Bozhai won't be easy. Please allow us to accompany you. Lu Yuanyuan saw a glimmer of hope for changing her fate with the arrival of a lord from Huaxiao Ridge. Although she couldn't alter Wu Di's decision, she had to protect him by his side. My lord, while our strength is limited, we are not afraid of death. Please let us accompany you. The militia following Lu Yuanyuan implored. All right, then if you wish to follow, you may. However, without my orders, none of you are allowed to act recklessly. Wu Di agreed, observing the age of the militia before him. These militia members, although not strong, were all around 40 years old. Without reaching level 30, they could not extend their lifespans, and their lifespans were similar to those of ordinary people. Being around 40 with only a level or 2 was essentially a waste of life. It seemed that Lu Yuanyuan had not only chosen militia this time, but rather a death squad, essentially cannon fodder. 2 hours later, a group of over 100 led by Lu Yuanyuan followed the river to Shui Bozhai. Wu Di did not launch a direct attack, but halted 300 meters from Shui Bozhai. The scouts of Shui Bozhai had already discovered Wu Di and his group. The atmosphere in Shui Bozhai was extremely tense, some prepared for defense, while others readied for retreat. If they were outmatched, they would immediately take boats to retreat into the wilderness. Chief, the newcomers are well equipped. They must be official soldiers. What should we do? One bandit leader asked. These official soldiers are truly overstepping. We have only robbed some mercenaries and merchants from outside and have never offended them. The attack on Xiaohe Town wasn't our doing, yet they are targeting us. Do they think we are easy to bully? Exactly. We have been retreating, yet they are becoming more arrogant. Without identifying the real culprit, they are coming after us. How unreasonable. No more retreating. We will not back down. Even if we die, we will fight them. The leaders were instantly filled with anger, unwilling to give up their stronghold, and vowing to show the official soldiers their might. Enough, enough. Stop making a racket. When you chose to follow me, it wasn't to send you to your deaths for nothing. However, this time the official soldiers were not numerous. They could hold off for a moment, relying on the stronghold. As usual, the stronger sisters would first block the official soldiers while the others packed their belongings. If they were outmatched, they would retreat into the wilderness. As the chief, Shui Mengdai still held significant prestige. Under her command, all leaders suppressed their anger and took their positions. Chief, there's a man. A man is coming. An excited bandit rushed in, speaking incoherently. A man? What man? Have you gone mad thinking about men? A nearby bandit leader grabbed the newcomer by the collar. 8th leader, it's true. The leader of the official soldiers is a young man. You mean the one attacking Shui Bozhai is a man? How could a baron have so many guards and come here? Could it be a male lord? Only a male lord could recruit so many guards. However, among the nearby territories, except for Meihua Ridge, there isn't even a lord. How could a male lord come here? Could it be that we have offended this male lord's people during our banditry, and now he has come for revenge? Even if it's a male lord, the territories of male lords are all south of Minghua City, at least 700 or 800 miles away. Do they really think we are easy to handle with just over 100 people? Exactly. What if he is a man? It's perfect. I haven't tasted a man yet. Don't even think about it. If the chief hasn't tasted one, then if he's delivered to our door, we will capture him to be the chief's husband. Haha, 6th brother thinks ahead. Let's go all out this time. We must capture this baron to be the chief's husband. Huh. Report. Chief, that baron introduced himself as our territory's new lord and asked us to open the stronghold. He said he has important matters to discuss with the chief. No way. Absolutely not. How could a man come to be the lord in such a desolate place? How could Shangwan Minjiu be willing to let a man become the lord here? In the entire gathering hall, all the leaders found it hard to believe. They would rather think they had offended someone than believe a man could come to be the lord. All right, whether it's true or not, we can just go out and see. Shui Mengdai was also unsettled. Men only existed in her dreams. Xiao Di, no way. Absolutely not. Aunt can agree to anything, but you going into the stronghold alone is out of the question. Wang Xiulan tightly grasped Wu Di's hand, unwilling to let him take risks. Husband, even if you want to negotiate, just send a representative. You are a baron, a lord, there's no need to take such a risk. Nangong Wan Yi also held on to Wu Di's other hand tightly. Yes, husband, I can go in your place with Xiao Qian. You just wait for our news here. Tuoba Lingxiang held on to Linghu Xiao Qian's hand, expressing their willingness to substitute for Wu Di. My lord, madam, how can you risk your precious selves in this stronghold? Let your subordinates go. Shan Tingting also requested to go. My lord, Shui Bozai is within the territory of my Shaoyi town. I should be the one to go. All right, everyone stop arguing. I must go personally. But if you're worried, let Ling Xiang and Xiao Qian accompany me. With their strength, our equipment, and your support outside, as long as they are not foolish, they won't go down in a mutual destruction. In his past life, Wu Di had never failed with women, and in this world with the advantage of status, it would be effortless for him to win them over. Of course, if the chief of the Shui Bo village did not have a beauty score of at least 8, he could only persuade her. If it exceeded 8, then it would be easy, he could simply charm her into bed. Then I will go too. Wang Qiulan, seeing that she could not change Wu Di's mind, insisted on going with him. Auntie, you can't lead without your guidance here. How about letting Shan Tingting and Xu Jingjing come along? Wu Di was quite helpless as well. Although his subordinates were loyal, command was still necessary. If he took away Tuoba Lingxiang, then his aunt had to stay behind. He was only going to negotiate and seek allegiance. Initially, going alone would suffice, but now, counting his skeleton, he had already brought 6 people, and the other party would definitely be on higher alert. All right, but if things go awry, you must retreat immediately, and we will support you from outside. Although Wang Qiulan was still somewhat uneasy, she reluctantly agreed, as Shan Tingting and Xu Jingjing were a rank higher than her. What a man! It seems he has just recently acquired the title of baron. At this moment on the village wall, Shui Mengdai and the other leaders saw Wu Di approaching and confirmed that the one leading was indeed a man. Chief, what should we do? That man is coming towards us. He's just a man. From his appearance, he doesn't seem to harbor any ill intent towards us. If he is really the new lord of Furong Ling, he shouldn't attack us directly, especially since we haven't harmed any of his subjects over the years. Although Shui Mendi said this, she felt very anxious inside. She didn't know why, but seeing this man made her incredibly tense. Perhaps it was because she had never interacted with men before. He's here, he's here. He walks with a pace that makes one's heart tremble. This was the collective thought of all the bandits on the village wall. Though Wu Di was only followed by 5 people and a skeleton, the pressure he exerted on the bandits felt as heavy as a mountain. They were not afraid of mercenaries or magical beasts, but the presence of a man struck fear into their hearts. It was like a girl who had never seen a man before suddenly encountering a bald man right in front of her, inching closer with every step, leaving her uncertain about what would happen next. The unknown is the most terrifying, and ignorance is the most dreadful. Although they all knew of men, very few had actually interacted with one. The vast majority of women had lost their fathers before reaching adulthood, and other men were nobles who mostly stayed at home. Women could only see men during the annual wife selection ceremony, which was held in the city. They rarely encountered men in the wilderness, making Wu Di's sudden appearance all the more shocking. Oh my, I feel like a monkey in a zoo. Looking at the gazes of the bandits on the village wall, Wu Di felt as if he was reliving the moment he first visited the zoo. Chief, should we just let them approach? The 7th leader could not help but ask Shui Mengdai as Wu Di drew closer. You tell him to stop. Aye. Xiao Jia, you tell her to stop. The 7th leader was already extremely nervous, and upon receiving this order, she became even more flustered. Just then she happened to make eye contact with the 9th leader and passed the buck. 7th. Sister. I can't. Why can't you? Last time when we encountered that level 30 magic pattern tiger, you were the first to charge at it. Is this man really more terrifying than that magic pattern tiger? I can't, 7th sister. Why don't you take care of it? The chief said it should be you. Alright, if this goes on, hell reach the entrance. You two are truly embarrassing the tribe, let me handle it. The big chief could no longer bear to watch. Still, the eldest sister is impressive. Eldest sister, you are the best. The big chief, hearing the praise around her, cleared her throat just as Wu Di's gaze fell upon her. Their eyes met, and the courage she once had vanished without a trace. What she had eagerly taken up now felt like a heavy burden. However, as the big chief, and having boasted in front of the Lord, she had no choice but to brace herself and speak. Stop right there. State your name. Eldest sister you. Just. I just ate a sour fruit, and it numbed my tongue. The big chief said awkwardly as all her sisters turned to look at her. How dare you? Call your chief out. I am Baron Huaxiao Wudi, the new lord of Furong Ling, and you still haven't opened the gates to welcome me. Shan Tingting stepped forward, pointing at the bandits and shouting. I'm not bad impressive. Wu Di silently gave Shan Tingting a thumbs up, realizing that having subordinates was indeed beneficial. I am Shui Mengdia, the chief of Shui Bo village. Are you truly the new lord? Shui Mengdia, seeing the posture of her subordinates, had to personally respond, looking at Wu Di. While this time it seems right. With a score of 5 for looks, a pleasant name, and regarding her figure with such beauty, I would accept her even if she were flat. Although the village wall concealed Shui Mengdia's figure, just her angelic face made Wu Di decide to add her to his harem. What status does our lord have? Why would he need to deceive you? If he were not the lord, remembering that you have never harmed the residents of this territory, we would have sent troops to deal with you long ago. Shui chief, this is my identity token. If you are unwilling to open the gates and discuss matters with me, I have a few questions to ask you. Baron, please proceed. Shui chief, although you have not harmed the territory's residents, over the years you have offended quite a number of mercenary groups. Although you can retreat to the wild forest each time a monk can run, but the temple cannot be escaped. Although you can evade strong enemies each time your village is destroyed, and you have to start over when you come out. Don't you feel aggrieved, Shui chief? Moreover, your sisters in Shui Bo village are all young. Are you truly prepared to live a life of hiding forever, remaining in the village without wanting to live in the city? Lastly, over the years of hiding, how much have your strengths improved? How much food is left in the village now, and how many of your sisters will survive this winter? Open the gates and welcome the Baron into the village. Wu Di's words struck at Shui Mengdia's heart. Each question was spot on, addressing her most pressing concerns. Little one, I am a product of compulsory education. You women who only know how to fight and kill are not a match for me, are you? Wu Di smiled knowingly. After learning about the ways of Shui Bo village, he realized that persuading them would not be difficult, otherwise he wouldn't risk his life. Let's go, we shall enter the village. We welcome you, Lord Baron. Before Wu Di entered the stockade, Shui Mengdia jumped down from the wall with her subordinates. Although it was somewhat rushed, there was no pretense in her attitude. If it weren't for the severe oppression they faced, they would not have resorted to becoming bandits. Even as bandits, they maintained their bottom line and still held on to a sliver of hope. Wu Di's arrival today brought her a glimmer of hope. If they could secure his protection and shed their identity as bandits, that would be the fulfillment of their long-held dreams. Of course, she would not easily give up on Shui Bo Zhai, as it was their place of refuge. Unless Wu Di's conditions satisfied them, they would remain. Master Mingdia, not only are you as beautiful as an immortal, but you also manage this stockade with such order. Truly a talented young woman among her peers. He actually called me Mengdai and said I am as beautiful as an immortal. Is this true? Upon hearing Wu Di's praise, Shui Mengdai's heart surged like the tide, her face blooming like a peach blossom. It is all thanks to my sisters. I hope you will not be embarrassed, Lord Baron. This way, please. Wow, Master Mingdia, you have such remarkable talents here, having built a bridge that spans both sides of the river. After Wu Di entered the stockade, he discovered that Shui Bo Zhai had constructed a bridge across the small river, with the main stockade located on the opposite bank. Although this was the narrowest part of the river, it was still over 200 meters wide, and the current was swift. Constructing a wooden bridge was no easy feat, even in a world with towering trees. Relying solely on manpower was indeed difficult. If they were to attack Shui Bo Zhai, even if they breached the stockade walls, the defenders on the opposite bank would hold the bridge. They would have to pay a heavy price to cross to the other side. It is all thanks to my sisters working together. This bridge has been destroyed several times over the years, and each time it takes about 10 to 15 days to rebuild. I hope it will not be destroyed again in the future. Indeed, this bridge connects both banks. Although there is no village or town here now, it has the potential for development in the future. Moreover, it saves several dozen miles on the journey to the eastern forest area. With the opposite bank being just a few miles from the territory of the forest area, this bridge will facilitate the development of their own land and interactions with the forest area, so Wu Di naturally intended to keep it. My lord, this is the core building of our stockade, the Gathering Hall. Over the years, we have been forced into this situation, gathering together only for survival, but we have never harmed the residents of our territory. As Shui Mengdai introduced the Gathering Hall, she worried about Wu Di's anger and felt compelled to explain. You need not worry, Master Mengdai. I already understood before coming here, or I would not have entered your stockade so easily. Rest assured, my lord. Even if our discussions do not go well later, Mengdai guarantees that no harm will come to you. Is this the Gathering Hall? The so-called Gathering Hall is actually a hall building about 6 or 7 meters high, with a pillar on each side and 7 or 8 chairs on either side. In the center is a large wooden wall with a huge character for righteousness displayed prominently, and below it a wooden armchair, without any tiger or beast skins. On either side of the wooden wall there is a door leading to the back, but Wu Di could not see what was behind it. The overall style of the gathering hall was not much different from what he had seen in his past life on television, perhaps even more simplistic. However, all the bandits here were delicate beauties unlike the fierce-looking men in the past life television shows. There's nothing for you here, you may disperse. At the entrance of the gathering hall, Shui Mengdai turned to her subordinates and said, "You all may wait here for me." "Yes, chief. You may just wait for me here." Seeing this, Wu Di also instructed the few women behind him to stay put while he positioned his skeleton at the entrance. "Yes, my lord." Although the women were still uneasy, Tuoba Lingxiang pretended to be Wu Di's subordinate. The gathering hall did not have doors as long as one was inside. Even if Wu Di encountered danger, she could reach him swiftly with her charge skill. Naturally, she could not let Wu Di lose face in front of outsiders. There are truly many talented individuals around, my lord, including a summoner. When Shui Mengdai saw the skeleton beside Wu Di, she believed that the second skeleton was indeed a summoner, and only now did she speak up. "It is a pity that we lack talents like Master Mengdai." Wu Di did not explain further, but instead teased with a hint of meaning. "My lord, you jest. Mengdai is just a weak woman and hardly qualifies as a talent. Please take your seat, my lord." Shui Mengdai gestured towards the main seat. Although she was the chief, Wu Di's status as a noble still placed him above her as their lord. Even though they were bandits, they had been forced into this life. "As the guest, I shall sit wherever I like." Although that was the main seat, how could he sit in the bandit's main seat? He pointed to the first position on the left and took a seat. Although this was also a bandit's position, sitting there as a guest posed no problem. Furthermore, he wished to make a good impression on Shui Mengdai and observe how she handled things. "Since my lord wishes to sit here, then Mengdai shall naturally respect your wishes." Saying this, Shui Mengdai sat down in the seat below Wu Di. "My lord, our stockade is simple, and there is not much to offer. Here's a bowl of coarse tea and wine, a toast to you." Shui Mengdai picked up a warm cup of tea from the table and poured a cup for Wu Di, raising her glass. "You have great courage, my lord. Are you not afraid that Mengdai might be harmful to you?" Seeing Wu Di drink the tea in one gulp, Shui Mengdai expressed her admiration. "You would not dare?" Of course Wu Di would not say such a thing. Master Mengdai is a heroic woman with a kind heart. Although forced into banditry, it is merely a struggle against the injustices of the world. Furthermore, she possesses great ambition and is an honorable person who would never resort to such despicable acts as poisoning. Although the world believes that I, Wu Di, lead 3 bandit factions, I believe that only Niu Tu Mountain and Hei Imo Mountain are true bandits. As for Shui Bo Zhai, I consider it merely a righteous army, for I trust Master Mengdai. Thus I have come alone today to meet her and gaze upon her beauty. I never thought that Master Mengdai would harm me, so why would I worry about being poisoned by her? Being understood by my lord means I would have no regrets even in death." At this moment, Shui Mengdai was filled with emotion. For so long she had been excluded, oppressed, insulted, and hated, with no one affirming or understanding her. Wu Di's words were like a spring breeze that melted away the chill in her heart, like sunlight illuminating the darkness within. People often say that one should feel no regrets if they find a kindred spirit. To be understood, affirmed, and recognized especially by a man and noble carried immense impact for her. However, Mengdai has over 100 sisters who have followed her for many years. Mengdai cannot abandon them for her own selfish desires. "My lord, your visit must not solely be for a simple meeting with Mengdai. If you intend to disband the stronghold, Mengdai truly cannot comply. All the sisters are homeless. If they are dispersed, then including Mengdai, there will be nowhere for them to go, and they will no longer be able to stand in this world. This is akin to taking their lives. Given what the Baron understands about Mengdai, although she cannot disband the sisters of Shui Bo Zhai, she can lead them away from your territory. However, I hope you can give us some time. After all, finding a suitable place anew is not easy. Mengdai guarantees that we will leave your territory within 3 months." As she spoke, Shui Mengdai's eyes were filled with pleading. She did not want her sisters' futures to be cut short like this. Although there was no future as mountain bandits, at least they had a place to call home. But in confronting Wu Di, she was unwilling. Not to mention her inexplicable fondness for Wu Di. At that moment, his identity alone was not something they could contend with. After all, a baron is tied to the prosperity and continuation of the empire. Killing a female baron might lead to a national manhunt, but if a baron is slain, all 3 great empires of the eastern continent would have no refuge unless they fled to the remote island nations. "Do you still think you can leave after I, Wu Di, have set my sights on you?" Wu Di's purpose in coming was to recruit them. Not to mention that he needed the strength of over 100 people from Shui Bo Zhai. Mengdai's beauty alone would ensure she wouldn't escape. "Mengdai, let me tell you the truth. My arrival at Shui Bo Zhai is not to drive you away, but to recruit you. As long as you follow me, all the issues I previously mentioned at the entrance will be easily resolved. As long as you agree, you will become my invincible person in Huaxia, transforming from mountain bandits into noble guards." After speaking, Wu Di looked at Shui Mengdai, awaiting her answer. "This, what, is following this lord not better than seeking a new territory to continue as mountain bandits? Or do you look down on me, your lord?" Seeing Shui Mengdai hesitate, Wu Di continued, "No, it's not that, my lord. It's just that your proposal truly makes it hard for Mengdai to believe. We are all women who have been marginalized and eliminated, regarded as weak and looked down upon by others. With your status, as long as you recruit, many strong and robust women would undoubtedly come. Are you not joking with Mengdai? Mengdai, have you seen the subordinates I brought? Aside from their appearance, is there anyone among them that is robust? As the saying goes, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Saying 1,000 words is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. To tell you the truth, my guards are all of your petite type. Although your type is relatively weaker than the robust type, it is not absolute. Moreover, I personally prefer your petite type. Although in the future the guards of the territory will recruit robust types, the personal guard of this lord will always be your petite type. Currently, my subordinates, aside from the town's militia, are all petite types following me. If you don't believe it, you can go outside and take a look. This, what? Are you afraid I will go back on my word? That once I recruit robust guards, you will not be valued and face exclusion again. In that case, I have an even better solution. I wonder if Mengdai is willing. What solution? Although she hesitated for other reasons, upon hearing that Wu Di had a better solution, she naturally wanted to listen. That is to take you as my concubine. Thus you will become my woman, and naturally the people under you will rise in status. Even if they are not valued in the future, no one would dare to bully or exclude you. What do you think? Oh. Shui Mengdai was so surprised that her mouth almost fell open. She never expected Wu Di would propose such a request. It was not that the request was hard to accept. For her, it was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune, and it was the best guarantee for her more than 100 subordinates. She just found it too sudden and hard to believe. What? Do you not believe it? Yes, it is a bit hard to believe. Ling Xiang, Xiaoqian, you two come in. Wu Di did not want to waste words. He preferred to teach by example. When there is a standard, there is no need for excessive talk. We should speak through actions and instances. Husband. Although they were outside the door, the distance was not far. Wu Di and Shui Mengdai's conversation was clear to them, and they understood why Wu Di called them, no longer addressing him as lord, but directly as husband. Both of them are my wives. There are also 2 others who are similarly weak women. You may not know Wan Yi, but Meihua Ling, Lord Beitang Meihua. Even if you haven't seen her, you must know she is also my woman. So you need not worry that I am joking with you. This lord's preferences are different from other men. This lord only likes your petite type. With this said, you have seen my 2 wives. As for whether to believe it or not, and whether to agree, that is up to you. I agree, but can I make 2 requests? Shui Mengdai was afraid Wu Di would change his mind, so she quickly agreed. However, thinking that such a good fortune couldn't be hers alone, she timidly sought to negotiate. Since you have agreed, then you are now my Wudis woman. As for the requests of my women, as long as they are not too excessive, this lord can fulfill, so speak. Wu Di was in high spirits, not only gaining a beauty, but also increasing his lifespan by a year and acquiring more than 100 subordinates. Why not enjoy such a thing? That is, since my lord only likes petite women, Little Dai's subordinates are also petite women. Can my lord give them a chance to choose a few as concubines? Is that all? This matter is not impossible, but not right now. As long as your subordinates achieve merit in the future, perform well, and have good character, then selecting as many as you want will not be a problem. Wu Di couldn't help but sigh. Shui Mengdai was truly a good leader who considered her subordinates and was willing to seek benefits for them. However, although he welcomed many women, he would not accept just any woman. First, they must have good character and decent looks. He was willing to accept Shui Mengdai because she had no issues with her character and her figure and appearance were excellent. Secondly, it was also to better reclaim Shui Bozhai. As for other women, he was still unfamiliar with them and could not be hasty. Even if he were to accept, he would first take in Dan Tingting and Xu Jingjing. Well then, Mengdai, thanks my lord on behalf of them all. However, my lord still needs to agree to one more thing. As long as you agree to this matter, Shui Bozhai and everyone, including Mengdai, will definitely serve you without hesitation. You speak, and as always, I will naturally agree to what I can. That is, my lord has to. Shui Mengdai was already extremely nervous, fearing that Wu Di would not agree to this request. If Wu Di did not agree, then everything before would be for naught. That is, my lord, you still need to marry me. A voice echoed from the back hall. That is the lord, and he shall wed me as well. A light, crystalline voice rang out from the inner chamber of the gathering hall, instantly invigorating all who heard it. Moments later, a woman emerged, her figure strikingly voluptuous, yet her aura ethereal and celestial. She wore a flowing white gauzy gown with delicate shoulder straps fluttering like mist. Her complexion was porcelain fair and exquisitely refined, resembling Shui Mengdai to an uncanny degree, though slightly shorter by 2 or 3 centimeters, standing approximately 193 centimeters tall. Chang'e. Wu Di's eyes lit up. The first impression she evoked was precisely that of the moon goddess herself. Elder sister. Elder sister. Wu Di had not expected such a peerless beauty to dwell hidden within the modest Shui Bo fort. Unlike the gentle down-to-earth Shui Mengdia, this woman radiated an otherworldly grace, an elegance both radiant and unattainable. My lord, this is my elder sister Shui Mengyao, a level 35 ice mage. We swore an oath neither of us would marry, unless we married the same man. So if you wed me, you must wed her as well. A level 35 ice mage. Wu Di was stunned. He had never imagined that this seemingly unassuming stronghold, the humble Shui Bo fort, harbored a master of such formidable power. Though 10 levels below Bei Tang Meihua in rank, a level 35 mage here, especially one trained in area effect spells, was nothing short of a battlefield scourge. A single area spell could obliterate dozens of warriors below level 30. Even those above level 30 would fall if caught clustered together. Dozens, perhaps even scores, vanquished in an instant. Thank the heavens, I chose wisely. Had battle erupted, I wouldn't even know if I'd survive long enough for another reincarnation. With Shui Mengyao alone, the Shui Bo fort could ascend to become the second greatest power under his domain. Were it not for the Black Demon Mountain's elite forces, warriors exceeding level 40 and far greater numbers of level 30 and level 20 fighters, the Shui Bo fort, deliberately concealing its strength, would already be poised to claim supremacy. Yes, though my lieutenants know of elder sister's existence only, I know her true strength. And to preserve that secrecy, she has never fought openly before others. To outsiders, I am the chieftain of Shui Bo fort, the strongest among us. In truth, I merely administer the stronghold on her behalf. Every critical decision requires her counsel. That explains Shui Mengdia's earlier hesitation. Shui Mengyao, is your level 30 skill mastered? Only Ice Roar. Excellent. Then, would you consent to become my wife? Wu Di felt a rare tremor of tension, not over a mere year of lifespan, but over the fate of the entire Shui Bo fort and whether he might claim such transcendent beauty. I happened to overhear your lordship's conversation with my younger sister just now. Mengyao and Mengdai both pledge ourselves to you as your wives. From this day forth, our sisterhood and the Shui Bo fort belongs solely to you. We only beg you never break this vow. Having spoken, Shui Mengyao performed a graceful kowtow, a full ceremonial bow of deep reverence. Excellent. Mengyao Mengdai, meet Tuaba Lingxiang and Ling Hu Shaoqian. From now on, you are sisters. Wu Di's spirit soared. He introduced the 4 women, facilitating their first formal acquaintance. He had never anticipated the pacification of the Shui Bo fort would proceed so smoothly, nor that it would yield a double boon, not only the sisters themselves, but also a fully realized mage at his command. Nan Gongwani, though likewise a mage, remained unformed, still little more than a magical apprentice. Indeed, anyone below level 30 was scarcely deemed a true mage. Shui Mengyao stood apart at level 35. She was a consummate mage, specializing in ice, whose assaults were devastating and whose chilling effects slowed enemies' movements. Mastering Ice Roar, the ultimate area spell, only magnified her lethality. One Shui Mengyao was worth 100 Nan Gongwanyis, even at peak strength. For wood element magic tended toward support rather than destruction, rendering her irreplaceable. Indeed a treasure of considerable magnitude, one too grand to grasp yet perfect to cradle. We greet you, elder sisters. Both Shui sisters bowed respectfully to Tuaba Lingxiang and Ling Hu Shaoqian. There is no need for such formality. As my husband says, we are all one family, no distinctions of seniority or rank. Henceforth address each other by name. Tuaba Lingxiang found the sentiment pleasing, yet mindful that Shui Mengyao surpassed her in both strength and age and would inevitably earn greater favor from Wu Di. Reluctant to concede the title of elder sister, she seized upon Wu Di's earlier principle of equality to establish precedence, sacrificing no advantage yet gaining none either. Well said, Lingxiang. You grasp the essence perfectly. Henceforth we shall use given names alone. Wu Di commended. His harem would only grow larger with time. Hierarchy by age, strength, or status would prove increasingly untenable and impossible to reconcile fairly. To re-rank them with each new addition would be absurd. This was no competitive ladder, but a household. Addressing one another by name was simpler, clearer, and far more enduring. Yes, husband. Yes, my lord. Call him husband as they do. Here there are no concubines, only wives. Seniority means nothing, you all stand equal. Seeing the two still address him as my lord, Wu Di gently corrected them, not out of attachment to titles, but because true equality demanded uniformity in address, otherwise distinctions would inevitably take root in perception. Yes, husband. They hastily amended their speech. Having assumed his words on equality were mere rhetoric only to discover he honored his vows without exception. Husband, may I go share this joyous news with the others? Yes, go ahead. Tomorrow leave only one squad to guard the fort. All others will rotate in 10-day shifts. The rest depart with us for Shaoa Town tomorrow. Husband, does this mean we shall remain here tonight? Shui Mingdai asked, hearing his arrangements. Indeed. This afternoon I must attend to several matters, so we shall not depart until morning. Returning to Shaoha Town tonight would have been impractical. Here accommodations were already prepared. Moreover, he needed to claim his 2-year lifespan reward before leaving. Surely sleeping in a mountain tent atop the summit was unnecessary when a grand hall and spacious bed awaited, far more conducive to intimacy than canvas and rope. Yes, husband, I shall see to the preparations at once. Though she concealed her strength, Shui Mingyao's authority as elder sister commanded unquestioned obedience. Mingyao, bring me ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. I must draft certain schematics for them to carry back. With the Shui Bo Fort matter settled, construction of the Lord's Manor now rose to urgent priority. Soon Shui Mingyao herself delivered the 4 treasures of the study. Wu Di set to work, and within half an hour he completed the architectural plan for Fengzhua Mountain, rendered comprehensibly for this world's understanding. The schematics focused primarily on Fengzhua Mountain's layout and quarrying sites. The castle design for the Lord's Manor remained unwritten. For now, excavation and stone extraction took precedence. The castle plans could unfold gradually. Jingjing, deliver these blueprints to your aunt. She shall coordinate construction of the Lord's Manor and enlist the aid of Magistrate Lu Yuan. We return tomorrow. By the way, you should go back and help as well. Things here have been resolved, and there's no need to stay. Yes, my lord. Shu Jingjing took the blueprint from Wu Di's hands and turned to leave. What a quiet person, just like her name too, silent. Wu Di watched Shu Jingjing's departing figure and shook his head. Shu Jingjing's strength was on par with Dan Tingting, and her work was meticulous, yet she was not fond of talking and did not seek the spotlight. She was as quiet as her name suggested. Have you heard? Have you all heard? We have been offered amnesty. We are no longer mountain bandits. Really? Did the chief agree to the amnesty? Do we really not have to hide anymore? But we are all a group of weak women. Oh, why would the Baron offer us amnesty? Yeah, this can't be real, right? I didn't believe it at first either, but this Baron known as Huaxiao Wudi is quite a peculiar person. What kind of peculiar person? Instantly, several mountain bandits around were drawn in by this conversation. This Baron actually prefers weak women like us instead of tall and strong ones. Isn't that strange? There's such a thing, isn't it? I heard that among the few guards who entered with him 2 were his wives, and that's not even the most important part. What else? Just say it already. I'm dying of curiosity. The Baron actually wants to marry our chief, but the chief has set 2 conditions. There's such a good thing, and the chief still has conditions. If it were me, I would just agree. If it weren't for the fact that the chief can only be the chief. Do you know what conditions the chief set? What conditions? One is that the chief wants the Baron to marry her sister as well. Did the Baron agree? Of course he agreed. What is the chief's second request? The second request is that the chief secures benefits for us. That is, if anyone among us performs well in the future, they can also become the Baron's woman. We can also become the Baron's women. Did the Baron agree? Hurry up and tell us. The Baron agreed. Oh, yay. Long live the Baron. Long live the chief. At this moment, the entire mountain stronghold received this good news, and the place erupted in cheers with over 100 women running about in celebration. Few since Xiao Di has completely subdued Shueibua stronghold. Let's head back. Over here, Aunt Wang Qilan also received Wu Di's signal. Hearing the cheers from the stronghold, she finally felt at ease. The Lord truly is extraordinary. He actually took Shueibua stronghold without losing a single soldier or shedding blood. Lu Yuan gazed deeply in the direction of Shueibua stronghold and beckoned the militia under her command to follow Wang Qilan back. My lord, the conditions in the stronghold are limited. Besides a few types of vegetables, we can only manage to get some beast meat and fish. I hope my lord understands. Sitting beside Wu Di, Shui Mingdai handed him a piece of fish. Mingyao, your husband doesn't have picky taste when it comes to food. Considering the current famine and the corpses everywhere, it's already pretty good that we can have a mix of meat and vegetables. You are right, my lord. In fact, over the years, the stronghold has also been living frugally, and today being able to follow my lord is a day of great joy for us sisters, as well as for the stronghold. Today is also thanks to my lord, otherwise it would take us sisters 10 days or half a month to eat this food. Shui Mingyao quickly explained. Mingyao, you don't have to explain. I'm not blaming you. But from now on we are all family, so you don't need to be so polite and distant. Yes, my lord. Let's eat. After eating, we still have important matters to attend to. After saying this, Wu Di began to eat like a wolf. Now that the problem with Shueibwa stronghold was resolved, cultivating was the top priority. After all, the great sword of the Western continent was still hanging over their necks. It could fall at any moment, and he must quickly enhance his cultivation before that sword came down. My lord, do you have something planned for tonight? Shui Mengdai asked in confusion. Mengdie, you'll know what I mean by important matters once you finish eating. Tua Ba Lingxiang couldn't help but interject. My lord is still as impatient as ever. Linghu Shaoqian also chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Is what my lord said. The two sisters, Shui Mengyao, quickly understood. All right, I'm full of, don't listen to their nonsense. Tonight we'll hold a ceremony to liven things up for the sisters in the stronghold. It serves two purposes: to give you an explanation and to reassure your more than 100 sisters. All right, I will do whatever my lord says. There are still some drinks left in the stronghold. Let's bring them all out tonight, so that the sisters can share in the joy. Shui Mingyao said happily. Go ahead. That night, the entire Shueibwa stronghold began to decorate festively. Although Shueibwa stronghold was not wealthy, they could still manage to celebrate happily. With food and drink, and now having shed their identity as bandits, it was the chief's joyous day, truly a double celebration. They were naturally very happy. The joyous and festive atmosphere erupted throughout the entire Shueibwa stronghold, while Li Jianya also completed his task. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with 2 years of lifespan. Reward: magic power 40, vitality 20. This time magic power actually increased by 40 points while spirit didn't increase. I really can't understand this pattern. It seems like it's random. Wu Di also couldn't grasp this pattern. Host: Huaxia Wu Di. Age 18 years. Height 190 centimeters. Wives and concubines 6. Warrior level 7. Basic swordsmanship, basic gunmanship, assassination swordsmanship, shield defense, jumping. Mage level 7, no skills. Summoner level 8. Talisman crafting, summoning art. Vitality 720. Magic power 700. Spirit 800. Lifespan 12 years and 19 days. Not bad. As long as I work hard, I can improve a little every day. By the way, let's take a look at the data of the Mengyao sisters. Wife: Shui Mengyao. Age 46. Height 193 meters. Loyalty 100. Occupation: Ice-type mage. Level 35. Vitality 350. Magic power 3580. Spirit 105. Skills: Ice Blade art, attack, freezing art, support, ice shield art, defense, roar of ice, group attack. Not bad. Although there are only 4 skills, they cover both offense and defense, and with support and group attack, they have almost no weaknesses. Moreover, they only need to increase their magic power by 20 points to level up. Even though she is 46 years old, she is still as tender as a 16-year-old. Wife: Shui Mengdai. Age 40. Height 195 meters. Loyalty 100. Occupation: warrior. Level 29. Health 2990. Magic 299. Spirit 87. Skills: basic swordsmanship, assassination swordsmanship, block, dodge, shield strike, blink, half moon slash, cross slash, charge, blazing slash. The skills are about the same, but there is no serpent step. Instead, there is an additional blink skill, and the level is almost 30. Very good. Whether a warrior or a mage, level 30 is a watershed. After breaking through to level 30 and learning the skills of that level, not only does one's strength soar, but one's lifespan also increases by 200 years. In fact, both sisters have good cultivation talent, but they lack cultivation resources. For many years, their progress has stagnated. Many women are trapped by the limitations of resources. Now that the food problem is solved, it seems I should prepare some cultivation resources for them. Cultivating as a warrior is relatively easy as long as there are sufficient medicinal materials and monster meat to replenish health. One can quickly enhance their cultivation. However, a mage needs to meditate and absorb magic stones to cultivate, and relying solely on meditation is very slow. If one can absorb magic stones, the effect will be rapid. But over the years, the magic stones in the eastern continent have been almost consumed, and now every single one is precious. It is very difficult to find them in the market, and a single magic stone is worth over 100 gold. The problem is that having money does not necessarily mean one can buy them. For example, Nangong Wani has only used 3 magic stones over the years, and now the remaining magic stones are all in the imperial treasury or in the hands of the nobility. It's impossible to obtain magic stones now, but monster meat is still not difficult to find. Wu Di chose to come here to be the lord because it is closest to the wild forest, making it easier to hunt monsters. Husband, are you awake? As Wu Di just crawled out of bed, the 2 women who were getting ready turned to him. Are you up so early? We just woke up a little while ago. Husband practiced all night, and we wanted you to sleep a bit more, but it seems we still woke you up. Husband, we sisters don't have any decent dowry. Let this be our dowry. Shui Mingyao came over holding a wooden box and sat down beside Wu Di. What is this? Wu Di opened the wooden box originally expecting gold and silver jewelry, but instead found a worn piece of beast skin. This is a map. A map? What kind of map? Wu Di picked up the beast skin. Although he didn't care much about dowries, having never seen a map used as a dowry in 2 lifetimes, he became a bit curious. A magic stone mine map. Shui Mingdai whispered. Magic stone? What a magic stone mine map. Wu Di's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Shui Mingyao. Yes, only my sister and I know about this map. The magic stone mines in the eastern continent have been mostly depleted. How could there still be any? This map must be fake. Wu Di did not believe that he could easily obtain a magic stone mine map. Furthermore, even if it was a real map, the mine must have been emptied. What you said is correct. The magic stone mines in the eastern continent have indeed been exhausted, but there are still some in the wild forest. Are you saying that the mine location on this map is in the wild forest? This can't be a trap, right? After all, the value of a magic stone mine is immense. How could such a map be easily leaked? The person who discovered this mine location was our grandmother. She personally drew this map. It is definitely real. Your grandmother discovered it. Then why didn't she go dig it up herself and instead recorded the location on a map? Although the 2 women said this, Wu Di still found it hard to believe. After all, the value of a magic stone mine is immeasurable, and if the news leaked, it could definitely trigger a world war. My grandmother discovered the mine location by accident. Not only is the location remote, but the mine is deep within a cave where spiritual energy cannot be used. My grandmother painstakingly brought back only about 100 stones. Our Shui family has been warriors for generations. I am the only mage. I cultivated to my current level relying on the magic stones my grandmother brought back. Fortunately, my grandmother knew the importance of this matter and had never mentioned it to anyone. Even my mother doesn't know. 10 years ago, my grandmother brought my mother and over a dozen relatives back to the wild forest. Before she left, my grandmother drew this map, just in case, and gave it to me, but after that she never returned. At that time, my grandmother was already a level 52 warrior and had learned the level 50 skill Whirlwind Slash and Thunder Flash. My mother and the others were also warriors above level 30, and not a single one of the 12 returned with any news. Over the years, I have entered the wild forest several times, but with my strength, the farthest I could go was only about 60 miles into the forest, while the location my grandmother mentioned is between 100 and 120 miles. So it seems that this magic stone mine map really is genuine. Absolutely, but finding the location will be very difficult. No, it's difficult to venture deep into the mine. Once we reach the location, it will be easy to find our way with the map. At this moment, Wu Di was already very excited. He never expected that by casually marrying 2 beauties, he would gain a magic stone mine as a dowry. Although he hadn't laid his hands on it, yet the promise was already in his possession. Although it won't be easy to obtain this wealth, and there is a risk of being discovered by others, it is a hidden place, and the suppression of spiritual energy makes it much more stable. However, night brings dreams, and if there is an opportunity, I still need to explore it. Only what is in hand is true wealth. Then I will accept this map, and once I grow stronger, you can take me to explore the path. A husband, you absolutely cannot take risks. Once Mingyao breaks through to level 40, she will definitely be able to help you find the mine. Alright, no need to worry. I never said I would go now. Let's discuss this matter again after I break through to level 20 in 2 months. After reaching level 20, he would be able to learn many skills as a warrior and numerous talisman skills as a summoner, including healing spells and teleportation talismans. Especially in magic, he would be able to learn spatial teleportation techniques, allowing for ease of movement. Even if he couldn't find it, as long as he didn't encounter enemies or monsters above level 50, he could escape unscathed. A level 20, you're going to go at level 20. Wait, husband, can you really cultivate? 3 element cultivation. The 2 women were completely taken aback by Wu Di's words. Not only had they heard of no man being able to cultivate 3 elements before the curse, but even after the curse, it was unheard of. That's right, but don't spread the word. Outside, I will only use the identity of a necromancer. So, does that mean the skeleton outside the hall is your husband's? Yes, but there are actually 2. Does that mean the person in the leather cloak is also a skeleton? Shui Mengdai then recalled the strange person next to the skeleton yesterday. That's correct, actually that skeleton was summoned by me too. So if you can summon 2 skeletons, your summoner level has reached level 30, granting you a lifespan of 100 years. Shui Mingyao looked at Wu Di with delight. If Wu Di had broken through to level 30 and gained 100 years of life, then they wouldn't have to worry about being widowed in a few years. They could enjoy 100 years of happiness. Wu Di shook his head and said, "This is somewhat special for me. Currently, my combat technique is at level 7, and I'm only at level 8 as a summoner. However, my cultivation differs from yours. Reaching level 30 is quite easy for me, but it still requires time. At his current pace, he could reach level 30 in half a year, but now his progress was nearing its limit. So how do you cultivate? The two women were not surprised after all cultivating 3 elements certainly required a different method. Husband, you haven't found a way to break the curse, have you? No, this is merely a loophole in the curse. Moreover, this method only works for me. What method? That is. Wu Di revealed his unique method as they would need to cooperate in the future. Oh, is that all it takes? Then husband, let us assist you in your cultivation. Saying this, Shui Mengdai took on the role. Should I call Ling Shi and the others to help? Shui Mengdia, fearing that she and her sister wouldn't satisfy Wu Di, tentatively asked. No, we need to maintain a balance in our cultivation. We'll practice again at night. This day 6 times had already reached the limit. If they went further, they wouldn't be able to handle it. You all go about your business. Once everything is tidied up, we'll return to Xiao Town. Wu Di said as he reluctantly pushed the 2 women out of the room. Phew, that was close. I almost couldn't hold back. Wu Di sighed as he closed the door. This body was at a vigorous age, and with the 2 women being extraordinary beauties, especially with their proactive approach, he felt invigorated. If it weren't for Wu Di's strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed. During this time I should draw the construction blueprints for the Lord's mansion. With that, Wu Di began to sketch at the desk. Everyone give it your all. Today the Lord will be moving in, and we must complete the temporary Lord's mansion before dark. At the peak of Fengshu Mountain, Lu Yuan was directing hundreds of villagers in constructing the temporary Lord's mansion. The temporary Lord's mansion was planned to be located at the site of the water reservoir Wu Di had designated, occupying no land from the Lord's mansion. It had a large hall, a master bedroom suite, 4 guest rooms, a study, and a kitchen. Since their return yesterday, they had begun construction using entirely wooden structures. The main body was already completed, and they were currently installing doors and windows. At this pace, moving in tonight would be no problem. Meanwhile, at the mountainside, Wang Xiulan was directing hundreds of villagers to excavate the mountain, hauling the mined stones to the mountaintop. The temporary Lord's mansion could be built with wood, but the actual Lord's mansion would be constructed entirely from stone, as this would vastly outlast wooden buildings in terms of lifespan and defense against flying magical beasts. Fortunately, this time Xiao Di was well prepared and brought excavation tools. Otherwise, relying on the tools from Xiao Town would have slowed us down by several times. However, with such a large volume of work, these tools are still far from enough. It seems we can only wait for Xiao Di to return and then send someone to the city to purchase another batch of tools. Moreover, we don't have enough manpower. We'll need to recruit another batch of people from Cassava Town. It's already afternoon. Xiao Di should be back soon, right? Wang Xiulan glanced towards the town entrance and just happened to see Shu Jingjing running over. Captain Shu, has Xiao Di returned? Chief, the Lord has not yet returned. However, we discovered 2 sneaky individuals at the town entrance, but they were very alert. Our people had not even gotten close before they ran away. They should be spies from Haimo Mountain. You lead the men to move the lookout point 2 miles forward and strengthen the patrols. We cannot allow any mountain bandits to enter Xiao Town. Understood. I hope we can delay them for a while longer. Wang Xiulan looked at the small town below, feeling a vague sense of worry. Although they had recruited Shuabozai, their strength was still insufficient to contend with Haimo Mountain. Moreover, Xiao Town had no defensive structures whatsoever. Even the walls were non-existent, relying solely on the natural forest as walls, making it impossible to defend. Fengshu Mountain was easy to defend but hard to attack, yet all the construction facilities had not yet begun and there were no food or water supplies stored. Even if all the townsfolk retreated to Fengshu Mountain, they would be left to die of thirst. This won't do. We must send some of the town's grain supplies up here. One of the 2 water pools is occupied by the temporary Lord's mansion, so the other must be excavated too. At this moment, Wang Xiulan was increasingly anxious. They could abandon Xiao Town as long as they could protect the villagers. The town could be rebuilt. However, Fengshu Mountain was their stronghold and absolutely could not be lost. Mayor Lu, we just discovered a mountain bandit spy at the town entrance. How long can the food in the town last? Wang Xiulan asked Lu Yuan. To be honest, although Xiao Town has thousands of acres of arable land and sufficient water resources, there is a serious pest problem here. The grain we harvested this year will only last us for a little over 2 months. The grain issue can be resolved by Cassava Town, but now we face the threat of Haimo Mountain. We must prepare for the worst, as Xiao Town has no defensive works at all. Currently, we do not have enough manpower to build the Lord's mansion, nor do we have the time to construct defensive works. If the mountain bandits attack, we will be very passive. I believe we should transfer all the grain from the town up to Fengshu Mountain, so when the mountain bandits come, we can take a stand behind Fengshu Mountain. In addition to moving the grain up the mountain, we must also store at least a month's worth of water. I plan to send people to excavate the other water pool. We must be prepared to defend ourselves before the mountain bandits attack. All right, we will follow the chief's arrangements. I will have people gather the grain, prepare wooden barrels, and starting tomorrow, apart from the townsfolk excavating the mountain stones and constructing, everyone else will transport food and water up the mountain. Lu Yuanyuan fully supported Wang Qiulan's arrangements. First, Wang Qiulan was Wu Di's aunt, and second, she recognized the merit in Wang Qiulan's plan. Lord has returned. A sentry who had been relocating the outpost forward under Shu Jingjing's orders spotted Wu Di and his companions returning and cried out in joyful surprise. What is this? My lord, we spotted scouts from the mountain bandits today. Captain Shu instructed us to advance the outpost 2 li farther ahead. Excellent. Remain vigilant. If you detect the bandits' main force, withdraw immediately. Yes, my lord. Go now. Husband, might I assign 2 attendants to accompany them? Shui Mengdai remarked, watching uneasily as a single guard led 2 militia members to man the outpost. No need. The outpost serves only as an early warning post. Should the Black Demon Mountain bandits launch a full assault, adding 20 more defenders would merely increase casualties. Their trio need only prevent scouts from infiltrating and sound the alarm in time. Xiaohe Town possessed 2 primary access roads. One led to Mush Town and Plum Blossom Ridge, the other branched here. Its right fork headed toward Shuebo village, while its straight path extended into the wildwood forest. The left fork led toward Black Demon Mountain. 2 li ahead lay a 3-way junction, the ideal location for the new outpost. This time, 12 men remained stationed at Shuebo village, while the 100 who returned, including Shui Mingyao and her sister, nearly doubled their fighting strength. Yet even so, they remained ill-prepared to face Black Demon Mountain. Alas, magical potions are exceedingly rare and prohibitively expensive. Were sufficient potions available to replenish Shui Mengdia's mana, confronting Black Demon Mountain would become far more feasible. A single vial of Tier 1 magical potion cost 1 gold coin on the open market, yet restored only 100 mana points, whereas casting the Frost Roar spell consumed 150. Thus few mages relied on potions for mana recovery. Though most carried 1 or 2 vials, they reserved them strictly for life or death moments. Moreover, magical potions bore cooldown periods 10 minutes for Tier 1. To fully restore Shui Mingyao's mana, 36 vials in 36 minutes would be required. Higher tier potions could accelerate recovery, but they commanded exorbitant prices and were even harder to procure. Relying on potions to withstand Black Demon Mountain was therefore wholly impractical. Is this Xiaohe Town? Though well acquainted with Xiaohe Town's layout, Shui Mingyao and her sister had never visited it in person. Yes, do you see that mountain peak? That will be our home henceforth. Wu Di pointed toward Fengzhua Mountain's summit in the distance. Fengzhua Mountain, we know it well. Our 3rd and 4th brothers once told us it was naturally defensible, yet too close to Xiaohe Town, otherwise we'd have built our stronghold there. Indeed, Fengzhua Mountain is exceptional. Come, I'll show you around. Upon returning, Wu Di resolved first to resolve the mountain's water supply. The ascent was lined with townsfolk hauling construction materials and provisions upward. Upon spotting Wu Di and his party, they bowed respectfully and stepped aside. Though the mountain road remained unpaved, its width comfortably accommodated 2 carriages side by side. Impressive speed. You've nearly completed the provisional lord's residence atop the peak already. Wu Di expressed sincere admiration for Lu Yuanyuan's work upon arriving at the summit. Xiao Di, you're back. This provisional residence was built for you. What do you think? His aunt hurried over, setting aside her tasks the moment she saw him. Auntie, thank you for your hard work. Oh, don't stand on ceremony with me. Mayor Lu himself ordered its construction. It'll be ready tonight, sparing you from tents. By the way, where is Mayor Lu? He's arranging grain and water supplies. Grain and water? Indeed. Wang Qiulan recounted the discovery of the bandit scouts and her subsequent arrangements. Auntie, with you managing things, I'm spared countless burdens. Wu Di nodded approvingly at her measures. Nonsense. I'm your aunt and your appointed Grand Steward. Such matters fall squarely within my purview. Auntie, our manpower is insufficient. Tomorrow dispatch 1,000 laborers from Mush Town to assist us. Cultivating cassava no longer requires such numbers. Nor do we require water carriers any longer. The mountain paths are treacherous, and manual water transport is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. I have devised a swift, efficient solution, but preparation will take several days. Oh, if you found a method, all the better. I'd already planned to assign 100 people daily to haul water up the mountain. Very well, I'll draft the schematics shortly. Once complete, we'll begin fabrication. Auntie, here are the architectural blueprints for the Lord's residence. Consult me on anything unclear. Wu Di handed the meticulously drawn plans to Wang Qiulan. Half an hour later, seated beside a boulder, Wu Di completed the water wheel schematics. 40 to 50 meters southeast of Fengzhua Mountain flowed the Shao River, its current swift enough to power a colossal water wheel. Though lifting water directly to the summit posed engineering challenges, conveying it to the mountainside's midpoint was entirely feasible, where a reservoir would serve as a central transfer station. From there, a pulley-anchable system would ferry water to the summit, requiring just a single operator. Moreover, Wu Di had designated that mid-slope site for future elite guards' quarters and civilian refuge, both demanding abundant water. Yet, even delivering water to the midpoint demanded a water wheel 80 meters in diameter, an unprecedented feat rivaling the scale of a giant Ferris wheel. "My lord, you summon me." Lu Yuanyuan arrived breathlessly upon receiving the summons. "Can the town's artisans construct this?" Wu Di passed the blueprint to Lu Yuanyuan. "My lord, the design itself isn't difficult. But may I ask, how large should it be and where shall it be installed?" "This device is called a water wheel. It draws river water skyward, then via aqueducts channels it up the mountain, eliminating the arduous task of manual water transport." Wu Di proceeded to explain the water wheel's operational principles and critical fabrication details. Lu Yuanyuan stood speechless, astonished that the most daunting challenge, securing a stable water supply, had been solved by a single sketch from their lord. "My lord, might this water wheel also divert river water to irrigate farmland?" she suddenly asked, struck by inspiration. "Precisely. In time, smaller water wheels can irrigate fields. Once irrigation channels are dug, manual watering will become obsolete. My lord, you are truly our blessing. With this water wheel, we'll save months of grueling water hauling each year." Previously, they spent 4 to 5 months annually hauling water for irrigation, especially taxing during scorching summers when demand outstripped capacity. Now those months would be reclaimed. "Very well, begin assembling this colossal Ferris wheel at once." "My lord, didn't you call it a water wheel? Why Ferris wheel now? You'll understand why once it's built." Wu Di offered no further explanation, though inwardly he harbored quiet concern whether Lu Yuanyuan and her team could truly realize such a monumental structure. "My lord, Sima Yanin, captain of the militia from Mush Town, requests an audience." Just as Wu Di had settled down for a moment, Dan Tingting arrived to announce her. "Let her in." Shortly thereafter, Sima Yanin entered, escorted by Dan Tingting. "I pay my respects, your lordship." "Captain Sima, what brings you to me?" "My lord, 40 individuals have arrived from Mingyue City, declaring their intent to pledge allegiance to you. I brought them here myself." "Oh, they hail from Mingyue City?" Wu Di asked, puzzled. "My lord, these are likely the women we previously recruited, those who were away when our messengers visited. We left them instructions, and it appears they have now followed our call." Upon hearing Sima Yanin's report, Dan Tingting immediately deduced their identities. "Ah, if they truly are the ones you speak of, then you and your team shall oversee their integration." Wu Di had not expected anyone to arrive so soon. This was an auspicious beginning indeed. Yet one pressing issue remained: a severe shortage of weapons and armor. The initial stockpile had already been distributed to Dan Tingting and her group. With over 100 new arrivals, the existing supply fell woefully short. Weapons were manageable, one per person, but varied widely in quality and standardization. Armor, however, posed the greater challenge. Both the Waterwave bandits and earlier recruits like Dan Tingting had arrived clad only in coarse hemp cloth. What Wu Di lacked most was manpower, and without proper armor he dared not deploy them in combat. He would need to procure leather armor without delay. "Ah, Captain Sima, you've arrived at just the right time. I am urgently in need of laborers. Please inform Magistrate Zhongli to dispatch 1,000 townsfolk tomorrow to assist in constructing the Lord's residence." "Yes, my lord." "Louis, where are Nangong Wani and Wan Yi?" Wu Di glanced around, but found only Lu Yi bustling about the newly erected kitchen. Nangong Wani was nowhere to be seen. "Young master, madam, is meditating at the western cliff edge. No wonder I haven't seen her since my return. Shall I fetch her for you, young master?" "No need. I'll go myself." This place is truly exquisite, serene, panoramic, and steeped in quiet beauty." When Wu Di reached the spot Lu Yi had described, he instantly spotted Nangong Wani deep in meditation. "Husband, when did you return?" Wu Di's voice gently drew her from her trance, and she opened her eyes, delight flashing across her face. "I returned some time ago. Did you miss me last night?" Wu Di drew her into his arms, his hands tracing tender paths across her form. "Ah, husband, you misbehaved the moment you returned. What if someone sees us?" Nangong Wani blushed, feigning indignation. "You still haven't answered. Did you miss me?" Wu Di teased, his fingers lingering. "Husband, cease this at once. I did miss you." Flustered beyond measure, she surrendered entirely. "Then tell me, where did you miss me? Here, or here?" Yet gazing upon her delicate, blushing countenance, how could he possibly relent? "Ah, husband, you tease me the moment you return." Still refusing to answer. "Was it here, or here?" "Both. I missed you everywhere." By now Nangong Wani lay utterly pliant in his embrace, incapable of resistance. "That's more like it. Satisfied, Wu Di lifted her and placed her gently atop a nearby boulder, withdrawing his hands, lest even he lose control. Wani, this time I not only secured the allegiance of the Waterwave bandits, but also welcomed dozens of loyal guards from Mingyue City. Our armor reserves are now critically depleted. Husband, you wish me to return to Mingyue City tomorrow with a contingent to exchange all our remaining gold coins for armor and weapons. Still breathless, Nangong Wani murmured her assent. Take 2 squads of guards, and all our horses. If mounts fall short, borrow more from Beitang, Meihua, at Plum Blossom Ridge. That way we'll reach Mingyue City within a day. Carriages were too slow. To conserve time, Wu Di opted for mounted travel, saving at least a day and a half. Let's go. Lu Yi's meal must be ready. We'll return home. Husband, my legs are weak. Come, let me carry you. As Wu Di lifted her from the boulder, he assumed her fatigue stemmed from prolonged cultivation, or perhaps the stone's hardness. But then something etched upon its surface arrested his gaze. Noticing his fixed stare, Nangong Wani followed his line of sight and gasped, "Ah, husband, don't look." She swiftly covered his eyes with her hands, burying her burning face against his chest, wishing only to shatter the stone and vanish into its fragments. Ha ha ha. So my Wani spoke no falsehood. Wu Di laughed heartily, a familiar idiom springing unbidden to mind. Woo woo. Husband, you mock me still. Her cheeks burned crimson. Thankfully none of her sisters were present, else her mortification would have known no bounds. Enough, let's return home. Once wealthed, I shall help you alleviate this love bloom poison properly. At last, I dwell in a home of my own. Temporary though it may be, it is mine alone. After dinner, the newly furnished residence gleamed immaculately. Wu Di regarded his provisional lord's residence with profound satisfaction. Especially his private suite, a 60-square-ping living room, a 40-square-ping master bedroom, and a 20-square-ping side chamber. The centerpiece being a magnificent solid wood bed 3 meters wide and 4 meters long. It was not merely spacious and sturdy, but flawlessly constructed. Wu Di tested it himself. Not a single creak disturbed the silence. Thick cotton quilts layered its surface, firm yet yielding, luxuriously soft. Such ideal conditions demanded thorough appraisal. Sigh, little D never learns balance between labor and rest. Aunt Wang Qiulan shut the door behind her, shaking her head anxiously. Ever since he began cultivation, he has scarcely paused. Not even the savage forest mules of the wild expanse match his stamina. I must devise a proper tonic to restore his vigor. Magistrate Liu, was it today you reported sighting a herd of savage mules near the northern forest fringe? Emerging from the Lord's residence, Wang Qiulan sought out Lu Yuanyuan for confirmation. Indeed, Chief Steward Wang. The herd dwells precisely at the wild expanse's edge. Have you observed any dominant male mules? A male mule. Lu Yuanyuan frowned. Male mule flesh was coarse and pungent, far inferior to the tender meat of females. Yes, I shall accompany you to hunt one. Why a male? Their meat is tough and rank, hardly fit for the table. Perplexed, Lu Yuanyuan wondered why anyone would target males when her people favored females. That is no concern of yours. I have urgent use for it. Simply guide me there. But dusk has fallen. It will be difficult to locate them, and even the forest's periphery grows perilous after dark. No matter, we shall bring an escort of guards. Wang Qiulan's resolve was unshakable. This was no trivial matter. It concerned Wu Di's very happiness, and she would not hesitate. A faint ray of morning sunlight spilled into a disheveled room, as if an army of invaders had stormed the village. One word to describe it: tragic. Saya was too eager for quick results. Lying at the door, Wu Di sighed with some regret. I can't cultivate like this anymore. Haste makes waste. I should take it slow. Congratulations, host, on completing an epic achievement and earning the title Mad Donkey. Rewards include leveling 3 professions to level 10. Please continue to strive. Upon hearing the achievement title, black lines filled Wu Di's forehead, and when he heard the system urge him to continue striving, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What a ridiculous title. Is this something a person can earn? And this system truly speaks without understanding. Can it see that I can barely straighten my back now? Keep striving. Ill strive your hammer. However, having all 3 professions leveled up to 10 made last night's efforts worthwhile. But this was still far from enough. The wild dogs from the West Continent hung over him like a sword, and he felt that the West Continent wouldn't give the East Continent too much time. He must grow stronger before the West Continent launches a large-scale invasion, or everything would be in vain. This was also why he chose not to hide in the city, but instead took the great risk of stepping out to become a lord. Though the territory was dangerous, it was nothing compared to those wild dogs from the West Continent. He would rather die than be enslaved by that pack of wild dogs. Host Huaxia Wu Di. Age 18 years. Height 190 cm. Wives 6. Warrior level 10. Skills: basic swordsmanship, basic spearmanship, assassin, sword technique, shield defense, jumping. Mage level 10. No skills. Summoner level 10, a skills, symbol crafting summoning. Health 1000. Magic 1000. Spirit 1000. Lifespan 12 years and 18 days. Alright, this reward is just barely acceptable. Though with his speed he could reach level 10 in just a few days, what he lacked now was time. Saving those few days was still quite good. Moreover, he was now able to learn level 10 skills from all three professions, which would enhance his strength in advance, providing an extra layer of assurance. After reaching level 10, he would be able to learn many skills and techniques, including spatial crafting, enabling him to create storage bags. Currently, in his whole territory, only Nangong Wainer possessed a storage bag, highlighting the rarity of such items. If he learned how to craft storage bags, whether for personal use or for sale, it would perfectly solve his financial problems, adding a stable source of income. Little D, what happened to you? Wang Xiaolan, holding the donkey stew she personally hunted and cooked all night, looked at Wu Di lying at the door and hurriedly put down her bowl to check on him. "I'm fine, just over-cultivated." After lying down for a while, Wu Di felt much better. "You really give me no peace of mind. Your aunt knows you are strong, but you can't rush things. You need to balance work and rest, otherwise if your body breaks down you will lose everything." Saying this, Wang Qiulan looked at the mess on the ground and picked Wu Di up in a princess carry. "Auntie, I'm sorry to worry you, I understand now, I won't do it again." At this moment Wu Di was utterly embarrassed. "Husband, what's wrong with you? Husband, are you okay? Husband?" The three women were awakened by the conversation between Wu Di and Wang Qiulan, and soon the buzzing in Wu Di's ears began. "Alright, I'll go bring the soup from outside," Wang Qiulan said, pulling up the blanket that had fallen beside her to cover Wu Di. "You are like my own child, I was the one who helped you bathe when you were little." Looking at the blushing Wu Di, Wang Qiulan pretended to be calm. "Come and drink this bowl of health soup while it's hot to dispel the cold." Wang Qiulan received the soup that Tooba Lingxiang had boiled all night. Cultivation must be done step by step. You must understand that extremes lead to opposites, and too much is as bad as too little. While feeding Wu Di, Wang Qiulan earnestly advised, "I understand now, I won't do it again next time." Wu Di wasn't oblivious, but he was still too young. "By the way, Annie, what kind of soup is this? It tastes a bit strange to me." This soup was very thick, almost akin to a broth, smooth and tender upon entry. Aside from the many medicinal flavors it contained, there was also an indescribable taste that Wu Di couldn't pinpoint. "You don't need to worry about that. This is Auntie's exclusive secret recipe. You just need to know it's a good thing." Auntie spent all night boiling it and added ginseng and over a dozen medicinal ingredients. "I guarantee you'll feel energetic after eating it." Saying this, Wang Qiulan scooped a spoonful of soup and personally brought it to Wu Di's lips. "Auntie, you'll do it myself. You've worked hard all night, go rest." At this point, Wu Di had already regained some strength, and he felt a bit guilty about being fed by Wang Qiulan. "You've even learned to be coy. Then I'll hold it for you, you eat it yourself. In the past, whenever you were sick, I was the one who took care of you. You can finish it, and then I can go rest." Saying this, she handed the soup spoon to Wu Di. In the end, under Wang Qiulan's watchful gaze, Wu Di devoured the bowl of lovingly prepared food. "Alright, you rest well. He'll go check on the cooking, or it can still be eaten 3 more times, it can't be burnt. And there's something else." Though Auntie didn't say, Wu Di had a rough idea of what it was. Regardless of how effective it was, the taste was truly awful. This kind of meticulous care from Annie was really hard for him to accept. Throughout the day, Wu Di didn't dare to step out of the room, mainly because the effects of Auntie's secret recipe were too good and obvious, so he had no choice but to stay in his room to study skills. Warrior skills, block dodge, and serpent steps took 3 hours to learn. In the afternoon, he successfully learned the summoner's skills, fire symbol technique, slow symbol, and attack symbol. He had also learned more than half of the spatial magic skills, spatial opening, and spatial crafting. However, forming combat power and fully utilizing these skills required more practice. Warrior skills were easy to practice whether in the room or in an open area. However, summoners needed to use talismans. He had to craft talismans first before casting spells. The fire symbol technique was an offensive skill, while the slow symbol and attack symbol were one-time consumable items. Fire symbol technique was like the bow of an archer, while slow symbol and attack symbol were the arrows. Learning fire symbol technique meant possessing a bow, but the arrows needed to be crafted by himself. Of course, they could also be bought, but they were hard to find. Only summoners could craft talismans, and generally, they didn't have enough for themselves, so how could they sell them? Occasionally, those seen on the market were stolen goods from killing and looting. Wu Di had already prepared the materials for crafting talismans. He had bought plenty at the Baibao Pavilion and only needed to spend some time to make them into talismans. The skills of the space magic system, although 2 in number, serve a single purpose: to create and open up space for storage bags, storage rings, bracelets, belts, and so on. Space opening refers to creating space on a certain medium, while space creation refers to crafting a dimensional space that can store objects after opening space on the medium. The 2 skills complement each other and are indispensable. This is why Wu Di did not learn space opening earlier and chose to wait until he reached level 10 to learn it alongside space creation. Although learning these two skills allows the creation of any storage accessory with Wu Di's current abilities, he could only craft the simplest storage bags. Moreover, the medium for making storage bags requires materials. The better the materials, the better the resulting storage magical item. Even for the worst storage bags, materials from level 10 or higher magical beasts are necessary. These materials also vary in quality not only in level, but also in the differences among the leather parts of magical beasts. For instance, for a magical donkey, the leather from the hindquarters of a female magical donkey is suitable for making storage bags, while the leather from the lower abdomen of a male magical donkey is the most appropriate. I should ask my aunt if the leather from the male magical donkey has arrived. Just as Wu Di contemplated this, Wang Qiulan entered with a familiar soup bowl. Little D, it's time to drink the soup. Aunt, do we still have to drink it? To be honest, this was Wu Di's first experience with this stuff in both his lives. Although it had good effects, he was psychologically resistant, mainly believing he didn't need it at all. When your sister entrusted you to me, I promised her I would take good care of you. In just a few days, you've married so many wives and still lack restraint. What if? All right, Aunt, can I drink it? Wu Di had already been defeated and took the soup bowl from Wang Qiulan's hands, drinking it down without even needing a spoon. Good, now eat that too. Is it all right now? After Wu Di struggled to swallow the last sip, he looked at his satisfied aunt. That's more like it. You can have it twice more tomorrow. Phew, thankfully only 2 more times. Yes, once you've eaten enough tomorrow, I'll get you more. No need for that. Wang Qiulan's words were like a bolt from the blue, pulling Wu Di back into darkness. All right, Aunt is leaving now. Don't repeat last night's behavior, Wang Qiulan said as she picked up Wu Di's special bowl to leave. Wait, Aunt, is the leather from the magical donkey still here? Yes, why? It's like this. Wu Di shared that he had broken through to level 10, which allowed him to make storage bags. Great, that's wonderful. Although it's only level 10, you're one step closer to level 30. Once you break through to level 30, I will definitely get you a level 30 magical tiger whip to celebrate. Wang Qiulan didn't care much about Wu Di's strength improvement or his ability to craft storage bags. What mattered to her was that Wu Di was closer to level 30. For her, extending Wu Di's life was her greatest wish and pursuit. And are you sure that's for my celebration? How could it not be? You must understand that magical pattern tigers are quite rare, especially those above level 30, and a male one is even harder to come by. All right, thank you very much, Aunt. All right, besides the magical donkey leather, what other materials do you need? He'll have Director Liu prepare them right away and send them to you tomorrow. I just need beast tendons and blood from level 10 and above, but I have some beast blood stockpiled, so there's no need to prepare that for now. Crafting talismans also requires beast blood. He had stocked up quite a bit previously, and it was still sufficient. All right, Aunt is leaving now. After Wang Qiulan left, Wu Di began crafting talismans. Having prior experience with summoning talismans, the slowing talisman and attack talisman were not too difficult. This really is a meticulous task. Not only does it consume mental energy, but it also takes up quite a bit of time. At this rate, I can only manage to draw a few dozen in a day, which is already decent. Looking at the few talismans on the table, Wu Di was very dissatisfied with the speed of crafting talismans. At his pace, it would take nearly 10 minutes for each talisman, which was far too slow. The slowing talisman reduces the target's speed, and its effect lasts only for a few seconds. The attack talisman, on the other hand, carries explosive and burning effects. Though it appears more intimidating than arrows, its penetration power is not as strong. Many times a single arrow can take a life, but talismans are different. Arrows rely on penetrating damage, while talismans depend on explosive damage, which is broad but weak in penetration. Therefore, to achieve a lethal effect, multiple talismans are often needed. However, this does not mean that talismans are inferior to arrows. The fire talisman technique is executed through mental energy, allowing talismans to hit targets with greater precision than arrows. It can only be said that the methods of inflicting damage are different. However, for a summoner, the consumption of talismans is significant. A single battle often exhausts a large number of talismans. Given Wu Di's current speed of crafting talismans, if he wanted to go hunting, he would need to draw talismans several days in advance. After all, his drawing speed cannot keep up with the speed of throwing them. Sigh, if only I could photocopy them. If there were a photocopier, he could probably make enough copies in a day to last several days. Right, while a photocopier is impossible, I can make a rubbings. Making a stamp should work. Suddenly, Wu Di slapped his thigh and became excited. Calm down, calm down. It might not even work, but regardless of whether it works or not, I have to give it a try. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Di prepared to take action. No matter if it works or not, only trying would reveal the truth. Husband, are you still busy? After bathing, Tuoba Lingxiang walked into Wu Di's room, noticing the light inside. I think I'll carve the stamp tomorrow since I don't have materials right now. Although Nangong Wan Yi had specially left a luminous pearl, he couldn't continue. Lingxiang, go call Xiaoqing and Mengyao over. We should take a break. Husband, are you alright? If not. Tuoba Lingxiang's gaze dropped as she looked at him. I'm fine. Once I finish this I will rest. After eating the nourishing soup all day, he felt he couldn't sleep without handling it. Alright, they are next door. He'll go get them and prepare some warm water for you to relieve your fatigue. Today Nangong Wan Yi returned to Mingyue City and Yi went with her, so the matter of attending to Wu Di naturally fell to them. That night Wu Di did not go mad like before. Instead, he followed a routine concluding 6 battles and resting for several hours. It seems the 3 systems will develop parallelly from now on. Wu Di did not expect that while searching for the system's reward rules, completing an epic achievement would directly balance all 3 systems. The morning is the key to the day. The early bird catches the worm. Let's get to work, young man. Wu Di rolled out of bed and began preparing to create seals. If this idea could truly be realized, he would pioneer the realm of talismans. However, drawing required the use of mental energy. Previously, he relied on the talisman brush for conduction, but now with the imprinting process, he would need to use a seal made of the same material as the talisman brush. Talisman brushes are generally made from monster bones and fur, so his seal would have to be made from monster bones. Although he did not have monster bones, they were not difficult to find. The monster donkey that his aunt helped him hunt yesterday had several bones suitable for making seals. I hope the bones of that monster donkey are still there. Xiao Di, it's time for soup. Wang Xiaolan arrived at the door with a big pot of soup, as if she was timing it perfectly. Aunt, you came just in time. Do we still have the bones from that monster donkey? Here, Xiao Di, drink the soup first. Aunt, thankfully you're my aunt. I wouldn't dare to drink soup from anyone else. Wu Di looked at his aunt's eager expression and recalled scenes from a past life TV drama where Jean Lian fed medicine to Delang. What nonsense are you talking? By the way, why do you need the monster donkey bones? I'm conducting an experiment. I don't know if it will work yet. Are the bones still there? If you hadn't mentioned it, they would probably have been thrown away, but they're still in the kitchen. Monster bones actually have some utility. They can be made into bone knives, bone arrows, and even talisman brushes. Some monster bones can also be used to make potions and healing medicines. The rarer the material, the more valuable it is. However, the magic bones of this monster donkey are not worth much and generally get thrown away after consumption. Aunt, please give me those big pieces of bones later. A standard talisman is about the size of a smartphone from a past life, and making a seal requires large pieces of monster bones, which must be processed and smoothed before carving. Therefore, there are not many parts of a monster donkey's bones suitable for making seals. After you finish eating, I'll bring them over. Wang Xiaolan did not care what Wu Di intended to do as long as he finished the soup. Burp. Wu Di finished his aunt's heartfelt breakfast as quickly as possible to get the magic bones. Wang Xiaolan did not disappoint Wu Di, quickly bringing over more than a dozen pieces of suitable magic bones, big and small enough for him to use. However, what seemed simple took Wu Di an entire day, wasting several pieces of magic bones just to carve out the attack talisman seal. It's time to test the results. Wu Di dipped the seal in beast blood, aligned it properly, and pressed it onto the blank talisman. When he lifted the seal, an attack talisman appeared before him. Indeed, without using mental energy, it is not a talisman, but just a drawing that resembles one. Wu Di could tell at a glance that it had failed. Although it looked like an attack talisman on the surface, it lacked the aura of a talisman, which could also be described as momentum. Wu Di activated the fire talisman technique. Although it hit the target with mental energy, it did not explode or ignite. This kind of talisman shot out like a rag flying into someone's face. It had no lethality whatsoever other than being insulting. Then let's try imprinting with mental energy. At this moment, Wu Di started to feel a bit nervous. All his efforts of a day hinged on whether or not it would succeed. Come on, succeed, it must succeed. Although Wu Di prayed in his heart, he meticulously outputted his mental energy. Looking at the successfully imprinted talisman, Wu Di felt a bit uncertain. It seemed to have some of the attack talisman's momentum, but it still felt off. We'll know if it works if we try. He went to the window, opened it, and threw it at a rock outside. Puff! Flames erupted and thick smoke billowed. The talisman did not ignite instantly, but the rock was scorched black. Is this a smoke bomb? Although it failed, it still shows my idea is correct. It is possible to mass-produce talismans through imprinting. Let's try again. It should be that the output of mental energy is insufficient. Previously, I followed the mental energy output of drawing talismans, but imprinting forms immediately, so I should increase the mental energy output. As he spoke, Wu Di returned to the crafting table and began adjusting his mental energy. Puff! Still not enough, but this time it was obviously much better than last time. Once more. Puff! Puff! Bang! It worked. I truly am a genius. After repeatedly adjusting a dozen times, Wu Di finally mastered the technique of imprinting. Not only must mental energy be evenly applied to the lines of the talisman at the moment of imprinting, but he must also control the intensity of the mental energy Just like mixing gunpowder, it must be stirred evenly, and the ratios must be controlled to achieve the best effect. Alright, it's time to rest. He'll make the slowing talisman seal tomorrow. Although he had only done this one thing all day, the gains and achievements were still substantial. Xiao Di, it's time for soup. Wang Qiulan walked in gracefully carrying the big pot of soup. And I don't want soup anymore, I want to eat meat. Wu Di was already somewhat averse to this big pot of soup, and now drinking it twice a day left him feeling quite sad about the remaining lunch. This is great, there's soup and meat. Come on, drink it up, Ling Xiang, and the others are waiting for you. No, and can you call it meat? Wu Di looked at the cylindrical object in the soup bowl with disdain. Isn't it meat? There's not a single bone. In the end, he could not resist Wang Qiulan's soft insistence, and had to comply. Although he had reached level 10 and his skills had improved significantly, he could not neglect his evening training. However, tonight Linghu Xiaoqian was absent due to her period, and Nangong Wani had not returned, leaving the remaining 3 girls to share the burden. The next day, after eating the big treasure that his aunt had freshly hunted, Wu Di continued to carve the seals. With yesterday's experience, he only wasted 3 pieces of beast bones to carve out the slowing talisman and summoning talisman. Moreover, in the morning, he produced 100 summoning talismans, 300 slowing talismans, and 500 attack talismans, consuming all the materials for the talismans, leaving him with hardly any mental energy. I should go out for a walk before making storage bags. Wu Di had not left his room for almost 3 days and decided to go outside to see the speed of the water wheel and castle construction. My lord, well done. Keep up the good work. Along the way, whenever Wu Di encountered laboring villagers, he offered this same encouraging reply. Little brother, you're here. Auntie, the progress is impressive. Gazing upon the castle already taking shape, it appeared it would be completed in no more than half a month. 1,000 workers arrived from Mashu town yesterday. Our manpower shortage has been resolved. Now we only await the castle's completion before commencing construction of infrastructure and defensive installations. I hope time remains sufficient. In fact, after the provisional manor was erected, Wu Di had proposed prioritizing the fortification of Fengzhua Mountain, delaying the castle's construction until last. Yet this suggestion met with unanimous opposition. All insisted the manor castle was paramount. Should bandits or monstrous beasts launch an assault, they could hold the 3 mountain passes to repel invaders. Yet without a stone-built manor, flying beasts would easily breach the temporary structure, placing Wu Di's life in grave peril. Only once the manor castle stood complete would such threats be neutralized. Opposition from others posed little difficulty, but Aunt Wang Qiulan's resistance left Wu Di no choice but to yield. We should still have time. Once the water wheel is finished and this reservoir filled, even if the Black Demon Mountain bandits descend upon us, we can leverage the terrain to mount a sustained defense. The grain from Xiaohe town had already been transported yesterday to a cavern excavated halfway up the mountainside. Now, aside from the water supply, nothing else troubled him greatly. Even should Black Demon Mountain launch a full-scale invasion, he could hold his ground using the natural defenses and dispatch North Hall Plum Blossom's messenger falcon to summon reinforcements. This morning, Chief Lu sent word the Ferris wheel's main structure is largely complete. Assembly and installation will require no more than 3 days. Wu Di stood atop the ridge gazing down. 200 or 300 workers bustled along the riverside below, the colossal silhouette of the Ferris wheel already emerging, progress swifter than he'd anticipated. Any movement from Black Demon Mountain. No anomalies reported at the watchposts. Ling Xiang herself has led patrols around the perimeter these past 2 days. So far, no scouts from Black Demon Mountain have been detected. Last time we shattered their plans, they won't abandon them so easily. This eerie quiet over the past few days feels like the hush before a storm. Within the Black Demon Mountain Assembly Hall, the Black Widow sat upon the central dais listening to her subordinates' reports. Below her stood the 3 great chieftains and dozens of lieutenants. Any astute observer knew a major operation loomed. How many days has it been? Still no intelligence on Xiaohe town. What exactly have you all been doing? The poisonous widow raged from her seat. Elder Sister, Xiaohe town's sentry posts are formidable, and there exists but a single approach road. To infiltrate undetected and gather intelligence is now impossible. These past days we only know Imperial troops visited Shueibua village 2 days ago, but beyond that all is silence. While Butterfly, long entrusted with intelligence, had once commanded several adept operatives, but all perished in the last great battle. Her newly trained agents proved wholly inadequate. Have you uncovered nothing of value? The Black Widow cast a disappointed glance toward Hua Butterfly. My scouts observed movement atop Chicken Claw Mountain behind Xiaohe town, seemingly large-scale construction underway. In my view, we should simply storm Xiaohe town, seize its populace, then ambush and slaughter the reinforcements dispatched from Plum Blossom Ridge. Zhu Mafeng, ever impetuous, had grown restless after days of waiting. Winter arrives in 1 month. Beast surges may erupt at any moment. Our time grows scarce. I grant you 3 more days, then proceed as planned. Though skeptical, the Black Widow still acknowledged Hua Butterfly's competence and resolved to grant her those 3 days. My lord, I've been seeking you. Situ Yanan had barely ascended the mountain when she spotted Wu Di. Yanan, what brings you here? My lord, your militia has delivered the first consignment of cassava. Please inspect it. Oh, has the first batch already been dried? Cassava required time to detoxify and further time to dry thoroughly. Insufficient drying invited mold. Yes, 5,000 gene in total. Provided no rain falls, we can deliver 5,000 gene daily henceforth. Excellent, excellent indeed. Color and scent are both correct. Store it away. After inspection, Wu Di confirmed all was satisfactory. Yanan, come here. Once the cassava was stored, he beckoned Situ Yanan again. My lord, is there another command for me? Do you see that stretch over there? Wu Di stood atop the peak, pointing 2 li distant to the riverbank. Yes, I see it. It's a riverside sandbar. Precisely. That shall become Cassava Town's processing site. Its gentle current, swift yet not turbulent, makes it ideal for detoxifying cassava. Adjacent lies elevated flatland, safe from flooding even during high water. Dense nearby forests provide ample timber for factory construction and firewood for boiling cassava. Return and inform Magistrate Zhongli to dispatch laborers to begin factory construction immediately. Yes, my lord, but 1,000 laborers were already reassigned yesterday. Few remain available. Direct Magistrate Zhongli to send peeled cassava straight to the riverside for detoxification, eliminating the need for repeated water changes. The factory must be built eventually. The sooner it rises, the sooner your burdens ease. Understood. I shall return at once to apprise the magistrate. After seeing Situ Yanan off, Wu Di returned to his study to craft storage pouches, first cutting the material, then inscribing spatial runes, followed by meticulous stitching, and finally opening and stabilizing the pocket dimension. This process demanded both magical energy and mental focus. Yet Wu Di's spiritual awareness dwarfed that of peers by dozens of times. Where a 10th rank spatial mage possessed just enough mental stamina to produce 1 pouch per day, Wu Di could craft over 30, his decisive advantage. It seems even with my extraordinary aptitude, the spatial volume I can currently open remains limited to 10 cubic units. Steady, steady. The moment this spatial containment stabilizes, the pouch is complete. Wu Di sustained the nascent space with magic while reinforcing its boundaries through spiritual awareness interwoven with the previously inscribed spatial sigils. Puff! The space imploded, vanishing along with the near-finished pouch. Still too unrefined. Try again. Huh. Success, success at last. After 2 more failed attempts, the 4th pouch succeeded. Crafting 1 storage pouch consumes 100 points of magical energy and 30 points of mental focus. A 10th rank spatial mage possesses precisely 30 points of mental focus. Accounting for natural regeneration, such a mage could produce at most 2 pouches per day, and only if every attempt succeeded. Wu Di's mental reserves sufficed, but his magical energy permitted only 10 pouches per day. With natural recovery, he could produce 20, 10 times the output of an ordinary spatial mage. Enough deliberation. For now, while momentum holds, I'll finish the remaining materials. So exhausting. It seems I need to find a little secretary in the future. I can leave the cutting and sewing work to her. But my success rate has reached 100%. Could it be that I am a genius? Looking at the 12 storage bags neatly arranged on the desk, Wu Di felt a surge of accomplishment. However, he knew that achieving 100% success might not only be due to his talent, but also largely due to his strong mental power. One must know that a level 30 mage possesses only 900 points of mental power, whereas he has over 1,000. With such powerful mental energy, not only are the details unlikely to go wrong, but his control and output also far exceed those with weaker mental power. A storage bag sells for over 100 gold coins, and the absence of supply is not without reason. Firstly, spatial mages are rare, and the crafting is difficult. Ordinary mages at level 10 or so have weak mental power, naturally leading to lower success rates. After a month, being able to craft a few would be quite remarkable. Moreover, while storage bags do not recognize their owner, they can still be damaged in battle. The storage bags he is currently crafting, although enhanced by spatial power, use the most ordinary materials. If hit by an attack of level 20 or higher, the storage bag will be destroyed. However, during battle, neither he nor his enemies would deliberately try to destroy each other's storage bags. After all, once the opponent is killed, the storage bag becomes theirs, but there are still instances where storage bags can be damaged. Now that I have run out of talisman materials and storage bag crafting materials, it seems I need to hunt for materials tomorrow and conveniently upgrade my skeleton. The summoned beasts can exceed their master's level by 5. Previously, his skeleton was summoned at level 10 and had not seen any action for a while. Now that the second one has taken down a mountain bandit, it is time for them to shine. In the evening, Nangong Wan Yi, who had been out for 3 days and 2 nights, finally returned. This time she purchased over 240 sets of armor. With the previous ones included, Wu Di could now arm 300 men. Wan Yi, thank you for your hard work. Wu Di affectionately stroked Nangong Wan Yi's lovely hair. If it weren't for Nangong Wan Yi's accompanying dowry, it would have been impossible for him to develop so quickly. Although he has spent all his money now after arming 300 warriors, he would have a fighting chance against the bandits of Black Magic Mountain. Although the enemy has numbers, his men are well equipped. Taking on 2 enemies is absolutely feasible. The only concern now is the high-level combat power of Black Magic Mountain and whether there are hidden experts among them. Husband, we have spent all our money. As a wealthy beauty, Nangong Wan Yi also felt a bit pained about the expenses. Haha, money is only meaningful when it is spent. Once we run out, we can earn more. Wu Di comforted, patting Nangong Wan Yi's head. I believe in you, husband. Wu Di took out a storage bag he had crafted himself. This? Husband, can you really craft storage bags now? The secret of Wu Di had already been revealed to a few women, including his aunt. Upon seeing the storage bag, Nangong Wan Yi immediately thought he could craft them. I have already reached level 10. Although Nangong Wan Yi was a key contributor when Wu Di received his title, she had set out early and was unaware that he had already reached level 10. Husband, you are amazing. Aren't you aware of how amazing I am, dear? Wu Di grinned mischievously. Husband, you're bullying me right after I return. Nangong Wan Yi blushed at the thought of last time's incident. I made 12 storage bags this time, but since you already have one, I won't give you another for now. I will wait until I can craft better storage treasures for you. Wu Di already had candidates for the 12 storage bags. Although he was currently low on funds, it was not yet time to exchange them for money. He needed to arm his own people first. He and his aunt Ling Xiang Xiao, Qian Ming, Yao Ming Dai, as well as his original followers Shan Ting Ting, Xu Jingjing, Li Hong Mei, Lu Chun, Yin Zhang Hai Yin, and Zheng Li Li. 6 team leaders in total. Later, he would keep only a small portion of the crafted ones as rewards for loyal contributors and sell the rest for money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pay his subordinates monthly salaries in the future. I will leave everything to you, husband. Then go call my aunt and Shan Ting Ting over. Wu Di withdrew his arm from Nangong Wan Yi's delicate waist. Without keeping Wu Di waiting long, the 6 women, including his aunt and wife, gathered in the temporary Lord's Hall. Little Di, did you call us here for something urgent? His aunt asked nervously as soon as she entered. Did Wan Yi not tell you? Wan Yi only mentioned that you needed us for something urgent. Husband, I just wanted to give my aunt a surprise. Is this a surprise? This is a fright. Wu Di looked at the tense expressions of everyone and smiled wryly. Alright, and I didn't call you all here for anything serious. I have prepared storage bags for each of you, take 1 each. With Shan Ting Ting and the others present, Wu Di did not mention that he had crafted them himself. It was not that he didn't trust them, but it was better for fewer people to know about certain things. Just as Nangong Wan Yi returned from Mingyue City, giving them storage bags would leave no room for suspicion. A storage bag, is it for us? Shan Ting Ting said in disbelief. Previously, they had worried about single tax, and now they were being given a storage bag worth over 100 gold coins, which was beyond their wildest dreams. Of course, since you chose to follow me, I will certainly provide you with the best. My lord, thank you for your grace, but we cannot accept this. Shan Ting Ting did not lose her rationality due to excitement. They had just participated in a battle, albeit a small-scale one, and did not feel deserving of such rewards. Just take them. You are the captains. With these storage bags, you can store some logistical supplies, making it easier for the team in daily life and reducing the burden during marches, allowing for more sustained output in battle. Here, take one. Wu Di personally handed a storage bag to each of the 6 women. Thank you, my lord. I will surely not disappoint your expectations and will always respect you, ready to face any challenges for you. We are willing to face any challenges for you, my lord. The 6 women knelt down in unison, swearing together. It must be said that they had followed Wu Di due to hope, but now his storage bags had completely won their loyalty. Get up. I still have tasks to assign to you. Wu Di said, signaling the 6 women to rise while looking at his wife and aunt. Then I won't be polite, my lord. Wang Qiulan was the first to take a storage bag. Unlike the others, she knew Wu Di's secret and naturally understood that these storage bags were crafted by him. She was just a bit surprised that Wu Di could successfully craft so many storage bags in just one day. The 4 of Shui Meng Dai also came forward to take their storage bags, looking at Wu Di with eyes full of affection. Women are all the same. There is no bag that can't be dealt with, let alone this is a limited edition bag. Aunt, we're heading to the wilderness forest this time. You take care of home. Although Wu Di had already made arrangements last night, Wang Qiulan still expressed her concern. Aunt, there's no need to worry. This time while be at the edge of the wilderness forest with Lingxiang and Mengyao with us, there will be no danger. This trip into the mountains is primarily for hunting magical beasts and training the strength of his subordinates, and secondarily, to scout for magical stone veins. This time she brought a 20-member escort team, including Tuoba Lingxiang Linghu Xiaoqian and the Shui Mengyao sisters. The escort team of Shan Tingting consists of seasoned warriors above level 20 along with Tuoba Lingxiang, a level 30 swordsman, and Shui Mengyao, a level 35 ice mage. Even if they encounter a level 40 magical beast, they can easily handle it. Moreover, even if they encounter an unbeatable foe, they can use a random teleportation scroll to escape. There are dangers, but they are not fatal. And with us around, we will definitely ensure that our husband is safe, you can rest assured. Although Tuoba Lingxiang didn't want Wu Di to take risks since he wanted to go, their only option was to protect him with all their might. Alright, the sooner you go, the sooner you come back. Seeing that Wu Di wouldn't let her go and that she couldn't leave, either Wang Qiulan had no choice but to place Wu Di's safety in the hands of the girls. Our first stop will be the salt mine. At the edge of the wilderness forest, Wu Di confirmed the target. This salt mine was originally the only resource of Furong territory, but its location on the outskirts of the wilderness forest often led to magical beast attacks, and it was abandoned after the sacrifice of the Furong lord. Now Wu Di wants to see if he can restore it. The Mingwe Empire faces the sea to the west, so it does not lack for salt, but the quality of sea salt is inferior to that of mine salt. Moreover, both his territory and Meihua Ridge are short on salt, and residents from Wu Di's territory often risk their lives to collect salt from the mine. A moment of carelessness could cost them lives, and there have been instances of entire armies being wiped out, as many magical beasts also require salt. If luck runs out, and they encounter a group of magical beasts over level 30, escape is the only option. This time Wu Di also wants to see if there is a way to occupy this salt mine. Although the population of the territory is currently small, salt is a necessity. Whether selling in nearby territories or cities, or exporting to the Ziyun Empire in the future, it represents a stable income. Additionally, he has methods to filter and produce refined salt, which will definitely fetch a good price. My lord, let us go ahead. Shan Tingting requested. You have too many people which might scare away the prey. Stay by my side, and let them go ahead. Wu Di rejected Shan Tingting's suggestion. His skeletal warriors could now be 100 meters away from him, perfect for scouting. Even if they encounter danger, he wouldn't mind losing them. Besides, he wanted to see if he could help them level up. This time, they naturally had to take the lead. Skeleton warrior no. One led the way while skeleton archer no. Two followed behind. Behind them were Shan Tingting and two guards with Tuoba Lingxiang Linghu Xiaoqian and Shui Mengdai protecting Wu Di on either side, and finally Shui Mengyao and a group of guards at the back. This formation ensured Wu Di's safety. Can you still let me experience the thrill of hunting like this? Wu Di was completely surrounded by women lacking any sense of experience. Suddenly a bone arrow struck a large tree, emitting a trembling sound. A level 10 magical squirrel was pinned against the trunk by the bone arrow, struggling for its last breaths. Everyone was caught off guard. Skeleton no. Two had already secured the first kill. Husband, you are truly amazing. My lord, your reaction is incredible. The girls quickly praised him, unaware that Wu Di had already commanded the skeletal archer to secure the first kill. I am amazing. What a reaction. I was completely dazed. Although the girls thought Wu Di had spotted the magical squirrel first and commanded skeleton no. Two to shoot, only Wu Di knew he had done nothing. His gaze had been on Tuoba Lingxiang's figure. Something is off with my skeleton. It's 8 out of 10 wrong. Not only is it observant and highly accurate, but it can also seek out prey and kill accurately. Do they possess self-awareness? Wu Di was puzzled. Low-level summons are connected through the summoner's mental link and can only receive simple commands. When a low-level summon spots a target, it relays it back to the summoner, who directs its actions. But his skeleton can act autonomously, which confuses him. After all, his skeleton is a special existence. Ordinary necromancers can only summon one skeleton, and it is usually either a bone knife skeleton or a bone axe skeleton. Yet he summoned two at once, a sword and shield skeleton and an archer skeleton, which is beyond common understanding. Could it be that what I summoned is not a low-level skeleton? But I was only level 6 at that time. Forget it, I won't think about it. This should be a good thing for me. A skeleton with self-awareness definitely has combat power far superior to ordinary skeletons, and is also more adaptable and efficient. As for backlash, both skeletons have a loyalty value of 100, so backlash is impossible. Continue forward, ignore magical beasts below level 10. Although this magical squirrel has a few pounds of meat, Wu Di didn't want to waste time. Magical beasts below level 10 are of little value and no different from ordinary beasts. Whoosh. Not long after skeleton no. Two shot another arrow. This is a patterned python. Shan Tingting looked at the branches 50 meters ahead, where a 5-meter-long patterned python was struggling desperately its forehead pierced halfway by a bone arrow pinning it to the branch. This is a level 15 patterned python. Selling for 8 or 9 silver coins is not a problem. One of Shan Tingting's guards spoke up. Of course, this price only refers to materials like magical cores, python skins, and python gallbladders. Actually, snake meat can also sell for a few silver coins, but generally no one is willing to take it back unless it's on the return trip. Slain magical beasts will usually be brought back along with their bodies. Magical cores are only possessed by magical beasts above level 10 and can be embedded in weapons or used to create potions. However, magical cores below level 30 are generally only used for potion creation and powering magical devices. Magical cores of level 30 have weak magical power and are relatively fragile, unsuitable for embedding in magical devices. Apart from being used for potion crafting, they can only be used to power magical devices, so their value isn't very high. Yet Wu Di was pondering another issue. His skeletons were only at level 10, yet could kill level 15 prey with a single arrow, and it seemed to be quite effortless. What kind of skeleton is mine? Xiaoqian, go collect the corpse. Unable to think further, Wu Di decided to let it go. The flesh of magical beasts of over 10 levels can increase the health points of warriors below level 20. In the past, he might not have wanted it, but today they brought 6 storage bags, so it would be a waste not to take advantage of that. With 6 storage bags totaling 60 cubic meters equivalent to the volume of 2 shipping containers, they can hold quite a lot. Although they had brought some items, they added up to less than 10 cubic meters, leaving 50 cubic meters available for storing prey. After dissection, the 5-meter-long patterned python would only take up a small amount of space. They weren't prepared to spend the night outside, and whether they could fill up the bags today was still in question. Whoosh. Subsequently, skeleton no. 2 killed 3 more level 10 prey. They encountered many below level 10, but no. 2 ignored them, clearly following Wu Di's command. After killing several prey, both no. 1 and no. 2 leveled up, reaching level 11. I originally thought only I could lie back and enjoy the experience, but unexpectedly, there's someone even better at lying flat than me. A single beast has not been slain, yet it has also leveled up. Wu Di looked at skeleton no. 1, which was able to equally share the experience with no. 2. My lord, it seems your skeleton has leveled up, said Shan Tingting, who was closest to no. 2, feeling the effect most acutely. My lord, your skeleton is incredible. How is it different from the legendary skeleton warriors? Indeed, not only is it quick to react, but it is also incredibly accurate. It can directly slay beasts of over 10 levels. This is simply astonishing. Husband, your skeleton is truly remarkable. Although it's only at the initial level of 11, its agility is no different from ours. Moreover, its arrow speed is incredibly fast. I might not even be able to dodge it. Shui Mengdai also marveled in Wu Di's ear. You can't dodge it. Wu Di was also taken aback. Although Shui Mengdai hadn't reached level 30, she was very close. Yet she found it difficult to evade no. 2's arrows. Could it be that her skeleton possessed the combat power of a level 30? Husband, my sister is right. I once saw a level 30 archer, and the speed and power of their shots were comparable to your skeleton's. Your skeleton must possess the combat power of level 30. Shui Mengyao confirmed from behind. Haha, it seems I am the child of destiny. Wu Di laughed heartily. These 2 skeletons had indeed brought him immense surprise. Husband, I don't know if you are the child of destiny, but I know you are our destiny. No, you are my destiny. Why it? Because I am a man who can support the heavens and plow the earth. Husband, you are becoming more and more mischievous. After a while, as the eldest sister, Shui Mengyao finally reacted. Alright, let's continue deeper. Although Wu Di cracked jokes, he also had a plan in mind. He must not let these 2 skeletons perish. Although the summoned creatures die, the summoner can still summon the same type of creature within 5 levels of their own, but this is a special case, and whether he can summon such a skeleton next time is uncertain. Everyone be alert. We've already entered the barbaric forest for 10 miles. Be careful of level 20 beasts appearing and protect the Lord. As Shan Tingting's voice fell, the whole team became vigilant. Originally, only 4 women were guarding Wu Di. Now there were 2 more layers added. I never thought Wu Di would have a day hiding behind women surrounded by layers of protection. But it truly smells nice. No matter which way the wind blows, I only smell the fragrance of women. Roar. Just after they walked a short distance, a tiger's roar resonated through the mountains. The women quickly squeezed into the space, protecting Wu Di in the middle, but they saw skeleton no. 2 swiftly draw its bow and shoot. Before the roar had faded, the bone arrow shot out like lightning. Swish. The tiger's roar abruptly ceased. This left the women staring at each other in disbelief. You 2 come with me to take a look. Seeing the sudden stop of the tiger's roar, both skeletons remained unmoved. Shan Tingting called on 2 guards to step forward and investigate. Did it die just like this? A 4-meter-long magical striped tiger lay sprawled on the ground, a bone arrow lodged deep in its forehead. At this moment, the magical striped tiger seemed to be only exhaling and not inhaling. Its muscles were still twitching, causing the muscles on the faces of Shan Tingting and the other two women to twitch as well. Previously, they thought they would finally have a chance to show their strength in front of Wu Di, but unexpectedly Skeleton no. Two had taken the kill first. After entering the mountains for so long, they had only been doing the work of collecting corpses and breaking down materials. So we came here to do the chores. If that's all, then a few townsfolk could do it. They were not needed at all. Oh my, it seems this is a level 26 magical striped tiger, and it was even killed in one hit. Shan Tingting was about to go into a state of self-doubt. A level 26 magical striped tiger was not something she could defeat in a short time, yet it was slain by a single arrow from a skeleton. It turned out she was even inferior to a skeleton beside her lord. Didn't they say men are weak? Why is our lord so powerful? Hee hee, you don't know? Our lord's greatest strength is not this. Then what is it? Shut up. Oh, do you both really think our lord doesn't exist? Quickly drag this magical striped tiger over. Shan Tingting's commanding voice stopped her subordinates' discussions. It was not that she was afraid Wu Di would get angry. As Wu Di's personal guard captain, she understood him best. If the two women continued, she feared she would not be able to endure it. Captain, this is a female tiger. It seems to still be in heat. What? A female tiger, and it's in heat. Oh no, quickly evade. Shan Tingting suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in shock. Roar. A massive figure charged toward Shan Tingting with an angry roar. Rage block. Without a moment to think, Shan Tingting activated a rage skill and immediately used the block skill. Bang! Shan Tingting felt a tremendous force come at her. Although she managed to block this frenzied attack, she was pushed back several meters. A level 29 magical striped tiger, so the previous roar was calling for it. Seeing that this magical striped tiger did not exceed level 30, Shan Tingting felt a sigh of relief. This is great. It's the perfect opportunity for the Lord to see my strength. Swish! A bone arrow whizzed past her ear, and suddenly a sense of foreboding arose in Shan Tingting's heart. You? I. Looking at the fallen magical striped tiger, Shan Tingting felt a sense of frustration, as if she had no strength to express her feelings. Tingting, are you okay? At this moment, Tuoba Lingxiang and the other women also protected Wu Di as they moved forward. I'm fine, it's just. Your skeleton is too powerful. Shan Tingting said with a bitter smile. It's good that you're fine. Xiaoqian, just collect it. There's no time to deal with it now. We'll handle it together when we return. It had already been half a morning, and they had only covered a little over 10 miles with several more miles to the salt mine. They had to return before dark. Along the way, Skeleton No. 2 had shot down over 10 beasts ranging from level 11 to 20. The two skeletons had also leveled up to level 13. Wu Di was still unaware of No. 1's strength, but No. 2's power was definitely above level 30. Moreover, after reaching level 13, No. 2's quiver contained 26 bone arrows, and after each shot it could recover 1 arrow per minute. Such a small-scale battle could hardly exhaust them. My lord, just ahead is the location of the salt mine, but there should be quite a few magical beasts nearby. Proceed cautiously. My lord, we are in luck. There's only a group of magical mountain goats. Shan Tingting said, both happy and disappointed. Happy that there was no danger, but disappointed that without danger there was no opportunity to showcase her strength in front of Wu Di. Indeed, that is good luck. As long as the magical mountain goats did not approach, they rarely attacked people, and their hides could be used to make storage bags, while their blood was a material for making talismans, and their meat was incredibly delicious. This group of magical mountain goats numbered around 60 or 70, with a dozen being over level 20. Such an opportunity could not be missed. No. 2. Shoot down all the magical mountain goats above level 20. The reason for only hunting those above level 20 is that those below level 20 have too low a value. Although bringing some back could create some value if they hunted them all, then this group of magical mountain goats would not be able to survive. Such an act of draining the swamp cannot be done. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Wu Di finished speaking, No. 2's arrows rained down upon the group of magical mountain goats, each arrow accurately hitting the target's head. The remaining herd of magic mountain goats immediately panicked and fled, leaving behind 16 magic mountain goats of levels 20 and above, while Skeleton No. 2 shot out 16 arrows, truly achieving a perfect hit. Although the guards had already grown accustomed to No. 2's power, this wave of chaotic troops being accurately decapitated left them with a profound sense of helplessness. Meng Yao, can your ice blade achieve this? Wu Di asked softly. Though my ice blade technique can also be instantaneous, it can only shoot straight. It's easy to eliminate the magic goat herd, but achieving accurate selective kills like No. 2 in a crowd is simply impossible. Shui Meng Yao shook her head, stating that while eliminating the magic mountain goat herd was easy for her with a few ice roars followed by ice blades, it could be done in just a few breaths, but she could not replicate No. 2's precise operation. It was not that she was inferior to No. 2, rather the methods of attack were different. No. 2's bone arrows could be thrown and bypass obstacles near the target, while her ice blade could only shoot straight. To kill a target hidden behind an obstacle, she would first have to clear away the obstruction. Alright Ling Xiang, you all go collect the prey. Ling Hu's Zioqian's storage bag was already full. How could it be like this? Wu Di looked at the salt mine before him, which was completely different from what he had imagined. Although it was called a salt lake, its area was less than 2 acres. If it were a salt well, salt water was bubbling out, and the water was clear enough to see the thick layer of white crystals at the bottom. Several springs were constantly bubbling, and the surrounding salt crystals tumbled under the flowing water. It looks like the quality is not bad. Oh, I just wonder about the yield. Wu Di had no exploration equipment and could not estimate the salt reserves here. It was unclear whether there was a salt mine below or if water from other salt lakes flowed here through underground rivers, but it had been discovered 10 years ago, and since it had been preserved to this day, it was likely not to run dry in the short term. Regardless of whether the quantity is large or small, we will only know after mining. Even if it's not large, as long as we occupy this place, at least I won't have to worry about salt in my territory in the future. Now Wu Di could only hope that there was a massive salt mine below. If so, drilling a few salt wells would clarify that, and if it was as he imagined, the plan to export salt could be realized. Let's collect a portion to take back for purification first. We have to bring something back since we're here. Dan Ting Ting, gather all the crystallized salt here. Yes, my lord. Dan Ting Ting accepted the order and personally led 15 subordinates to start collecting the salt crystals. Let's go, we will check the surroundings. If they wanted to claim this place as their own, they would need to enclose the area and at least establish a fortress capable of defending against magical beasts. Are you planning to build a fortress here, my husband? Shui Ming Dai immediately saw through Wu Di's thoughts. Yes, to mine salt here we must establish a safe zone. My husband, you can completely entrust this task to us. Shui Ming Dai volunteered. They had built several strongholds over the past decade, so they were very experienced in constructing fortresses. Indeed, building a fortress is your forte, but this place lacks the inherent conditions of the waterway fortress, and it's 20 miles into the wild forest facing magical beasts. Are you sure you can handle it? Rest assured, my husband, I guarantee that once the fortress is built, magical beasts below level 40 will not be able to breach its defenses, but building a fortress requires a lot of manpower. That is not a problem. Although we cannot spare manpower right now, there is no rush here. We can focus on building this place after the defense of Fengzhou Mountain is completed. Even if they held the salt mine in hand, no one would mine it. And even if the fortress were completed, they would need manpower to guard it, so now is not the right time. Just then, as Wu Di was surveying the surrounding terrain with the 4 women, a group of long-haired pigs rushed toward their position. This group of long-haired pigs was massive, with over 100 heads, all above level 10, including more than a dozen above level 30, and one pig king even reached level 38. However, this pig king was missing one eye and was covered in sword wounds with fresh blood oozing from the wounds, and many in the herd were also injured, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. The pig king leading the charge out of the woods stopped and looked at Wu Di and the 5 with eyes full of hatred. Not good, a herd of magical beasts. My husband, retreat quickly. Tuoba Ling Xiang was the first to spot the pig herd, but at this moment they were less than 30 meters away from the long-haired pigs. As Tuoba Ling Xiang warned, Wu Di and the others also noticed the herd of long-haired pigs, and the overwhelming sense of pressure made even the audacious Wu Di feel a pang of fear. This is bad. It's a medium-sized long-haired pig herd with over a dozen above level 30. Shui Ming Yao, the strongest among them, who had ventured deep into the wild forest several times, did not call out in alarm. The 4 women positioned themselves in front of Wu Di, preparing to retreat, but before they could take a step, the pig king led the herd charging towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No. 2 reacted the fastest, beginning the counterattack as soon as the herd attacked. As arrows fell, long-haired pigs fell one after another, disrupting the formation of the charging herd. However, a large number of long-haired pigs led by the pig king charged straight at the 5, while no. 1 also charged towards the pig king with a bone shield. Rage technique. The 3 girls simultaneously used their rage skills. Ice wall technique. As soon as Shui Ming Yao finished speaking, 3 ice walls appeared in front of the 5, blocking the front and the left and right flanks. Then she took Wu Di's hand and ran backward. If someone could block the charge of the pig herd, Shui Ming Yao was confident she could eliminate them, but Tuoba Ling Xiang and the other 3 clearly could not manage that, and Wu Di was still with her, so she could only lead him to escape. Bang! The sound was like a car crash, and Wu Di saw no. 1 fly back, landing heavily beside him. However, before Wu Di could react, no. 1 immediately got up and charged back into the long-haired pig herd. Although the long-haired pig king knocked no. 1 away, its charge was also disrupted by no. 1, and at that moment the long-haired pig herd crashed into the ice wall ahead. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the wall trembled, and the ice wall blocked the first wave of impact, but cracks began to appear, turning into ice debris under the onslaught of the long-haired pig herd. Although the long-haired pig herd broke through the ice wall, the first wave of pigs had knocked out a dozen, and while only a few were stunned in the second wave, several still lost speed under the ice. At this time, No. 2 was following Wu Di and the others in retreat, having shot all her arrows, and the long-haired pig herd had lost 27 members of levels 20 and above under No. 2's arrows. In one encounter, the long-haired pig herd lost a third of its members. Of course, this was with the Pig King being blocked by No. 1 of the ice wall hindering the herd's charge, and the extraordinary strength of No. 2 that achieved this result. This. Protect my husband during the retreat. I will block the pig herd. Shui Ming Yao did not expect Skeleton No. 1 to actually be able to stop the Pig King. Now that the herd was reduced to 2/3, she was confident she could eliminate this group of long-haired pigs. Ice wall technique. 3 ice walls appeared once again, blocking the oncoming herd of pigs. Roar of ice. Although Shui Mingjio's skills below level 30 could be cast instantly, level 30 skills still required incantations. As the roar of ice skill erupted among the herd of pigs behind the ice walls, all the long-haired pigs within a 10-meter radius were slaughtered, while the herd within 30 meters was frozen and slowed down. The momentum of the entire pig herd was instantly shattered, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Wu Di felt the chilling aura, even from dozens of meters away, involuntarily shivering. It was his first time witnessing Shui Mingyao in action, and it was far more shocking than he had imagined. I am still too weak. Wu Di thought that after reaching level 10 in all 3 elements, he could freely roam the outskirts of the wilderness. He never expected to encounter a level 30 beast herd. If it weren't for Shui Mingyao, he would have wasted several teleportation scrolls. This time into the mountains, his aunt and Nangong Weiner had handed their teleportation scrolls to the Shui Mingyao sisters, but Dan Tingting and the other 16 did not. If they couldn't successfully stop the charge of the long-haired pigs, even if they could escape using the teleportation scrolls, Dan Tingting and the other 16 would not survive. Fortunately, they managed to hold them off. My dear, you are mistaken. The strongest here is still you, Shui Mingdai said while protecting Wu Di during their retreat. Me? That's a joke. I still need you to protect me. Dear, you are wrong. You are a summoner, of course you cannot go into battle yourself. If it weren't for your skeleton blocking the Pig King, my sister would have never had the chance to unleash her area attacks. This time it is all thanks to you, my dear. Otherwise my sister's ice walls couldn't withstand the Pig King's charge. Moreover, number 2 has already killed nearly 30 long-haired pigs above level 20, which is not less than what my sister has killed. Although number 2 shot the bone arrows, it restored 2 in between and killed 2 more, while number 1 not only successfully intercepted the long-haired Pig King, but also fought back fiercely. And although it couldn't kill the Pig King with 1 strike, each attack left a deep wound on the Pig King, while most of the Pig King's attacks were blocked by its bone shield. Even if an attack landed, it couldn't inflict significant damage. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Pig King would be worn down. Ice Blade Technique. The slowed long-haired pig herd had become live targets, and Shui Mingyao continuously unleashed ice blades to harvest pig heads. My lord, are you okay? At this moment, Dan Tingting ran over with the guards. I'm fine. You all go help out. Although Shui Mingyao was powerful, that was under the condition of having sufficient mana. Checking her status panel, she found that her mana had already been depleted by more than half, and she needed to conserve some for the return trip. Sisters, let's kill. Dan Tingting shouted, releasing the pent-up frustration. It was finally their turn to take the stage. Just then number 1 finally killed the Pig King, but it did not withdraw from the battle. Instead, it charged into the disorganized pig herd, taking down 1 pig after another. None of the pigs below level 30 could withstand a single strike from number 1, and those above level 30 fell after just 2 or 3 strikes, as number 1 continued its rampage. By the time Dan Tingting brought her people into the battle, only a few dozen pigs remained. This one is mine. Oh, don't you dare steal it. Why should it be yours? I'm going to kill it. The several guards began to fight over the pigs, unable to resist their pent-up frustrations. Number 1, come here, and let me see. Hearing Wu Di's call, number 1 stopped fighting with the guards and scampered over. Tisk, 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 I underestimated you. This bone structure is likely harder than stone. Wu Di touched the bone of skeleton 1, discovering only a few battle scratches remained. Not to mention breaking, there were no cracks either. Wu Di's hand glided over number 1, and although it was all bone, it felt like jade. Wait, why are you trembling? Are you afraid of being tickled? Feeling number 1's slight tremor, Wu Di asked in confusion. My dear, your skeleton must have been female in life. Shui Mingyao walked over and examined it. You can tell that. Wu Di withdrew his hand, not wanting to be misunderstood as being unable to leave even a skeleton alone. My dear, look at this skull. It is obviously smaller, and the pelvis is wide and short with a larger opening. definitely female characteristics. Alright, you're right. Number 2 seems the same. They should all be females. Wu Di had indeed not paid much attention before. My lord, the remaining long-haired pigs have been dealt with, but we can't carry these corpses. What should we do? Dan Tingting approached to ask. Let's discard the low-level prey we hunted earlier and remove the internal organs from the long-haired pigs above level 30. For the remaining level 20 pigs, we'll only take the materials and leave the meat. This time Wu Di's storage bag was insufficient, and he had to make sacrifices, choosing only the most valuable items to take. As for salt, they would have to come back next time. With the meat from the level 30 magical beasts, people like Dan Tingting could quickly break through to level 30. Although the flesh from the level 20 beasts also had considerable value, it couldn't be carried, so there was no choice. By the time night fell, Wu Di and the others returned to Xiao Town. His worried aunt and Nangong Wainer had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. It seems that the only path for me to enhance my cultivation is through farming. Wu Di took a bite of the long-haired pig meat, clearly feeling the immense power of vitality, yet unable to absorb it for his own use. Thus, he didn't waste any more time. After the women had their fill, they returned one after another to refine and absorb the essence. Generally, a common person could absorb only about 10 to 20% of the vitality contained in the flesh of magical beasts, while those who could absorb 30% were considered extraordinary. Relying solely on digestion and absorption yielded limited results, so after consuming the magical beast meat, one also needed to train and temper their physical body or hone their combat skills to better absorb the vitality within. With nothing else to do, Wu Di found that the materials he hunted today were still being processed. It was impossible to forge a storage pouch, so he could only enjoy a nice bath under the service of Nangong Wainer and Shui Mingyao. In the night, several figures quietly approached the sentry post. Sister Hua, there are only 3 sentries. Oh, let's go take care of them. No, you all stay here, I'll go alone. Before her subordinates could react, Hua Hudi stealthily approached the rudimentary sentry post in the darkness. Following the Baron is great. Not only do we get enough to eat every day, but we also receive leather armor. Now I can even stand up to a level 20 opponent. Yes, I never expected the Baron to not despise our petite figures and to be so considerate. Our leader has truly allied with the right person. Exactly. I've heard that soon the Baron will lead us to hunt magical beasts, and then we will have magical beast meat to eat every day. If that's true, that would be wonderful. If I can eat magical beast meat every day, I can reach level 20 in no time. It must be true. The Baron has never gone back on his word. Let's just wait, our good days are coming. If the Baron could take a liking to me, that would be great. I've heard he's quite strong in that regard. What have you heard? Everyone knows that now the entire guard squad is working hard, all hoping to gain the Baron's favor. Sai, it would be great if 2 spies from the Black Demon Mountain came to us tonight. That way we could achieve merit. Come on, if spies really came, we might not even be their match. As long as we shoot a signal arrow to notify the patrol team, that would count as our merit. Baron, the leader. Has a Baron come to Xiao Town, and was the leader of Shueibua village subdued? Upon hearing the conversation between the 2 sentries, Hua Hudi couldn't help but speculate. Looks like we'll have to capture them and interrogate them. You 2 stay alert, don't just chat. If spies from the Black Demon Mountain come, we might lose our lives before gaining the Baron's favor. Just as Hua Hudi was preparing to act, a voice from the lower level of the sentry post made her abandon her plan. Although there were only a couple of sentries on the top floor with levels in the teens, capturing them wouldn't be difficult. However, the presence of others below complicated matters. If they alerted the enemy and shot a signal arrow, she would be exposed. Yes, Captain. Captain, could it be that there's a whole team? It's fortunate we didn't act earlier. It seems there's no way now, but tonight is not without gains. Seeing that there was no chance to act, Hua Hudi received significant news, and she could analyze the current situation of Xiao Town from it. There was no need to take risks. She could return with a report. You and your wife have sparred 6 times, gaining 20 vitality, 20 magic power, 20 spirit. Still the familiar formula, the familiar taste. Wu Di pushed himself up, supported by his supple figure. Husband, you're awake. I'm going to relieve myself. After speaking, Wu Di spread his arms, and the women who had just awakened began to dress him. Over the past few days, Wu Di had grown accustomed to a life where everything was provided for him, and he couldn't even do these things by himself, so he had to go along with the customs. Little brother, it's time for soup. Just as Wu Di emptied his body, Wang Qilan promptly brought in the special soup. What's today's dish? After several days of practical experience, Wu Di understood the benefits of this soup. Although it tasted a bit unpleasant, the effects were excellent. He clearly felt more energized than before over the past few nights. Since he couldn't change it, he could only learn to accept it. The precious item from the magic pattern tiger you brought back yesterday is much better than the previous magical donkey. That's good. After finishing the precious soup, the materials obtained yesterday were also brought over, and Wu Di began to craft storage pouches. If there had been enough storage pouches yesterday, he wouldn't have wasted so many materials and flesh. The women also began to eat heartily, refining the vitality within the meat. Yesterday, they had obtained a total of 16 long-haired pigs above level 30. Wu Di kept 10 for his women and several team leaders. The remaining 6 were distributed to the guards above level 20. As long as they consumed this flesh, the strength of his subordinates would increase, and the Black Demon Mountain would no longer be a threat. In the assembly hall of Black Demon Mountain, Hua Hudi was reporting the information she had gathered from last night to the Black Widow. Are you saying that the team that attacked you last time was comprised of guards brought by this Baron, and they have now subdued Shueibua village? The Black Widow stared blankly at Hua Hudi. If this were true, her plans would be completely disrupted. Yes, although I did not see this Baron with my own eyes, this information came directly from their sentries, so it must be true. Baron, why would a Baron come to this remote place and engage in such large-scale construction? Is he thinking of settling down here? The Black Widow had never considered that a lord would rise up here. After all, men have short lifespans. Who would be foolish enough to enjoy a comfortable life in the city and then run outside to be a lord? While there are barons who become lords, they usually come from prominent families and would not come to such a place. The wife selection ceremony just passed this year. Surely no baron would be foolish enough to come here to be a lord. Although the Scorpion woman spoke this way, she didn't truly believe it. I say you should have just taken Xiao Town directly back then. Now it's a hassle. The giant hornet had always disliked these twists and turns. To her, nothing could compare to a single decisive blow. Big sister, I think this is a good thing for us. Hua Hudi shot a disdainful glance at the giant hornet and said to the Black Widow, "Oh, why do you think so?" First, the other side previously only had a few dozen guards. Even with Shueibua village added, the number of guards wouldn't exceed 200. Even if they are all armored, they are far from our match. Secondly, we cannot contend with the official soldiers, not because we are weak, but because we lack armor. Now that this armor is within reach, with this batch of armor, our elite forces can directly contend with the official soldiers. This, yes, it truly is an opportunity. Our original plan was precisely to lure the garrison troops from Plum Blossom Ridge, and then gradually absorb them, seizing their equipment. If we secure this batch of arms, our subsequent campaign against Plum Blossom Ridge will become far more assured. Upon hearing Butterfly Flower's words, Black Widow's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. Plum Blossom Ridge remains beyond our current strength, but this Baron of Xiao Town, he is well within our reach. Even if he is a Baron, or even a lord, he is surely an obscure, neglected noble, perhaps one disgraced and banished to this remote frontier. Now that he has set foot upon my domain, Poison Widow's territory, I care not whether he bears the title of Baron or Lord. Any who obstruct my designs shall meet only death. Though slaying a Baron would provoke outrage across the entire eastern continent, we mountain outlaws heed no such constraints. In elder sister, there is yet a greater advantage. Butterfly Flower smiled slyly. In another advantage, in elder sister, if we seize control of this Baron, do we not thereby hold the Son of Heaven and command the feudal lords? Should he indeed be the legitimate lord of this fiefdom, then by holding him captive, the entire domain shall fall rightfully and lawfully into our hands. Moreover, his personal guard could significantly bolster our ranks. And there is something even more vital, elder sister. After all these decades, have you not longed once more for the taste of a man? Should you bear a son, then in 10 years. Butterfly Flower trailed off. The moment she did, Black Widow's eyes burned with emerald fire. And, indeed, the taste of a man is exquisite beyond measure. I have not savored it in over 30 years. Your words stirred deep nostalgia. Ha! Elder sister, then let us ride forth at once and seize that Baron. Giant Hornet, suddenly wide awake and brimming with vigor, burst into hearty laughter. Butterfly, you have earned great merit this time. Rest assured, I, Black Widow, am no hoarder. Once we secure the Baron, we shall take turns, with the matter of sons or daughters left to fate's whim. Black Widow well understood the importance of men. Were she to monopolize him, chaos would erupt across Black Demon Mountain before long. Ha! Long live elder sister. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. Giant Hornet hastened to pledge allegiance, as though fearing Black Widow might rescind her offer. Many thanks, elder sister. Yet for this humble sister, 1 day per 7-day cycle shall suffice. Butterfly Flower sought control of the Baron not merely for power, but to conceive a child. Should she bear a son in 18 years, she would ascend through maternal merit to become the Baron's mother, a title infinitely superior to that of Mountain Bandit. Yet she knew her limits. Overreaching would cost her life long before conception could occur. And I too require only 1 day per week, just as third sister does, said Scorpion Venom, taciturn but shrewd. Very well. I shall also claim just 1 day. The remaining 4 shall belong entirely to elder sister. Seeing Scorpion Venom and Butterfly Flower each accept only 1 day, Giant Hornet reluctantly followed suit, though inwardly chafing. Then I thank my sisters most sincerely. Elder sister, when shall we depart? Giant Hornet could barely contain his eagerness. And return and prepare. At dawn tomorrow we march on Shaoa town to capture the Baron alive. We must wait until tomorrow. And second sister, obey elder sister's command. Let us go prepare now. Even if we departed at once, we'd arrive only at nightfall. Though Butterfly Flower and Giant Hornet often clashed in outlook, their bond remained strong. Meanwhile, Wu Di remained utterly absorbed in crafting spatial storage pouches, wholly unaware that the chieftains of Black Demon Mountain had already divided him among themselves. Husband Mingyao, sister, dinner is served. Nan Gongwani entered, gently kneading Wu Di's shoulders as she spoke. And Mingyao, your culinary skill far surpasses mine. Come, we dine. My mana is nearly depleted. His warrior wives, including his younger aunt, were deeply immersed in refining their blood danqi energy. Wu Di had originally intended to assign Lu Yi to cut and sew the storage pouches, but she was occupied cooking, so the task fell instead to Shui Mingyao. Husband, you've crafted so many in just one morning. Nan Gongwani gazed at the 10 completed storage pouches arrayed upon the table. Yes, Mingyao's assistance was indispensable. Don't believe your husband, Wani. I contributed nothing. This is entirely his achievement. Husband, you are truly extraordinary. The Treasure Vault Guild's annual profit amounts to little more than 1,000 gold coins. Yet you've recouped that sum in a single morning. Nan Gongwani had once taken quiet pride in supporting Wu Di financially, but now in less than a day, he had earned over 1,000 gold coins. Converting these storage pouches into coins still requires your aid, Wani. Do you mean I should deliver them to the Treasure Vault Guild for sale? Then I'll go straight after dinner. Nan Gongwani instantly grasped Wu Di's meaning. No rush. Let me first complete all remaining materials. Then we'll deliver them together. It saves unnecessary back and forth. Wu Di felt no urgency regarding monetization. Though his funds were exhausted, he currently required no major purchases. Over recent days, he had recruited 100 new guards from Mashu Town and Shaoa Town, bringing his total guard force to 300, all clad in leather armor, armed with fine weapons and well supplied with arrows. Further recruitment was presently impossible, not only because few remaining townsfolk met his standards, but also because manpower was stretched thin across all domains. Even elders and young girls were pressed into service. Food supplies were ample, construction materials could be sourced locally, only magical herbs remained scarce, but they were not immediately essential. He would replenish them on his next trip to town. Sigh, how I long for stir-fried dishes. As he ate salt-boiled meat, devoid even of condiments, Wu Di wistfully recalled the flavors of his former life. Husband, what is stir-frying? Nan Gongwani, having finished her small portion, asked immediately. The other women lowered their meat and turned their full attention to Wu Di. For them, fulfilling his every wish was sacred duty. It's a method I once read about in an ancient text. It yields exquisitely flavorful dishes. I even memorized the technique. I'll try it when time permits. Husband, please write it down when you have a moment. We'll prepare it ourselves. As dutiful wives, how could they ever allow their husband to enter the kitchen? Very well, I'll entrust it to you. It seemed the blessings he'd never imagined in his past life were now his to savor. Greetings, Lord. After dinner, Wu Di accompanied his younger aunt to the site of the Lord's manor. The ground floor stood complete. The second floor was half finished. Progress was remarkably swift. The design of the Lord's mansion consists of 5 floors, with the bottom 2 floors having a height of 5 meters each, while the upper 3 floors have a height of 4 meters. The 5th floor, the smallest in area at 500 square meters, serves as Wu Di's living and working space. The 3rd and 4th floors are considerably larger, containing over 100 rooms, which will eventually serve as residences for his wife and children. The 2nd floor is designated as a recreational area, as well as accommodations for maids and personal guards. The ground floor covers an area of 3 acres, housing the Lord's Hall, administrative offices, kitchen, storage rooms, and both front and backyards. It is also surrounded by a 15-meter-high wall. This is a massive project, but with nearly 2,000 people working tirelessly, the progress is rapid, and he will soon be able to experience life in a mansion. A water pool with a capacity of 2,000 cubic meters has also been completed, capable of storing 2,000 tons of water. Once filled, they will have solved their biggest problem. The water wheel of the Ferris wheel is already in the final assembly stage, with the water trough being installed slanting from the top of the water wheel down to the mountainside, resembling a bridge suspended in midair. A transfer pool with a capacity of over 100 cubic meters has also been excavated at the mountainside. Once the water wheel directs water into this pool, they can use a pulley system to transport the water to the reservoir at the mountain's peak. However, this will require manual labor. To save manpower, Wu Di specially designed 2 sets of hand-cranked and foot-pedaled variable gears at both ends of the pulley. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should have running water by tomorrow morning. After a thorough inspection with no issues found, Wu Di once again pulled Shui Mingyao into the room. In the afternoon, Wu Di crafted 10 more storage bags. Although he still had plenty of materials, his magical power had already been pushed to its limits. He had spent the entire day merely recovering a bit, and now his body felt completely drained. Through these days of crafting, Wu Di also discovered that both his magical power and mental energy recovered at a relatively fast rate, especially when there were women around, as both would recover at double the speed. Tonight he'll reach level 11, and by tomorrow he'll be able to create 2 more. After finishing his work, Wang Qiulan appeared right on time with a pot of precious soup. And don't you need to absorb the blood essence? Just let LVY take care of these matters. Absorbing blood essence isn't as important as your matters. Besides, Ant just broke through to level 27, it's better to get familiar with it before absorbing. In the early morning, Wu Di woke up to a chorus of cheers. Ignoring the sounds outside, he opened his panel to take a look. Host Wu Di of Huaxia. Age 18 years old. Height 190 centimeters. Wives 6. Warrior level 11. With skills in basic swordsmanship, basic gun techniques, assassination sword techniques, shield defense, jumping, dodging, blocking, and snake steps. Mage level 11, with skills in spatial development and spatial creation. Summoner level 11, with skills in talisman, crafting, summoning, fire talisman, slow talisman, and attack talisman. Vitality 1100. Magical power 1100. Mental energy 1100. Lifespan 12 years and 13 days. Husband, it's done. As Wu Di checked his panel, the women had already dressed him. He'll go take a look. The water wheel should be completed. Wu Di didn't wait for the women to finish dressing and stepped out first. After he exited, Shan Tingting, who was waiting at the door, immediately followed with her people. At this moment, the cliff's edge was crowded with residents watching with interest. In the distance, the Ferris wheel slowly rotated, generating streams of water that flowed through the wooden trough into the transfer pool on the mountainside. Upon seeing Wu Di's arrival, the residents greeted him warmly and made way. Standing at the top of the mountain, Wu Di could see the stream of water cascading down the trough. Though the flow wasn't large, it was sufficient to fill about half the trough, yielding about 1 to 2 tons of water per minute. In just 1 day's time, he could fill the 2,000-ton reservoir, which would be more than sufficient. Now the biggest issue has been resolved. Once the Lord's mansion is completed and the surrounding mountain defenses are finished, he will be able to firmly establish himself in this world. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. The Ferris wheel has been successfully built. At that moment, Lu Yuan, who was in charge of the Ferris wheel's construction, ran over breathlessly, her face full of excitement. Initially, she had constructed the water wheel merely to obey Wu Di's orders, not fully believing it could transport water up to the heights and then to the mountainside. However, after witnessing the Ferris wheel operate and actually draw water to the mountainside this morning, her admiration for Wu Di reached new heights. He was the most formidable man she had ever encountered, even more capable than women. Mayor Lu, you've worked hard. For this construction of the Ferris wheel, you deserve the credit. Wu Di remarked, noting that Lu Yuan, though a bit robust, had commendable abilities and could be nurtured. I was merely following orders. Without the Lord's blueprints, I could never have conceived such an excellent solution. All right, the construction of the water wheel is complete, but we still need your efforts, Mayor Lu, for the defense of Fengzhou Mountain. My lord, I plan to lead people soon to begin building defensive towers at the 3 entrances from the mountain below, as well as to organize the roads and fortify the defensive walls on both sides of the mountain. Excellent. The defenses on these 3 roads are of utmost importance and cannot afford any negligence. Once we have fortified the defenses on all 3 roads, we will be able to rest easy. My lord, rest assured, I will personally oversee the construction of the defenses. The residents have worked hard these days. We must ensure they are well fed. Tell them that once the construction of Fengzhou Mountain is complete, I will personally reward them. Understood, my lord. I will arrange this right away. Wait, I had planned to reward you with this storage bag after the mountain construction was finished, but I believe in your abilities, so I'm giving it to you now as a prompt reward. Wu Di called out to Lu Yuan, who was about to turn away, and handed her a storage bag. This, my lord, this is too precious. Such a small achievement of mine shouldn't warrant such a reward. Although Lu Yuan desired it, she knew that her accomplishments did not merit such a reward. Take it, you deserve it. I, Wu Di of Huaxia, have always been fair in rewards and punishments. Those who do good shall be rewarded, and those who err shall be punished. As for what the rewards entail, that is for me to decide. However, if the forthcoming road defenses are not executed properly, then this lord shall have to impose penalties upon you. Do you have the confidence to manage it well? My lord, rest assured. If there are any issues with the road defenses, I will willingly present my head. Very well, since you are confident, then take this reward. I hope you do not disappoint this lord's expectations of you. Yes, my lord. Lu Yuanyuan accepted Wu Di's storage bag with both hands feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds. As the onlookers began working, Wu Di also prepared to return to continue crafting storage bags. Once he finished this batch of materials, he intended to venture into the mountains again. As Wu Di focused intently on crafting the storage bags, a sharp whistle arrow shot up from a distant lookout, causing all the residents of Fengzhou Mountain to halt their work and look towards the direction of the sound. Not good, it's an enemy attack. Immediately, everyone reacted. Enemy attack quickly assists the townsfolk in retreating to Lord's Mountain. Fortunately, the townsfolk of Xiaohe Town were working on the mountain and would only return to rest at night. Thus, only a few elderly people with limited mobility remained in the town, making it easier to evacuate. At the same time, the guards on the mountain immediately rushed to the 3 intersections for defensive work when the whistle arrow sounded. At this moment, the first layer of defense at the 3 intersections had just begun construction and offered little defensive capability, but the building materials piled along the roadside could block the enemy's charge. Put down your work and quickly retreat to the mountaintop. Lu Yuanyuan, seeing the guards arrive, hurriedly instructed the workers to retreat. These people were all townsfolk below level 10, and staying would only increase casualties. Wu Di also rushed out of his study at once, followed by his aunt, 5 wives, and 2 skeletal warriors. Shan Tingting's squad of guards also protected Wu Di and the others. All citizens, find a safe area to hide. Do not panic, do not run around. Wu Di's voice spread across the entire mountaintop like magic, and some of the panicked citizens quickly calmed down, seeking cover. There are still about 20 days until the beginning of winter. It shouldn't be a beast attack. If it were a beast attack, they would have to defend against both ground and aerial flying beasts. Let's go take a look below. Wu Di called out, not waiting for Wang Qiulan to stop him, and headed towards the main road. Xiao Di, wait a moment, let Aunt go ahead. Wang Qiulan knew she couldn't persuade Wu Di and had to rush ahead to protect him. Lu Yuanyuan, who was directing the citizens' retreat, saw Wu Di coming down and quickly approached him, saying, "My lord, why are you down here?" "It's nothing new, I just came down to see the situation." "Then ill accompany, my lord. No need, you go above to calm the citizens. The upcoming battle will be left to them." Although Lu Yuanyuan was also a level 20 warrior, her strength was not in combat. They did not lack for combat personnel, but management staff were scarce. Losing one would be a significant loss. Moreover, Lu Yuanyuan didn't even have armor, her effectiveness not much better than that of a level 10 guard. The first checkpoint tower on the road was 10 meters above the ground at the ridge. It had just been built today, with only a foundation laid and hardly any defense. However, about 60 to 70 people were already on high alert here, and at this time Lu Hongmei's team was also escorting a dozen elderly people walking hurriedly towards them. "My lord, there is no one left in the town. Everyone has retreated to the mountain." "Very good. Have the people at the lookout retreated?" "Not yet, but they should be." "My lord, they have returned." Good. Defend on the spot. Ask them if the mountain bandits have come." Wu Di also saw the 3 people rushing back. Wu Di had given orders from the start. Encountering a large number of mountain bandits or beast attacks, they should immediately shoot the whistle arrow and then abandon the lookout to retreat. The lookout could be rebuilt, but with just 300 soldiers, losing even one would be painful. This was similar to the previous situation in Shueibua village. When the strength disparity was severe, they could not afford to clash hidden and must utilize guerrilla warfare tactics. "My lord, I have confirmed it is the mountain bandits from Haimo Mountain, and this time the enemy has fully mobilized with an estimated 700 to 800 men." The news from the 3 soon returned. Hearing this, Wu Di instead sighed in relief. Although it was more than he had anticipated, it was still within expectations. Fengzhou Mountain was easy to defend and hard to attack. Even with more people, they could not rush in all at once. "All right, there are too many people here to arrange formations. Leave 20 crossbowmen here to shoot while retreating, and the rest retreat to the mountainside to establish a defense." Wu Di did not intend to hold firm here, as the path was too narrow and lacked defensive structures. Although the slope could slow the enemy's charge, facing the barbaric charge skill of level 30 would be of little effect. As long as they left 20 crossbowmen to deplete the enemy's forces during the uphill stretch, the ground at the mountainside was wide, allowing them to establish a defense and fight with width against narrowness, and with many against few, which would be more advantageous. "My lord has great insight. I will make arrangements right away. Notify the other 2 roads. If they encounter the enemy, they should similarly deplete the enemy from a distance, and then retreat to the mountainside." "Understood." 2 of Shan Tingting's personal guards stepped forward to convey Wu Di's orders. Although it was uncertain from which direction the enemy would attack, or if all 3 routes would be attacked simultaneously, preparations had to be made for all 3 intersections. "Is this still my Xiao Di?" Wang Qiulan looked at Wu Di with admiration. His calm demeanor and composed guidance of the situation stirred something in her heart. "My husband. So handsome." Meanwhile, while the girls were mesmerized, the toxic widow personally led the bandits of Haimo Mountain into Xiaohe Town. Big Sister Xiaohe Town is deserted. It seems everyone has fled to the mountain ahead. Damn it, how did they run so fast? Someone set fire to the place. The giant hornet ordered the destruction of Xiaohe Town in anger upon receiving the report. Wait! The Black Widow quickly called out to the mountain bandits preparing to set fire, but not out of kindness. She viewed the place as her own territory. Big Sister, are you actually starting to feel sorry for these wretched commoners? Second Sister, don't you think about it, we came here to reclaim that baron. The butterfly flower chimed in. What does reclaiming that baron have to do with not burning down houses? I say, Second Sister, can't you think a little? That baron is building grand structures here and has reclaimed Shuibwa village. He must be the new lord here. Once we take down the baron, the entire territory will be ours. Xiaohe Town would then belong to the citizens of our territory. If you burn the houses now, where will they live after we capture the baron? Also, now that the baron has not been reclaimed, yet if you burn down Xiaohe Town's houses, it will stir public anger. The resistance will grow stronger. Although we are not afraid, it will cause many sisters to lose their lives unnecessarily and increase the difficulty in reclaiming the baron. If they dare, I'll chop down whoever resists. The giant hornet retorted defiantly. All right, our goal is the entire Furong territory, not just to come here to warm ourselves. Second Sister, you still have much to learn from Butterfly. Big Sister, look over there. The butterfly flower not only had thoughts, but also keen observation skills pointing towards the Ferris wheel 1,000 meters away. What is that? It looks like a circle. It seems to be in the river. Should I send someone to take a look? The butterfly flower suggested, having never seen such a thing before. Let us not complicate matters prematurely. Once we seize Fengzhua Mountain, capturing a villager for interrogation will reveal all we need to know. Though the Black Widow was equally curious, she understood the gravity of the situation. Have our scouts returned yet? The Black Widow could no longer contain her impatience. Report, Chief. The townsfolk of Xiaohe Town have all fled to the mountain, and there are 3 distinct paths leading upward, each guarded by sentries. 3 routes. How many guards on each? Few in number, only 20 per path, but all are armed with crossbows. Crossbows were long-range weapons of exceptional lethality against low-tier warriors, especially those unarmored. Difficult to forge, the bandits possessed not a single one among their 700-strong force. They owned only a few dozen ordinary bows, weak in penetration, and fewer than 50 sets of leather armor. The rest wore coarse cloth garments utterly incapable of stopping crossbow bolts. Wooden shields, however, were plentiful, some 1 to 200 in stock. Yet even these offered little protection at close range against crossbow fire. Scorpion, Butterfly, you each take 100 fighters and secure the flanks. Do not attack, merely prevent the baron's escape. Second brother, you accompany me through the central route. The Black Widow swiftly devised her battle plan. Though the enemy wielded crossbows, their numbers were limited and divided across 3 fronts. A concentrated breakthrough along a single axis was eminently feasible. Yes, Chief. My lord, the bandits approach. On the central path, Wu Di had stationed his men along the mountainside, yet he himself waited just behind the pass, ready to confront the raiders. At the vanguard stood 20 crossbowmen ranked at levels 13 or 14. Yet wary of a brutal frontal charge, Wu Di positioned number 1 directly before them. He trusted that number 1's presence would hold back even the Black Widow herself, granting the crossbowmen ample time to withdraw in good order. Behind the crossbowmen stood the guard unit, led by Dan Tingting. Further back were Wu Di's women and his aunt. Meanwhile, Tuoba Lingxiang and Shui Mengdai had been dispatched to reinforce the other 2 routes. Naturally, beside him stood number 2 and Shui Mengyao, his 2 elite damage dealers, whose presence fortified his resolve. Watching over 500 bandits advance in thunderous formation toward the central path, Wu Di felt an unexpected calm. This confirmed their main assault would fall here. Based on earlier reports from his scouts, Wu Di knew the bandit force totaled over 700, so this advance clearly signaled division of their ranks. Glancing upward, he spotted bands of raiders moving along both upper and lower paths. Though their exact numbers remained indistinct, logic dictated each contingent numbered roughly 100, given that over 500 now advanced centrally. He had stationed 100 defenders on each flank, well-equipped and holding superior terrain. He held firm confidence that man-forming his forces would prevail, especially when defending from advantageous ground. With both flanks secured, his sole concern now was the force before him. Mengyao number 2, hold your strikes until we lure them halfway up the mountainside. Then unleash everything. Wu Di feared that premature intervention by Shui Mengyao or Skeleton number 2 might prompt the bandits to retreat. Since they had committed their entire force, he intended to inflict catastrophic losses, even if total annihilation proved impossible. If he struck early and drove them off, he would forfeit the terrain advantage. Worse, future engagements would grow far more perilous once the bandits learned caution. These bandits must be eradicated completely. Should too many escape, any future campaign against them at Hymo Mountain would place him squarely on their home ground. Thus, this engagement demanded maximum attrition. Ideally, none would survive to flee. Number 1. You shall delay only the charging vanguard. Conceal your true strength and draw them steadily upward to the mountainside. Once the bandits reached the mountainside, his forces could concentrate fire. Escape would then become near impossible. On narrow ridges, flight meant stumbling or worse, tumbling down the slope. Halt where you stand. Advance one step further, and you die. The crossbow captain, though inwardly uneasy, drew courage from the knowledge that his lord stood just behind him. Such arrogance. You ragtag lot dare bar our way. How utterly reckless you are. Zhuma Feng strode forward, tilting his broad axe toward the crossbow captain. Take aim. Stung by the insult, the captain's fury surged. Yet without Wu Di's command, he dared not loose a single bolt. Draw swords. Zhuma Feng retorted defiantly, and instantly 100 blades flashed from sheaths behind him. Wait, send your baron forth to speak with us. The poison widow stepped forward, sensing the confrontation risked spiraling into bloodshed before negotiations began. If she could compel the local baron to surrender without battle, it would conserve strength, and she believed her formidable physique and overwhelming aura could subdue any baron without resistance. Her late husband had once been rendered bedridden for days after each encounter. Pity he'd died young before siring an heir. Had he lived, perhaps she'd never have turned outlaw. Oh, I see my reputation precedes me. Then let us see what scheme you've brewed. Auntie, I'll step out for a moment. Wu Di, shielded tightly by the women surrounding him, gently patted Wang Qiulan's shoulder in silent signal. Xiao Di, no need for idle talk. Let us proceed as planned. Wang Qiulan refused to let Wu Di expose himself. What if the bandits betrayed trust and wounded him? Her heart would shatter. Fear not, it's perfectly safe. This suit of leather armor can deflect even most crossbow bolts. With that, Wu Di parted the crowd and stepped forward. The women flanked him closely, taking position just behind the crossbowmen. Gazing down from higher ground, he addressed the poison widow. So, you are the poison widow. At Wu Di's emergence, the bandits' eyes lit with sudden predatory interest. Fresh, tender, handsome, a true gem of a man, and youthfully vigorous, far surpassing her former husband in vitality. Perhaps he'd serve her well for several years, or even a decade should she nurture him carefully. A man of such exceptional quality could surely sire me several heirs. What charming name shall I bestow upon you? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ugh, has this woman lost her wits? Wu Di stared dumbfounded as the poison widow shifted expressions wildly and erupted into peals of laughter. Dare you mock our lord? Enraged by her silence and mirth, the crossbow captain nearly loosed a bolt straight into her face. Lord, you are the ruler of Furong territory. Though delicate of skin and feature, you please me greatly. Would you consent to becoming my consort? Whoa, she's actually flirting with his lordship. Shh. Wu Di's flesh prickled with revulsion. How dare you, poison widow? I haven't sought you out, yet you dare accost me. Do you truly believe I am yours to command? Wu Di bristled with indignation. He was the one who teased others, never the reverse. Well, perhaps if she were a celestial fairy he might relent. But she was no fairy, she was a gourd. A colossal 300 gourd, daring to flirt with him. Unthinkable. Oh, are you getting angry? Sister tells you being a lord is not an easy task. But as long as you become this village chief's man, I guarantee you won't have to do anything, just lie in bed every day. Sister can also help you manage the affairs of the territory, and with my strong and sturdy physique, having 10 or 8 children for you is no problem at all. If that's not enough, I have 3 good sisters under me, each as strong as me. As long as you become my man, they will all be your women, ensuring a prosperous future for our family. Moreover, my several younger sisters are versatile, guaranteed to please you with different delights every day, giving you a unique experience. Second, show our man your charm. The Black Widow said, glancing at the giant hornet as a signal. Watch closely. The giant hornet thrust her hand axe into the ground, performing a very seductive motion, and even winked at Wu Di. Wu Di immediately spewed out his lunch. Seductive it was, the movements were standard, but you are a Li Kuei, a seductive Li Kuei? Throwing a wink at him, this is more damaging than the character Ru Hua from Stephen Chow's version. Damn it, I messed up. I shouldn't have come out, the critical damage is too strong. Wu Di could already feel the psychological shadow, probably having nightmares for the next few days. Get lost, you bastard. How dare you come to blind my eyes? Shoot them dead. After Wu Di shouted, he turned around without looking back, leading several women towards the hillside. If he didn't leave soon, he felt like he might vomit his stomach acid. It was seriously affecting his appetite. Sigh, I was careless. Oh, I forgot that the leather armor can't block that kind of damage. Xiao Di, are you alright? Wang Xiaolan didn't understand why Wu Di threw up. Did he eat something unclean at noon? Husband, what happened to you? Shui Mingyao and the other women asked anxiously. It's nothing, just let me catch my breath. My lord, have you been injured? Li Hongmei, the captain responsible for the hillside defense, hurriedly approached when she saw the women helping Wu Di. It's nothing, just a little mental damage. Wu Di shook his head, but that damned image just wouldn't go away. He had reached 1,100 points of spiritual power, otherwise he would have probably died on the spot. On mental damage, could the enemy also have a high-level summoner? Everyone was immediately shocked. They all knew about Wu Di's identity as a summoner. His spiritual power was the highest among them, yet he was hurt like this. How strong could the enemy's summoner be? Don't worry, they don't have a summoner. Although Wu Di was in pain, he still spoke to stabilize the morale. Without a summoner, then who injured the lord? It's that ugly woman, the one with the hand axe. Wu Di thought that if he didn't kill that ugly woman today, the psychological shadow would haunt him for a lifetime. Damn ugly woman, I will tear you to pieces. Upon learning the culprit, Wang Xiaolan immediately drew her long sword and was about to go find the giant hornet to fight to the death. Andy, wait until they come back. We don't need to fight them. We can't disrupt our plan. Wu Di quickly grabbed his aunt. Disrupting the plan was one thing, but running down angrily like this wouldn't put them at an advantage. If anything happened to his aunt, he would cry his eyes out. Sisters, that group of ugly women down the mountain dared to harm our lord. When they come up, kill them all. Dan Tingting saw Wu Di stop Wang Xiaolan and knew the bigger picture was important, so she had to mobilize her subordinates to take revenge for Wu Di. Kill them, kill them. The guards were also filled with righteous indignation, secretly swearing to tear those mountain bandits who harmed their lord to pieces. Run. I see where you run. You want to escape this village chief's grasp. The poison widow licked her dark lips upon seeing Wu Di fleeing in panic. Sisters, charge for me. Whoever captures the Baron alive, this village chief will reward you with 30 days of enjoyment. Capture the Baron alive, capture the Baron alive. Upon hearing that capturing the Baron alive meant 30 days of enjoyment, they all charged forward as if they had been injected with chicken blood, disregarding their lives. Don't crowd me, the Baron is mine. As the mountain bandits surged like a tide, the captain of the archers also followed the plan, retreating while shooting. 20 archers split into two groups, retreating while shooting, causing many of the advancing mountain bandits to fall and roll down the mountainside. Even though the mountain bandits fell one by one as they advanced, they were all reckless, readied, and charging upwards for the sake of the Baron. Life is not more important than a man. Number 1 also received the order and retreated with the archers, only striking when a mountain bandit was about to reach the archers. Wu Di's plan was going smoothly. The archers successfully led the mountain bandits to the hillside without sustaining any damage. Though it was said the archers were luring them, it was more accurate to say it was Wu Di's lure along with the Black Widow's words that drove the mountain bandits, who hadn't tasted a man's pleasure in decades, to completely lose their minds. Even as they fell down the mountainside from arrows, the mountain bandits showed no fear, but instead thought that the upcoming lucky ones belonged to them. Only after being struck by arrows did they wake up to reality, but by then it was too late. Nearly 100 had been shot down by the archers along the way. Bring over the barricade to block the road. After the archers and Number 1 returned, Dan Tingting immediately ordered to block the road with a makeshift barricade. Shield bearers hold the line, archers shoot to kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 40 arrows instantly shot into the charging mountain bandits, causing a wave of them to fall. Wu Di only had 80 crossbows, 40 of which were set up on the other two roads, with only 40 in the middle. But as long as they blocked the mountain bandits' charge, they could wear them down. Not good, big sister. It seems we fell into a trap. This damn place is so narrow that our people can't even spread out. The giant hornet, though reckless, was not foolish. Upon seeing the path blocked, she immediately understood the enemy's intentions. Damn it, let the archers come up and shoot a path for us. The Black Widow, of course, knew they had been tricked, but at this point they were in a dilemma. Having lost so many subordinates, if they couldn't take this place, it would all be in vain. But as long as they could capture the Baron alive, all losses could be compensated. Moreover, they outnumbered their opponents by 4 to 5 times. As long as they broke through this barrier, victory would still belong to them. Clear the way, let us in. The entire road was filled with mountain bandits, with steep slopes on both sides, almost vertical and dozens of meters deep, making even rolling down a life-threatening situation. The archers at the back could only squeeze in little by little. My lord, they have archers. Please step back to observe. Shan Tingting quickly shielded Wu Di as archers appeared in the center of the mountain bandits. No problem, just those few archers. Number 2, take them out for me. How many archers can the mountain bandits have? Number 2 has already reached level 15, possessing 30 bone arrows. How many would remain after a wave of targeted shots? Moreover, after a wave of targeted shots, he would probably level up again. With his arrows replenished, he could easily take out dozens of archers. The archers who had just squeezed in from behind hadn't even drawn their bows before being taken down by the falling bone arrows. How is this possible? The poisonous widow exclaimed in shock. There were still hundreds of people blocking the way. While it was normal for 1 or 2 arrows to be shot, how could there be dozens in a row, all hitting the newly arrived archers? Did the arrows have eyes? What the hell, how could this happen? The giant hornet looked at the fallen archers in disbelief. And this wasn't even what terrified them the most. What terrified them most was that the archers, still pushing forward from behind, were also being picked off one by one. With close combat hindered and ranged attacks being sniped, how could they fight? Second, take them and clear a path for me. The Black Widow furrowed her brows. The only way forward now was to break through forcefully. You all come with me. The giant hornet at level 35 called upon the 6 30-level guards beside the Black Widow and pushed forward. Let's use our barbaric charge together to push the barricades aside. You all follow us. Once we clear the barricades, we immediately charge in from both sides. As the giant hornet summoned her 6 guards, she also reminded her subordinates. Kill them, barbaric charge. After a wave of arrows ended, the giant hornet immediately led the mountain bandits forward. The 7 quickly charged at the blocking barricades and activated their barbaric charge skill. Suddenly, the 10-meter-long barricade and the guards behind it were pushed back 3 meters, creating 2 3-meter-wide paths on either side, allowing the mountain bandits behind to seize the opportunity and rush in. Half-moon slash jumping slash. The giant hornet executed a half-moon slash to push back the guards behind the barricades, then used a jumping slash to split the barricade in 2, creating another path. Number 1, give it your all and hold the center. Meow, ice roar. At this point, Wu Di had relaxed considerably, but seeing the charging giant hornet still made his stomach churn. However, he suppressed the discomfort in his stomach, personally commanding while occasionally casting slow spells to assist his side. Meanwhile, Number 1 had already confronted the giant hornet and 2 30-level mountain bandits, effectively blocking the newly opened path. Water Mingyao had been preparing her ice roar skill since the giant hornet broke through the barricades, and the gaps on both sides were also blocked by Shan Tingting, Li Hongmei, and others. The crossbowmen continuously provided support, and the 100 or so guards in the center charged forward, unleashing various skills, plunging the battle into a heated, intense state. Damn skeleton, how can it be so powerful? The giant hornet was furious, thinking that a single blow would be enough to deal with the skeleton before her, only to find it stronger than herself. Not only did it block her attacks, but even when the 3 of them joined forces, they could barely defend against it. This made her feel both frustrated and terrified. When did a baron possess such strength? Ice roar. As Water Mingyao completed her incantation, a gigantic ice flower spinning with countless ice blades blossomed 30 meters away on the ridge, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The explosion of ice roar occurred just 10 meters in front of the Black Widow, and the mountain bandits within a 10-meter radius were shredded. Blood Chi Shield. Under the level 40 skill Blood Chi Shield, and being at the edge of ice roar's damage radius, the Black Widow did not suffer significant harm, only losing a bit of health. Damn it, there's even a 30-level mage. At this point, the Black Widow also felt some retreating thoughts, but seeing her nearly half of her men lost, as well as Wu Di not far ahead, she suddenly saw hope. Kill with me, capture the Baron alive. The Black Widow called to the remaining 200 mountain bandits behind her, needing to rush up the hill and capture the Baron before the giant hornet and the others were driven back. Mingyao, well done. Wu Di couldn't help but praise her. Water Mingyao's ice roar not only killed dozens of mountain bandits, but also created a 20-meter vacuum for the supporting bandits behind. More importantly, the freezing and slowing effects also impacted the mountain bandits fighting them. However, their own people only felt a slight chill without major issues. The control distance was very precise. If the skill had been cast 1 meter further back, their own people would have been affected. If it had been 1 meter further away, they wouldn't have been able to slow down all the mountain bandits fighting them. Damn mages, how can there be mages? And what's worse, an ice mage? Damn it. The giant hornet cursed loudly. Although they were at the edge of the ice roar's influence, which had minimal effect, that moment caused her to be injured by the damn skeleton. Moreover, she was fortunate to have only been injured while the 2 women who fought alongside her against the skeleton had already been killed by it. The other 4 were also shot dead by the nearby archery skeleton. Now she could only barely defend herself, unable to escape. What was even more infuriating was that with every step she retreated, the damn skeleton pressed her, while also killing her surrounding companions, while her blades only left shallow marks on the skeleton. Damn it, how can it be so strong? How can it be so strong? Facing the threat of death, the giant hornet realized that whatever baron or man her life was far more important. At this moment, her health was over half consumed, and even under her berserk skill, she was still no match. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, she would meet her end here. Mountain Cleaving Axe opened for me. The level 30 Axe Warrior skill was her strongest move, but unfortunately, when it struck the bone shield, it only pushed the skeleton back a step. Before she could catch her breath, the opponent's bone blade came swinging at her. My life is over. Number 2 incoming. Storm Assault. The Black Widow arrived just in time, using a 30-level skill to deflect number 1's bone blade successfully, pulling the giant hornet back from the gates of hell. Big sister. After surviving death, the giant hornet almost burst into tears, but before she could react, a bone arrow pierced through her neck. I still can't escape. Damn it. I'll kill you all. Heaven-splitting slash. Casualties among Baron Wudi's bandit underlings were acceptable, but Zhu Mafeng and her inner circle were irreplaceable lieutenants. Now not only had the Baron eluded capture, but one of her most trusted arms lay broken before her. Unbearable. Holy. Wu Di stared as number 1 was cleaved midair by Black Widow's blade, crashing to the ground barely a few paces away, 3 ribs shattered. Number 1 was his strongest warrior and his living shield. If even he could not withstand Black Widow, then victory would come at a ruinous cost. Having hurled number 1 aside with a single stroke, Black Widow did not join the fray. She charged straight for Wu Di. She knew slaying foot soldiers meant nothing. Seizing him meant seizing dominion over this entire territory. Earlier, gazing down from elevation upon Black Widow, towering over 2 meters tall, Wu Di had felt only her brute strength. Now watching her bear down upon him, he felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Like a raging heifer charging headlong. Her presence alone made Wu Di's mouth go dry. Protect Lord Baron. Xiao Di, run. Charge. Wang Qiulan already drawn into battle longed to intercept the blow, but she was too far. Her charge skill would never close the distance in time. Ice wall. Fortunately, Shui Mingyao stood ever at Wu Di's side. 3 shimmering ice walls rose instantly before him, and she yanked him backward. Storm Assault. Shatter it. Seeing the barrier, Black Widow unleashed her level 30 skill, obliterating all 3 ice walls in an instant. Shui Mingyao's ice walls bought merely 2 seconds. But just as Black Widow reinitiated her charge toward Wu Di, skeleton number 2 slammed into her, disrupting the skill. Meanwhile, number 1, still lying broken with 3 fractured ribs, rose again, raising his bone shield and bone blade to rejoin the fight. Damn it! How is this thing still standing? Even a level 35 warrior struck with such force should have fallen gravely wounded, or dead. Yet this skeleton moved as if unscathed, its combat prowess utterly undiminished. Hold the line, you all keep fighting. Shui Mingyao, and I will hold her off. Seeing number 1 rise renewed Wu Di's resolve, and he swiftly called off reinforcements rushing to aid him. None among them reached level 30, none could survive a single strike from Black Widow. Their arrival would only swell the death toll. Number 2, once your arrows are restored, pierce that heifer through the throat. Crouching behind number 2, Wu Di hurled fire talismans while shouting orders. Though number 2 had reached level 16, his quiver was empty, but his dense, sturdy bones, though riddled with gaps, served well as a makeshift shield. And while Wu Di's fire talismans held no real threat against a level 42 foe, flinging them repeatedly into her face inflicted relentless harassment and deep, searing humiliation, forcing her to raise her arms in defense, thereby easing much of number 1's burden. Damn man, you're a summoner. And every shot aimed straight at my face. Ice Blade. Shui Mingyao 2 unleashed volley after volley, keeping Black Widow perpetually on the defensive. Unlike Wu Di's talismans, her ice blades carried lethal force. Even armored, a direct hit would wound her grievously. You wretched man, I will have you no matter what. Black Widow glared at Wu Di, so near yet untouchable, her composure fraying at the edges. Berserker charge. With a thunderous lunge, she drove skeleton number 1 bodily into Wu Di's path. Ice wall. Shui Mingyao responded instantly. Another wall materialized across the slope. Crack. Number 1 slammed into the wall, fracturing, but not shattering it. Black Widow's gambit failed once more. Cursed mage. I'll strip you bare alive. By now Black Widow loathed Shui Mingyao with visceral fury. Without that accursed sorceress, even 2 skeletons could not have impeded her. She now bitterly regretted dividing her forces. Had Scorpion and Butterfly been at her side, the Baron would already be hers. Heaven-splitting, no. As Black Widow raised her blade for another heaven-splitting slash, her peripheral vision caught number 2 drawing his bow, aiming straight at her. Swoosh. The moment his first bone arrow reappeared, number 2 loosed it, straight for her throat. Thud. She twisted, just enough to evade the kill shot, but the arrow pierced her shoulder. Damn it. Black Widow realized. Capturing Wu Di was now impossible. To linger further was to court death. Fall back. Glancing at the mere 100-odd bandits remaining behind her, her heart bled, but retreat was inevitable. With a sweeping slash, she deflected number 1's bone blade, then bounded down the mountainside in 3 rapid leaps. Her underlings, long weary of battle, fled even faster at her command. Ice wall. O great goddess of frost. Having erected 2 barriers to seal the descent, Shui Mingyao immediately began chanting for her ultimate spell, Frost Roar. Kill them now. At the sight, the royal guards surged forward, pouncing upon the routed bandits like hounds upon wounded prey. "Don't block the way, they're coming," the stragglers screamed in terror. "Stop pushing me." One bandit tumbled headlong down the ridge. The sole mountain path was narrow, steep, and now blocked ahead. "Make way." Black Widow shoved aside a bandit pinned against the wall, then cleaved twice, shattering both ice barriers, before sprinting downward. But she had scarcely fled a dozen paces when the air plunged, sudden biting cold. That unmistakable chill told her instantly Shui Mingyao's frost roar had begun. Her blood ran cold. If struck full force, she would perish here and now. Charge. Under the surge of her charge skill, she narrowly evaded the frost roar's epicenter, abandoning her men without hesitation. Not one she knew would escape. "Damn it, I'll return for vengeance." Black Widow allowed herself grim relief, having ordered Scorpion and Butterfly merely to encircle, not engage. She still retained 200 fighters. Yet Zhu Mafeng's death, the fall of her 6 pillars, and the annihilation of over 500 bandits constituted a catastrophic loss. Recovery would take months, perhaps years. What Black Widow did not know was that though she had commanded Scorpion and Butterfly to seal the 2 exits, Tuoba Lingxiang and Shui Mingdia would not let them succeed so easily. While Wu Di and the others were fighting in the middle, Tuoba Lingxiang and Shui Mingdai continuously shot down the mountain bandits surrounding them with their crossbows. Employing a strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and pursuing when the enemy retreats, the 2 women managed to deplete more than 100 enemies and each led 100 men down to battle. Although Tuoba Lingxiang and Shui Mingdai were only at level 31, they had mastered skills up to level 30, while the Scorpion and Butterfly, despite being at level 35, had half the number of subordinates. Moreover, both Tuoba Lingxiang and her companion had armored elites and crossbow support, resulting in a completely one-sided battle, forcing the Scorpion and Butterfly to escape with only 20 to 30 subordinates each. The battles on the upper and lower paths ended a few minutes earlier than in the middle. When the Black Widow escaped to the small river town below, the 2 women coincidentally arrived with the defeated fleeing soldiers. "You 3. As their gazes met, they instantly understood that all 3 sides had been defeated. Damn it. The Black Widow felt a pain in her heart that far surpassed the pain of her wounds. "Big sister, how are you hurt?" The Scorpion rushed over to support the Black Widow. "I'm fine, but our Black Magic Mountain suffered heavy losses this time. Not to mention the upcoming plans, it seems even establishing a foothold in Black Magic Mountain will be a problem." Looking at the remaining 50 or so people, they had started with over 700. Losing over 700 in just half an hour made her feel that defending Black Magic Mountain was already difficult. Where's second sister? Could it be? Not seeing the giant hornet made Butterfly have a bad premonition. Let's go back to Black Magic Mountain first. Fearing the pursuit from behind, the Black Widow did not dare to delay. Oh, after Wu Di stopped the chase, victorious cheers erupted from the entire Fengzhou Mountain. "We won! We won! Auntie, you're hurt." Wu Di held Wang Qiulin's injured arm, feeling very distressed. "It's nothing, just a small injury. Didn't I get hurt a few times while hunting in the savage forest before? It was just a cut on her arm." Wang Qiulan didn't take it to heart. "Tingting, are you hurt too?" "Master, we all have minor injuries. We not only wiped out the mountain bandits this time, but none of us died. Only a few sisters are seriously injured. This is a complete victory. Too bad the Black Widow escaped." "It's a bit regrettable," said Dan Tingting. "The bandits of Black Magic Mountain are basically annihilated, and they no longer pose a threat to us. Let the seriously injured sisters be carried back, and let Wani treat them." Although Wu Di said this in his heart, he still felt regret for letting the Black Widow escape. Still too weak. If it weren't for Skeleton number 1 barely holding off the Black Widow, they would have suffered heavy losses. This victory was entirely due to the advantage of the terrain, as well as Skeletons 1 and 2 and Shui Mingjio's immense contributions. Without Skeleton 1 and Shui Mengyao, they likely wouldn't have been able to withstand the bandits' attack, let alone fend off the Black Widow. Had Skeleton 2 not eliminated all the bandit archers in advance and killed several level 30 bandits, they would have suffered heavy losses rather than just sustaining light injuries and a few serious ones. "Xiao Di, you are already very strong. If it weren't for your skeletons, we would have been unable to fend off the bandits of Black Magic Mountain this time. You are Auntie's pride." "Yes, husband, although we let the Black Widow escape this time, we have also resolved the threat of Black Magic Mountain. Even if the Black Widow continues to develop, can she grow faster than you?" "That's right. Once I reach level 15, Skeletons 1 and 2 can reach level 20. At that time, I estimate Skeleton 2 will be able to take out the Black Widow with a single arrow." Hearing what Auntie and Shui Mingyao said, Wu Di's lingering gloom was swept away. "By the way, how is the battle situation on Lingxiang and Mengdai's side? Quickly send someone to check." "Husband, we have already driven back the bandits, but a few dozen escaped, including the Scorpion and Butterfly." Just as Wu Di was about to send someone to check the situation, Tuoba Lingxiang and Shui Mingyao arrived together. Oh, it's good that you are all fine. Let the bandits escape, or we can deal with them together later. Although 3 of the 4 leaders of Black Magic Mountain escaped, the giant hornet, which had shocked his spirit, was dead. In summary, this defense battle ended in a complete victory. Although there were some regrets, it laid a foundation for his establishment in Wu Di's domain, ensuring that there would be no threats to his power from now on. 5 days later, the first checkpoint castle on the 3 roads and the roads and walls leading to the second checkpoint were completed. Now, even if 1,000 bandits come to Fengzhou Mountain, without siege equipment, they would not be able to break through the first checkpoint. Once the second and third checkpoints are established, Fengzhou Mountain's defenses will surpass Minghua City. During these 5 days, Dan Tingting and the other 6 girls along with Auntie all reached level 30, while the 20-level guards also improved by 2 to 3 levels. Wu Di also reached level 12 in 3 systems. The materials and blood of the magical beasts are all consumed. It's time to explore the savage mountains again. After finishing the last storage bag, Wu Di stretched his body and slowly stood up. In these days, the storage bags in his hands had accumulated to 126, with various talismans exceeding 1,500. However, the previous seals couldn't withstand excessive mental force and shattered. Wu Di also made a few using the bones of a level 38 long-haired pig king, estimating that he could imprint over 10,000 without issue, but now that the materials were used up, he must gather more. Husband, I want to go into the mountains with you this time. Nangong Wan immediately pleaded when she heard Wu Di was going into the mountains. Don't crowd, if you push any further it'll explode. Oh dear husband, you're annoying and being serious. What I'm saying is serious too. Husband, let's bring Wani along this time. Shui Mingyao, who was nearby, couldn't help but laugh. It's not that I don't want to take you, but this time you have more important matters to attend to. Wu Di pointed to the storage bags on the table. Husband, can't you wait until we return from the mountains before going to the city? Nangong Wani continued to act spoiled. This time we may have to delve deep into the savage forest, and we won't have time to take care of you. Also, I'm planning to sell 100 storage bags, so you need to go back and discuss with your mother-in-law how to maximize the profits. Although Minghua City has a population of 200,000, not many can afford storage bags, and a significant portion of the strong merchants have them, so the market will definitely be limited. While consuming 100 storage bags is not a problem, figuring out how to quickly cash them out for maximum profit is crucial, which Wu Di did not understand and had to leave it to Murong Lingshan to handle. On the second day at dawn, Wu Di personally escorted Nangong Weiner to the foot of the mountain, this time accompanied by Xu Jingjing and her team, with Lu Yi naturally following along. Last time when he returned to borrow horses from Beitang Meihua, she directly gifted him 10 steeds, which combined with their own was more than enough. Although it was over 200 miles to Minghua City, they could reach it by horseback before nightfall. Watching the figures of Nangong Weiner and her companions fade into the distance, Wu Di had a fleeting thought of wanting to form a cavalry. However, the area around Minghua City was comprised mainly of mountains and basins, making cavalry less useful. His primary development direction was the wild forest and coastal regions, so for now cavalry was not needed. Yet in this world, besides cavalry, there were also knights akin to cavalry, but distinctly different and far more powerful. To become a knight, one must first reach level 30 or above and possess their own mount, which is not a war horse, but a battle beast. A beast that has been conquered and willingly acknowledges its master possessing great strength can only be called a battle beast. Knights are divided into many types, such as beast knights, half-beast knights, eagle knights, dragon knights, and so on. These knights are also categorized into land knights, flying knights, and even ocean knights, as well as undead knights. However, becoming a knight is no easy feat. One must not only possess formidable strength, but also require immense luck. Magical beasts are inherently powerful and aggressive, making it difficult to conquer them, let alone subdue them. Thus, to become a knight, unless one is extraordinarily lucky to encounter a willing magical beast, one must also rely on certain powerful families that raise suitable magical beast offspring for their descendants. These magical beast cubs grow alongside their caretakers, and while these battle beasts are undoubtedly loyal, they lack the strength of their wild counterparts. It is said that the knights under Shangwan Minghua number only 10, each a formidable lord guarding the safety of Minghua City and Xingxing City. If I want to become a knight, it seems I still have a long way to go. Let's go, we should set off too. This time Wu Di did not bring any guards. Although the city tower was completed for safety sake, he left Dan Tingting and others to guard with 5 level 30 and over 200 elite soldiers, ensuring the safety of Fengzhou Mountain. This time he only brought his aunt and 4 wives, including Shui Mingyao, a total of 6 people along with 2 skeletons. Although they were few in number, their strength was no less than last time. Shouty, this time when we go with Aunt, I know the location of a herd of magical deer, and there are dozens of them over level 30. Especially that Stag King, which has reached level 40, that big treasure will definitely satisfy you. As soon as they entered the mountain, Wang Qiulan took the initiative to lead the way. This time she had to prepare a month's worth of great treasures for Wu Di. No, a great treasure is just a great treasure. What do you mean by saying a great treasure can satisfy me? A small treasure could. Ugh, I mean, I really don't need that stuff. Wu Di felt speechless at this. If it were someone else, they would have fallen out, but this was his aunt. Could he really turn against her? Cyan will listen to you. You've been active in the wild forest for most of these years, and we should be less familiar with the outskirts than you. That's right. Although my previous mercenary team wasn't strong, we had basically ventured within 30 miles of the wild forest's outskirts. Back then our captain had also set his eyes on that herd of magical deer, but alas, our mercenary team's strength couldn't handle it. With our strength this time, capturing that herd of magical deer shouldn't be a problem. Wang Qiulan had also reached level 30 and was now full of confidence. Besides Wu Di, the one with the lowest level among them was Linghu Shaoqian. Although they had been consuming the meat of level 30 magical beasts, recently her base level was too low and she had only reached level 27. This speed of cultivation was only due to the effects of absorbing level 30 magical beast meat. If it were the flesh of level 20 beasts, she would probably still be at level 23 or 24. Moreover, both Tuoba Lingxiang and Shui Mengdai were at level 31. They were now eating the meat of magical beasts below level 30, which would not increase their vitality. Only consuming level 30 and above would do that. However, even that was just an increase. Even if they ate continuously every day, to elevate one level would take at least 1 to 2 months, and to quickly enhance their strength, they would need to consume the flesh of beasts above level 40. This is also why the daughters of noble families level up quickly. They have higher-level individuals hunting magical beasts for them, allowing for rapid strength enhancement. In contrast, commoners who rely solely on themselves find it exceedingly perilous to hunt magical beasts of the same level, let alone those stronger than themselves, thus their leveling is exceedingly slow. Take Tuoba Lingxiang and Wang Qiulan for example. Wang Qiulan was only at level 26 before, but by consuming the meat of magical beasts above level 30 daily, she reached level 30 in just a few days. On the other hand, Tuoba Lingxiang was originally at level 30 and now has only progressed a bit over one level, which was still thanks to a level 38 king boar, providing her with substantial vitality. So even though their strengths have recently increased quickly, that was due to guidance, our relying solely on themselves to improve is quite difficult. As they advanced, Wu Di ordered the second number to only kill magical beasts above level 20. Although the meat of level 20 beasts was no longer useful to them, the materials were still valuable. Moreover, the meat could be taken back for those soldiers in their teens and for villagers to consume. This time, each of them brought 4 storage bags equivalent to the capacity of 8 containers, which was definitely sufficient. Shao Di, this year the number of magical beasts in the outskirts has increased significantly compared to previous years, and their levels have also risen substantially. This year's beast tide will likely be larger than in past years. After walking for a dozen miles, the second number had already shot down about 10 level 20 magical beasts, causing Wang Qiulan to grow increasingly worried. Oh, if it's just land magical beasts, we need not worry. As long as they are below level 50, we can handle them. However, flying magical beasts pose a problem. After we return, I will apply to Lord City Master for a batch of heavy crossbows. Heavy crossbows are typically mounted on war chariots or city walls. Magical beasts below level 50, whether flying or land-based, can be easily shot down. However, crafting crossbows is challenging, and they are national treasures controlled by the lords of various cities. He would need to seek Shangwan Mingwei for that. In recent days, Wu Di had gained some understanding of the magical beast tide. Every year after the start of winter, the magical beasts from the wild forest would invade human territories to prey on humans. In previous years, during the start of winter, the people of Shaohe Town and Muxi Town would retreat to Meihua Ridge for safety, only returning to their territories after the beast tide was repelled. The number of magical beasts attacking Meihua Ridge each year ranges from 1,000 to 2,000 with varying strengths. In weaker times, the strongest among them is only about level 20, while in stronger times, the mightiest magical beasts reach around level 30. Such a scale of beast tide is insurmountable for unprotected small towns, but for fortified territories it poses little issue, and they can even harvest a batch of magical beast flesh and materials. With the defenses of Fengzhu Mountain coupled with heavy crossbows, the beast tide would essentially provide him with materials. Auntie, is this the place you mentioned? Wu Di stood atop a hill 60 meters high, his vision suddenly opening wide upon the expanse before him. Yes, this is a valley plain where the demon deer dwell. Yet it is not home to them alone. Many other monstrous beasts roam here. The sword-tusked boar, the yellow-striped serpent, both frequently sighted in these lands. I never imagined such a vast valley plain nestled deep within these mountains. Beyond this plain lies 30 li of untamed wilderness. the heart of the savage forest, does it not? Precisely. This marks the farthest our mercenary squad has ever ventured. What lies beyond the plain remains unknown to me. Let us first prepare food, then survey the surroundings before deciding our next course. Having traversed the forest for half a morning, the group grew hungry. Wu Di calmly produced a wok in the seasonings he had recently gathered: oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. This expedition demanded they fill every storage pouch before returning, likely requiring 2 or 3 days within the savage forest, so there was no urgency to hunt just yet. The scenery here was exquisite, the vista unobstructed, and 5 peerless beauties accompanied him. What better occasion for a rustic picnic to soothe the soul and elevate the spirit? Number 1 and Number 2, take watch. Ling Xiang and Meng Dai, gather firewood. Auntie, please prepare the beast meat. I shall construct 2 stoves. Wu Di assigned tasks with precision. For the coming days, this would be their base camp: 2 stone-built stoves, 1 for boiling rice, 1 for stir-frying. Husband, what shall we do? Shui Mengyao and Linghu Xiaoqian, left without duties, gazed at Wu Di, eager for purpose. You too shall erect the tents. Since they intended to camp here, pitching tents was inevitable, and fortuitously the 2 young women were free to undertake the task. A pot of cassava rice, a sizzling stir-fry of demon beef marinated in soy sauce and cassava starch, plus several freshly gathered bird eggs, ginger, and chilies abundant, though garlic and coriander absent. Still, such fare was a rare luxury. The ginger was foraged near a stream, the chilies found in a ravine beside Zitown. Not especially fiery, yet their discovery was itself a triumph. He had dried the chili pods, saved their seeds for next year's planting, and ground the dried skins into fine powder, barely an ounce, yet a treasured rarity. The aroma of stir-fried demon beef carried for miles. Even the women nearby found their mouths watering. Wu Di himself felt his appetite surge. What is that intoxicating fragrance? A tall, elegant young woman clad in ornate magical robes paused mid-step in the woods, drawn by the scent. It smells like roasted meat, her captain of guards murmured uncertainly. What kind of meat could possibly smell this divine? The lead maiden mused, puzzled. They had wandered the savage forest for over 10 days, surviving on bland, flavorless roasted meats. Her mouth had long since gone numb with monotony. That scent awakened every cell in her body, and with it surged an overwhelming, ravenous hunger. Your Grace, I cannot say. Let us investigate. 9th Princess, this region lies far beyond imperial borders, on the very fringe of the Silver Moon Empire. Caution is advised. Captain Li, you, a 50th rank warrior flanked by the Empire's elite. Since when have you grown so timid? Your Highness, I only fear for your safety. Should danger arise, I could never bear the guilt of failing you. Perhaps I should not have brought you at all. What peril could possibly await us on the periphery of the savage forest? And outside the capital, do not address me as Princess. Call me Miss Nine. Yes, Miss Nine. Let us go. Danger, approaching. Just as Wu Di extinguished the flames and prepared to call the women to feast, he sensed, through Number 2's mental link, a large party drawing near at great speed. Could they be mercenaries? Wang Qiulan paid little heed. Mercenaries operating on the outer fringes rarely exceeded 20-some ranks, and without conflicting interests, they seldom resorted to violence. Even if conflict arose, their group possessed more than enough strength to prevail. No, they are not mercenaries. Number 2 reports over 20 individuals, all exceptionally powerful. Then shall we retreat this way? Too late. Wu Di spoke sharply, instantly recalling Numbers 1 and 2. The 5 women immediately took strategic positions, forming a tight defensive perimeter, shielding Wu Di completely behind them. These are soldiers of the Violet Cloud Empire. Tuoba Lingxiang instantly recognized their armor. Why would Violet Cloud troops appear here? Are they scouts? Her heart leapt with alarm. If they were scouts, silence, permanent silence, might be their only fate. Though the eastern continent stood united against the west, inter-imperial tensions simmered beneath the surface. Friends of the Silver Moon Empire, fear not. Our nations have long sworn alliance. We followed this mysterious fragrance, drawn only by curiosity. No ill intent guides us. Seeing the women braced for battle, Nalan Zishi swiftly offered reassurance. You hail from the Violet Cloud Empire. Though Tuoba Lingxiang had already deduced their origin, she could not suppress her question. Indeed, I am Nalan Zishi of the Violet Cloud Empire. My apologies for the intrusion. Blimey, another peerless mage and a half-blood at that. Judging by her bearing, her lineage must be extraordinary. Peering through the narrow gap between the women, Wu Di observed Nalan Zishi clearly. Since a beauty had arrived, and seemingly bore no malice, it was only fitting he stepped forward, no longer hiding behind his companions. Truth be told, he'd never intended to hide. He'd simply been enveloped by their protective formation, momentarily caught off guard. Miss Nalan, was it the fragrance of my stir-fried beef that lured you here? Oh, a man. How is there a man here? Are you bandits who've abducted a Silver Moon Empire citizen? Nalan Zishi's astonishment was palpable upon spotting Wu Di behind the women. Seize them, rescue this man at once. Her expression radiant moments before now darkened like a storm-choked sky, thunder rumbling low and ominous. She held profound contempt for women who oppressed men. In the Eastern continent, men were cherished treasures, the bedrock of every empire, and protected fiercely by all sovereign states regardless of nationality. To encounter a man held captive was intolerable. She would intervene, immediately, decisively. Release him now. For his unharmed state, I grant you the mercy of death intact. Miss, wait. Seeing her guards encircle the women, Nalan Zishi pointed sharply. This isn't. Wu Di stood utterly bewildered. Moments ago, all had been calm. Why had her demeanor shifted so violently the instant she laid eyes on him? Do not fear. With me here no harm shall touch you, ever. As she spoke, Nalan Zishi bestowed upon him a look of unwavering reassurance. How can I not be afraid? How can I feel at ease? Misunderstanding, Miss Nalan, this is a misunderstanding. Wu Di immediately retreated in front of the 5 women, spreading his arms like a hen protecting her chicks, shielding them behind him. Hey. Why are you still protecting them? Miss Nalan, it's not what you think. They are all my wives, not bandits. All your wives? Yes, oh no, wait. So are they or aren't they? These 4 are all my wives, and this one is my aunt. We came here for hunting. Wu Di pointed at the women as he introduced them. Hunting? You actually brought a man with you for hunting. Aren't they afraid you'll encounter danger? And you a man, what hunting are you doing? Although this is the outskirts of the wilderness forest, it is still extremely dangerous. Letting a man go out adventuring is really unreasonable. Damn it, aren't you meddling too much? I'm out here hunting, why is it any of your business? It's not their concern, I came here on my own. Forget it, since they are all your wives, let's leave it at that. After saying that, she gestured to the 20 guards surrounding the 5 women, and they promptly returned to stand behind her. I haven't asked for your name yet, how should I address you? I am Wu Di, the lord of the Wu Di territory nearby. You can call me Wu Di, miss. A lord? The Silver Moon Empire actually allows a man to be a lord. Is it because there are too many men in the empire? Not really, this was all my own request. There was no choice, the other party was too powerful. Wu Di had to swallow his anger, being led around like a puppet. You two, what's so great about being a lord? It's a thankless job. Why not come back to the Xian Empire with me? I'll give you a title of Viscount and a manor. You'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life, how about that? Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Nalan. I Wu Di am not someone who can serve 2 masters easily. You can easily kill me, but to make me betray my own country, you'll be disappointed. Alright, if you don't want to, that's fine. I won't do anything to you. No matter which country you are from, you are still a man of the Eastern continent. We won't force you or do you any harm. Nalan Zishi waved her hand, originally wanting this guy to go back with her and make him a prince consort, but she didn't expect him to care so much about his nationality. Though disappointed, there was nothing she could do. Even if he were a man from another country, she could not go against his wishes. This was a bottom line that all women of the Eastern continent should abide by. What is in this pot? Nalan Zishi had no choice but to change the topic, pointing to the source of her mouth-watering desire. This is stir-fried beef, and inside is cassava rice. Beef? What beef smells so good? Lingxiang served Miss Nalan a bowl of cassava rice. Seeing that Nalan Zishi really had no ill intentions and was only attracted by the aroma of the beef, Wu Di naturally did not hesitate to offer her a bowl. Can I eat this beef? Nalan Zishi asked somewhat shyly. She was attracted by the aroma of the beef, not just for a bowl of rice. Of course, but it's not eaten like that. Wu Di was preparing beef rice, which had a strong flavor. It was spicy and somewhat salty. Only when covered with rice could it achieve the best taste. Not eaten directly. Then how do you eat it? Do you bend over to eat? As she spoke, she made a bending motion. You bend over if you want, but what does your "but facing me" mean? Here, like this, eat it with the rice. Wu Di, fearing for his eyes, dared not look too much. He took the rice that Tuoba Lingxiang had served and scooped some beef on top before handing it to Nalan Zishi. Ah, is this how you eat it? Eating it mixed with rice is the best, Wu Di said while demonstrating with chopsticks. Ah, then I'll give it a try. Miss, I'm hungry too, can I eat first? Li Xiaomei saw that Nalan Zishi was about to eat and quickly stopped her. Commander Li, you're overthinking it. Nalan Zishi didn't believe that Wu Di's food would be problematic, as the other party didn't even know their identities and this food was originally for them. How could it be poisoned? Commander Li, right. Then you eat first. He'll serve Miss Nalan another bowl, but this time I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare more. I can't take care of the ladies behind you. Wu Di naturally understood what Commander Li meant. Nalan Zix's status was obviously not low, and it was normal for her subordinates to be concerned. He didn't mind. As for the food, he had originally prepared enough for the evening. Though not enough for everyone, it was still fine for 2 more people. Thank you, Lord Wu Di. As long as there's enough for me and the miss, it's fine. They brought their own food, so sorry to trouble you, Lord Wu Di. Seeing Wu Di being so accommodating, Li Xiaomei was also quite polite. Thank you. Nalan Zishi handed the food in her hand to Li Xiaomei and apologized to Wu Di. It was one thing for her to eat, but now she was bringing her subordinates along. Even as a princess, she felt a bit embarrassed and planned to compensate Wu Di later. After Wu Di served a bowl for Nalan Zishi, he called his women to eat. The several women also put aside their defenses and began to eat. They had been hungry from the smell and would probably have finished eating if Nalan Zishi and the others hadn't suddenly appeared. This flavor, it's so savory and fragrant, and this beef is exceptionally tender. There's a taste that actually activates my blood energy. This feeling is just too comfortable. After taking a bite of rice, Li Zayumia's taste buds exploded, making her eyes widen. This was the best meal she had in over 60 years. Is it really that delicious? Seeing Li Xiaomei unable to stop, Nalan Zishi also became very curious. It's delicious. Husband, your stir-fried dishes are really amazing. Yes, no wonder little Di has been talking about wanting to eat stir-fried dishes every day. The taste of stir-fried dishes is much better than boiled ones. Husband, when we go back, you must teach us the secret of stir-frying. We want to eat stir-fried dishes every day from now on. At that moment, the several women who started eating became loyal fans of stir-fried dishes and decided not to eat boiled food anymore. What is this taste? This is really too delicious. Nalan Zishi, seeing that several people had started eating, no longer cared about her image, squatting down with Wu Di and the others stuffing her face. The taste of this beef rice was far better than the imperial feast in the palace. This food is truly a rare delicacy, one can hardly hear of it in the mortal realm. Li Xiaomei, who finished eating first, sincerely praised. However, looking at the food left in the pot, she felt a bit unsatisfied but didn't dare to ask for more. Lord Wu Di, what is this flavor that can stir the blood and energy? And what about this rice? The powdery substance is also very delicious. What could it be? The flavor that stirs the blood and energy is called chili, which is spicy, and the powdery substance in the rice is called cassava, a type of grain and a specialty of my territory. Wu Di finished a bowl of rice, and while speaking he served himself another bowl. Chili and cassava, I wonder if Lord Wu Di could buy some for us. Li Xiaomei found it hard to speak up to eat more, but thought she could buy some to take back home, so she could cook and eat it herself. This chili is only enough for me to eat 10 or 20 times, so I don't have any for now. However, we do have plenty of cassava in my territory, but we didn't bring much this time, so I can only apologize. However, if Captain Li hasn't had enough to eat, feel free to serve yourself. There's plenty left. Seeing Li Zayumia's eyes occasionally darting toward the pot, Wu Di naturally understood her meaning. Well, I do have a big appetite, so I won't be polite with Lord Wu Di. Come on, eat more if it's delicious. Seeing that Nalan Zixia's bowl was also nearly empty, Wu Di served her some more. Lord Wu Di, you're so kind. This was the first time a man had served her food. Although she had never served food herself before, those were just palace maids, her subordinates. The food served by this man was exceptionally fragrant. Just call me Wu Di. Then you can call me Zixia. Eat while it's hot, it won't taste good once it cools down. Meanwhile, the girls around Tuoba Lingxiang exchanged glances and knew they might be gaining another sister. This little Di flirting everywhere, I wonder who she takes after. Wang Qiulan shook her head helplessly and served herself another bowl. Zixiao, are you a mage? Looking at Nalan Zixiao in her mage robe, she wondered if this mixed blood beauty could grant her an extra year of life. Yes, I am a level 40 lightning mage. A level 40 lightning mage, how old are you? Wu Di was also shocked. A level 40 mage, if they had used a group attack skill earlier, they could have wiped them all out. Thankfully, they harbored no ill intentions. This world is still too dangerous. I have to be more careful in the future. Originally, Wu Di thought the outskirts of the wilderness were dangerous, but with their formation, he believed they would encounter little danger, yet unexpectedly came across Nalan Zixia and her group. I am 28 years old this year. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my captain of guards, Li Xiaomei, a level 50 warrior, and they are all my guards with strength around level 45. A level 50 warrior. Although Wu Di could see Li Zayumia's strength, he thought she was only around level 40, not realizing she had already reached level 50. Moreover, Nalan Zixia's guards were all around level 45. It seemed that Shangguan Mingyu's guards were likely similar, indicating that Nalan Zixia's status was at least above a count. However, given Nalan Zixia's age, she must be the daughter of some noble, as at her age it was impossible to attain a rank above a count solely through military achievements. My ability to break through is all thanks to the young lady. If it weren't for her, Li Xiaomei probably wouldn't have reached my current level before turning 100. Alright, Captain Li, Lord Wu Di has treated us to such delicious food. Later you should lead your people to help Lord Wu Di hunt magical beasts. Consider it our meal payment. Yes, my lady. Originally, Li Xiaomei had planned to offer some gold coins as a reward, but since Nalan Zixia had said that she could only obey. Isn't that inappropriate? It's just a meal. How can we trouble Captain Li to hunt magical beasts for us? Lord Wu Di, it's nothing but just the right time to work off the meal. Just now she couldn't control herself and had eaten 9 large bowls, which was equivalent to what the 3 of them would eat. If she didn't do something for Wu Di, she would feel embarrassed. Then I will trouble Captain Li and the others later. I will also cover your dinner. With a team of elite level 45 fighters helping him work, he certainly wouldn't be stingy with one meal, would he? Then I shall thank Lord Wu Di for your generous hospitality on their behalf. Li Xiaomei's eyes lit up. She was also someone who cared for her subordinates. Previously, there hadn't been enough food for them. They ate heartily while her subordinates could only smell the aroma. Having food for the evening was truly wonderful. The guards who had long been craving listened to Wu Di's words and were originally somewhat reluctant to go hunting, but now they were looking forward to it. But if we all go hunt magical beasts, then my lady. Li Xiaomei thought that since they would all go hunt magical beasts, there would be no one to protect Nalan Zixia. It's fine, I am a level 40 mage, and besides, doesn't Lord Wu Di have summoners above level 30 with her? Nalan Zixia had previously seen Wu Di's 2 skeletons and assumed that there was a summoner here above level 30. By the way, Wu Di, they should all be warriors and mages, right? What about your summoner? Doesn't she need to eat? At this moment, Nalan Zixia suddenly realized she hadn't seen Wu Di's summoner. She has already eaten. She has eaten. How come I didn't see? Because I am the summoner you mentioned. You are the summoner. Nalan Zixia and Li Xiaomei exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, they are all my summoned creatures. As she said this, she made the 2 skeletons strike a combat pose. You are a man. And you have managed to cultivate to level 30. As the 9th princess of the Ziyun Empire, among the men born in the past 1,000 years, there were few who could cultivate. Moreover, she had seen a few, but men who could reach level 30 were rare in a century, and she never expected to encounter one in this wilderness forest. If only he were from our Ziyun Empire, then I could marry him without a second thought. Nalan Zixia thought with regret. But that wouldn't do if he really were from our Ziyun Empire. I'm afraid, even if my sisters didn't fight me for him, my mother would take him into the harem. This is a man who is hard to come by. In 100 years, there are probably not many left in the entire eastern continent. How can I make him my man? That's about right. Wu Di could only let the misunderstanding persist. After all, breaking through level 30 was just a matter of time. He didn't need to explain, nor was it easy to explain, why he could summon 2 skeletons at his level. Wu Di, you are amazing. You should work hard and strive to be the first to break the curse. At this moment, Nalan Zixia's eyes sparkled, looking like Wu Di's little fan. Let's go with Captain Li, then. Anyway, it's still early. We can come back to cook later, and this way Captain Li won't have to worry about your safety. Okay, then I'll listen to you. At this moment, Nalan Zixia only had eyes for Wu Di. She are the women of your Ziyun Empire, all this tall and well-built. Wu Di and the others walked behind Nalan Zi, she observing the 20 guards, led by Li Xiaomei ahead. Though this group of guards was also quite tall, they had a well-proportioned physique, unlike the women of the Inu Empire, who were mostly broader, especially with thighs as thick as those of an elephant. The guards ahead gave Wu Di the impression of strong, graceful leopards, robust, yet aesthetically pleasing, much like Si-Tu Yan'an. Actually, it's not always like this. There's not much difference in physique and appearance between people from our 2 empires. It's just that they are all carefully selected by me, powerful yet agile. In the Inu Empire, we can also find many like them, especially in your southern region, where 3 or 4 out of 10 women have similar physiques. Have you been to our empire's south? If Nalan Zi, she hadn't mentioned it, he would have thought that 90% of the entire Inu Empire consisted of women with elephantine figures. I visited your imperial city once when I was 20. In fact, both our empires are of the yellow race. Only the Holy War Empire to the northeast consists of white people. The women there have skin as white as milk and are as robust as horses with strong endurance, so we often refer to them as ocean horses. You can tell I am of mixed blood. My father is from the Holy War Empire, so I can consider myself half an ocean horse. Then your father is from the Holy War Empire. Why are you from the Ziyun Empire? Because my father married into our family, but he left when I was 5. Sorry to remind you of something sad. It's fine, this is the fate of men in the eastern continent, so I hope you can break the curse and end the millennia-long fate of men dying young. I can't guarantee it, but I will try my best. Wu Di was not really great, but whether for the continuation of the empire or for his future descendants, he had to break this curse. Another reason was influenced by his past life. He had a strong aversion to the pack of hyenas from the western continent. He never had the chance to compete with them last time, and now he naturally wanted to settle that regret. Husband Commander Li and the others have encountered magical beasts. At that moment, Shui Meng Yao reminded them while Wu Di and Nalan Zi were conversing. Wu Di looked up and saw that Li Xiaomei and the others had already formed a half encirclement around a group of magical bulls. The herd was not large, only about 50, with several calves among them. This is a small herd, the strongest among them seems to be only a few in the 30s level. Recently Wu Di had learned to identify magical beasts below level 40 and could tell the herd's level at a glance. Commander Li only those above level 30. Worried that Li Xiaomei would wipe out the entire herd, Wu Di shouted. Wu Di, rest assured, Commander Li knows. If it weren't for hunting magical beasts for you, she wouldn't make a move against beasts below level 40. It seems I was worrying for nothing. While Wu Di and the others were talking, only a few of Na Lan Zizai's guards were deployed, and they had already taken down several magical bulls above level 30. Moreover, several guards swiftly dispatched the magical bulls, skillfully extracting the materials such as hides, meat, and horns. Lord Wu Di, you should have brought storage bags. At this moment, Li Xiaomei approached. I brought them. Ling Xiang, go collect the prey. Na Lan Zi, she said to Li Xiaomei after Tuoba Ling Xiang collected the magical bulls. This valley plain was not large, but covered dozens of square kilometers with fertile land and lush water and grass, plus a small lake. It not only housed permanent magical beasts, but also those that migrated. As long as one had strength, hunting enough prey was not difficult. However, Li Xiaomei and the others were unaware that such a small lord had brought over 20 storage bags. 2 hours later, they had already hunted over 100 magical beasts above level 30, including several at level 40, when Li Xiaomei thought they could wrap things up. Wu Di indicated that their storage bags were only half full, at which point Li Xiaomei and the 20 guards realized that their meal was not as easy as it seemed. Wu Di, how do you have so many storage bags? Na Lan Zi, she also asked in surprise. Although she had a 100 cubic storage bracelet, it was a gift from her mother when she broke through level 30, and only Li Xiaomei and 2 captains had storage bags among her subordinates. Even with her status, she couldn't acquire enough storage bags to equip her subordinates, while Wu Di as a lord could produce over 20. How could this not astonish her? This is because I have a spatial mage in my territory. Though his level is not high, he can only make storage bags for now. Naturally, Wu Di could not say that he had crafted them himself. Although he intended to make Na Lan Zi she his woman, that time was not now, and he wouldn't reveal other secrets until he saw her loyalty. You have a spatial mage, can you sell me a batch of storage bags? If she could obtain enough storage bags, she could recruit more talents to serve her. For now, this is all I have. If you really want them, you can come to my territory after a while, and I can reserve a batch for you. He was just worried that having too many storage bags would overwhelm the market in Mingyu City, and he certainly wouldn't refuse a customer who came to his door. That's great. He'll be back in the wilderness forest in a month, so he'll reserve a batch. 100 is fine, right? 100, huh? What can't they be made? But then again, 100 in a month is indeed hard to produce. In our empire, we have a level 30 spatial mage who can only make 30 a month. At this moment, she finally remembered the monthly output of their royal family's level 30 spatial mage. In fact, their royal family had several high-level spatial mages, but each one was extremely precious. Spatial mages above level 50 could certainly produce storage bags more effectively. However, how could a spatial mage above level 50 still bother to make low-level storage bags? Her storage bracelet was made by a level 50 spatial mage. Moreover, once they reached level 50, they could not only create teleportation scrolls, but also construct teleportation arrays, leaving them no time to make storage bags. Thus, even with her status, she couldn't acquire many storage bags. No, 100 is fine. I had stored quite a bit before, just didn't bring them out this time. Is 100 too many? Not at all. Wu Di can now produce 100 in just 4 days. Within a month, 500 would pose no challenge. That's excellent news. The market price is under 150 gold coins. Would 200 per unit be acceptable? Though a storage pouch typically commands no more than 150 gold coins under normal circumstances, and is often scarce even at that price, a 200 coin valuation posed no disadvantage to her. Absolutely acceptable. He would sell them for 100 each. 200 was certainly no issue. Wonderful. I'll take all you have. Here's 10,000 gold coins as a deposit. I'll collect the goods at your territory 1 month from now. She then handed Wu Di the 10th sand gold deposit. Though the gold coins of the Ziyun Empire bore different insignia from those of the Inuit Empire, their value was identical and fully interchangeable. Wu Di accepted without hesitation, stowing them directly into his storage pouch. Zishi, aren't you afraid I might abscond with your 10,000 gold coins? 10,000 gold equaled 100 million copper coins, far exceeding the annual stipend of a viscount, which stood at merely 100,000. It amounted to the combined yearly income of 1,000 barons. Not at all. I trust you completely. Lan Zishi replied without pause. 10,000 gold is trivial. Even my very self belongs to you should you wish it. This is Wu Di's territory. The Lord's residence lies in this Xiao town. Return here 1 month hence, and you'll find me. Wu Di unfurled a map of the Mingyu Empire and pointed out the precise location of Wu Di's territory to Lan Zishi. Since Lanlan Zishi placed such unwavering faith in him, he would not betray her trust. Not for mere 10,000 gold, nor out of petty ambition. So this is it. It's quite close. But situated on the frontier of the wildlands, your territory will bear the brunt of the Frostfall beast tide. Lanlan Zishi knew the Inuit Empire's geography intimately. At a glance, she discerned both the location of Wu Di's territory and the peril it faced, her tone laced with quiet concern. The beast tide shouldn't prove insurmountable. I am confident I can hold the line. Good. The tide still has some time before it breaks. With so much monster flesh secured, we should be able to train a cohort of 30-level warriors before its arrival. Precisely. That was the very purpose of this hunt. By the way, Zishi, your party hardly seems assembled for hunting, and this region lies far from our empire's border. How did you come to be here? Wu Di had long wished to ask this question, but until now he'd held back, deeming it premature, given their still fledgling rapport. Wu Di, please don't misunderstand. Our two nations enjoy amicable relations and mutual trade. Both sides possess thorough knowledge of each other's strength. There's no need for spies or reconnaissance. I'll speak plainly. We've learned of an ancient tomb, an imperial mausoleum dating back 3,000 years. I brought them here specifically to locate it. We've scoured the wildland's outer fringes for nearly 20 days without success. Most likely the tomb lies within 50 li of the forest's edge. Our preparations were inadequate and the beast tide looms ever closer. So I intend to withdraw for now, returning only after the tide subsides to probe deeper into the inner wildlands. An imperial mausoleum. How could such a thing exist within the wildlands? Wu Di had never imagined an emperor's final resting place concealed amid these untamed woods. Because the wildlands are seldom trodden by man, and monsters hold no interest in tombs, its remoteness ensures unparalleled security. I see. That logic held weight. Though emperors traditionally rested in imperial necropolises, dynastic upheaval inevitably led to the plundering of former rulers' tombs. But a tomb hidden deep within the wildlands presented vastly greater challenges. Not only was human access exceedingly rare, but even locating it post-construction would be formidable, and should anyone succeed, they'd face hordes of monstrous guardians. Its security far surpassed that of any imperial necropolis. Would you consider joining our search? Lanlan Zishi extended the invitation. Me? Aren't you worried I'd hinder your progress? Wu Di was astonished. Not only had she divulged this secret, but now invited him to partake. Yet venturing into an imperial mausoleum with his current strength would be little short of suicide. Never. You're a 30-level necromancer. Though your level may be modest, we require no combat from you. Merely lend us support and tend to our wounded. Would Her Highness truly fear being weighed down by you? Even if you clung to her like a vine, she'd welcome it. Her invitation was less about excavation and more about shared moments. Wu Di hesitated. Truth be told, having lived 2 lifetimes, he'd never laid eyes upon a tomb. Yet her offer stirred genuine curiosity within him. Yet he hadn't yet reached level 30, nor could he learn level 30 alchemical poisons or toxin talismans. At present, he stood only at level 12. Attaining level 20 would demand another 40 days. Only then could he master healing arts and spirit stride talismans, leaving no time to prepare. Unless he pushed himself relentlessly for the entire month. But even with extraordinary blessings, such strain would be unsustainable. Rest assured, even should we locate the tomb, it would be one of the outer guardian tombs encircling the sovereign's mausoleum, posing minimal danger. Lanlan Zishi, assuming his hesitation stemmed from fear, spoke again. Guardian tombs. This was the first Wu Di had heard of such a concept. Indeed, our intelligence confirms 12 elite guard tombs surrounding the central imperial mausoleum, and 36 outer guardian tombs forming the outermost ring. Our objective is precisely one of these outermost tombs. Only by uncovering them all can we follow the trail of clues toward the inner tombs. Still, our strength permits exploration only of the outermost guardian tombs, for even those house undead entities of 50-level potency. 50-level entities. Are such tombs truly worth plundering? Initially, the mention of an imperial mausoleum had stirred faint excitement, but 50-level guardians seemed underwhelming. Don't underestimate them. This is an ancient tomb. Its era teemed with abundant cultivation resources. Though its guardians stand at 50 levels, its treasures are bound to be exceptional. Most spellbooks in use today originate from such ancient tombs, as do countless magical artifacts and enchanted relics. And above all, magic stones. The continent's dwindling number of mages stems chiefly from the scarcity of magic stones. Today, an entire empire's reserves likely pale beside those buried within a single ancient tomb. Though termed guardian tombs, their magic stone caches are vast. Should we clear even one, both you and your wife could ascend swiftly past the 50th level. So, shall we join forces? Lanlan Zishi gazed at Wu Di with hopeful anticipation. How did you learn of this tomb? And given your station, do you truly lack magic stones? In truth, Wu Di had already consented. Magic stones were precisely what he desperately needed. Whether it was Shui Mingyao Nangong Wani or Beitang Meihua, all required vast quantities of mana stones. Securing a substantial supply through Nalan Zishi's influence was an opportunity he could not refuse. Moreover, the mana stone vein lay deep within the Wildlands forest, and he wondered whether it bore any connection to the ancient tomb. More crucially, with his current cultivation level, venturing into the forest's inner reaches to locate the vein was utterly impossible. This expedition offered the perfect chance to accompany Nalan Zishi and infiltrate those perilous depths in search of the vein. In truth, news of the ancient tomb is no secret. Senior officials of the three great Eastern Continent empires are already aware, and it is likely the major Western Continent empires have also learned of it. Yet their leadership remains preoccupied, and without precise coordinates for the tomb, they have taken no overt action. Only covert investigations continue. Your Silver Moon Empire and the Holy War Empire are almost certainly conducting such clandestine searches, though you remain unaware. As for mana stones, whether east or west, every mage suffers scarcity. I myself can afford only 2 or 3 per month. To ascend swiftly, I must locate the tomb. The entire continent's elite knows. Even the Western continent. Then do we still stand a chance? This revelation struck Wu Di like a chill wind, far from welcome news. The more who knew, the greater the influx into the Wildlands forest. He did not fear another discovering the tomb, but rather that seekers combing the woods for it might stumble upon the mana stone vein, a treasure he alone had claimed as his own. A single mana stone vein held value rivaling the entire Imperial Vault cluster if large enough, and especially if rich in high-grade mana stones. Its worth would surpass even that of a sovereign-level vault. Admittedly, this was his own estimation. He had no knowledge of what treasures the Imperial Vault truly concealed, or how many. Yet even if its riches were boundless, none would belong solely to him. But the mana stone vein, once found, would be his alone. Thus to him it outweighed the vault in significance. For now all he could do was pray the vein lay far from the tomb, hidden, secluded, and utterly beyond outsiders' reach. Rest assured, the Western continent lies too distant from the tomb's location for them to cross the entire Wildlands forest. They will refrain from interference until the true Imperial Vault emerges. Intervening prematurely would yield only loss, not gain. As for the 3 Eastern Empires, 36 Guardian tombs encircle the periphery, 12 elite guard tombs occupy the central zone, more than sufficient for equitable division, minimizing conflict. The central Imperial Vault, however, lies beyond our concern. Even now, the 3 empires' highest echelons are negotiating over the tomb, yet any resolution must await confirmation of its exact location. If the 3 empires divided among themselves, will anything remain for us? Based on my understanding of those empires, their leaders will not monopolize the peripheral tombs. Instead, they will reserve them for their subjects' trials and growth. For an empire's strength springs from cultivating its people, not hoarding every advantage. Of course, this assumes someone first uncovers the tomb's location, and should we discover it before others, we shall claim at least one tomb's treasures unchallenged. Very well. Return to me 1 month hence. With no viable alternative, Wu Di committed himself, not merely for the vault's treasures, but for the mana stone vein's coordinates. From Nalan Zishi's words, Wu Di easily envisioned the Wildlands forest erupting into chaos once the tomb manifested. By then, grand sects, mercenary legions, and countless factions would converge upon the forest, an inevitability he could neither halt nor control. Yet his territory bordered the forest's edge, presenting a rare opportunity to profit from the gathering storm. It seems I must begin preparing inns and taverns without delay, Wu Di mused, already formulating a new plan. Tomb-seeking, vein prospecting, and wealth-gathering, all 3 goals aligned. But all must wait until the beast tide subsided. Most critically, he needed to elevate his cultivation to level 20 within 1 month. At this thought, Wu Di glanced toward his companions. His success over the coming month would depend heavily on their aid. Then it is settled. Seeing Wu Di's agreement, Nalan Zishi's spirits soared. Little D, we've secured a great treasure, and not just one, but several. Combined with the mana oxen we harvested earlier, we now possess over a dozen. Enough to sustain you for a full month. After hunting down the mana deer, Herdly Xiaomei and the others tallied their spoils and rushed over, beaming with triumph, to deliver the news to Wu Di. Wu Di had initially recoiled at the notion, but given the grueling month ahead, he would need every advantage, including this great treasure. What great treasure? Is it delicious? Nalan Zishi asked curiously. Well, as food. It's truly not palatable, Wu Di replied, flustered. Not tasty. Then why does your expression suggest you're concealing something? No deception at all. Truly this great treasure is quite unappetizing. Wu Di hastily feigned composure. I don't believe you. unless you share your great treasure with me right now. Clearly suspecting he was withholding it, she grew ever more convinced it must surpass even her midday beef and rice bowl in flavor. Ah, Wu Di recoiled inwardly, instinctively glancing downward at the object in question. What? She pressed. We're partners entering the ancient tomb together, yet you won't even share one morsel. Hand it over. I truly cannot produce it. You're just unwilling to part with it. Nalan Zishi, growing increasingly skeptical, concluded the great treasure must be extraordinarily delectable. Why else would he resist sharing? It isn't that. I simply refuse to explain further. If you insist on seeing it, then don't blame me later. Exasperated, Wu Di decided to end her speculation once and for all. No regrets. None at all. Quickly show me your great treasure. Her excitement bubbled over. Here, it is yours to savor. Though tempted to present the genuine article, he remained a man of refinement, and instead retrieved a cured bull's penis from his storage pouch. Ah, what is this? This is your great treasure. Though vaguely familiar, Nalan Zishi failed to recognize it. Precisely the treasure you demanded. Surely it qualifies as great. Great, yes. But is it truly a treasure? Isn't this just that thing? You call this your great treasure? She asked, crestfallen. Indeed, for men it is the greatest treasure. Why aren't women considered great treasures? What precisely is its purpose? Tentatively she pinched it, seeking clarity. How am I to explain this? Moments ago you seemed remarkably knowledgeable, yet now you fail to recognize it. Auntie, you explain this. Wu Di, at his wits' end, turned to Wang Qiulan, the very instigator of the situation. Wang Qiulan proceeded to deliver an exceptionally detailed, vivid, and evocative explanation, replete with classical allusions, to supplement Lan Na Zishi's knowledge, proving herself a truly competent instructor. Auntie. Meanwhile, as Wang Qiulan was imparting this new knowledge, a billowing cloud of dust surged across the plain, racing swiftly toward their position. Danger! A massive herd of steel-tusked boars form ranks immediately to protect Miss Lan Na. Li Xiaomei, the strongest among them, instantly identified the monstrous herd within the dust storm. In an instant, the 20 guards aligned themselves with Li Xiaomei as the spearhead, forming two razor-sharp wedge formations angled at 15 degrees, encircling Lan Na Zishi and the others in a protective shield. Worse still, a level 50 boar sovereign. How could such a high-tier beast appear here? Guard Miss Lan Na. I'll eliminate the sovereign myself. Though startled, Li Xiaomei remained composed. After all, they were already nearing the inner reaches of the savage wilderness, where encountering anomalies was hardly unexpected. She quickly issued final instructions to her subordinates before charging forward, sword drawn straight into the onrushing herd. She dared not let the boar sovereign draw near Lan Na Zishi. At level 50, such a beast no longer relied solely on brute force. It had awakened magical aptitude. Should it close the distance, Lan Na Zishi and her companions would likely be obliterated by its arcane abilities. Thus Li Xiaomei had no choice but to intercept it before it struck. Unit 2. Loose arrows once the herd enters range. Mingyao, prepare your magic to slow their advance. In truth, Wu Di had never faced so vast a beast horde, and had little idea how to respond. Unit 2 and Mingyao were more than capable against beasts below level 40, but their effectiveness diminished sharply against higher tiers. Fortunately, ice-based spells could significantly impede the herd's momentum. Wu Di, don't be afraid. Stand behind me. I'll protect you. Lan Na Zishi pulled him firmly behind her and patted her own chest confidently. This vantage point is indeed excellent, but is it wise for a mage to shield a man? He recalled women from his past life. Even the sight of a worm, cockroach, rat, or eel would send them shrieking for their fathers. Yet women in this world possessed not only extraordinary courage, but remarkable fortitude in every respect. Standing behind Lan Na Zishi, breathing in her subtle, refreshing fragrance, gazing upon the elegant contours revealed beneath her flowing mage's robe, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Ah, damn this foreign realm. Even a paragon like me is slipping into decadence. How inappropriate to think of such things at a time like this. As soon as Lan Na Zishi positioned Wu Di behind her, she began chanting her incantation. O thunder god who shatter heavens and extinguish earth, grant me 10,000 zhang of lightning, to purge all darkness from this world. As Lan Na Zishi completed her spell, the boar herd was less than 100 meters away, and Unit 2's arrows had already felled several level 30 steel-tusked boars. Shui Minjao's ice roar was likewise primed, awaiting only the optimal moment to unleash it. Thunder Pillar, annihilate. With Lan Na Zixie's level 40 spell unleashed, a searing pillar of lightning lanced into the herd, cleaving it cleanly in two. A charred trench, 2 meters wide and 100 meters long, sliced through the center of the herd. Steel-tusked boars of levels 30 and 40 alike lay blackened and motionless upon the ground, exuding a pungent roasted aroma. Whoa, shall we slaughter these like New Year pigs? Peering out from behind Lan Na Zishi Wu Di was reminded of childhood memories, his family's annual pig slaughtering ritual. Once the scorched outer layer was scraped away, golden-hued pork skin would emerge, perfect for curing fragrant cured meat. But Lan Na Zishi's spell did not stop there. The lightning's residual surge rippled outward, affecting the boars flanking the pillar. Though spared death, they were paralyzed by the shock, then carried forward by their own momentum, tumbled violently to the earth, and convulsed uncontrollably. With a single strike, Lan Na Zishi had eradicated over 100 steel-tusked boars, reducing the herd's numbers by 1/5. Such was the terrifying power of a mage. Ice Roar. The remaining boars, those untouched by the thunder pillar, had now closed to within 50 meters. Shui Minjao instantly unleashed her spell, Chaotic Thunder Dance. Immediately after casting her level 40 spell, Lan Na Zishi, empowered by her enchanted staff, instinctively launched another area effect spell, this one of level 30. The divided herd struck by both spells collapsed in waves, the front ranks toppling outright, while those behind, unable to halt or veer, crashed headlong into their fallen kin. Though the boars quickly scrambled back to their feet, they had lost all momentum. Seizing the opportunity, the guards surged forward, engaging the dazed beasts in close combat. Kill. All 20 were above level 40 and clad in full armor. Once the herd's charge was broken, the battlefield became theirs. Chaotic Thunder Dance. Lan Na Zishi continued unleashing area effect spells, slaying and paralyzing the rear ranks. Ice Blade. Shui Mingyao could not cast Ice Roar again so swiftly. By the time her incantation completed, the guards were already locked in melee. To avoid friendly casualties, she resorted instead to precise Ice Blade strikes to aid in the slaughter. Chi Blood Shield. As the guards neared the herd, all 20 simultaneously activated their level 40 defensive skill, fortifying themselves with a shimmering aura. Brutal Charge. In perfect unison. Sky-Splitting Slash. Radiant Sun Slash. Azura Slash. Flame Slashed. One devastating level 40 technique after another erupted from their blades, sending steel-tusked boars crashing to the ground. Warriors might lack mages' sweeping destructive power, but their repertoire of combat techniques was vast and none required incantations. Their art was pure relentless motion, blades flashing, blood spraying. Wu Di deployed his 2 skeletal minions into the fray. Soon every steel-tusked boar above level 30 lay dead, leaving only 100 or so weaker stragglers fleeing in disarray. Though the herd threat had been neutralized, the duel between the Boar Sovereign and Li Xiaomei raged on. Though the Sovereign possessed greater raw strength, Li Xiaomei far surpassed it in agility. Moreover, Li Xiaomei, also level 50, had mastered the aerial technique Chi Blood Wings. Though limited to short bursts of flight, it granted her a crucial tactical advantage. The Boar Sovereign, though earthbound, wielded the earthen magic Earth Spike, a treacherous lethal technique. A single misstep could mean certain death. Enraged to see his kin slaughtered and his herd scattered, the Boar Sovereign's eyes blazed crimson, fury incarnate. When Li Xiaomei descended upon him, wings of condensed chi blazing, he retaliated instantly. 3 jagged stone spikes erupting skyward aimed directly at her diving form. Lightning Thrust. Li Xiaomei remained utterly unruffled. The instant the earth spikes surged toward her, she activated her level 50 skill. Lightning Thrust accelerated sharply, and the spikes grazed her pant leg, striking nothing but air. At that very moment, Li Xiaomei, propelled forward by Lightning Thrust's sudden burst, plunged her sword precisely into the Boar King's throat. Yet before she could press the strike further, the beast violently tossed its head, sending her flying. Though this thrust did not instantly slay the Boar King, it inflicted grievous wounds. Crimson blood gushed from his severed neck, while Li Xiaomei sustained only minor injuries. Thunder Pillar. As Li Xiaomei lunged once more at the Boar King, Nalan Zishi's Thunder Pillar struck him squarely, his already grievously wounded form now seared by crackling lightning. A perfect opening. Though Nalan Zishi's blow failed to end the Boar King outright, it charred a broad swath across his chest and left his body paralyzed by residual lightning. Li Xiaomei wasted no time. She charged forward, leapt high, and delivered a devastating downward slash directly onto the Boar King's neck. Though it did not cleave his head in two, the blow proved fatal, ending his reign of terror once and for all. Phew! A collective sigh of relief rose among them. Though the battle appeared simple, it had only succeeded because the Boar King was first impeded. Nalan Zixi had isolated him from the herd, and Shui Minjao's area-wide suppression technique had halted the boar's charge. Had any of those elements failed, they would surely have been overwhelmed. How do you like that? I told you I'd protect you. And I always keep my word. Nalan Zishi turned to Wu Di with a confident smile, embodying the very definition of a woman of unwavering integrity. Absolutely, absolutely. Miss Zishi, you're truly extraordinary. Whoever marries you one day will be blissfully happy beyond measure. Though his words were effusive, his gaze lingered, unabashedly, on the elegant curve beneath her flowing mage robe. Then work hard. Reach level 50, and marrying me won't be out of the question. Keep growing stronger. Once you attain level 50, the Minghui Empire will certainly appoint you to its upper echelons and cultivate you with utmost dedication. At that rank, marriage would be entirely feasible. Though regrettably you are not a citizen of the Ziyun Empire, otherwise such a union might already be possible. I'll marry you, and what? Do you consider yourself unworthy of me? And not at all. What I mean is, why must I wait until level 50? Why can't it happen now? Are you doubting my strength? Now that Nalan Zishi had spoken so plainly, what reason remained for hesitation? Still, he chafed at the notion of waiting. Patience had never been his virtue. Of course not. I would never look down on you. You are among the rarest men in this world capable of cultivation, and no woman would ever scorn such a gift. Yet we belong to different empires. A union between us requires formal consent from both sovereign realms. It is a matter of state alliance. Your current noble rank is insufficient. Unless, of course, you are willing to enter the Ziyun Empire through matrilineal adoption. No, absolutely not. Matrilineal adoption is out of the question. Not in this lifetime. To surrender one's nationality outweighed mere ceremonial subordination. He would never abandon his homeland for any woman. Don't say no so quickly. You're already level 30. What's 20 more levels? Rest assured, upon my return, I'll gather spirit-enhancing treasures to accelerate your advancement. Spirit-enhancing treasures aren't necessary, but if you truly wish to aid my cultivation, it's simpler than you think. No need to travel far. You can begin right here, right now. Wu Di grinned slyly, his eyes glinting with quiet amusement as he watched Nalan Zishi. And how? Tell me. Hearing that she could assist his advancement, Nalan Zishi's interest flared instantly. Ha. Wu Di rose slightly onto his toes, drawing close to Nalan Zishi's ear, his warm breath brushing her skin. Are you certain this method will truly elevate your cultivation? Nalan Zishi's cheeks flushed faintly, not with anger, but with gentle disbelief. You're not angry. Wu Di had expected either a sharp slap or flustered indignation, never this composed, almost amused response. Why should I be angry? I suffer no loss, and besides I've long resolved my heart to you. This was inevitable. Still, are you truly certain it will advance your cultivation? Well then, it seemed he still hadn't adjusted to this world's norms. Here women possessed astonishing boldness. When a man spoke his desire, refusal was rare indeed. When he'd once declared his intent to marry Shangwan Mingyue, she hadn't accepted, but neither had she refused. Instead, she'd assigned him to recruit guards at the barracks and sent him a 300-year-old ginseng root to fortify his constitution. Next time I return to Mingyue City, I must visit the magistrate's residence again. Wu Di mused inwardly. Even as he stood in his own territory, his thoughts lingered on Shangwan Mingyue, that fiery, commanding beauty whose aura commanded reverence. It's absolutely genuine. Otherwise, why would my aunt bestow so many extraordinary treasures upon me? Distant prospects could wait, but opportunities before him were not to be squandered. To let them pass would be a sin. Then come to my tent tonight. I'll help you ascend. Agreed. No backing out now. Outwardly, Wu Di remained perfectly composed, but inwardly he was already exulting. Though political marriage required level 50, his system demanded only mutual consent. No ceremony, no imperial decree. Thus that year of extended lifespan was all but secured. Rest easy, I won't renege. Truth be told, I'm more afraid you might change your mind. Nalan Zishi hadn't anticipated Silver Moon Empire men would yield so readily. Her elder sisters remained unmarried. Now she would surpass them, and the thought alone sent thrills coursing through her. Xiao Di, our storage bags are full. Hand yours over, and I'm free right now. I'll handle it myself. Though I only have 4 storage bags remaining. With matters concerning Nalan Zishi settled, Wu Di naturally turned his attention to the spoils of the hunt. After Wang Xiaolan and the others filled their storage bags, dozens of level 40 steel tusk boars and the level 50 boar king remained. Wu Di claimed only several dozen level 40 boars, leaving barely 1 or 2 cubic meters of space in his bags. Zishi take the rest, the steel tusk boars and the boar king. This haul granted him dozens of level 40 and over 100 level 30 beasts, purely by chance. These creatures would suffice to train dozens of level 30 warriors and a dozen level 40 fighters. He had to leave something for Nalan Zishi and her companions. Very well. They'll need provisions anyway. Nalan Zishi sealed most of the remaining beasts into her storage bracelet. The rest went to Li Xiaomei and the 2 team captains. This hunt had filled every available storage space. On their return journey, Wu Di paused where they had previously slain the demon bulls. Xiao Di, what is it? Wang Qilan asked, puzzled. This is valuable. I must take 2 back. Wu Di pointed to the bull's stomach lying on the ground. He still had just enough room in his storage bag for 2 stomachs. What use could offal possibly serve? Nailan Zishi asked, genuinely bewildered. Don't underestimate this. It's a perfect ingredient for beef, awful hot pot, delicious, and chewy, much tastier than beef. How can this really be eaten? The girls exclaimed in unison, showing a hint of disdain on their faces. You don't understand, this part is the tripe, this one is the honeycomb tripe, and this is the thousand-layer tripe. Each part has a different flavor, but they all share one common trait: they are delicious. Wu Di pointed out each part to the girls, already reminiscing about the taste of beef, awful hot pot. How can this really be eaten? It's so dirty, how can we eat it? Nailan Zishi did not doubt whether beef tripe could be eaten, but she questioned if it could really taste good given how dirty it was. Don't judge it by its appearance, as long as it's cleaned properly after you try it once, I guarantee you'll fall in love with it. Now let me clear out all the grass inside. Once we clean it up, we can have beef, awful hot pot. Wu Di said as he drew his sword ready to start cleaning. Husband, let us do it. Xiao Di, let me do it. Wu Di's sword was suddenly held by 5 hands, and the 5 girls looked at him expectantly. All right, you all can do it. Just 2 pieces will be enough, we can't fit more. Wu Di had no choice but to reluctantly put down his sword. This damned world, everything is taken over by women. Is it really okay for a big man like me to be idle? Wu Di, I really can't do this. How about I let them help? Nailan Zishi looked at the 5 girls busily working and felt a bit guilty. After all, she was also half a woman of Wu Di now, but she had never done such work before. No need, just 2 pieces. They can finish it in no time as long as you help me with my cultivation tonight. Wu Di chuckled and winked at Nailan Zishi. But I have no experience. Can you teach me later? Nailan Zishi pouted, feeling embarrassed for having so much she didn't know. Damn it, another one who knows nothing. Looks like he'll have to be a teacher again. This batch of students is hard to manage. Wu Di felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The previous students hadn't even graduated, and now another one came along, truly a headache. Wu Di decided that once the Lord's mansion was completed, he would bring Bei Tang Meihua over as a coach, so he could have an easier time. Wu Di, why aren't you speaking? Don't you want to teach me? I can pay tuition. Seeing Wu Di silent, Nailan Zishi thought he was unwilling to teach her. How could that be? I would definitely love to teach you and ensure you get your license. As for tuition, no need. Given our relationship, do we need to worry about that? Wu Di, you really are wonderful. But what is a license? Nailan Zishi happily linked her arm, with Wu Di's feeling that she had met the right person in this life. Xiao Di, is it ready now? It's good now. Let's go back and cook. Wu Di stored the clean beef tripe into the remaining space of his storage bag and quickly led everyone toward the mountain. Due to the large number of people, Wu Di took out all the rice and cassava he had in his storage bag. After cooking, it would be enough for each person to have about 4 pounds of cassava rice. Then he chopped up 60 to 70 pounds of beef and with great reluctance took out the remaining chili peppers, using half of them, deciding he must mobilize the people to find more chili peppers after returning. While Wu Di was cooking, over 100 people appeared in the nearby forest. If Wu Di were there, he would have realized that this group was led by the Black Widow and her band of mountain bandits. Most of the mountain bandits were at level 10 or so, many of them carrying prey struggling to move through the forest. This was a group that Black Widow had painstakingly assembled, barely managing to gather 100 people from the remnants of Blackstone Town. Damn man, if I catch you, I will torment you 1,000 times over. Otherwise my resentment will never be quenched. The Black Widow had never suffered such a loss in her life. All her efforts over the past decade had gone up in flames, and the arrow wounds on her body had still not healed completely. Among her 30 elite subordinates, only Poison Scorpion and Flower Butterfly remained. There were fewer than 20 people above level 20, the rest were all around level 10. They had to strip the entire Blackstone town of all its level 10 villagers to barely gather this many. Now the entire mountain bandit group counted her in at 103 people. If they did not improve their strength before the beast tide arrived, they wouldn't be able to seek revenge in the future, let alone survive this beast tide. So even though her injuries had not fully healed, she had no choice but to personally lead the hunt for magical beasts to strengthen her subordinates, all thanks to that damned man. Big sister, I remember there is a hill not far ahead. Let's rest there tonight. Flower Butterfly suggested as the sky darkened. Let's go there. Make sure to let them eat their fill. We must increase their strength as quickly as possible. Don't worry, big sister, such opportunities are rare. They're all eager. Let's move. Speed up. We must ensure that they all break through to level 20 before the beast tide, and the several leaders must reach level 30. Yes, those in the back, speed up. We will set up camp at the hill ahead tonight. Hey, what is that delicious smell? Flower Butterfly wondered after just a few steps. I smell it too, but it seems to be coming from the hill ahead. Poison Scorpion chimed in. Looks like the hill ahead is occupied by mercenaries. Black Widow looked in the direction of the hill. Should we change locations? Flower Butterfly asked tentatively. Change locations? We are mountain bandits, are we going to play polite with them? The Black Widow shot a glance at Flower Butterfly, having no intention of changing locations. But what? We couldn't deal with that man. Oh, can we not handle a group of mercenaries? There are plenty of mercenaries in the wild forest, and they've killed many, but the strongest mercenary group has at least one 30-level member. Despite our losses, dealing with a mercenary group is still easy for us. I'm just worried, what if we encounter that man again? Butterfly, I think you are just scared of that man. Does he dare come to this wild forest? Even if he does, do we need to fear him? Last time we lost due to the terrain. If it weren't for that damned place restricting our strength, we would have captured him already. If we encounter him here, it would be the perfect opportunity for revenge. Butterfly, big sister is right. We will have our revenge for what happened at Phoenix Claw Mountain sooner or later. Let's go, but it's getting late. Poison Scorpion added. Yes, I was overthinking. Flower Butterfly, upon hearing the two, felt she was being overly worried. What were the odds of encountering that man who had made them flee in panic? Miss, there are over 100 people approaching us from the foot of the mountain. Should I send someone to drive them away? Li Xiaomei hurriedly reported to Nalan Zishi, who was attentively watching Wu Di cook. Oh, why are there so many people? Typically a mercenary group wouldn't have this many. What is the strength of these newcomers? Nalan Zishi pondered and couldn't help but ask. Their strength isn't impressive, mostly in the teens and 20s, but there are 2 at level 35 and 1 at level 42. It seems they have their eyes on our territory. How could such a group exist? Why would there be so many at lower levels following those above level 40? Nalan Zishi was even more puzzled. Should I go and drive them away? Go ahead, we've claimed this area. I'll let them find another place. Nalan Zishi waved her hand, indicating that as long as they did not disturb them, she had no concern for any group. Wait. Wu Di and Wang Qiulan exchanged glances, guessing something, and hurriedly called out to Li Xiaomei. If his guess was correct, he could take advantage of Li Xiaomei and the others to resolve this issue, saving the need for a large mobilization. What does Lord Wu Di want to keep them for dinner? But there are not just 1 or 2, but over 100. There's simply not enough food for that. Li Xiaomei looked at Wu Di in confusion. Even with the 2 large pots of food, it would barely fill them. If another 100 people came, there wouldn't even be enough for each person to have a bowl. Li Captain, you've misunderstood. The food I made is not something anyone can eat. I just heard your description and thought they might be my archenemies. Archenemies? Wu Di, you are a baron and a lord. Which woman would dare to oppose you? Nalan Zishi said angrily. There is a group of the strongest mountain bandits in my territory who attacked my lord's mansion a few days ago. Although I killed several hundred of them, 3 leaders managed to escape. I originally planned to deal with them after the monster tide passed, but upon hearing Li Captain's report, I suspect it might be them, so I wanted to check first. Alright, let's take a look. If they are indeed the mountain bandits you mentioned, we will deal with them this time to avoid you having to take risks later on. Nalan Zishi was already preparing to take action. If they were truly Wu Di's enemies, then they were her enemies too. Meng Yao, go check if it is them. If it is, eliminate them. Wu Di instructed Shui Meng Yao behind him. He still needed to collect the juices from his beef and couldn't leave, and with Li Xiaomei and the others present, he didn't need to intervene himself. Let's go, I'll accompany you. Nalan Zishi turned around and followed. As the group of Black Widow approached the foot of the mountain, a level 26 mountain bandit immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly at the soldiers on the mountain. Hey mercenaries up there, our big sister has taken a liking to this mountain. Those with sense should scram quickly, or if you die we won't take responsibility for burying you. So arrogant. I'm curious to see if you can still act this way later. As Nalan Zishi reached the entrance, listening to the bandits' boastful words, her anger flared. When had anyone dared to speak to her like that? Zishi, it really is them. The 3 in front are Black Widow, Scorpion, and Butterfly. They are the leaders of the mountain bandits from Black Magic Mountain. Shui Mingyao spotted the 3 women at a glance, her heart racing with excitement, and quickly prepared her magic. Sister Mingyao, wait a moment. I will send a group of guards down to cut off their escape route. We must catch them all this time. Nalan Zishi hurriedly stopped her. They absolutely could not let a single bandit escape, otherwise Wu Di would have to take action. Li Captain. Understood. Li Xiaomei nodded and immediately arranged. Team 1, go around from the side and cut off their retreat. If you want our lives, you better show us your skills. Come and take them. After Nalan Zishi made her arrangements, she defiantly shouted at the bandits below. Looks like we have to take action ourselves. Good, let them see our strength. Black Widow drew her long knife. The last defeat had shaken the confidence of her bandits, especially the newly recruited ones who were unaware of her strength. This was a perfect opportunity to gain their loyalty. All those above level 20, follow me. This time I will show you what it means to dominate. She could no longer afford to lose anyone, so she had to leave the lower-level bandits behind. You two stay by my side. Not a single mercenary on the mountain will be spared. After arranging her subordinates, Black Widow addressed Scorpion and Butterfly beside her. Yes, big sister. Kill. Black Widow shouted and charged towards the mountain with her long knife, not even considering a mercenary team. What Black Widow did not know was that there was actually no mercenary team on the mountain, but rather the elite of the Ziyun Empire, each of whom was stronger than her. Sister Mingyao, let me handle this. Nalan Zishi looked at Black Widow, leading more than 20 people in a straight line toward them, interrupting Shui Mingyuo's magic incantation again. With such a formation, she could resolve them all with a single Thunderlight pillar, and there was no need for Shui Mingyao to waste her magical power. Heavenly destroying Thunder God, please grant me your mighty thunder to obliterate all darkness in this world. Thunderlight pillar. This. Damn, quickly dodge. Feeling something was off, Black Widow looked up just in time to see a beam of light shooting towards them. She hastily cast a blood shield for herself while warning the bandits behind her, but before she could even speak, she was obliterated by the Thunderlight pillar. Done. Nalan Zishi clapped her hands as she saw all the bandits rushing forward, collapsing charred black. It seems Black Widow isn't dead yet. Shui Mingyao looked at the still twitching Black Widow. Well, she is 2 levels higher than me, so it's normal that she's not dead. But after being hit by my Thunderlight pillar, even if she isn't dead, she must have at least lost half her life. How could this happen? How could there be a level 40 lightning mage? The severely injured Black Widow, though unable to move, was still thinking. She did not understand why there was a level 40 mage here, and why she had encountered her. It's over, it's really over. Though she wasn't dead, yet Black Widow's heart had already died. All her strong subordinates were dead, and even if she survived, she would only have a life of fleeing. Moreover, in her currently injured state, would the opponent let her go? No, is it really over this soon? Just as Wu Di finished cooking, he walked over and looked at the charred bandits on the slope. Well, that's easy enough. But that bandit leader isn't dead yet. Do you want to go check? Oh, then let's go take a look. Wu Di also clapped his hands and walked towards the severely injured Black Widow. Yo, Black Widow, our fate is quite good, isn't it? We can meet in a place like this. But why are you lying on the ground? Get up quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Having resolved a major hidden danger, Wu Di felt in high spirits, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. You? It's actually you. How could it be you? Why is it really you? Seeing Wu Di, Black Widow felt both surprised and furious, not believing that Hua Dai had actually hit the mark. You bastard, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how would I have fallen into such a situation? Everything is your fault. If looks could kill, Wu Di would have been slain by Black Widow countless times. No, it's not me, but it's all you. This is the consequence of your many misdeeds. If it weren't for your attack on Xia Town, if it weren't for your ambitions on my territory, if it weren't for your years of tyranny over the land, if it weren't for your desire to seize control, would you have ended up in today's predicament? Your fate today is entirely of your own, making you have no one to blame. Lord Wu Di, the bandits below have surrendered. Should we kill them all? At this time, Li Xiumei also came over to report. Bring them all over. Wu Di was not a bloodthirsty person. Now that the leading bandits had been killed, the remaining bandits were all from his territory, Haishi Town. Now was a time when he lacked manpower. There was no need to kill them all. Of course, if someone was stubborn, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. My lord, we have surrendered. My lord, we are not bandits. We are the townsfolk of Haishi Town. We were all forced into this. A group of bandits quickly knelt down begging for mercy. They were originally townsfolk of Haishi Town, but were recently forced by Black Widow and her gang to become bandits. Now that the bandits had been wiped out, if you don't want to die, I can give you a chance. As long as you point out who among you has acted as a bandit and oppressed the common people, I can consider letting her go. My lord, we were all just forced into being bandits by Black Widow and her gang. Today is our first time entering the mountains. They said they would help us hunt magical beasts and improve our cultivation, which is why we entered the mountains. My lord, we truly are not bandits. Or were you all just added recently? Wu Di actually believed them, as after the last great battle only a few dozen bandits had escaped. My lord, over a dozen of us were forced to join during Black Widow's attack on Xia Town, but we did not harm a single townsfolk. More than a dozen bandits who participated in the siege of Fengshu Mountain stepped forward voluntarily. They were also forced to join the attack on Fengshu Mountain last time, but they had only participated in the siege and had been chased away, never engaging in actual combat. Oh, you are willing to step forward, very good. Then I will also give you a chance. Do you see Black Widow? Each of you can stab her once, and I will let it go. Saying this, he pointed to the half-dead Black Widow. My lord, I want to go first. If it weren't for her enslaving us in Haishi Town, we wouldn't have lost so many sisters. The bandit who had just stepped forward eagerly requested. My lord, I want to go too. My lord, can I stab her a few more times? In an instant, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, all wanting to stab Black Widow a few times to vent the pain of being enslaved for years. Each person gets one stab. Seeing this, Wu Di also understood that the real bandits had been wiped out under Nalan Zix's thunderous light, and the remaining ones were townsfolk of Haishi Town who had been forced into it. He did not want to make things difficult for them. Soon Black Widow breathed her last under the blades of dozens of townsfolk, with not a single intact part left on her body. "My lord, are you our territory's lord?" After Black Widow's death, a bold woman tentatively asked. She had participated in the siege of Jizhuang Mountain last time, but had never seen Wu Di. However, she knew that a barren lord had come to their territory, and seeing Wu Di, she couldn't help but ask. "That's right, I am Huaxiao Wu Di, your lord. Truly our lord." "That's great. We finally have a lord, we're no longer abandoned people." The townsfolk were all excited. For years they had no lord, controlled by bandits, living a life worse than death, even deprived of opportunities to participate in the Baron's wife selection ceremony each year. There were no outsiders to replenish their ranks, and now in their town the elderly and children were gone, leaving only women aged 20 to 50. "We have seen the lord." After the excitement, the crowd finally reacted and bowed to Wu Di. "Get up. Go bring your prey over here and clean up these bodies. You will rest here on the mountainside tonight, and tomorrow I will return to Haishi town with you." "Yes, my lord, we will go help you bring the prey." "It's not for me. You can arrange the prey yourselves. I don't need it. Eat as much as you can. If you can't finish, bring it back to eat tomorrow." Not to mention that Wu Di's storage bag couldn't hold it all. Even if it could, he wouldn't be interested in these 20-level prey. "I'll thank you for the lord's generosity." "All right, you can arrange it yourselves. Let's go, we should go eat, or it will be cold and won't taste good." With things settled, Wu Di also began to treat everyone to a meal. During the meal, except for Wu Di, the other women were all left wanting more, and in the end, they didn't even know which guard had licked the pot clean. If Wu Di knew, he would definitely train them well. After eating their fill, they naturally needed to digest. Although they couldn't engage in vigorous exercise, cultivation certainly didn't count. Wu Di was a very persistent person, especially when it came to learning. No matter the environment, he had to submit his assignments. Especially after witnessing the power of Nalan Zishi and her group today, he couldn't wait to improve his cultivation, as the sword from the West Continent still hung over his head. The night sky was filled with stars over the plain, while the bloodshed of the day left a bloody scent lingering in the air, attracting many predators. A pack of hungry magical wolves led by their king fought with a group of hyenas for food. The victorious wolves howled loudly, echoing with the howls from a tent on the mountain. It was as if they were expressing their excitement over the spoils as well as asserting their dominance. "If you promised to teach me to ride tonight, yet left me to lie alone in the tent. Dead Wu Di, smelly Wu Di, untrustworthy." Nalan Zishi lay in the tent listening to the wolf howls next door. Her whole body felt hot. She tossed and turned in the tent, unable to find peace, repeatedly cursing the instigator. "This damned pack of wolves has been howling for 3 or 4 hours. It's truly deafening." At the edge of the mountain, Li Xiaomei couldn't help but complain. "Commander, are you talking about the wolf pack?" The captain of a nearby squad smiled. "What do you think?" "I thought it was the nest that was the prince's tent." Just as the squad captain was about to answer, a white figure darted into Nalan Zix's tent, quickly heading towards it. "Where are you going?" Li Xiaomei grabbed the first squad captain just as he took 2 steps forward. "She slipped into the prince's tent," he exclaimed, pointing toward Nalan Zix's tent. "Do you take me for blind? What good would it do if you went? Do you imagine yourself involved in this affair?" Li Xiaomei had noticed the anomaly long before, back at noon, but this matter fell outside her jurisdiction and she dared not intervene. "Well, I would like to, like nothing. Absolutely forbidden." Li Xiaomei snapped, delivering a sharp flick to his forehead that shattered his daydream. "Damn it, I'm actually feeling it now." Li Xiaomei muttered, clenching her thighs together. "Ah, Commander, you just told me not to think about it, yet you yourself. What exactly were you thinking? You've simply overeaten tonight, that's all. I'll go sort it out." She slapped his helmet with a sharp crack. With that, she vanished into the darkness. "Humph. Only officials may light fires, but commoners mustn't even strike a spark," the first squad captain grumbled, staring into the shadows. "What did you say?" Li Xiaomei reappeared so suddenly he leapt in alarm. "Commander, why are you back already? Hand me your toilet paper." She held out her hand expectantly. "Commander, you carry your own, don't you?" "Mine's insufficient." "Fine, here." Reluctantly, he surrendered his role. "Ah, judging by the commander's posture, her lower half must be." He shook his head, murmuring to himself, only for a massive boot to erupt from the darkness, sending him stumbling sideways and cutting off his words. The first squad captain shot a wary glance into the gloom, brushed dust from his rear, and resignedly relocated. By midnight, even the satiated beasts grew still, seeking the softest ground, stretching their weary limbs. At dawn, birdsong roused Wu Di from slumber. His tent still held faint traces of blood and the lingering musk of hormones. "Wu Di, are you awake?" Nalan Zishi stirred gently, rising beside him as he sat up, utterly unconcerned by her bare form exposed to the morning air. "Still calling me Wu Di? Last night you called me something far more intimate." "Humph, last night was last night. Until you formally wed me, I'll call you as I please." "Very well. Then tell me your true identity. How can I marry you without knowing who you are? I am the 9th princess of the Ziyun Empire. It is not your strength I disdain. It is my station. I exist solely for political marriage. And you have yet to ascend to the empire's inner echelons. Yet should you reach level 50, the Inue Empire will grant you at least the rank of Marquis, and only then would our union qualify as a true inter-empire alliance. I'd assumed you were some nobleman's daughter. Never imagined you were the 9th princess of Ziyun. Has your imperial house arranged your betrothal? None of us, neither I nor my elder sisters, have been matched. Men are scarce enough, those fitting our rank are rarer still, leaving no suitable candidates. What of the aristocratic houses? Some exist, but few, and among them noble women vastly outnumber eligible men, entangling alliances in layers of complexity, making genuine matches nearly impossible. Then what of marriages with other imperial houses? The entire eastern continent faces the same plight. Inue fares even worse. Your empress regnant remains unwed, and beneath her 7 younger sisters remain unattached as well. Our empress has no consort. Wu Di was stunned. How had she endured 3 centuries on the throne without one? Nalan Zishi's words sparked sudden clarity, a path to unimaginable wealth. What currency flowed most freely? The coin of women. How foolish I've been. Across the eastern continent lie countless women starved of intimacy. I could cultivate herbs to fulfill their deepest needs. Once introduced, such herbs would sell out instantly, but none exist here. Without seeds, cultivation is impossible. I'll search the savage wilderness later. Damned system. Grants only lifespan, utterly worthless. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden quest for an experience. Reward vital energy 100, magic power 100, spirit 100. Congratulations, host. You have advanced the marriage quest by 1 stage. Reward lifespan 1 year. And you shared intimacy with your spouse. Reward vital energy 20, magic power 20, spirit 20. Continue striving. Ascend ever higher. Host Huaxiao Wu Di. Age 18 in height. 190 cm in consorts, 7 in warrior, level 13. Foundational swordsmanship, foundational spear technique, assassin's blade, art, shield, parry, leap, evasion, block, serpent dance steps. Mage level 13. Spatial opening, spatial crafting. In summoner level 13. Talismanic art, summoning arts, fire talisman, slowing talisman, offensive talisman. Vital energy 1320 in magic power, 1320 in spirit, 1320 in lifespan, 13 years 5 days. Apparently I've accidentally triggered another hidden quest. But aside from lifespan, these rewards only boost cultivation. Truth be told, Wu Di held little regard for cultivation bonuses. He could elevate all 3 disciplines by a level within 5 days of focused effort. Yet time pressed. Any savings were welcome. With renewed diligence, reaching level 20 before Nalan Zishi's return posed no insurmountable challenge. Spouse Nalan Zishin, age 28 in height, 200 in loyalty, 100 in profession. Lightning, Megan level 40 in vital energy, 400 in magic power, 40-80 in spirit, 120 in skills, lightning, art, lightning, flash, lightning, net, chaos, thunderstorm, thunderpillar. As expected, the women of this world yield readily. Her loyalty surged straight to its apex. Wu Di felt no surprise upon seeing Nalan Zishi's perfect loyalty rating. Among his 7 consorts, only Nangong Wani had begun at 98. Yet even she reached 100 by their 2nd night together. The rest had achieved perfection from the outset. Wu Di, what are you thinking? Seeing his silence, Nalan Zishi gently shook his arm. Nothing, just remembering you depart for Ziyun Empire today. I shall miss you dearly. I shall miss you too, but I've been away too long. Besides, I must prepare for our entry into the inner reaches of the savage wilderness next month. Though newly skilled in horsemanship, Nalan Zishi departed with quiet reluctance. Duty demanded her return. Very well, I must also prepare. Though the beast tide poses little threat to me, prudence demands multiple contingencies. Yes, I believe in you completely. I shall return for you. She sealed her vow with a lingering tender kiss. Xiao Di Zishi and the others have left, we should go too. After watching Nalan Zishi turn back 3 times, Wu Di was reminded by Wang Qiulan. Let's go, my lord. Upon reaching the mountainside, the townspeople of Haishi town, who had narrowly escaped a calamity, greeted Wu Di with bows. Is everyone ready? Wu Di asked the townspeople. My lord, we are all ready. Good, then let's head to Haishi town, you lead the way. Since the bandits of Haimo Mountain have been dealt with, Wu Di also prepared to head to Haishi town first. Once the issues in Haishi town are resolved, only Qianyo town under Nyotu Mountain will remain to be integrated in his territory. Under the guidance of the townspeople, it took them half a day to reach the outskirts of Haishi town. Is this wheat field? Wu Di asked as he looked at the harvested farmland. Yes, my lord. Our town is surrounded by black stone and black soil, making it impossible to cultivate anything. Only in this marginal area can we plant wheat, and we survive off these farmlands. Oh, what is your name? Hearing this, Wu Di felt that his earlier guess was becoming more accurate, and couldn't help but ask the name of the boldest woman among the townspeople. Why did he say she was the boldest? Because while the other townspeople secretly looked at him, she looked directly at him, meeting Wu Di's gaze without any fear. Replying to my lord, my name is Chen Shuachin. Shuachin, who is in charge of Haishi Town now. My lord, since the bandits took control of Haishi Town, the town chief and the militia have been killed. We have been enslaved, and every day the bandits of Haimo Mountain assign us tasks. Now that the bandits are dead, we have no one in charge, but fortunately you have come, my lord. Is that so? Then let's go first to your town, and then up Haimo Mountain. My lord, look, this is black soil. Our town is surrounded by this black soil, and when it rains, everything turns into black mud and black water. I don't understand why a town was built here in the first place. Not far along, Chen Shuachin pointed to the black soil ahead while introducing it to Wu Di. I understand the purpose of building the town. This area is on the northwestern border of the territory. Building a town here was merely to stabilize the border and ensure territorial integrity. However, although this black soil cannot grow food, its value is no less than that of food. Wu Di crouched down, continually examining the black soil. Oh my lord, can this black soil be eaten? Chen Shuachin also crouched down, looking at Wu Di in disbelief. I didn't say this thing can be eaten, but it can burn. Wu Di had already confirmed that this black soil was coal, and indeed Haishi Town was an open-pit coal mine. No, this stuff won't catch fire. Besides, there is plenty of wood in our territory. Even if it could burn, it wouldn't be of much use. You don't understand, it won't catch fire like that. Its value far exceeds that of wood. But even if I tell you, you won't understand. Just know that this black soil can make our territory prosperous quickly. The function of coal is certainly not just for burning. It can completely initiate an industrial revolution. With coal, many things can be accomplished. For example, forging. Currently, most weapons on the eastern continent are forged using charcoal, resulting in mediocre quality. High-quality magical weapons require the assistance of fire-type mages or advanced fire-type magic arrays. Although fire-type magic arrays do not require fire-type mages, they need magical core energy for replenishment, and fire-type magic arrays are very expensive. Only fire-type mages above level 70 can create them. If there is coal, it will definitely bring about a reform in weapon forging. Furthermore, with coal, he could also create steam-powered devices while the Empire's ships are still in the sailing phase. Just these 2 points alone could propel his territory to new heights, and his territory is only separated from the ocean to the west by 3 unclaimed territories. Once he takes over Shangwan Mingyue, wouldn't that make it part of his territory? My lord, you are truly remarkable, understanding so much more than us women. We have lived here for so many years and didn't know the value of this black soil. You realized it as soon as you arrived. You are truly impressive. What do you mean I understand more than you women? Is this a matter of men and women? I have received 9 years of compulsory education. If I know less than you, how would I have the face to survive in this world? All right, enough about this. Take me to your town. The coal mine issue isn't urgent. It won't run away in my territory. Besides, no one else knows the value of the coal mine. It's better to resolve the issues in Haishi Town first. My lord, look, that mountain in front is Haimo Mountain. Our Haishi Town is located at the foot of this stone mountain, surrounded by this kind of black soil. Chen Shuachin pointed to the solitary stone mountain not far away. Wu Di looked at Haimo Mountain. It wasn't very tall, estimating that the highest point was only about 50 or 60 meters above the ground. Moreover, it was small, about 2/3 smaller than Fengzhou Mountain. Its shape resembled a giant Rupert's tear, and it was completely bald around it. The only path up the mountain was the horizontally lying tail-tip mountain, which made for an excellent hiding spot. Haishi Town was built along the inner perimeter of the mountain, with thousands of households built against the mountain. The periphery was surrounded by a layer of wooden fences, which seemed secure, but even a level 10 magical beast could break through this defense. At this time, groups of townspeople were carrying huge logs from the distant forest to Haimo Mountain like ants on a migration. What are they doing? Wu Di asked Chen Shuachin, watching the long line from a distance. Isn't the beast tide about to arrive? The Black Widow ordered them to reinforce the mountain stronghold. Why aren't there any bandit overseers? My lord, the last time the bandits of Haimo Mountain mobilized the entire camp, they temporarily captured us to make up the numbers, and only about 50 returned. This time, they captured people from the town to gather 100 people. Now there are no bandits left here, so of course there are no overseers. Without overseers, are the townspeople so self-disciplined? My lord, you do not know, over the years we have become accustomed to being enslaved by Haimo Mountain and dare not disobey their orders. Moreover, reinforcing the stronghold will help us survive better, so naturally there is no need for overseers. Seeing that Wu Di did not understand, Chen Shuachin continued to explain. Although we have been enslaved by the bandits during the beast tide, every year Haimo Mountain allows us to enter the stronghold. This is to avoid the beast tide and to assist the bandits in resisting the beast tide. Otherwise, with the defenses of our town, we wouldn't be able to withstand the beast tide's attack. If it weren't for the constant enslavement by Haimo Mountain, we wouldn't mind having more power in our town. At least during the beast tide, we wouldn't have to worry too much about being eaten by magical beasts. So that's how it is. Although they claim to be reinforcing the stronghold of Black Magic Mountain, it was actually for their own survival. Wu Di understood that Black Magic Mountain and Haishi Town were in a parasitic relationship. Black Magic Mountain needed to enslave Haishi Town, forcing them to work and providing food, draining the lifeblood of Haishi Town, while Haishi Town relied on the strength of Black Magic Mountain to resist the beast tide. Shuachin, can you gather all the townsfolk? If it were before, I wouldn't have been able to, but now just leave it to me, my lord. Although Chun Shuachin's strength was not formidable, she was bold, and despite being a larger woman, her figure was not like that of most big women, who had become shapeless, and her features were quite beautiful. If her abilities were strong enough, Haishi Town was also in need of a town leader, which would provide Chun Shuachin with an opportunity to hone her skills. Mingyao, what do you think of the defenses of this stronghold? After ascending the mountain, Wu Di, who was observing along the way, asked the two sisters. My lord, the walls on both sides are built with sturdy logs capable of withstanding level 30 magical beasts for a short while. Moreover, due to the terrain here, magical beasts can only enter through the entrance. If there are no flying magical beasts attacking, and if we add a few level 30 warriors, then this beast tide poses no problem at all. Shui Mengdai stated honestly as she looked at the stronghold's defenses. The defenses of Black Magic Mountain's stronghold far exceeded those of their previous Waterwave stronghold. As long as they didn't encounter a once-in-a-century beast tide, combined with a few level 30 warriors stationed, their safety would be guaranteed. Then let's hurry up. Wu Di did not dare to linger. As he made his way up, the townsfolk of Haishi Town looked at him as if he were a monkey. It was no surprise, as the townsfolk of Haishi Town had not seen a man in over a decade, some perhaps even longer. If it weren't for the intimidation of Tuoba Lingxiang and a few women, he might have been queued up by them. As Wu Di arrived at the assembly hall of the stronghold, before he could step inside, he saw a swarm of townsfolk rushing towards them from below. What method did Chen Shuachin use to gather the villagers so quickly? Wu Di was somewhat amazed by Chen Shuachin's efficiency. There was a training ground right in front of the assembly hall. Although not particularly, even it could barely accommodate 2,000 people. Wu Di was not in a hurry to inspect the facilities behind the assembly hall, waiting at the entrance for the townsfolk to gather. Although the rushing villagers did not completely overwhelm him, they clustered around him, their eyes scanning him without restraint. Some townspeople whispered to each other secretly. In just a moment, the entire training ground was filled with townsfolk jostling and stretching their necks, much like groundhogs at a motivational rally. Women who couldn't squeeze and even jumped up to look. Soon Chen Shuachin squeezed in and approached Wu Di, saying, "My lord, I have not disappointed you. All the townsfolk are here." "Very well, can you tell me how you gathered these villagers so quickly?" It's actually quite simple. I just shouted a few times that a man has come to the mountain, and everyone hurried to see. Wu Di felt a flush of heat on his face, akin to a scene from his past life. "Everyone come and see. There's a beautiful woman in action. My lord, this is the fastest and most effective method I could think of. You won't be angry, will you?" "How could I? You did well. We are looking at results. The process is not important," Wu Di said casually. "Then please wait, my lord." Saying this, Chen Shuachin ran into the assembly hall. Before Wu Di had time to ponder what she was going to do, he saw her bringing out a reclining chair from the assembly hall. Not bad, not bad. You even know that your lord is tired and brought me a chair. You truly have good insight." Chen Shuachin placed the chair at the highest point of the entrance to the hall. Just as Wu Di was about to sit down, Chen Shuachin said, "My lord, please stand on it so everyone can see you." Wu Di felt a surge of indignation, thinking, "I thought you were giving me a seat, but it turns out you think him short and that they can't see me." "My lord, please. I will support you and ensure you do not fall." Seeing Wu Di hesitating, Chen Shuachin thought he was afraid of falling and hurriedly reassured him. "I endured it for the prosperity and strength of the territory, for the flourishing of the descendants of Huaxiao. I will endure." Wu Di had no choice but to stand on the chair, and it must be said that as he stood there, the oppressive feeling from the crowd instantly dissipated. "Ahem. Townsfolk of Haishi Town, I am your new lord, Huaxiao Wu Di. Welcome everyone." As soon as Wu Di's voice fell, Chen Shuachin immediately echoed, leading the applause. After the applause subsided, Wu Di pressed his hands down and continued, "The bandits of Black Magic Mountain have been completely exterminated, and no one will dare to enslave you again. From today onwards, you will return to the embrace of the Empire. You are free." "Oh, we have a lord now. We have finally waited for this day. Wu, we will no longer suffer oppression. Wu, we finally have a chance to participate in the Baron's wife selection ceremony." That's great, those damned vampires are finally all dead. We are free, we no longer have to wait to die. Wu Di allowed the townsfolk a few minutes to express their emotions. They had been exploited too harshly by the bandits over the years. Now I hereby appoint Qin Shuiqin as the town leader of Haishi Town. All matters in Haishi Town, including the recruitment and management of militia, will be managed by town leader Qin Shuiqin. You must obey the orders of town leader Qin Shuiqin. Of course, if you have any objections or feel unfairly treated, and if town leader Qin Shuiqin cannot satisfy you, you may come to the Lord's mansion to find me. Next, town leader Qin Shuiqin will arrange matters for you. After Wu Di finished speaking, he jumped down from the chair looking at the dazed Qin Shuiqin. My lord, did I hear you correctly? You want me to be the town leader? That's right, from now on you are the town leader of Haishi Town. Do your best. After saying this, Wu Di patted Qin Shuiqin's arm and turned to walk into the assembly hall. The subsequent matters would be left to Qin Shuiqin. His purpose in appearing was to appoint her as the leader of this town. He could not be involved in every detail. What he wanted was to be a hands-off manager, of course. It was also a further test of Qin Shuiqin's abilities. Is there anything different here? Looking at the assembly hall, which resembled the Waterwave stronghold, Wu Di said with some disappointment. Husband, in fact, most stronghold assembly halls are not much different. The only difference is who manages the stronghold. Shui Mengdai explained from the side. Let's go take a look at the back. We'll spend the night here and return to Xia Town tomorrow. At night, numerous bonfires were lit in the mountain stronghold's training ground, as nearly 2,000 women gathered around the flames, releasing years of pent-up emotions, while roasting the beast meat brought back by Qin Shuiqin, singing and dancing joyfully. The scale of the dance was immense, overwhelming for Wu Di's eyes. Fearing the attention, he only revealed a glimpse of himself, and politely declined the enthusiasm of the villagers, bending low as he returned to the hall, with Qin Shuiqin following closely behind. My lord, I would like to discuss something with you. Speak. The houses in the town are quite dilapidated. I wish to have the townsfolk move up here to live. What do you think? Oh, that's no problem, but the houses on this mountain may not be able to accommodate so many people, right? I have considered this. The existing houses can comfortably house 1,000 people. There is also a large area of vacant land on the back mountain where we can build more houses. Once those are completed, accommodating 2,000 people will not be an issue. You are now the town head, so you can make these decisions yourself. However, I have one requirement. Your town must complete the coal mining tasks I set every day. I will not interfere with anything else. Of course, the coal must be purified of impurities. There should be no stones, wood, or other debris. Coal with excessive impurities or deep coal must be cleaned before it can be considered qualified coal. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to bring them to me. These papers contain the operational details for coal mining and processing. Study them carefully. As Wu Di spoke, he picked up a stack of papers from the table and handed them to Qin Shuiqin. These contained the development directions for Haishi Town and the coal mining matters since his arrival. My lord, there are indeed two pressing issues. First is the food situation. The grain in our town combined with what is stored in the stronghold will only last us just over 2 months. We are severely lacking in food. Secondly, regarding the coal mining, we also need a large quantity of mining tools which I cannot procure. Moreover, our town currently doesn't even have a level 20 warrior. If we encounter danger or a beast tide, we won't be able to withstand it. You don't need to worry about the food issue. The territory currently has plenty of food, and I will send someone to transport a batch of cassava soon. Regarding the second point you mentioned, I will personally go into the city soon to procure a batch of mining tools for you. For the time being, make do with the tools you currently have and mine as much as you can. As for the strength issue, after you return tomorrow, I will send a team of guards over. You can have the militia accompany them into the mountains to hunt more game before the beast tide arrives, helping you to strengthen your forces. Even without Qin Shuiqin mentioning it, Wu Di had already made plans in his heart. These issues were all manageable. Besides these, do you have any other requests? My lord, I actually have one personal request. Oh, let's hear it. I want a child. After Qin Shuiqin finished speaking, she looked at Wu Di with anticipation. This isn't impossible. Oh, my lord, have you agreed? That's wonderful, you are too good, my lord. Before Wu Di could finish his sentence, Qin Shuiqin excitedly leaped into his arms. Stop, stop, stop. Wu Di struggled to escape from under Qin Shuiqin's embrace. What's wrong, my lord? Didn't you just agree? Qin Shuiqin asked, puzzled. I meant if you perform well and satisfy me as the town head, then I might agree to your request, but not now. Wu Di said somewhat nervously. But my lord, you clearly just pushed against me. Let's not discuss that. As long as you satisfy me, I will certainly make you happy in return. Wu Di was reluctant to engage with Qin Shuiqin's topic, mainly because he was an honest person, especially concerning physical matters. However, he had no experience driving large vehicles and wouldn't dare to go on the road without a license. Moreover, judging by Qin Shuiqin's enthusiasm, she likely had significant experience with automatic driving. He worried he might not be able to control it, and if he flipped the vehicle it would be quite embarrassing. All right then, I won't disturb you any longer, my lord. Though Qin Shuiqin felt a bit disappointed, she obediently withdrew. All right, while I can't drive the large vehicle for now, there are still a few smaller ones available. With that, Wu Di strode toward the back courtyard. Shouty, why didn't you knock? Wang Qiulan, who was preparing for a bath, panicked as Wu Di pushed the door open. A wrong door. Wu Di hurriedly shut the door. Damn it, it seems I won't escape this embarrassment this time. Wu Di cursed himself internally for hastily opening the wrong door. He arrived next door and pushed the door open where Shui Mengyao and the other three had already prepared everything for him. With the annihilation of the bandits of Haimo Mountain tonight, the mountain rang with the cheers of the townsfolk, as if they were rejoicing after a long drought, perfectly drowning out the sounds of both harmony and discord. In the morning, after Wu Di bid farewell to Qin Shuiqin, he set off towards Xia town with the 5 women and 2 skeletons. Passing by the ruins of Furong town, he stopped to inspect the area. This was the true northern border of the territory, originally the junction of the wild forest and the territory. Now, with no small town and few human footprints, the area had been overtaken by vegetation and had become a paradise for many peripheral magical beasts. Once the population of the territory increases, we must rebuild here. This was the only passage connecting Xia town and Haishi town, and it was vital to reclaim it and keep it under his control. After spending most of the day, Wu Di finally returned to the territory, handing over the rewards from the past 2 days for others to handle, and arranged for Li Hongmei to take people to Haishi town the next day. Now that the biggest threat to the territory had been resolved, with this batch of game warriors of levels 30 to 40 would soon emerge in the territory, and the cassava processing plant by the river had already been completed. Though the construction of the Lord's mansion was still in full swing, everything was proceeding according to his plan. Now only the last Qinyo town had not yet established contact, but the cassava town was currently opening a road to Qinyo town, which would soon be connected. Nangong Wani had not yet returned, and Wu Di planned to return to Mingwe City tomorrow. However, since there was still some time today, he could go to Mei Wailing for the night and return to the city directly from there. Since arriving at the territory, he had been surrounded by beautiful women, but what he missed the most was the enchanting Bei Tang Meihua. After leaving his aunt to watch over the house, Wu Di took Shui Mengyao and the other 3, riding the few remaining horses of the territory, and headed straight for Mei Wailing. The Shui Mengyao sisters were thrilled to hear they were going into the city. Since becoming bandits, they hadn't entered a city, and this was finally an opportunity to fulfill their long-held wish. Upon reaching Meihua town, night had already fallen. However, before setting off, Wu Di had used the message falcon left by Bei Tang Meihua to inform her. Bei Tang Meihua had long since dispatched her personal guards to meet him halfway, while she herself had already bathed and dressed up early. "You wretched person, do you still remember to come find me?" This was the first line spoken by Bei Tang Meihua upon seeing Wu Di, her words laced with deep resentment. Does it feel like your fingers aren't tasty anymore? Ladies, please come in." Bei Tang Meihua shot Wu Di a glare and directly pulled Shui Mengyao and the others toward the residence. At the dining table, the 5 women chatted animatedly, their sisterly bond evident, leaving Wu Di without a chance to interject. It was only after the women had eaten and drunk their fill that Bei Tang Meihua instructed her subordinates to take them to rest. "Not bad. In just over half a month, not only did you take over Shui Bozhai, but you also dealt with Heimo Shan. Brother, you truly have impressed your sister." Bei Tang Meihua approached Wu Di, sitting on his lap, lifting his chin with a look of admiration and teasing in her eyes. Previously, she had prepared her subordinates, intending to personally assist Wu Di in dealing with the threat of Heimo Shan upon Nangong Wani's return. She never expected that her younger brother wouldn't need her help at all. "Is your brother capable or not? Wouldn't your sister know?" Wu Di hinted. "Then guess if your sister knows or not." "I guess. You." Wu Di was about to respond when he was stunned by Bei Tang Meihua's actions. "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Your sister's territory usually doesn't even have a man. Isn't this the Lord's residence where one can dress as they please?" Bei Tang Meihua was completely unconcerned, instead adjusting her position. Wu Di put down his chopsticks. If he continued eating, he felt Bei Tang Meihua might just bite him. "I find myself unable to refute your words, sister. Have you eaten enough, brother?" Bei Tang Meihua looked at Wu Di with sultry eyes. "Can I say I've had enough?" Wu Di saw the ravenous glint in Bei Tang Meihua's eyes and realized that if he wanted to sleep well tonight, he would have to let her fill herself first. "Once you're full, let's have another drink together." Bei Tang Meihua had a great capacity for alcohol, so much so that Wu Di found it hard to keep up. They drank from the dining room to the bedroom from evening until dawn. Fortunately, Wu Di's mental strength was immense, and after merely resting for an hour, he rose invigorated. After bidding farewell to Bei Tang Meihua, he took the 4 women towards Mingyu City. "Having a man to care for you is wonderful. My complexion has become even fairer." After watching Wu Di leave Bei Tang Meihua looked at her, glowing skin, satisfaction evident in her voice. At the top floor of the Baibao Pavilion in Mingyu City, two exquisite women resembling sisters sat facing each other, one mature and alluring, the other pure and delicate. Mother, it has been 3 days. Oh, can we not proceed with the auction yet? Nan Gongwan asked Mu Rong Lingshan. It had been 3 days since she left Wudi, and she was now eager to return. Had she known this would take so long, she wouldn't have come. What are you so anxious about? The news was only released yesterday. Today is just the second day. The people from Fanxing City won't arrive until tonight at the earliest. Moreover, the auction is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, and many merchants haven't arrived yet. Isn't it great to have a man? After just 3 days, you're already eager to return. It's truly hard to keep a girl once she's grown up. Mu Rong Lingshan looked at her daughter helplessly. The night before, when Nan Gongwan returned with over 100 storage bags, she was stunned by Wu's disabilities. However, to maximize the benefits of the storage bags, she still planned to hold a dedicated auction. Direct sales could easily sell out at 120 gold coins each in a day, but that wasn't the result she desired, as storage bags only serve to hold items and maintain appearances for ordinary warriors. Moreover, ordinary warriors were too poor. They wouldn't be willing to spend too many gold coins, but the value was different for merchants. Transporting a shipment often required a large number of warriors for escort, making it very conspicuous. The long journey not only wasted time, but also attracted bandits. The cost of mercenaries is minor, but if goods are lost, the losses are severe. In serious cases, it could lead to bankruptcy. However, if they had enough storage bags, these problems could be greatly avoided, saving on travel expenses and time. Thus, whenever merchants encounter storage bags, they compete to buy them, and it's possible for prices to double. Mother, I'm just worried about my husband. Besides, you know how men are. You silly girl, now that you're married, you dare to speak to your mother like this. Mu Rong Lingshan's heart trembled upon hearing Nan Gongwan's words. She indeed knew how men were, but she had spent over a decade without understanding their goodness, and just thinking about it felt somewhat tragic. She only hoped her daughter's life could be better than hers. Mother, you don't understand. Now there are more and more excellent women around my husband, and each of them is stronger than the last. I feel like I'm now the most useless one in front of him. I'm worried that if I stay away from my husband for too long, what if he no longer wants me? What should I do? Nan Gongwan could not help but express her worries. At first, although Tuaba Lingxiang was much stronger than her, she had the advantage of wealth. At that time, Wu Di had nothing, and she held a significant position among the 3 women. But now, not only had she spent all the gold coins she brought as dowry, but Wu Di could also earn thousands of gold coins a day just by making storage bags. Her previous contributions seemed insignificant. Furthermore, she was a mage who hadn't reached level 20, while the other women could assist Wu Di, and she could at most only run errands. What was even more frightening was that the other women's powers were rapidly increasing, leaving her far behind. It wouldn't be long before they reached level 40. Only Shui Meng Yao was unable to level up like her, but she was already a level 35 mage and had a younger sister to help, making her feel increasingly insecure. How could that be? Your husband shouldn't be that kind of person. Although Mu Rong Lingshan said this, she felt a hint of unease in her heart. At first, she had no choice but to give away the Baibao Pavilion as a dowry, but since Wu Di did not accept it, although she promised to provide him with goods worth 1,000 gold coins each year, she feared that her son-in-law would not take this annual sum seriously. While she could assist Wu Di with selling the storage bags and purchasing supplies, once Wu Di gave the word, any merchant would likely be eager to oblige. Mother, do you still have any magic stones? Nan Gongwan looked at her mother with eager eyes. If she could get some magic stones to raise her level to 20, she could learn the wood shield technique and wood spike technique, and then be of help to her husband, solidifying her position. Alas, there are no magic stones left. Not just me, but now there are hardly any in all of Mingyu City. I've already given all my magic stones to you 2 sisters. I haven't raised my level in many years. I hope to break through to level 50 before my lifespan runs out. Mu Rong Lingshan sighed, lamenting the depletion of the magic stone veins, which was the sorrow of mages like them and the primary reason for the scarcity of mages in the eastern continent. Now, apart from some aristocratic families with deep foundations still having some stock, the rest are probably only found in ancient tombs.